Chapter 001 Earth, Eastern Capital, Orphanage. I actually crossed and reborn into the Dragon Ball world. 2-year-old Gongchang Ryu looked at the hovering car outside the orphanage in surprise, as well as the very characteristic dome building, and couldn't help but show a solemn look. He is a time traveler, and in his last life he was a writer of street novels, and his name is still strangely related to the name of this world. In the previous life, his name was Zhang Minglong, and in this life he was called Bao Chong Sun and Moon, which together are the first 2 words of his name in the previous life, but the last dragon character is missing, and the coincidence is extremely strange. On the earth of the previous life, he was an orphan, but he did not expect to be an orphan after crossing over, for the parents in this life, he did not know. After all, he was in this orphanage when he woke up, and I heard from the people in the orphanage that he was sent to the orphanage just a few days after he was born. Of course, he doesn't care about these, after all, he is used to it, you know, plus the 2 years of this life, he is already in his 30s, how can he still care about these? At most, it's just a little sad when I dream back at midnight. In the previous 2 years, because he was too young, he was watched every moment, which also made him not leave the orphanage for half a step in the 2 years, so although he knew that he had been reborn, he did not know that he had come to that world, and he was not sure until today. Therefore, after being surprised, I couldn't help but become solemn. After all, the Dragon Ball world is a super dangerous world, no matter what era, it is really a death if you don't pay attention, not to mention Shailu, Majin Buu, just the endless robbers in this world, and the evil legions such as Red Ribbons are enough for ordinary people. Not to mention the more dangerous thing in the latter one. If nothing else, let's say the Vic Great Demon that time. You must know that I don't know how many people died that time, and Bao Chong Ryu is not sure that he is not one of them. After all, he does not know the timeline at all now. As for saying that there is not a divine dragon? Speaking of this, in fact, the Bao Long Sun and the Moon want to die, it is really too weak at the beginning of the divine dragon, not like later, the resurrection still needs a body, but in this world, not to mention whether you can keep your body under the Qigong wave of the great demon King Vic dynasty, even if you keep it, it is actually useless. After all, this is modern, and when you die, you are not particular about entering the earth for peace, but cremation, the corpse is gone, and it is useless to have a dragon, unless you use 2 wishes. Unfortunately, in the original Dragon Ball setting, Shenlong can only resurrect people who die within 1 year, after all, dead people are to be reincarnated, and this deadline is 1 year. Of course, we're talking about ordinary people. So don't look at every disaster, there are dragons resurrected, in fact, only a small part of them can really be resurrected, and most of them are really dead. Of course, it doesn't count later, after all, the power of Dragon Ball has been strengthened at that time. So really, the Dragon Ball world is definitely no worse dangerous than Hokage and pirates, especially for ordinary people. In the face of such a terrifying world, how can Bao Chong Sun and Moon not look solemn? More importantly, why am I not a scion, but an earthling? Even if I am an earthling, you can give me an impure one, why should I be a pure earthling? Thinking of this, Bao Chong Sun and Moon had thoughts of dying. Don't look at the Hokage world pays attention to the theory of blood, without a good bloodline, it is simply doomed to fight the street, but you must know that in the Dragon Ball world, it is actually similar. Look at those warriors on the earth, the scions don't say, the 3-eyed Tianjin rice, the small dumplings, the noseless Klin, saying that they are pure earthling ghosts to believe. The real pure earthlings should be turtle immortals and leaping. Not to mention the end, starting from the plot of Dragon Ball, leaping is the weakest warrior, and the Dragon Ball Chow in the back is directly ignored, and even the turtle immortals do not choose him. In fact, it's normal to think about it, after all, although the strength of the turtle immortal may be worse than leaping, but the realm is definitely more than that. The most important thing is that he has a magic seal wave, but what does leaping have? He had nothing. Therefore, it is really difficult for pure earthlings to have a future, not to mention that Leaping and the Turtle Immortals are definitely the top among pure earthlings. Bao Chong Ryu is not sure that his martial arts training qualifications can surpass the two, and even catch up, although he has an unforgettable memory in this life. However, martial arts cultivation is not just a matter of good memory, it requires physical talent. This is like a basketball player, no matter how good your memory is, in the face of a huge physical gap, it is still for nothing. Therefore, Bao Chong Ryu was completely unsure of his martial arts practice, not to mention that even if he wanted to cultivate, then someone had to teach him. Heavenly gods, Bobos, cat immortals, or whatnot, he don't think about it. As for the turtle immortals, let's not say whether he can find it, even if he finds someone who can't accept him, it's still 2 words. As for the crane immortals, Peach White and the like, not to mention, as for other martial artists, such as Wat Jiba King and the like, he really has no interest. After all, worshipping these people as teachers, he is not as good as his own blind cultivation. After sighing secretly, Bao Chong Ryu's eyes flashed with essence and thought, sure enough, the most suitable for me is not martial arts, but science. In fact, if you think about it, artificial people such as Shailu, number 16, number 17, and number 18 can know that for the long sun and moon who has never forgotten his memory, science is his way out. Of course, he did not want to transform himself into a human being, but science was obviously more reliable than directly starting martial arts cultivation. Thinking of this, the light in the hand of the Bao leader sun and moon flashed, and an eye-sized black bead appeared, looking at the bead in his hand and saying to himself, I don't know what the effect of my golden finger is. This is his golden finger, a bead, and it is also it that carries him through the crossing. It's just that so far, he only knows that he can incorporate it into his body like a magic weapon, and he can't find any other role in other ways. In fact, this is one of the reasons why he gave up martial arts cultivation and decided to take the scientific path. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 002. If you want to understand your golden finger, there are only 2 ways that Bao Chong Sun and Moon can think of. One is to make a wish to the divine dragon, and the other is to use scientific methods to study. There was no other way to think of anything else, and as for groping on his own, he didn't have any hope at all. And no matter what kind of method, in fact, it is inseparable from science. For example, if you ask the dragon, you must find 7 dragon balls, and not to mention the danger, if you want to find the dragon balls, you must first have a dragon ball radar, and without the dragon ball radar, you don't want to find 7 dragon balls at all. But where to find it on the dragon ball radar? Looking for Boomer? It was a pipe dream. Let's not mention that as Miss Kyunjin of the Universal Capsule Company, can Bao Chong Sun and Moon be close, even if it is close to Boomer? Can she still help you make it? Although this is a comic book world, since it has become a reality, it is no longer a beautiful fairy tale, but a cruel, cold reality. Gong Chong Ryu, who has been an orphan since childhood, knows very well that it is not possible to rely on others in this world, just as the so-called relying on mountains and mountains, relying on the sea and the sea, the only thing that can be relied on is himself. Therefore, Bao Chong Ryu understands that whether it is studying his own golden finger, or manufacturing Dragon Ball radar to find Dragon Ball, he can only rely on himself, and as for seeking the help of others, it is the most unreliable behavior. After all, Dragon Ball radar aside, as his golden finger, the supreme treasure that made him pass through and was reborn, can he give it to others to study? Not to mention people who don't know, even Boomer who knows his temperament, it is impossible to bow the sun and the moon, and he is accustomed to seeing the cold reality and knows very well that people can never be trusted 100%. As the saying goes, the reason why one does not betray is not because of how noble a person's temperament is, but simply because there are not enough chips for betrayal. In other words, as long as the chips are enough, betrayal is not impossible. Of course, it cannot be said that there is no such person in this world who will not betray, but Bao Chongryu will definitely not gamble this possibility with his own golden finger, that his own life. He doesn't have that much gambling. Right at this time. Xiaoming, didn't you tell you not to run around? Why don't you listen to that? But I tell you, there are a lot of bad people outside. You look so lovely, if you are seen by those bad people, but they will give you a storm, then you won't see your sister. A handsome-looking young woman trotted over, picked up her bao and scared him as she walked back. The woman, Zihong, was a worker at the orphanage and had a gentle personality. Bao Chongryu nodded obediently, looking scared on the surface, although these were just deceiving Zihong, but he knew very well that maybe the other party was just scaring him by saying these words. After all, it is very likely that he has not encountered such a thing, just heard of it. But Bao Chongryu knows very well that this kind of thing is definitely not just heard, but happens in the corner of the city, and if he does not pay attention, then he is likely to become the protagonist of the story. This is why he has no intention of leaving the orphanage anytime soon. After Zihong finished scaraging, Bao Chongryu immediately looked at the other party expectantly and said, "Sister Zihong, I want to know words, can you teach me?" "Yes." Scarlet agreed in one bite. Phew! Although he knew that the other party with a gentle personality was very likely to agree, after he really agreed, Bao Chongryu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In fact, the Bao Long Sun and Moon are also helpless, although the Dragon Balls are drawn by Japanese, but this does not mean that the language of this world belongs to the Japanese. Before he noticed that although the language of the Dragon Ball world Earth has been unified, it is not Japanese, English, Chinese, familiar with one of the languages, but somewhat similar, but very different language and script. Language relied on his unforgettable memory, and in the previous year or so, he had learned it, but there was no way to write it. After all, he was too young to teach it in the orphanage. Of course, more is that he was too young and very strictly guarded, so that he could not find someone to learn words. Bao Chongryu's eyes flashed with a brilliant light and thought, but as long as I learn words, even in the orphanage, I have many ways to learn. Although this is just an ordinary orphanage, the older ones are not nothing, but they just don't live together, so as long as Bao Chong Sun and Moon can know words, then he has a way to teach himself all the knowledge before high school. Even if it is high school knowledge, it is not impossible. 4 years later. 4 years passed in an instant, and during these 4 years, the plan of the Bao Long Sun and Moon went smoothly step by step. First of all, it took 3 months to learn the words of this world, and the reason why it took so long was entirely because the Red who taught him words also had his own affairs after all, so he could only take a little time every day to teach him words, and he couldn't show too much. You must know that he is now an orphan. If he shows too genius, he will be adopted, and he has no right to refuse at his current age. If the person who adopted him is good, if he meets the bad person, then he is miserable. Therefore, Bao Chongryu had to carefully cover himself and behave very ordinarily. After all, he was very cute in himself, and many people wanted to adopt him, but he deliberately acted very naughty, which barely dispelled the thoughts of those people. If you really show your genius, you can no longer dispel the attention of those people. Therefore, it took 3 months for Bao Chongryu to learn the words of this world, and even in order to cover up, it took 4 years to show that he barely learned it. Of course, this is all superficial. In fact, after learning the words of this world in 3 months, he taught himself everything he knew before high school by various means. However, this is already the limit of the orphanage. After all, most of the children here are very young, and the knowledge that can be obtained here is very limited. Chapter 003 Dongdu, Orphanage. Night. Then it's time to determine my fate for the next 10 years. Phew! Is 6 years old, still very cute. Bao Long Sun and Moon can't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His face is solemn. With his growth, there are still many people who want to adopt him, even if he is very naughty, and the orphanage is also a little moved in this regard. If he does not plan, then his fate can really only be handed over to heaven. For the intention of the orphanage, Gongchang Ryu is not surprised. After all, the orphanage cannot always raise orphans, and if the orphans can be adopted, it is actually a good thing. The reason why he resisted so much was just that he didn't want to hand over his fate to heaven, and he was also afraid that if he met someone bad, it would be over. He is not a gambler, let alone gamble with his fate and life, so he must take his fate into his own hands. Especially after having an unforgettable memory, his personality has become more and more calm, and everything wants to be in his hands. Having spent a time in the orphanage, he was well aware of how the orphanage operated, so he had been planning it 4 years ago, and now it was time for the plan to come to an end. As for staying in the orphanage, unless he becomes a fool, or is disabled, and has no one to adopt, he has only one way to be adopted. Tread. With the sound of footsteps, Zihong pushed open the door of the restaurant and walked in, asking, "Xiaoming, what are you asking your sister to come over? And it's dark, why don't you turn on the lights?" Right at this time. Snap! A ceremonial flower bursts, and colorful lights illuminate the dark kitchen. Bao Chong Ryu held a cake with a big slap and a happy birthday written on it, stepped forward, and said with a bright smile, "Sister, happy birthday." Wow! Xi Hong's face showed surprise, and he couldn't help covering his mouth, with a touched face. "Sister, make a wish quickly." Bao Chong Ryu urged with a bright smile on his face on the surface, but he was extremely calm in his heart, completely two extremes. Not bad. In fact, this is his plan. Instead of believing in fate and giving himself to someone he didn't know, he preferred to have a man of temperament acquaintance adopt him, and that person had been decided 4 years earlier, that is, Zihong. He doesn't expect any help from his adopter, he just needs that the adopter is not dangerous to him, that's all. So for this very simple request, he prepared for more than 4 years. From the beginning, I chose a gentle Xi Hong, and then began to get close to each other, and then I got to know each other in various ways and finally determined the goal. The latter is to destroy the other party's love and marriage, because he is sure that as long as he works properly, then Zihong will adopt him, but he cannot guarantee that the other party's lover will also agree to adopt him. No. It should be said that 99% of them will refuse to adopt him. Therefore, in the previous 4 years, Bao Chong Ryu used various methods to destroy the other party's blind dates and romances more than 10 times, resulting in Zihong now being 28 years old and still single. It can be said that the practice of bowing the sun and the moon is very subtle and selfish. In fact, sometimes he is also puzzled. In the last life he was not such a person, although he was withdrawn and indifferent. But he was definitely not the kind of scum who calculated and hurt in the face of a person who was very good to himself. But although he was very puzzled in his heart, he just couldn't control himself. It was a creepy feeling that made him creepy, as if he was schizophrenic. Zihong's eyes flashed with crystal and smiled at the long sun and moon. "Thank you, I am very happy on this birthday. Sister likes it." Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but lower his head, hiding the complexity on his face. To be honest, at this moment, he really felt that he was very despicable and shameless, and even he hated himself like this. Right at this time, Zihong raised the head of the Bao Long Sun and Moon and asked worriedly, "Xiaoming, what's wrong with you? Is there something going on?" "Nothing." Bao Chong Ryu didn't even know what kind of expression he was at this moment. "It's just that I will be adopted away soon, and I won't see my sister at that time, it's just a little sad." "Haha." Zihong smiled when she heard this. "It turns out to be this, you don't have to worry, I have already completed the formalities, and you will live with me from now on, aren't you very happy?" Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but tremble when he heard this, and fell silent. Without that moment, he was even more disgusted with himself than now. Next, Bao Chong's sun and moon was brought back to her house by Xi Hong. She didn't know what she was thinking. Fortunately, it was night, and the joyful West Red did not have the same care as before, otherwise she would definitely notice his abnormality and cause a bunch of things. The next day, Dongdu, Four Seasons Community, Zihong family bedroom. After a night of fighting his eyes, he looked at the Red who hugged himself and slept with a smile, and his face couldn't help but show a touch of determination. People must have a bottom line, and if there is no bottom line, they are demons, not people. After thinking about it for a night, Bao Chong Ryu finally made a decision. He wanted to set a bottom line for himself, and he definitely didn't want to become the unscrupulous person he had before, so that he himself hated from the bottom of his heart. No. It should be said that it is a demon. Those who do evil to me will do whatever they want, and those who are good with me will return them tenfold. Of course, setting the bottom line does not mean that the Bao Long Sun and the Moon will become the Virgin. He is still him, but with the bottom line, he will not calculate and unscrupulously do anything to those who are good to him. In addition, he is still him, or he is the person before crossing after the bottom line. Phew! Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and secretly said, after setting the bottom line, the whole person has a feeling of relief and relaxation. But why did it become like that before? Bao Chong Ryu's eyes showed doubt. Is it because of crossing over? Or is it a memory sequelae, or both? There is no answer. Looking at Zihong again, Bao Chong Ryu's eyes couldn't help but show a touch of guilt, but there is no way to regret it now. After all, everything has been done, and only one way to the dark. But in the future, I need to compensate her well. Bao Chong Ryu secretly made up his mind. Chapter 004. 10 years later. East Capital. Wow! It's amazing here. Sun Wukong looked around curiously, only feeling that his two eyes were completely insufficient. Even if he came out of the mountain for a while, he still felt extremely new looking at everything around him. What a tall building! Leaping was also a little shocked to look at the towering building in front of him, completely unable to see the top, and Pool next to him also opened his mouth and looked at everything in front of him with a shocked face. Dirt buns! Oolong glanced at the three of them with disdain, and just as he wanted to explain, he was interrupted by Boomer on the side. This is the capital of the East, no. It should be said that the tallest building on the earth, a total of 333 floors, built in 3 years to complete, is the symbol of the Eastern capital. Its name is the Dragon Tower, is the territory of the Eastern Dragon who stands in the east. When he said this, even in Boomer's status, he couldn't help but show a touch of admiration. Sun Wukong looked at Boomer suspiciously. Oriental Dragon. I've heard of him. Leaping's face was full of shock, surprise, admiration, and other expressions. The so-called Oriental Dragon is a title, and this person's name is Bao Chong Sun and Moon. It is a legend. It can even be said to be a legend. Even his title is because of the Divine Dragon. Oolong also nodded enviously and agreed. Not bad, because he is as magical as the Divine Dragon, and legend has it that as long as the Divine Dragon can do it, he can also do it. So he has the title of Oriental Dragon. Sun Wukong, who did not understand these things very well, looked at several people suspiciously and asked, "What are we doing here?" Boomer and the others couldn't help but look at Sun Wukong speechlessly, obviously speechless by his rough nerves. After all, normal people can never be so calm when they hear this, or even ignore it. Gaku, this guy is really not normal. Leaping, Wolong and others complained at the same time. Leaping ignored Sun Wukong and asked Boomer with deep curiosity, "Is the legend of that one true? Is he really as amazing as Shen Long?" Hearing this, both Oolong and Pool couldn't help but look at Boomer, and only the Monkey King, who was not interested in these, ignored them, and was curiously looking at everything around him that was magical for him. Boomer's face couldn't help but show a dignified look. and nodded. He can indeed do many things, just like in the legend. There is a person who made a wish to become a king to the dragon and succeeded, and if the Bao chief Ryu is willing, he can also do it. Is it so powerful? Leaping and Oolong couldn't help but show shock when they heard this, feeling unbelievable. Seeing this, Boomer couldn't help nodding and said, "It's so powerful, do you know? Bao Nagajai Ryu is an orphan who was adopted by Zihong at the age of 6, and just 5 years ago, in order to repay the Zihong who adopted him, he specially developed a genetic patch." Gene patches. What's that? Leaping and several people looked at Boomer with a puzzled look. At this time, a voice cut in and explained, "The so-called gene repair agent is a miracle medicine to improve biological genes. After use, genes are repaired, everyone is a genius, the body is strengthened, and the life expectancy will be doubled." Boomer nodded and said, "Yes. Legend has it that the reason why Bao Chong Ryu developed this potion was to compensate for Crimson, and he felt that he had delayed Crimson's youth and wasted her life for more than 10 years, so he developed this gene repair potion to compensate for Crimson." "Who are you?" At this time, Li Ping came back to his senses and looked at a visitor dressed as an ascetic. "My name is Nan Wu, I am Mr. Bao Chief's bodyguard, I am here to pick you up, please follow me, Mr. Bao Chief is already waiting for you." After Nan Wu introduced himself, he saluted, led the way in front, and walked into the Dragon Tower. After knowing Nan Wu's identity, Li Ping calmed down, followed him into the Dragon Tower. Just like the previous Monkey King curiously looked around, it was really much higher than the technology outside, so Boomer was still able to remain calm. A moment later. Only then did Leaping calm down, and asked Boomer in a curious whisper, "By the way, what are we doing here?" "The last Dragon Ball is there with the Bao Long Sun and Moon," Boomer explained in a low voice. "So it is." Leaping knew a few people. At this moment, Nan Wutu, who led the way in front, said without looking back, "Miss Boomer, I hope that your friend will not be too rude to see Mr. Bao Chong later, although Mr. Bao Chong will not care about this, but those of us who are subordinates will." "I understand." Boomer was not angry when he heard this, and nodded solemnly and agreed. "It's really despising." Oolong pouted, looking unhappy, as did Leaping next to him. After all, Nan Wu's words were like saying that they didn't know how to be polite. Boomer quickly grabbed Oolong and nodded apologetically at Nan Wulian, who did not respond, to apologize. After apologizing, he explained to a few friends in a low voice, "Actually, he didn't look down on you, but these people have all received the great grace of bowing the sun and the moon, so they will be so careful, and you few don't care." Speaking of this, Boomer also said solemnly, "So you all pay attention in a while, although Bao Long Sun Moon heard my father say that he is not the kind of person who loves to calculate, but people like Nan Wu are very concerned, they are not polite to Bao Long Sun and Moon, and even offend Bao Long Sun and Moon." When Leaping and the others heard this, they showed their expressions. Then Pool asked in a curious whisper, "Boomer, what did that Bao Chief Sun Moon do to make Nan Wu like this?" Oolong and Leaping, and even Sun Wukong looked at Boomer curiously when he heard this. Bao Chong Ryu is a genius, he invented not only the gene patch, from the age of 6, in the next 10 years he invented a lot of things, not only built the Dragon Tower, its industry can be said to be all over the world, as far as the eastern capital where we are located, has become his private territory. Private territory? Leaping couldn't help but show shock. Chapter 005. Boomer looked at the shocked people and knew that they had misunderstood, and immediately explained, "It's not what you think, the reason why the East Capital is his private domain is because everything here is related to him, in fact, not only the East Capital, but many places on the earth." At this moment, Oolong lost his voice and exclaimed, "Is the legend true? The Dragon Gate was really created by the Long Sun and Moon?" "What?" Leaping and Pool were also shocked, and quickly looked at Boomer inquiringly. The shock of the three Boomer is not surprising, after all, Longmen is too legendary. This is a super large, giant enterprise covering all aspects. Its industry covers the world, all aspects are involved, even her family's Universal Capsule Company is not as good. It's just that the Dragon Gate has been established for 10 years, and although there are rumors that it was created by Bao Chong Ryu, he himself did not admit it, so it was just a rumor, but for people of Boomer's level, they all knew that this was not a rumor, but a fact. The Dragon Gate, like the Dragon Tower, belongs to the Bao Long Sun and Moon. Even Boomer knows that in fact, the current building was not called Dragon Tower at the beginning, and the giant enterprises that spread all over the world were not called Dragon Gate, but later unknowingly became the current name, and no one remembered the original name. Just when Leaping was still in shock, Nanwu reminded, "We have arrived." Hearing this, Leaping and Oolong couldn't help but look up quickly, and they couldn't help but sort out their clothes, really afraid of bumping into that legend. "Here, sit." A cold voice sounded. Leaping followed the voice, and what appeared in his eyes was a slender and handsome boy dressed casually, with black hair and black eyes, who was tapping something on a virtual screen. He is the Bao Long Sun and Moon. Including Boomer, they all looked at the Bao Long Sun and Moon curiously at this moment, with different expressions on their faces. Bao Chong Ryu stopped the movement in his hand, looked at the familiar face in front of him, couldn't help but be in a trance, and then came back to his senses. After all, he was used to it. After all, in order to protect himself, he deliberately looked for plot characters like Nanwu to protect himself, although he was not the protagonist, but he was not very strange to the plot characters. At this time, Nanwu walked to the side of Bao Chong Ryu and stood still, his body was tense, and once something happened, he could find it at the first time, so as to defend. At the same time, Lan Chi, who had blue hair, walked in with a drink with a gentle smile, and after placing it on the table, he walked to the other side of Bao Long Sun Moon and stood still, and at the same time his hair turned blonde, and he was also on guard. Yes, this is the Lan Kai. Just like Nanwu, Lan Chi is also the Bao Commander Ryu who goes to great lengths to protect himself. And don't look at them with the eyes of the original, with his help, with a series of means such as Gene Patcher, the strength has long surpassed the Turtle Immortals, and they can already be compared with the gods. And this kind of combat power is not only Nanwu and Lan Chi around Bao Chong Ryu, of course, there are few people who can be compared with the two. I have to say that those who can be compared with the two are also plot characters. Such as a fat man with a knife who ate all the fairy beans in the future, and this situation surprised him for a while. After the courtesy, although Bao Chong Ryu knew the purpose of several people, he still pretended not to know and asked, "I don't know if you came to find me." "That's right." Boomer put the 6 Dragon Balls he collected on the table in front of him and looked towards the 10 God Emperors. "Just like you can see, we have collected 6 Dragon Balls, only the one you have here, so we want to get the Dragon Ball in your hand." "So it is." Bao Chong Sun Moon took out a Dragon Ball from the drawer with a sudden expression, and a sigh flashed in his eyes. This Dragon Ball was obtained at an auction 7 years ago. At that time, he also wanted to find Dragon Ball, but then gave up. After all, Earth Dragon Ball honestly does not have much effect. Dragon Ball can do it, he can also get it through other means. The reason for keeping this Dragon Ball is firstly to commemorate, and secondly, to see the scene in front of him. After all, the Dragon Ball is in his hands, so as long as you want to collect the Dragon Ball, Boomer, they will inevitably come to him. I believe it must be very interesting at that time. Last but not least, also just in case. After all, although the Dragon Ball is not powerful, it is also very troublesome if it is used against him by the enemy. After all, his strength does not exceed that of the gods, so the dragon is useful to him. In the past 10 years, he has not cultivated, not that he does not want to cultivate, nor that his qualifications are too poor, but after he asked Nanwushi, he has to admit that the Earth's cultivation method is too poor. It is completely coolies, eat talent, let him cultivate once and give up. Therefore, he only used the gene repair elixir developed by himself, and his strength was not as good as the current Monkey King, at least not to the point where the other party's flesh resisted firearms. That is to say, his combat effectiveness has not even reached 10 points, and it is even very likely that he has not yet reached the point of fighting 5 scum. From here, you can actually see how terrifying the force of Dragon Ball is. Just 10 points can resist firearms with your body, which is impossible to do in martial arts, even if it is a 5 absolute type. Unless it is a grandmaster who practices external skills, such as Vajra is not bad, and divine skills, such as ancient 3 links and so on. That is to say, the ancient 3 links are just equivalent to the Monkey King who has just come out of the mountain, which has to be said to make people despair about the force system of the Dragon Ball world. Therefore, Gongchang Ryu feels that his combat effectiveness is only 3 or 4 points according to the degree of 1 point of ordinary people. After all, the gene repair elixir he developed is not mainly to enhance strength, but to repair and improve genes, as well as improve qualifications and lifespan. Boosting strength comes with it. Therefore, the strength of the Bao Long Sun and Moon is not high. If he makes a wish to the dragon to let him die, it is no problem at all, so he kept this moment Dragon Ball, just in case. Bao Chong Ryu played with the Dragon Balls in his hand and looked at Boomer playfully. You guys come directly to the door with 6 Dragon Balls, so you are not afraid that I will snatch your Dragon Balls. Chapter 006. Bao Chong Sun and Moon's words fell, and the atmosphere at the scene instantly became solemn, and Oolong and Leaping looked at him with a guarded face. Instead, Boomer said confidently, "You won't." "Oh." Bao Chong Ryu looked at Boomer curiously, waiting for his follow-up, but with Boomer's words, the atmosphere in the room also calmed down. "First of all, I don't think that you will continue to do charity for 10 years, and raise the civilization of the earth for 100 years, and save countless people. You will be a robber." Speaking of this, Boomer looked at Nanwu and Lan Chi and continued, "If you are really that kind of person, I believe that even if you are kind to them, they will not treat you so much." Bao Chong Ryu nodded and said calmly, "Not bad, count it as a reason, and that." "Hey, hey." Boomer's face couldn't help but show a sly smile. "My dad told me that you are not a bad person." "Dr. Brive." Bao Chong Sun and Moon couldn't help but show a touch of helplessness. He had naturally seen Boomer's father over the years. After all, even in the universe, the other party was a top scientist second to none. So he also consulted with each other and cooperated, and the relationship between them was not shallow, but because the relationship between the two was similar to that of colleagues, he had not met Boomer. In fact, this is why Boomer can easily see him. You must know that the current Bao Long Sun and Moon are not the scared children 10 years ago, and it is no exaggeration to say that he is the uncrowned king of the earth now. Now he can replace the king in a word. This is his current strength, but it depends on whether he wants to or not. Therefore, the current Bao Long Sun and Moon is not something that anyone can see, even the second young lady of the Universal Capsule Company, at least make an appointment in advance. Even if this is the case, it is very likely that he will not meet him. After all, Boomer is only the second miss of the Universal Capsule Company, just a high school student. She is not Dr. Brive, and she has not shown her scientific ability. "Count you good." Bao Chong Ryu nodded helplessly. Even for Brive's face, he might be embarrassed by Boomer. Snap! Bao Chong Ryu cleanly threw the Dragon Ball in his hand to Boomer. "Great! Finally collect all 7 Dragon Balls. You can summon the dragon. Make a wish, make a wish." Looking at the excited people, Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but ask curiously, "By the way, do you want to make any wishes for collecting Dragon Balls?" "Yes." Hearing this, Boomer and the others couldn't help but be stunned. After all, Sun Wukong never thought about making a wish, let alone Oolong and Pool. The former is impossible for him to make a wish, and the latter is not a wish he wants to make. As for Leaping, he does have a wish, that is, to change his personality of being afraid of girls, but now that he has taken this adventure, he has actually overcome this shortcoming, so he has no wish. Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but look at Boomer. In the original work, in fact, Boomer didn't have any wishes, but I just didn't know if she had changed now. Boomer looked at a few friends and couldn't help but say distressedly, "We did have a lot of wishes at the beginning, but now we don't have them, and we haven't reacted before. This way." Bao Chong Ryu's eyes couldn't help but flash, looking at several people. "In that case, I don't know if you are willing to sell this wish to me, I will not let you down." Speaking of this, Gong Chong Ryu first looked at Leaping and Sun Wukong. "I can give each of you 1% of the shares of the Dragon Gate. With these shares, you will have no problems eating, drinking and having fun for a lifetime, and all the expenses are not even 1/10,000th. Looking at the four people of Leaping, Bao Chong Ryu looked at Boomer with a smile and said, "For Boomer, as long as I have the knowledge, you can choose at will, and I can give it to you, including the gene repair elixir." Wow! This time, even Boomer couldn't help but show shock, knowing that if nothing else, just one gene repair elixir would not be worse than the Universal Capsule Company. After thinking about it, Boomer discussed with Leaping and immediately nodded, "Deal." In fact, for Boomer, she doesn't care much about gene repair potion. After all, because of her father, their family has already used it. The reason why she agreed was actually more for the sake of her friends, and the adventure during this period made her very clear that these people would not make money at all, but she couldn't send money, and if that was the case, those people couldn't even make friends. She had been distressed for a while before. Now that they're already made, and this is also Leaping they exchanged for the fruits of their labor, they will not refuse at all, so she agreed to push the boat along the water. Seeing this, Bao Chong Ryu gestured to Lan Chi beside him and asked her to print a few contracts. Seeing Lan Chi leave, Bao Chong Ryu only then said to a few people, "Wait a little, the contract will come right away." After speaking, looking at the calm Boomer and Sun Wukong, as well as the excited Oolong, they couldn't help but show a smile. In fact, the reason why they were willing to use 1% of each person's Dragon Gate shares to buy Dragon Balls was that they wanted to take the opportunity to give to a few people. In fact, from the time he will travel to the world of Dragon Ball, you can know his love for Dragon Ball. So every time I think back to the poverty of several people in the future, Sun Wukong, the hero who saved the world several times, had to make money to support his family, and even his talented son Sun Wukong became a scholar, thus wasting his talent. I have to say that every time I think of it, the Bao Long Sun and Moon feel worthless for a few people. Of course, this is only one of the reasons, and he doesn't care about money. For him now, money is a bunch of numbers, and a wish is indeed worth the price. By the way, there is still time, let you take a look at my achievements over the years, and it is also related to the wishes I plan to make with the dragon. Bao Chong Ryu said, taking out a box from the drawer in front of him, and after opening the box, he revealed 10 of the sand items shining like starlight. Boomer couldn't help but shine with his eyes. "What is this? It's so beautiful." Chapter 007. Like the stars. Not only Boomer, but also Sun Wukong and several people came forward curiously, looking at the star-like substance in the box. Seeing this, Bao Chong Sun and Moon couldn't help but show a touch of pride and took out a grain of sand shining starlight substance, explaining, "This is the most proud work of my past 10 years, and I named it the Second World." Second World? Li Ping couldn't help but show doubts. The most proud work in 10 years, and a masterpiece that can change the world. Unlike Sun Wukong, Boomer, who knows a lot about the Bao Long Sun and Moon, can't help but look at the Second World in his hand solemnly, knowing that the other party has made a lot of things over the years, including the gene repair potion that can change the world, and there are not many items of the same level. But even so, in the other party, it is still not comparable to this Second World, which shows how shocking this work is. Worthy of Boomer. Noticing the change in Boomer's expression, Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help nodding secretly, and then his eyes were on the Second World in his hand, and he couldn't help but show a touch of pride. As he said, compared to the work in his hand, the previous ones are nothing at all. He has never forgotten that here is a super high dangerous world that destroys the planet at every turn, and even the universe, where money, power, and everything is fake, only strength is real. So in this decade he created a lot of things, including space-based weapons, arc reactors, steel suits. Wait, but those are just used to practice his hands, and the only work he really cares about from beginning to end is this one in his hand. Everything else is just to make the nourishment of the present second world. What the hell is this? Is there really a second world inside? Leaping looked at the star point in the hand of the Bao leader Sun and Moon suspiciously, and several people in Wolong, and even Boomer and Nanwu looked at him curiously. The so-called second world, like the name, is indeed the second world. Introduced here, Bao Chongryu squeezed the second world in his hand with his fingers, and under the gaze of several people, the second world merged into his hand. This is... Looking at the few people who were puzzled, Bao Chongryu closed his eyes and felt it, only then opened his eyes, pushed the box containing the second world in front of him in front of several people, signaled them to take one each, and did as he did just now, while explaining, the so-called second world can actually be said to be a biological system. It can also be said that it is a receiver with complex functions. Speaking of this, Boomer and the others had already used the second world, and when Bao Chong saw this, he led several people to sit down, and then said, "Shout log into the second world." When the words fell, Bao Chongryu closed his eyes, and it was like falling asleep in the eyes of Boomer and several people. Looking at each other, Boomer and the others were silent for a moment, but finally believed the Bao Long Sun and Moon, shouted log into the second world one after another, and then fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Nanwu did not speak, but guarded the Bao leader Sun and Moon with a guarded face, not to disturb him. Here it is, there. Leaping people only felt that after shouting log into the second world. The whole person was in a trance, and then appeared here, a civilization different from the Dragon Ball world. "I'll fly, ahaha, it's so interesting." Sun Wukong didn't pay too much attention, but flew freely in the sky, circling around the Oolong people, from strange at the beginning to familiar. Boomer, who was also beside several people, looked down, and couldn't help but shrunk his eyes and exclaimed, "Is that a person below? So this is the second world? But it feels different from the cities on Earth, there is a civilization difference." At this time, Bao Chongryu, who had been flying around several people without speaking, heard this, and opened his mouth to introduce, "This is the second world, and the degree of truth has reached 99%. The virtual world of Jeju was established by me based on the information of civilizations on Earth tens of thousands of years ago or even more ago." Hearing this, Boomer and the others couldn't help but look at him. Bao Chong Sun Moon did not stop, and while flying down, he continued to introduce, "Here, not only can you experience strange humanities, but you can also study here, the knowledge learned here is real, and even cultivation is possible. Exercise here, according to the effect of exercise, the biological system integrated into the body will automatically absorb natural forces such as solar energy, gently and comprehensively improve physical fitness, ensure that the results of exercise here will not be damaged, and more importantly, cultivate here will not cause dark injuries. After all, you can be resurrected if you die here, and in reality, unless there are treasures such as divine dragons, otherwise you will really die if you die, and dying here will only damage some spiritual power and need to cultivate for a few days." While speaking, the group had already landed on the ground, and saw the car running on the ground, everyone's smartphone, and unfamiliar words and languages around them. Wait a minute. Not bad. This virtual world was created by Bao Long Sun and Moon according to the Earth of the 21st world, and there is even a he here, who is writing. So real? If I hadn't known that this was a virtual world, I would have taken these people as real people? Looking at the crowd arguing and communicating around, Leaping couldn't help but look surprised. The Oolong people are no better. Right at this time, Boomer said with a solemn face, "No, these people are not as simple as virtual, they are intelligent life, and there is no difference between them and humans." Speaking of this, Boomer couldn't help but look at the 10 gods Emperor Yi with a surprised face. To be honest, the more she understood her, the more shocked she was, and being able to do this step was no different from the creator. And when Oolong and the others heard Boomer say this, they couldn't help but look at Bao Chong Sun and Moon in shock. To be honest, although they knew that the man next to them was very powerful, they didn't know how powerful it was, but now they understand something. What a horrible man! At this moment, not only a few Oolong people, but even Boomer couldn't help but have such a thought. Chapter 008. For the shock and even fear of the Boomer people, Bao Chong Ryu just smiled, did not care too much, and continued to explain, "The most important thing in this second world is actually the time difference, 1 day outside, which is 10 days, it can be said that the life expectancy in disguise has increased. And entering the second world, you can also reduce the damage to the earth, as well as the consumption of resources. Of course, there are many functions I will not introduce one by one. Firstly, it is too cumbersome, and secondly, if they are introduced, it will be not interesting." Boomer did not object when he heard this, but was immersed in the exploration of the second world, and at this time, several people were full of thoughts. Although Bao Chong Sun and Moon is only a brief introduction, Boomer and several people know very well that the emergence of this second world will definitely change the entire world. And after groping, several people couldn't help but like this second world. Because under the attempt, several people have found that in this second world, just like playing a game, every gain can be seen, which makes them addicted even in the face of what they don't like. Just like Oolong, he used to dislike the learning of transformation techniques, but here, he could see progress every time he cast it, so unconsciously he was fascinated by cultivation, which was completely unimaginable in the past. Not only Oolong, but also Sun Wukong and Boomer. That's fine. Looking at the fascinated Boomer and several people, the eyes of the Bao leader Sun and Moon who were watching on the side couldn't help but show a touch of essence. There were some things he didn't say, and it was impossible to say. He doesn't know if he will say it in the future, but he will never say it now, because what is hidden is his real purpose, it is also his dependence, and it is the result of his research for 10 years, which is the guarantee that he can survive in this dangerous world, and even be horizontal. He won't tell anyone until he reaches a certain stage of strength. After waiting for Sun Wukong and a few people to play for a long time and were a little tired, Bao Chong Ryu interrupted a few people, and withdrew from the second world with a few people who were still unfinished, returning to reality. It's no different at all, and the name of the second world really lives up to its name. Leaping. I feel like I like the second world more than reality. Oolong. Half a day has passed in the second world, but in reality it is only an hour, and sure enough, the time passes 10:1. Boomer. Listening to the exclamation of several people, Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but show a hint of pride, and after Boomer calmed down a little, he took the contract in Lan Qi hand and handed it to Boomer, and only after she confirmed that there was no problem, did he sign the contract. From this moment on, Sun Wukong and several people have a wealth that they have squandered all their lives, while Bao Chong Ryu has obtained 7 Dragon Balls and can make wishes to the Divine Dragon. Bao Chong Ryu invited with a smile, "Let's go, you have collected all the Dragon Balls with hard work, then let's come and see the Divine Dragon together. Is that okay?" When Boomer heard this, he couldn't help but look at the Bao Long Sun and Moon expectantly. Of course. Bao Chong Ryu nodded with a smile. And then led a few people to the rooftop of the Dragon Tower, and put the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground, under the gaze of everyone. "Come out, Shen Long." Click. In an instant, under the gaze of several people, lightning and thunder, dark clouds covered the sun, and then the earth fell into darkness, and the Divine Dragon appeared in the sky above the eastern capital. "Name your wishes, there is only one." Shenlong lowered his head and looked at the Bao Long Sun and Moon people. At the same time, the cat immortal, the god of heaven, and Bobo couldn't help but look here, and their faces became solemn. Without the slightest hesitation, Bao Chongryu took out a second world and spoke, "My wish is that every living being has such a creature receiver in its body." After speaking, Bao Chongryu couldn't help but look at Shenlong expectantly. Yes, his goal is like this, the slow promotion is too slow, and there are not many materials produced. As for saying that he can't make money because of this, he doesn't care. After all, for him now, money is really the cheapest thing, and there is a second world. If you really want money, you don't have everything. And in the wish just now, in fact, he also played a trick. He did not say that it was a human being, nor did he say that it was a creature on the earth, so it can be said that if there is no accident, the wish of the divine dragon will be that as long as the creatures within the ability will have a second world. Your wish has come true. The divine dragon did not drag mud and water, cleanly and directly fulfilled its wish, and then disappeared into the air, turning into 7 dragon balls and flying around the world. And with the disappearance of the divine dragon, the lightning and thunder disappeared, and the dark sky also returned to its original state. It was at this time the Earth, and even the creatures on other planets, have an extra second world receiver in their bodies, but they don't know it, and naturally they don't know how to start. What just happened? Lightning and thunder again? Is it dark again? And I seem to have seen the divine dragon just now. I also saw it, and it appeared in the sky above the dragon tower. Do you say it will be the new work of the Eastern Dragon? It's possible. Because of the call of the divine dragon, the world was instantly discussed, especially the people in the eastern capital were in an uproar. Bao Chongryu didn't know all this. Even if he knew, he wouldn't pay attention to it. At this time he was already excited and difficult to keep calm, but because he still had to entertain Sun Wukong, he had to press down and began to receive Boomer and a few people. After all, he will have contact with a few people in the future, and naturally it is impossible to ignore a few people after the transaction is completed. So in the next few days, Bao Chongryu entertained a few people from Oolong, took them to finish a few days in the eastern capital, and at the same time, in these few days, took time to publicize the second world, so that the whole earth was in an uproar. At the same time, the second world became lively. At this point, the plan that Bao Chongryu had lasted for 16 years and the purpose had finally been realized, and it was time for him to reap the harvest, and it was time for him to start getting stronger to deal with the endless series of strong enemies that followed. Chapter 009. A few days later. Long Lu, after seeing off Boomer and a few people, he couldn't wait to return to his room, let Nanwu stay outside, and refused any guests. Phew! Lying on the bed, Bao Long Sun and Moon couldn't help but breathe several times in a row. Only then did he barely calm down, and immediately said impatiently, "Log into the second world." Ugh! When Bao Chongryu opened his eyes again, he had already arrived at the virtual world of the second world, and without any hesitation, said again, "Log into the soul realm." In a flash. With the sound of the Bao Long Sun and Moon, the virtual world of the 21st century shattered, sending him to a strange and spectacular world, only to see a starry sky under his feet, a starry sky above his head, and he was in a dark river separating 2 starry skies. It's like the mythical river of heaven. Beneath your feet is the so-called second world, where only one planet is now lit, the Earth of the 21st century, and the rest of the planets have yet to be lit. And if you look closely, you can find that the darkness where the Bao Sun and Moon are not only separating 2 starry rivers, but also playing a filtering role. In the starry river below, there are hundreds of millions of shimmering points of light coming towards the sky every moment, filtering and purifying when passing through the darkness, and at the same time making this darkness more brilliant, like an endless river. After the purified point of light passed through the dark river, it came to the starry river above, and finally converged into a planet. This is my world, and one day, this place will become real, and I will go from illusory to real with this world, and finally step on that supreme place. Looking at all this in front of him, the Bao-Long Sun and Moon couldn't help but make a loud sound. This is the supreme masterpiece he has spent 16 years making, relying on his gold finger, whose exact origin is still unknown. 5 years ago, after learning everything he knew about Dragon Ball Earth, he began to study his golden finger, the black bead, which he now named Soul Realm. Through a large number of research, Gongchang Sun and Moon found that the Soul Realm will absorb spiritual power, the power of faith, electricity and fire, and other forces, and the best of them are spiritual power and the power of faith. And these two powers, after being purified by the soul world, have the ability to give wisdom and soul to all things, and then based on this ability, he created a virtual world close to the real world, that is, the second world. However, for the second world, Bao-Long Sun and Moon was not satisfied, because even if it was close to the truth, it was still fake, and although that world had a role for him, it was not as big as he expected. Relying on the second world, he may be comparable to Baik, Sharu, and even Majin Buu, but there is little hope of reaching the point of destroying gods, angels, and even great priests and kings. After all, although the second world has many special features, in the end, all this is an illusory world built on his knowledge system, and things beyond his knowledge system cannot exist. For example, superpowers, qi, magic, etc., because he does not have this knowledge, so it cannot exist in the second world. Of course, this was at the beginning, and later after a lot of research, especially Nanwu and Lan Qi. After waiting for the help of others, the second world already has the existence of qi and superpowers. But this is not enough for Bao Chong Ryu, because all this is still based on his knowledge system, and only what he understands will exist, which is far from enough. Therefore, the Ten-God Emperor continued to study, and at the same time did not release the second world, because it could not satisfy him. After several years, and even through the blessing of the second world, it took a total of decades, and he finally studied the soul realm on the basis of the second world. The so-called soul world is no longer a virtual world, but a special world. In the soul world, as long as you have enough spiritual power and faith power, you can evolve a fantasy world, and even the Bao-Long Sun and Moon as the owner and creator of the soul world can be slightly influenced. Until one day, after possessing enough energy, this soul realm will practice fake and true and become the real world, and at that time, he will become the master of the world. As long as the soul realm is strong enough, he will become an existence even more powerful than the entire king. Of course, with the soul realm there, even if he does not rely on it to become the master of the world, Bao Chong Ryu is confident that he will definitely not be worse than the whole king in the future. Looking at the beautiful river of stars above, Bao Chong Sun and Moon looked at each other, and then turned into a ray of light and rushed into the bigger and bigger planet. Vast, desolate, dead, and silent, this is a lifeless world. Looking at the world in front of him, Bao Chong Sun and Moon was not surprised. After all, the second world had just started not long ago, and there was simply no energy to evolve this world immediately. In the past, all the various energies he collected were also used to evolve the second world, and it would definitely take a lot of time to completely evolve this fantasy world. But for me now, that's enough. Faced with this lifeless, and non-existent world, even flowers and trees, Bao Chong Sun and Moon did not care at all, but instead looked forward and delighted. Go to the immeasurable jade cave. As soon as Bao Chong Sun and Moon thought about it, he disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived at Mount Wumei in Dragon Babu, and the cave mansion where Wu Yazi and Li Qiushui lived back then. This ability is really useful, but unfortunately it can only be used when the world has not completely evolved now, and after the evolution is successful, even I, the creator, must abide by the rules of the world. Crossing thousands of rivers and mountains in one thought, such a great power made Bao Chong Sun and Moon couldn't help but sigh. Of course, in fact, if he really wants to have this ability, it is not impossible, but it will have a bad impact on the evolution of the world. As a last resort, he will not do this. After all, the soul world is his biggest reliance, and he can't make a big mistake because of a small mistake, and it will definitely be him who regrets it when the time comes. Chapter 010. Sure enough, it evolved, and in vain I deliberately started evolving from here, but I hope it will be like I imagined. Looking at the blessed land in front of him as in the novel, Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but whisper to himself with anticipation, and then walked to the jade statue like a real person. Yes, this is the Langhuan blessed land in Dragon Babu, that is, the place where Northern Darkness Divine Gong and Lingbo Microstep are hidden, as well as countless martial arts secrets. Rip and pull. Without the slightest hesitation, Bao Chong Ryu directly bent down and tore the futon in front of the jade statue, excitedly opened the scroll, revealing the two masters of the Northern Darkness Divine Skill and Lingbo Microstep recorded on it. Sure enough, Bao Chong Sun and Moon looked at the two masters in his hand with a brilliant light in his eyes, and it was difficult to hide his excitement. Although he had already guessed before, after all, it was not confirmed, and it was inevitable, but now it was confirmed that his guess was correct. This is another function of Soul World. As long as there is enough power of faith, he can evolve knowledge that he does not know, such as the Northern Underworld Divine Skill and Lingbo Microstep that he has now obtained. It was obvious that he had no idea about these two disciplines before, but now they were both in his hands. Wu! Bao Chong Ryu took a deep breath for a moment, only then he barely calmed down and walked towards the stone room where the world's martial arts were stored, but the one that appeared in front of him was naturally empty. That's true. Bao Chong Ryu's face did not look disappointed. After all, he had already experimented with this situation. This soul world was indeed very magical, it was undoubtedly a treasure, but it also needed to follow some certain rules in the underworld. For example, this Langhuan blessed land, Northern Hades Shengong and Lingbo Microstep are recorded in the novel, and other collected martial arts have long been brought to Yanziwa by Mrs. Wang. This situation is not something that can be easily changed by the Long Bao Sun and Moon. Of course, it is not absolute. As long as the price paid is large enough, it can still be changed, and this price is a very large amount of faith power, spiritual power, etc. Like forcibly changing the plot, the energy consumed is equivalent to forming a world, which is completely worth the loss. Now it's up to my second experiment, Wu. Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but take several deep breaths again, and only then reached out with a nervous, excited, and expectant expression and clicked 9 times on the jade statue in front of him according to a certain trajectory. The next moment, click! In the unconcealable ecstasy of the Bao Long Sun and Moon, the beautiful jade statue in front of him began to fall off layer by layer, and it didn't take a while to leave a black iron villain the size of a palm. And unlike the beautiful jade man before, the image of this black iron man is a strong man, and if it is enlarged according to the scale, this is an iron-blooded man who exudes a vast aura. It gives people a sense of ferocity. Sure enough, Bao Chong Ryu could no longer grasp the trait villain according to Nai's ecstasy. Haha, I know that. Yes, forcibly changing requires a lot of energy. But pushing the boat along the water can reduce the consumption by nearly 100,000 times, although the consumption is still not small, but it can hold up. Ha ha ha. Bao Chong Ryu, who was extremely calm, couldn't help but laugh maniacally again. It was really too important for him to succeed this attempt. After all, in the original work, this black villain obviously does not exist, and the reason why it appears now is naturally designed by the Bao Long Sun and Moon. After a long time, Bao Chong Ryu barely calmed down, but it was still difficult to hide his joy in playing with the special villain in his hand, and after a while, he couldn't help but fiddle with it again. Click! The characteristic villain couldn't help but begin to change, like a transformer changed a shape, and dense small words appeared on his body, and the first was the words Heaven and Earth Immortal Chong Chun Gong. Yes, what is recorded above is the most mysterious exercise of the Xiaoao faction, Heaven and Earth Immortal Chang Chun Gong. Of course, the designation is different from in the novel. Here, it is naturally designed by the Bao Long Sun and Moon, and this Heaven and Earth Immortal Chang Chun Gong is actually the same name as in the novel, but the inside is completely different. According to the setting of the Long Sun and Moon, this black villain is an ancient relic obtained by Xiao Aizai, and it records the Wuodao physical practice inherited from Qi Yu. There are a total of 9 actions, that is, the so-called Wuodao physical training. All cultivation can have a distance of 108,000 katis, comparable to fierce beasts. Individual strength, speed, resilience, nerve reflexes, spiritual power, and so on will reach a point of incomparable power. It was Qi Yu who created it for the sake of his clansmen. In the setting of the Long Sun and Moon, Qi Yu was the reincarnation of the Wu clan Great Witch and had the 9 turns Xian Gong inherited by Pangu, but his tribal people were not the Wu clan, but the descendants of the Terran and Wu clan. Therefore, although the Rin Wu clan is stronger than the Terran clan, it cannot be compared with the Wu clan, and they can't practice 9 turns Xian Gong at all, so that these people can practice 9 turns Xian Gong. Qi Yu created this Wuodao physical practice. Therefore, this Wuodao physical practice is to lay the foundation for 9 turns Xian Gong. Later, by chance, the organ puppet that recorded the Wuodao physical practice fell into the hands of Xiao Aizai, but after all, this was created for the Terran and Wu race, not ordinary Terrans can cultivate. However, Xiao Aizai is indeed a genius, spending decades specializing in martial arts, creating many supreme schools, and the final masterpiece is Northern Hades Divine Gong. At this time, Xiao Aizai could already practice Wuodao physical training, but after cultivation, he found that cultivation could be cultivated, but the cultivation of this Wuodao physical training was too resource-consuming and energy-consuming. In order to cultivate Wuodao physical practice, Xiao Aizai created Northern Hades Divine Skill. This supreme school is a true Taoist supreme school, which can absorb the true Qi of others, and even absorb the essence Qi of heaven and earth after cultivating to the innate realm, thereby assisting the cultivation of Wuodao body training. It can be said that Northern Darkness Divine Skill was created for Wuodao physical training. Therefore, whether it is Northern Hades Divine Skill or Wuodao physical training, it is the inheritance of the head of the Xiaoao faction. Chapter 011. As for the so-called Heaven and Earth Immortal Chang Chun Gong does exist, it is just created by Xiao Aizai to cover up Wuodao physical training. The writing on the black villain is the so-called Heaven and Earth Immortal Chang Chun Gong, which is a life-prolonging and immortal peerless school, and its mysterious degree is still above the Northern Darkness Divine Gong, Xiao Wuxiang Gong and other peerless learnings. At the beginning, Xiao Aizai was also just in case. He was originally going to wait for the disciples to grow to a certain realm before telling the Wuodao physical practice to several disciples. Of course, there are also elements that test several disciples, see which one can inherit the Wuodao physical training technique. After all, although he stipulated that the head of the sect must practice the Northern Hades Divine Skill, it did not mean that other people could not practice the Northern Hades Divine Skill. After all, a Taoist grandmaster like him would not be so narrow-minded. Moreover, the cultivation foundation of Wuodao physical training technique is not low, and it is completely timely. It's just that the truth is often unsatisfactory, and before he told a few disciples about Wuodao physical training, he was forced to break the void and go, and finally only left this black villain, and as a result, the inheritance of Wuodao physical training was broken. Of course, all this is actually set by the Bao Long Sun and Moon, in order to conform to the original book as much as possible. After all, there is no cultivation in the original work, and other people do not know the existence of Wuodao physical training. Even in order to conform to the emergence of Wuodao physical training, he said it as Heaven and Earth Immortal Chang Chun Gong was originally created based on this Wuodao physical training technique. Coupled with Xiao Aizai's life's knowledge of life, it can be said that Wuodao physical training is the real heaven and earth immortal Changchun Gong. Even for the reasonable appearance of Wuodao physical training, this world is not just a simple dragon babu, or even the Jinyang world, but a comprehensive martial arts world including the legend of the double dragon of the Great Tang, all for the reasonable appearance of Wuodao physical training. As for why the 10 gods Emperor Yi spent so much effort, what kind of Wuodao physical training was done in order to lay a good foundation for himself and get a good inheritance. After all, he didn't want to constantly change the cultivation exercises, or even the cultivation system. If he hadn't been able to get the 9 turns Xiangong in a short period of time, he wouldn't have come up with such a Wuodao physical practice. If this world wants to form for years, don't think about it. When things are in hand, it's time to leave. Bao Chong Ryu put away the black doll with a smile on his face, took one last look at this world, and directly withdrew from the soul world and came to the second world. Because of his rationality for the appearance of Wuodao physical training, the level of this comprehensive martial arts world in the soul world is getting higher and higher, and the energy and time required for natural evolution are also increasing. However, he didn't care about this at all, or his original goal was Wuodao physical training, and it didn't matter as for the result of this comprehensive martial arts world. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't destroy him, for fear of causing any danger and trouble, Bao Chong Ryu didn't care about destroying him and re-evolving a world. After all, the 3 masters in hand are enough, and the next step is not this level of martial arts world can help him get. How can he also have to be first class in Immortals? Quit. Bao Chong Sun Moon did not stay in the second world for long, left directly and returned to the real world. Looking at the empty hands, Bao Chong Ryu smiled, did not care, immediately went out to talk to Nan Wushan, and then came to his laboratory. Open something similar to the medical warehouse in the Dragon Ball universe and lie directly inside. This is actually something similar. It has only been developed in the past 2 years. Not only can it treat injuries and diseases, but it is also full of energy, and it was developed to cooperate with the cultivation of the second world. After all, the general exercise of biological system is enough, even the cultivation of Sun Wukong and Klin at this stage is enough, but it is not enough like Wuodao physical training. From this, we can also know how much Bao Chong Sun Moon has prepared for his cultivation. Log into the second world. Bao Chong Ryu once again entered the second world and appeared at his home in Tokyo. Looking at the black villain who appeared in his hand again, he couldn't help but take a deep breath, stared at the black villain carefully, and his body slowly began to move closer like the villain. But he began to cultivate. Ordinary people naturally can't directly cultivate this Wuodao physical training technique, but he is different. After all, gene repair elixir is not taken for nothing. Although even so, with his current physique, he could not reach the cultivation standard of Wuodao physical training, but this was not the real world, but the virtual world. Here, the long sun and moon are not afraid of injury, and they are also not afraid of death. In fact, his means are not without a body that enhances physical strength, such as the development of gene enhancer, and Spider-Man's cross-species transgenetic and other things. Anyway, he does not reject this kind of scientific and technological means, and he never thinks that this is a crooked way. After all, even medicine is poisonous, so other means, such as the Northern Darkness Divine Gong absorbing other people's internal forces, have defects, and so on, which are completely normal. Or if it's really perfect, it's not normal. After all, there is never a perfect thing in this world, and the more perfect it is, the less perfect it is. As a scientist, he is very sure of these bows, so he does not reject this method, and even he has already hit the scion physique. The reason why he studied trans-species transgenetic was to prepare for the scion bloodline, except that what he wanted was not Monkey King, but Vegeta, and even Broly's. If you can't do it, you can also practice martial arts such as Dragon Elephant Boruagong. The reason why he forcibly cultivated the Wuodeo physical training technique without using these means and was not afraid of being injured was to take this opportunity to have a deeper study of it. After all, he is not a martial artist, but a scientist, and not seeking much understanding is the most unbearable for a person like him, if he cannot thoroughly understand the Wuodeo physical training technique. He will definitely not cultivate in reality. Although he has many means to solve hidden dangers, but as a last resort, he does not want to use them, everything is to go further. Chapter 012. Click. There was a sound of bones shattering, and even the sound of body tearing. The next moment. Poof! Bao Chong Ryu, who was practicing the Wuodeo physical practice, was like a barrel full of loopholes, and the blood on his body was sprayed out in an instant, but his vitality began to flow at a rapid and irreversible speed. What the hell is wrong there? Bao Chong Ryu frowned, completely ignoring the passing life force. After all, this is the second world, it is a virtual world, not reality, and he will be resurrected after death. But fortunately, after 16 years of polishing, he has completely changed from an ordinary person to a monster beyond genius, otherwise such pain alone will make him collapse. And now such pain cannot be ignored for him, but it is enough to endure. In fact, in the second world, if he wants to, he can completely reduce his pain, just like in those virtual online game novels. It's just that in order to better understand the Wuodeo physical practice, he did not choose to do this, and for him, such pain is also a kind of grind, a kind of tempering that allows him to go further. After 10 breaths, Bao Chong Ryu completely lost his vitality with doubts. The next moment. Buzz! With a flash of white light, the blood around disappeared, and the lifeless corpse of Bao Chong Ryu also disappeared, replaced by a new him full of life. Except for his pale face, there was no change in the Bao Long Sun and Moon. I can't continue, even if I am the owner of the soul world, I can only do it once a day, otherwise it will cause damage to the spirit, and it is best to try it once in 3 days, otherwise it will accumulate negative emotions, which is not good for the future. Although I don't know about heart demons and the like, since you have embarked on the path of cultivation, you must prepare early. Thinking of this, the pale-faced Bao Chong Ryu did not continue to cultivate, and put away the black organ puppet with Wuodeo physical practice and heaven and earth immortal Chong Chun Gong. At this time, I am not conducive to research, and the most important thing for me now is to become stronger in cultivation, although the scientific and technological means cannot be abandoned, but the time must be reduced. And scientific research is too boring, for me after death, although the harm is not as great as continuing to risk cultivation, it is not small, so I must reduce the time. But you must find a way to relieve, express, and treat the pressure of death, such as Kinkai calligraphy and painting, but the second world is a modern world, and Kinkai calligraphy and painting are not suitable. Thinking of this, Bao Chong Ryu's heart moved, but he thought of a comic work that was specially added when the second world was created. That's it. After making up his mind, Bao Chong Ryu went out, came to the garage and drove a sports car and left his home in the second world, looking at the lively crowd outside while heading towards his destination. Compared to the last time he came in with Boomer, the second world is undoubtedly much more lively now. After all, it is now equivalent to the start of the game, and a large number of players, although scattered around the world, still make the atmosphere lively. What's more, it is not only humans who appear, but also some intelligent life such as foxes and dinosaurs, which will naturally cause a sensation. What's more, in the setting of the Bao Long Sun and Moon, although the second world is a virtual world for the Earth, words such as game are blocked. For people in the second world, players are equivalent to creatures from another world. The background setting of the second world is that all things and all spirits, the creator of everything, that is, the Bao Long Sun and Moon, is bored with the development of the world, so one day he came to the front of the stage, turned this world into a game, and also connected to another world, pulling the creatures of another world into this world. Of course, the Bao Long Sun and Moon are just ordinary people on the surface in the second world, not the creator. So in the second world, all people are gamers, playing their own game lives, and all have the ability to resurrect. It's all about making it more authentic, so that it is convenient to gather forces such as faith. And the Bao Long Sun and Moon is not lying. As long as he does not die and continues, there will be a day when the practice becomes true, and it will become a real world. Even now, if he wants to, he can still bring the creatures of the second world to the real world of Earth and give him or her real life. After all, for Bao Chang Sun and Moon, cloning technology is not difficult at all, and it is also not difficult to create a body and then transfer souls. It's just that it's not necessary, and the Bao Long Sun and Moon won't do it. So the current second world is equivalent to the beginning of a new era, which is already very lively, and with the addition of life on Earth, it is even more lively. Just take your time. A smile appeared on Bao Chang Ryu's face, and at this point, he no longer had a sense of urgency. After all, he was ready for the back road. If one day, he can completely give up his real-world body and directly and completely enter the soul world, then there will be no problem whether he will practice with the soul world or resurrect it through the means he prepared. It can be said that as long as he does not offend the figure of the level of the angel Weiss, the current Bao leader is not afraid of the sun and the moon, and even he suspects that even the whole king and the great priest may not be able to do anything with him. After all, the soul world is the supreme treasure that takes him through the world, and it can be seen from various studies that it is not simple, but how powerful it is not something he can know at present. Of course, he didn't want to really try one day. After all, once that happened, it would also mean that he was in danger of having to break the cauldron. In any case, at this point, Bao Chang Sun and Moon already has the capital to take its time, and he doesn't need to be like the previous 16 years, just like there are murderous people chasing him behind him. It didn't take long for Bao Chang Ryu to come to his destination, Far Moon Academy, an academy that trained top chefs. Yes, here is the Far Moon in Halberd Spirit, and some other modern daily works are specially added by Bao Long Sun and Moon to increase the sense of interest, such as Detective Conan, Love Apartment and so on, but everything he thinks about has been added. New Year's Day reading non-stop, charge 100 get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, January 1st to January 3rd. Chapter 013. Of course, to say that it is to increase the interestingness is actually only to increase the fun of the Bao Long Sun and Moon itself. For others, there is no fun, after all, they do not know these works. After parking the car, Gong Chang Ryu got out of the car and came to the gate of the distant moon, which was crowded, where there were queues, but it was a special enrollment according to the changes in the world. After all, the world has changed, and Yuanyu has to change with it, which also has the current special enrollment. Looking at the long line, Bao Chang Ryu did not want to be special, and directly chose a team, looking at the intelligent creatures sent with a smile. Yes, not only humans, but also some intelligent creatures such as dinosaurs come to line up here, and they don't know what they are doing here when they can't hold a kitchen knife. However, for Bao Chang Ryu, everything in front of him is full of charm and pride. After all, these are all made by him, how can he not be proud? It didn't take a while, and it was the turn of the Bao Long Sun and Moon. After all, with the gamification of the world, now the assessment does not require you to actually cook, but only need to show your attribute panel. Open your properties panel for me to see. A female teacher looked at Bao Chang Sun and Moon with a complicated expression, not at him, but obviously not completely calmed down from the gamification of the world. In fact, if you change to a Bao Long Sun and Moon to experience these will not be good there. After all, suddenly one day a creator appeared, turned the whole world into a game, and also pulled creatures from another world in, watching dinosaurs, foxes talking human words, can calm down to hell. After all, there are only a few days since the beginning of the new era, everything is adapting, running in, and trying. Speaking of which, I haven't looked at my properties panel yet. With curiosity, Gongchang Ryu opened his own properties panel, and it was visible to others, and then a virtual screen appeared in the middle of the two, which seemed very high-tech. In fact, it was simply black technology, completely unscientific. Name: Bao Long Sun and Moon. Gender: male. Age: 16. Title: Top Scientist, Man Who Changed the World, Genius Who Surpassed Earth Science and Technology for 100 Years, Uncrowned King. Talent: Never Forgettable, Genius Body. Strength: 4, Normal Person 1. Speed: 4, 1. Physical Strength: 4, 1. Mental Power: 12, 1. Combat Effectiveness: 5, Ordinary Person 1, Soldier 2, Special Soldier 3, Soldier King 4, Gun 5. Skills: Technology, Beginner Driving. Skills from low to high are Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Expert, Master, Grandmaster 6 levels. The female teacher looked at the attribute panel of the Bao Long Sun and Moon and was almost shocked and stupid. It was really that the series of titles was too shocking, especially the technology level that could not be evaluated at all. This handsome boy is definitely a monster, even Einstein can't compare with him. Such a person is definitely from another world. There are such people on Earth. The shock in the female teacher's heart could not be calmed for a long time, compared to the super long attributes and combat effectiveness, and even the extraordinary talent and cooking skills that even the beginners did not achieve could not pay the slightest attention. Phew! After taking a deep breath, the female teacher barely regained her senses, and recruited the students next to her who should have led the students who passed into the academy and asked them to take the exam here instead of her, while she herself personally led the Bao Long Sun and Moon into the UNU Academy. And what the female teacher did could not help but cause a sensation. It was directly taken away by the examiner, and he is a genius. In other words, after the world has changed, there are really more and more geniuses, but I don't know what kind of genius he is. Who knows, it has nothing to do with me anyway, but it would be nice if I could have a relationship with him, and I won't worry about it for the rest of my life. In this way, in the shocked eyes that the female teacher saw from time to time, Bao Chang Ryu walked into the far moon and walked towards an unknown place. Looking at the calm Bao Long Sun and Moon, the female teacher secretly wondered and thought, for UNU is completely dispensable. I don't know why people like him came to UNU. Do you really want to learn cooking? Bao Chang Ryu didn't know what the female teacher thought. If he knew, he would chuckle and didn't care, not to mention the rest. As the uncrowned king of the Dragon Ball Earth, what kind of place he hadn't seen, the far moon was not worth mentioning at all. What's more, although this far moon evolved under the rules of the underworld, he had also seen it, so naturally he would not make a fuss, and he looked like he had no knowledge. Bao Chang Ryu thought thoughtfully, UNU General Marshal Xue Shaixian Ziu Aoiman. As long as he thought about it a little, he knew that with what he displayed, only Xue Shaixian Ziu Eman was qualified to receive him, and even to put it bluntly, if he didn't come to UNU, the other party was really not qualified to see him, unless he was a chef. And this is that the other party does not know his attributes, otherwise he will definitely not wait for him now, but directly come to meet him as quickly as possible. Therefore, with the ability to bow the long sun and moon, it is naturally impossible to be like those who enter the far moon, just to be received by the teacher, or by the Xue Shaixian Ziu Aoiman. No matter how high-level reception he is, it is not enough, at least for UNU. A moment later, Bao Cho Rigetsu, led by this unknown female teacher, met Sakuki Senzoemon and his own granddaughter, who possessed the tongue of God and was also the commander-in-chief of later Injetsu. Bao Chang Ryu ignored the female teacher who reported his attributes to the two, just glanced at the two and understood it all. The reason why Izuki Senzoemon works so close to the UNU gate is probably to receive those geniuses, and it is even less surprising that Irina, who is here, is obviously paving the way for her and giving her the opportunity to meet some geniuses from all walks of life. After all, This time, in addition to recruiting chefs, UNU enrollment also recruits geniuses from all walks of life. No matter why these geniuses come to UNU, UNU will be satisfied as much as possible. After all, this is a personal network. Just like the current Bao Chong Sun and Moon, he can't cook at all, and he doesn't know the purpose of entering the UNU, and he was even received by the commander of the UNU. Chapter 014. What? After listening to the introduction of the female teacher, Irina, who was obviously not enough in the city government, couldn't help but exclaim, looking at Bao Chong Sun and Moon in shock, and her heart was completely unbelievable. Because of the divine tongue, she has been known as a genius among geniuses since she was a child, and over time, she has naturally developed a tsundere personality. Proud, she heard the attributes of the Bao Long Sun and Moon, but she was hit. It was really too big a gap between the two. After all, her most powerful skill now is only a master-level taste, and it is also relying on the increase of the tongue of God, otherwise it is only an expert level like cooking. As long as she thought about her age, but the completely unfathomable level of technological skills, she couldn't help but feel discouraged for a while, and she was really hit. However, the left guard gate of Xueche was obviously enough, so although his eyes flashed with shock, he was still quiet on the surface, a proper old fox. In this regard, Bao Chong Sun and Moon saw it in his eyes, but he didn't care. After all, both of them were created by him, and he really couldn't care about it. If he hadn't been unscrupulous, he would have gone directly to his own home to teach him cooking according to his privilege, but he didn't bother to do so. But like using privileges or something, it is really too bottomless. After all, he always believes that respect for others, that is, respect for himself. But, if it's not necessary, don't meet him. Bao Chong Ryu glanced at Xueche Ziuemen. After all, he originally wanted to find something to relax. If he always met this old fox, it would not only not be able to relax, but would be more tired. At this moment, the female teacher who led the Bao leader Sun and Moon greeted him with admiration, and turned to leave. Xueche Ziuemen got up and had a polite look with Bao Chong Ryu, and after getting to know each other, he didn't have the slightest hesitation, and asked directly, "I don't know why Mr. Bao Chong came to UNU this time." Obviously, he also knows that people like Bao Chong Ryu are not interested in listening to him, greeting him, playing with some kind of tricks and the like, so it is more favorable to go straight like this. Bao Chong Ryu said calmly, "I need one thing to soothe my emotions, and my cooking skills are good." Looking at the simple and direct Bao Long Sun and Moon, both Tsuki Ziyuman and Irina, Yukari, understood. After all, they will also feel bored after practicing cooking for a long time, and they will find something they like to rest, and the other party is obviously the same. It's just that they are looking for fun, and the other party is choosing cooking. It's really worthy of being a monster-level existence with such achievements at a young age. Tsuki Ziuemen sighed secretly. Irina, who was also thoughtful, felt more and more frustrated in her heart. After all, compared to the efforts of the other party, she recalled her past self, and she seemed to be a little plaything, and she didn't work hard at all. Xueche Ziuemen said without hesitation, "It's very simple, I have a granddaughter who is good at cooking, I will let her teach you cooking." Good. Bao Chong Ryu looked at the two in front of him thoughtfully, and quickly understood the other party's thoughts. He was not a person who didn't know anything. The other party has two granddaughters, that is, Alice and Irina, who is in front of him, and of the two, it is obviously the latter who is more important. After all, it is the heir he chose. Therefore, it is naturally impossible for the other party to guide his cooking skills with his own heir just by relying on an attribute panel, even if it is a pulling relationship. Of course, he didn't say death, and then he would naturally investigate Bao Nagaku, and if there was nothing wrong with his personality, he would naturally let Irina, who was not satisfied, then let Alice guide him. This is not fair and unfair, partial and not partial. After all, he has different positions for his two granddaughters. In fact, he likes both granddaughters the same. And this is not to push into the fire pit. If it is really a fire pit, he will not let his granddaughter guide the Bao Long Sun and Moon. After all, he is studying in the academy, and it is not another place. There is no danger. The reason why he let his granddaughter guide him is actually to let his granddaughter get to know Gongchang Ryu. After all, no matter what his personality is, just that attribute panel is enough for him to think about his granddaughter. With the strength of the Bao Long Sun and Moon, guiding him is definitely a great opportunity. Others can't ask for it, so he really does this not only to win over the Long Sun and Moon, but mainly for his two granddaughters. As long as the other party leaks a little something, it is enough for his granddaughter to endure for a lifetime. Good. Bao Chong Ryu nodded. I'll go and prepare some things to use, and I'll come back in the afternoon. The words fell, turned around cleanly and left, but left time for the other party to investigate. The so-called preparation of things is naturally an excuse. After all, Yuanyu as a chef academy, what is not, that needs him to prepare? What a difficult person! All this is naturally clear to the Zoemon Gate, so the evaluation of the Bao Long Sun and Moon can't help but raise a level again, and even has new ideas. As long as Bao Chong Sun and Moon meet expectations, he already plans to send his two granddaughters to guide his cooking. Hearing her grandfather's exclamation, Irina, who couldn't help but look puzzled, obviously did not understand the communication between the two that was not put on the bright side. Seeing his granddaughter's reaction in his eyes, Xueche Ziuemen secretly said, "You still need to experience." After sighing, he immediately picked up the phone and began to call people, and before a few high-level officials and teachers such as Tang Jimajin, as well as the three geniuses of the Dragon Ball world who had been wooed in the past few days, converged. Tsukushi Ziyuman immediately said the previous things, that is, to inquire about the information of Bao Long Sun and Moon, and at the same time to remind Dojima Silver and others that they could not offend Bao Long Sun and Moon, and they needed to be careful in the future. In this regard, Dojima Silver and others naturally understood. After hearing this, the three players of the Dragon Ball world couldn't help but show shock, looked at Xueche Ziuemen in disbelief, and asked one after another. "Are you talking about the Bao Long Sun and Moon? The top scientist? Is it really the one? The adult will come to learn to cook? How is this possible? The world is so ridiculous, how can it be?" Chapter 015. Looking at the three excited and unbelievable geniuses in front of them, Xueche Ziuemen and the others couldn't help but show shock. They were all old foxes, they couldn't help but shake in their hearts, knowing that they and the others probably thought of the Bao Long Sun and Moon simply. Who the hell is that? At this moment, the same doubts involuntarily appeared in the hearts of Xueche, Irina, and the others. Despite the doubts in their hearts, Dojima Silver and the others did not disturb the excited three. After all, although they could not be compared with Bao Chong Sun and Moon, the three people in front of them were also geniuses in all walks of life, and they would grow up no worse than anyone here. In the face of such people, you must give respect. After half a ring, the three finally calmed down. Looking at the waiting people, they couldn't help but show different expressions such as apology, embarrassment, and calm. A young man named Goki, whose specialty is driving, first apologetically said, "I'm really sorry, but I suddenly heard the name of that adult, and I couldn't help but gaffe." The other looked embarrassed. Talent is cooking, and the girl whose name is Ziuyu is also embarrassed and said, "For us, that is God." Speaking of this, the three of them couldn't help but look at each other. Others didn't know, as players how could they not know, the people in front of them, and even the world, were created by the Bao Long Sun and the Moon. God is really a suitable evaluation. It's a pity that these people they can't tell this world, even if they force it, they will be blocked. It doesn't hurt. Xueche Ziuemen waved his hand indifferently, and then looked at the three people in front of him curiously. "I wonder if the three can introduce us to the Bao." "Well, the adult." Looking at the resigned Zoe Gate, the three of them couldn't help but show satisfaction, and they couldn't help but be kind to everyone when they looked at each other. To be honest, if these people in front of them were disrespectful to the Bao Long Sun and Moon, then they would definitely not give a few people a good face, and it was light to flick their sleeves away. Hiss! It was all the old fox's beak Che Ziuemen who saw the reaction of the three of Wumu, and couldn't help but secretly gasp one after another, but he became more and more aware of the horror of the Bao Long Sun and Moon. At this time, Goki and Seihu also began to talk one by one, gushing about the deeds of the Long Sun and the Moon. That adult is an orphan who programmed alone at the age of 6 to create a communication program similar to the QQ of this world, but it is more advanced, does not require a signal, and can be used worldwide. This year's 16-year-old Gong grown, there are no less than 100,000 inventions and creations in 10 years, and even many of them have not been published, but those who have been published have existed, such as gene repair elixir that can increase lifespan several times and make people become geniuses, beauty and other effects. The influence can be said to be all over the world, all walks of life have been influenced by him, and in 10 years, he has been present in all walks of life around the world, directly improving the civilization of 50 years. That adult is recognized as a person who is hundreds of years ahead of the entire civilization, and even many people speculate more. At least hundreds of years ahead, or even more. There is such a saying among the scientists of our world: there are two kinds of scientists, one is the Bao Long Sun and the Moon, and the other is other scientists. Looking at the 5 wood and 2 who were talking endlessly, the shock on the faces of Arena, because they felt that what the two were talking about was no longer some genius, monster, and the like, it was already a fairy god, a god of science and technology, and a fairy of science and technology. Right at this time, the middle-aged man named Shui Sheng suddenly spoke, interrupted the two who wanted to continue, and concluded in a summary manner: you just need to know that if you tell the story of that adult learning cooking, then the world will change, the status of the chef will increase significantly, beyond countless professions, and it is not a problem to reach the highest position. At the same time, the number of chefs will increase thousands of times, enough to urge a chef to come out civilized. Hearing this, Dojima Silver and the others looked at the Gaji and the two with a look of approval, and they couldn't help but be shocked to lose their minds. Without that moment, they were even more shocked than now. At the same time, I also thoroughly understand the horror of the Long Sun and Moon. Good half a day later. Phew! Shui Ziuemen took a deep breath for a moment, only then suppressed the shock in his heart, and first thanked the three of Goki. Thank you three, I am grateful to Yunya for this matter, but the matter is too important, and I hope the three don't talk about this matter first. Hearing this, the three of Shui Sheng nodded and agreed without any accident. It is better to say that this was originally what they dreamed of. After all, if it spread, there are too many people coming here, how can they still approach the Bao Long Sun and Moon? They don't need much, they just need to say a word to the Bao Long Sun and Moon, or sign a name, which is enough for them to endure for a lifetime. This is the current reputation, strength, and status of Bao Chong Ryu, and it can already be said that he is a living god, especially after he promoted the Second World. Although it was only a few days, the Second World really changed the world again. If before the Second World, Bao Long Sun and Moon was recognized as 50 years ahead of the entire civilization, then now he is recognized as leading civilization for at least one era, or even a civilization. Phew! After seeing off the three of Goki, Shui Ziuemen couldn't help but take a few deep breaths again, and then he said to Dojima Jinji, I believe you also know the influence of that one, so I ordered it down, no one disturbed him, let alone make any mistakes, otherwise Yuanya will be destroyed. Understood. Dojima Silver nodded heavily, obviously agreeing with these words, and immediately left and began to arrange. After only the two grandfathers and grandchildren remained, Shui Ziuemen put down his disguise, collapsed on the seat with a tired face, and no longer had the appearance of the demon eater. He was an ordinary old man at this moment. Arena, who looked at her grandfather worriedly, Grandpa. I'm okay. Shui Ziuemen waved his hand, and after a moment, he said solemnly to his granddaughter, you will find Alice in a while, and the two of you will go together to guide the adults cooking. I won't say more, you should understand it yourself, and you can also tell Alice. Well. Irina nodded heavily. Chapter 016. For what Izuki's human thought and what happened after he left, Bao Commander Ryu did not know, nor would he care, let alone interested. After all, at this point in his current situation, there are very few things that can make him care, and Yuanyu is obviously not among them, and he is just here to learn cooking, and he is completely too lazy to pay attention to things that have nothing to do with it. Leaving the far moon, Bao Chong Ryu thought as he walked, although it is only used to cultivate emotions and vent negative emotions, since you want to learn, you must do your best, now go back and make some kitchenware. As soon as the idea was decided, Bao immediately drove towards his home in Tokyo, where his laboratory was located, and his properties were found all over the world for convenience, including the laboratory. In fact, this is not only the case in the second world, but even the Earth of the Dragon Ball world, and he has even built laboratories in the moon and other places to conduct some dangerous experiments. Boom! The roar of the engine resounded in the long air. If Bao Chong Ryu opens his personal attribute panel, he will find that just as his car speed is getting faster and faster, his driving skills are also improving at a speed visible to the naked eye, and by the time he returns home, he has crossed the intermediate level and reached the advanced level. This is the learning speed of Bao Chong Ryu now, just driving twice, adding up to less than half an hour, to upgrade a skill to an advanced level. Of course, this is not all due to his unforgettable memory, but also has a deep relationship with his years of study. Although he is driving for the first time today, he is very clear about every part of the car, and the various performances are even clearer, which is only under the memory of the eye. Just a little try, you can quickly improve the level. And this improvement will definitely not stop at the advanced level, at least it will reach the expert level. As for the master level, it takes a little time and psychology, let alone the final grandmaster level. After all, combined with his previous experience, experts are good to say, the masters behind it, and even grandmasters, regardless of the industry, to this step is not only practice makes perfect, but skills are so simple, but also involves the spirit and realm of Suanzi and Xian. Especially the grandmaster realm at the end. If the master level can still be achieved by relying on time, hard work, and some talent, then the realm of the grandmaster is not only that. It can be said that the grandmasters in every industry are definitely not simple, that is the existence that can open a sect, and it will soar when encountering the right opportunity. At the beginning, it took Bao Chong Sun Moon to reach the realm of grandmaster, and it took 6 years to reach the level of generals, and this was only achieved after he absorbed the black technology-like scientific knowledge of the Dragon Ball world. After that, it took several years to integrate and innovate, that is, the successful research of Second World, which broke through the realm of grandmasters and reached a new realm. Therefore, even if it is a long bout, it is not difficult to learn a skill, and to reach the expert level, but if you want to reach the later realm, it takes a little chance. And if you want to rely on the chef to cultivate emotions and vent negative emotions, the lowest must be a master, the best is a grandmaster, or even a higher realm. This is also the reason why he didn't study by himself, but went to the far moon. After all, whether it is the experience of the previous life or this life, it has made him understand a truth, that is, if you want to enter an unfamiliar industry, with no one to lead the way, it is definitely half the effort, let alone want to reach a high and profound realm. In his first life, the reason why he became a second or third-rate writer was due to talent, knowledge, experience, etc., but crossing the river by feeling the stones alone and no one to guide him was also one of the reasons. Just like in this life, even if the talent is high enough, has an unforgettable memory, and learns very quickly, he only began to accumulate and quickly improve and break through under the guidance of the other party after he came into contact with Boomer's father, otherwise it would take at least 10 years for him to reach this step. After all, some knowledge is not so easy to get, and even if you get it, without guidance, the difficulty of learning is definitely dozens of times more. This is the same as Mei Chaofeng in martial arts novels. Obviously he got a peerless school like Nine Yin True Scripture, but because there was no one to guide, he made his own people, not ghosts and ghosts, and he gained only 1 or 2% in the past few decades. And to know that to be able to become a disciple of Huang Yaoshi, although Mei Chaofeng's qualifications and talents cannot be said to be supreme, but they are definitely first class, plus CHENG Huang Yaoshi, even if they all end up like that, let alone groping alone. In fact, this is also the reason why Bao Chongryu immediately received her after knowing Boomer's visit, and even gave Sun Wukong and others shares, as well as the information of Gene Patcher to her. After all, although he is not stingy, if it really doesn't matter, even if it is a character he liked before, he can't be so generous. The reason for this is because he is thanking Boomer's father for helping him a lot. And in fact, compared to others, the information given to Boomer's gene repair elixir is the real thanks, and the rest is just a side matter. This may not be known by Boomer herself, but her father will definitely know if he knows, and the reason why this is so is ultimately due to insufficient vision and knowledge. Don't look at the current. Boomer has invented many powerful black technologies such as Dragon Ball radar, but don't say that it is compared with the Bao Long Sun and Moon, or it is more than one level worse than her father. With the level division of the second world, the Bao Long Sun and Moon are super specifications, and Boomer's father is a grandmaster, then she can't even reach the master level, at most she is an expert level. In fact, the reason why the gap is so large is not that Boomer's talent is not enough, but that she is young, her strength, insight, knowledge, etc. are not enough. As for the reason why she developed Dragon Ball radar, getting smaller and other seemingly black technology, in fact, if you think about it, you can know that those so-called black technologies are only quite for the Earth of the 21st world, not the Dragon Ball world. It is precisely because of his study that Gongchang Sun Moon knows how developed and advanced the technology of the Earth in this world is, which is simply not comparable to the Earth of his previous life. Chapter 017. Even Bao Chong Sun Moon said unceremoniously that with the technology on the Dragon Ball Earth, he can completely carry out interstellar navigation, which can be said to surpass the Earth of the 21st century, or even more. After all, on Dragon Ball Earth, there are still universal capsules, artificial man and other knowledge that belongs to black technology compared to the Dragon Ball world, so the technology on Dragon Ball Earth is absolutely beyond everyone's imagination. This is also the reason why Bao Nagaraya was able to research technologies far beyond the Dragon Ball world such as gene repair elixir and second world at only 16 years old. The reason why this is so is because the real top level on the Dragon Ball Earth, and even the advanced technology, is in the hands of a few people, just as the energy of Qi is only in the hands of a few people such as the Turtle Immortals. It's not that they don't want to teach, but this level of things really can't be taught if you want to. After all, even if you really teach without reservation, whether you can learn it is another matter. And although top scientists like Boomer's father have mastered the ability of interstellar navigation, and they are not weak even in the universe, they all tacitly choose to ignore it. It's not that they're not curious about the universe, it's that the Earth is not ready to enter the universe now. After all, Dragon Ball Earth is different from the Earth of the 21st world, and has experienced many cosmic invasions, so it is very clear about the cruelty of the universe, and no one will open the interstellar era of space navigation until the Earth is not ready, because it is not helping the development of the Earth, but destroying the Earth. And through Boomer's father, Bao Chong Sun and Moon even deduced that there was also the handwriting of the gods behind this, and the Earth did not want to enter the interstellar civilization at all without his recognition. Therefore, the technology on Dragon Ball Earth is definitely not weak, even stronger than the Earth of Marvel and DC world, which can only be seen from artificial humans, robots, universal capsules, and other technologies. And Bao Chong Sun and Moon can learn the true knowledge of the Earth, which is indispensable to the help of Boomer's father. It is precisely because of the selfless teaching of the other party that he has reached his current achievements. Of course, it was not only Boomer's father who pointed him out, such as Dr. Gro, who later created the artificial human, and Dr. Senbei Norimaki, who made Arella, and others have all pointed him out. That's why he is so good to Boomer, not just because of the comics in his previous life, although there is also a little, but more is still a favor. For Boomer's talent in science and technology, Bao Chong Ryu has never doubted. After all, this is a person who can create a time shuttle, and his talent even surpass him by more than one. The reason why the current achievements are not as good as the Bao Long Sun and Moon is completely because the other party did not put his mind on this, otherwise Boomer's achievements in science and technology would definitely surpass him. At the very least, Bao Chong Ryu was not sure about making a time shuttle, even if he was given decades of time. Even the Boomer who made the time shuttle actually wasted decades of time. And finally woke up and studied hard, but at that time she was already old, whether it was inspiration, learning ability, and creative ability, etc. were not as good as when she was young. So if Boomer doesn't waste her talent and spend her time, she will definitely be able to surpass her father and definitely reach his current superstandard technology realm. In this regard, the Bao Long Sun and Moon are completely incomparable to the other party. After all, to be honest, he can break through the super specification in technology. In fact, to a large extent, he relies on the previous life and the soul rings. The insights of the previous life gave him inspiration, creativity, and direction, and soul rings provided his most solid foundation, which led to several breakthroughs and reached the super specification level after absorbing the technology of Dragon Ball Earth. Otherwise, even if he has an unforgettable memory, he will only be at the Grandmaster level in the end. After all, whether it is Gene Patch or Second World, it is actually just a Grandmaster level work, just like Dr. Gro's early artificial human technology, and Dr. Brive's universal capsule technology. It is only because of the blessing of soul rings that Second World has reached super specification, and Boomer's time machine is the real super specification technology. Of course, in fact, the artificial human technology behind Dr. Gro is also super standard, but he has not yet broken through. Of course, even with the help of the soul rings, Bao Chong Sun and Moon is still undoubtedly super standard science and technology, which is unquestionable, and he will not be presumptuous. After all, chance itself belongs to its own ability, and there is no need to be embarrassed. Just like the future Dr. Gro, Dr. Senbei, Brive, and even Boomer, who are also super-level scientists, they all have their own opportunities. In the exchange, the first three have their own opportunities, such as Brive once got a space gem-like existence from the universe, similar to Marvel, which slowly researched space technology. Not bad. It's space technology, not universal capsule technology. Bao Chong Ryu also learned through exchanges that the so-called universal capsule technology is only the basis of the space technology he studied for Dr. Brive. It's just that the technology behind it is too advanced and not suitable for the current Earth, so it was not published, just studied alone. Bao Chong Sun and Moon calculated that the future Boomer can study the time machine, also because of Brive's research results in space. The other doctors were similar, all of them had their own chances, but what kind of opportunities did not tell him, and Bao Chong Sun and Moon did not inquire. Even Dr. Brive's space gem, as well as the space information, Bao Chong Sun and Moon only heard about it, but did not inquire. After all, this is a unique skill, just like the Soul World and Second World technology of the Bao Long Sun and Moon, it is impossible to give it to others, even if it is a very appreciative junior. To the technical data of a level of universal capsules, Bao Long Sun and Moon got a lot. And the main reason why Gong Chong Ryu gave Gene Repair Elixir to Boomer is to arouse the interest of the other party. After all, compared to other technologies, such as space data, beauty, lifespan, and the like will obviously be more attractive to girls. And Boomer, who has taken the Gene Repair Elixir, now that he has detailed information, he will definitely not be able to resist researching, and with the talent of the other party, it is not difficult to research superstandard technology and become an overspecification scientist. In this way, Boomer will not waste his talent. Chapter 018. The Capital of the West, the Boomer House. I'm back. Just separated from Sun Wukong and others, Boomer, who returned home, shouted, and couldn't wait to enter the laboratory at home and began to study the information of the gene repair elixir given to her by Bao Chong Ryu. Because of the shares given by Bao Chong Ryu, Oolong, and Pure, who are not poor in money, and Leaping all followed Sun Wukong to find the turtle immortals. And I don't know if it's because of the long Bao Sun and Moon, in this world, Leaping and Boomer are not together, so they didn't follow Boomer back. As for the turtle immortal worship teacher, Leaping has some ideas. As for Oolong and Pool, it is completely gone, purely to follow to play. Anyway, the two who are not short of money bought a large number of universal capsules that store various things, and people who don't know still think that they are going to flee there. But flight is fake, hibernation is real. In the few days that they were taken by the long Sun and Moon to play, the two little guys of Oolong were directly addicted to the second world, but now they plan to go to the island of the turtle immortals and enter the second world for hibernation. As for why he went there, firstly, Leaping and several friends went, and secondly, Pool had to follow, and Oolong could only follow. After all, because he has a previous conviction, Boomer and the others dare not let him leave alone, otherwise he will definitely make big news after getting 1% of Longmen's shares. Hey! Brive, who was studying in the laboratory, looked at Boomer, who broke in and did not say hello, and buried himself in research, and couldn't help but show a look of surprise and uncertainty. You must know that he is very familiar with his daughter, and his usual research is casual. If it were not for the talent is too powerful, he would not have achieved his current achievements. And this is the first time that it has been studied so seriously like this. Thinking of this, Briff immediately walked behind Boomer curiously and looked at it curiously. A moment later, Briff couldn't help frowning, and secretly said, "This is genetics, human body, medical treatment. This is the information of Dr. Bo's gene repair potion, and it includes all the details of the R&D design." After recognizing the knowledge, looking at the unprecedented seriousness of his second daughter, Briff couldn't help but be stunned again, and then slowly, but he understood the thoughts and purpose of Bao Chong Sun and Moon, and couldn't help but secretly thanked, "This time, I really want to thank Dr. Bao Chong. I didn't think about it before, interest is the best motivation for learning, if I had figured it out earlier, then Boomer's talent would definitely surpass me now and become another arch-doctor." When Brive thought of this, he couldn't help but secretly regret it. If he had figured this out earlier, he would not have wasted so many years of his precious daughter's time. "The next time we meet, I have to thank Dr. Bao Chong. Well, I heard that the second world he studied has been completed and released, but I want to go in and take a look. After all, he is not as good as us old guys in terms of specialization, but in terms of breadth, it is not something we can compare." Thinking of this, Briff did not disturb his daughter who was seriously researching, and immediately carefully left the laboratory. Returned to the room and logged into the second world. And all this Boomer did not know, is still seriously studying the gene repair potion. I have to say that indeed, as Gong Chong Ryu thought, for the research that can increase life expectancy and become more beautiful, she really can't resist the temptation and has to sink her heart to study. Obviously, she wanted to develop a gene potion that could make her more beautiful, even better, and live longer, and she had the name ready, that is, Gene Optimization Potion. When the time comes, the research is successful, and she must let Bao Chong Ryu know her Boomer's excellence. Second World, Tokyo. In the laboratory of Bao Chong Sun and Moon, he is studying and manufacturing various kitchenware related to cooking, and he does not know that Boomer has entered the pit as he wants, and he also does not know that the reason why he entered the pit is inseparable from him. Bao Chong Ryu looked at his work with satisfaction. Okay. With his scientific and technological strength, just studying some kitchenware, that is really not too simple. It's time for lunch break. After researching, Gongchang Ryu did not immediately go to the far moon, but returned to the room to start a lunch break. Learning cooking was originally to soothe his negative emotions. Lunch break also has this effect. He naturally will not ignore it. 1:35 p.m. Bao Nagaku once again came to Taijutsu, this time taken to a specially prepared kitchen, where Irina and Alice were already waiting. Except for these two sisters, even the secretary is not here. You must know that she used to be inseparable from Irina, but now she is isolated. Taking everything in front of him into his eyes, Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but flicker his eyes, and then he didn't care, no matter what Xueche Ziuemen thought, whether there were any other reasons and ideas in it, he didn't care, it had nothing to do with him, he was just here to learn cooking. Seeing the sun and moon of the Bao chief, Irina, who was cut and quickly greeted him, introduced, Dr. Bao Chief, this is my sister, Alice Bao. Hello. Bao Chong Ryu smiled and signaled to Alice, and then said, you're welcome, just call me by my name. Irina, who opened her mouth, said, Bao Chief, Monarch. Ryu-kun. Alice smiled delicately, obviously much more relaxed than her cousin. Bao Chong Ryu didn't say anything about this, but he couldn't help but glance at Alice, and her information couldn't help but appear in his mind. Alice is a genius of molecular cuisine, who is good at using various state-of-the-art technology and equipment to cook like chemical experiments, advocating conceptual cuisine, and the appearance of the finished product often exceeds the imagination of ordinary people, bringing diners a visual shock. He has a strong grasp of the concept of taste, and likes to use technology to create new ideas in the shape of dishes, but he has little research on the spirit that the dishes themselves should convey. His father is the rightful successor of the Utsukiri family and the founder of the Tsuki International Tsuki Sue, and his mother is a Nordic beauty, so white hair and fair skin are its characteristics. Emotions are very rich, and joy, anger and sorrow can be manifested significantly. The appearance is more queenly than Irina's, but in fact she is a very frank girl. Good at whispering words of thanks in the whisper to hide her gratitude, which makes Irina's envy. After all, in a high position, you need to stay cold and can't express your true feelings. Because of his superior origin, he has very little knowledge of the common people, and he doesn't even know what a nori bento is, and he has become the 6th of the 10 masters in the manga. Chapter 019. What's wrong? After shouting this somewhat affectionate name, Alice ignored the nervous cousin beside her, perhaps not ignoring it, but did not see it, and looked at her Bao Long Sun and Moon suspiciously. Nothing, that's fine. Bao Chong Ryu collected his thoughts and revealed a smile, we will get along for a short time next, so don't be too polite. After speaking, Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but look at Irina, who still had a serious face, and a touch of helplessness could not help but emerge in his heart, but he didn't say anything. After all, this is her character, and he won't blame anything, he is not so arrogant and will not want to change her personality. However, looking at Irina, who had a serious face and a twinkle of envy in his eyes, Bao Naga Ryu did not recall the other party's performance in the manga. Irina, one of the heroines in Halberd Spirit, 15 years old, Tsundere Queen, heir of the Tsutsuki family, granddaughter of the Marshal of Injetsu Academy, the 10th seat of the Injetsu 10 Masters Council, with an extraordinary sense of taste, can imagine the unexpected environment of others according to what you eat, so as to judge the quality of the dishes. He has the title of Tongue of God, and because of his childhood education, Irina's fear of his father is very fearful. He is also the only student who became a top student in junior high school. Outstanding appearance, born with a superior sense of taste, the first time she opened her mouth, she judged that the milk was too astringent, and she worked as a supervisor at a famous restaurant when she was young, and a single evaluation has the influence of a restaurant in the future, and many famous restaurants have to spend a lot of money to invite her to taste it. Have absolute confidence in your own strength and judgment, and never allow others to disobey. During the graduate school transfer exam, the candidates ran away when they learned that Arina Takeshi would be the examiner, and only Kohei Sojin stayed. Later, after eating Kohei Sojin's dish turned into egg bibimbap, he was surprised why he liked the dish. On the one hand, he looked down on Kohei Sojin, who was born in a fixed restaurant, and thought that the chefs of low-end restaurants could not make delicious and high-end dishes. In addition to his rich knowledge of cooking, his common sense of life is somewhat natural. He often loses his temper with Kohei Sojin, and he is very dependent on the secretary Shinto Scarlet, and has a mother-like feeling for him. In the Far Moon Academy, he is very domineering, often trying to encroach on the classrooms of other clubs, first compress their funds, etc., and then use the halberd to break through in one fell swoop. But he was overwhelmed by his biological father. Secretly collects an old photo taken with Joichiro Kohei when he was a child, and regards it as a treasure. He regarded his secretary Scarlet as his right and left hand, but after Scarlet was defeated by Hayama, he felt that he had no face to see Arina, causing Arina's pace to be chaotic. His hobby is to read shoujo manga, but he is accidentally seen by Sojin, and he helps Sojin try food in order to watch a sequel. In addition, from the experience of her cousin Alice once taking her to the citizen swimming pool, her ordinary life is far from that of ordinary people, and she has no experience in love, and when her cousin cried when she lost to Zhuang Zhen, she once said to herself that she was envious that she could cry as much as she wanted, which shows that she usually suppresses her feelings and needs to work hard to make a strong appearance. After all, she is the heir of Yuanyu and will be the next general marshal, which has long been determined, and she cannot be allowed to show her inner emotions. In the end, he did succeed to the position of the general marshal of Injetsu Academy. Therefore, for the girl in front of him, who was 1 year younger than him and had a serious face, Gongchang Ryu did not want to make the other party's heart tense because of himself. However, this is something that there is no way to do, at least it is difficult to change in a short time. After all, his existence itself is a great pressure. However, although he knows this, Bao Chang Ryu will not say anything to leave here, because that will be the greatest harm to the other party. Thinking of this, Bao Chang Ryu couldn't help but glance at the smiling Alice next to him, and secretly said, "Sure enough, I still prefer such a simple and frank guy." Of course, the likes here are really just simple likes. At this moment, Arina, who was in the middle of suppressing her chaotic thoughts, said, "Let's start." "Good." Bao Chang Ryu nodded, took out a box full of universal capsules, took out one and threw it on the ground, and then a box full of various kitchen utensils appeared, all of which he researched and made in the morning. "What is it?" The two sisters couldn't help but show shock, obviously shocked by the scene in front of them. However, for personality reasons, although she was curious, she was pressed in her heart and did not ask, but Alice Furaki obviously did not have so many scruples, and squatted down curiously and asked, "What was that just now?" "A small capsule conjures up this many things with a touch of it." Bao Chang Ryu explained with a smile, "This is a universal capsule, a technology developed by Dr. Brive to compress space. Not only kitchenware, such as houses, airplanes, and everything can be loaded into it, just like I carry it with me." Speaking of this, Gongchang Ryu took out the 2 boxes full of universal capsules that had been prepared long ago and handed them to the two in front of him, nodding and saying, "This can be regarded as a gift for you to teach me cooking." The two sisters couldn't help but look at each other, and they had the intention to refuse but couldn't open their mouths at all. After all, seeing the scene just now, plus the introduction, it was really moving. Alice took it first with a smile and thanked her, "Thank you, I like it very much." Phew! Seeing this, Arina, who was secretly relieved, took the box full of universal capsules, and thanked him, "Thank you." After thanking him, Arina, who carefully put away the gift, asked again, "I wonder how much you know about cooking, Bao Chang Jun." "The degree of instant noodles." When Arina and Alice heard this, they couldn't help but look at Bao Long Sun and Moon without the slightest embarrassed expression. Arina, who thought about it, said, "In that case, let's start by chopping vegetables." Good. A moment later. Bao Chong Ryu still looked calm, but the two sisters of Irina, who were shocked, looked at all this in front of them with shock, as if in a dream. Chapter 020. A moment ago. After hearing Irina's words, Bao Commander Ryu opened the box full of kitchenware, and what came into front of Alice was densely packed. Well? Toy. The two sisters couldn't help but glance at each other suspiciously. Although the contents of the box did look like kitchenware, they were too small, as if they were for the little Terrans. But without waiting for the two to ask, Bao Chong Ryu had already taken out a kitchen knife with a piercing cold light, and immediately, the kitchen knife with the largest finger began to enlarge after being taken out, becoming the size of a normal kitchen knife. Seeing this scene, even if they had seen the magic of Universal Capsule, the two sisters still couldn't help but open their good-looking eyes in shock. Looking up at the shocked two, Bao Chong Ryu explained, "Don't be surprised, this is just a technique that I temporarily studied based on the Universal Capsule, just scaling down the items." After explaining, Bao Chong Ryu asked, "Now I'm going to cut those ingredients." After listening to Bao Chong Ryu's explanation, the two sisters couldn't help but put away the shock on their faces, but they were still speechless looking at the understated teenager in front of them, and frustration couldn't help but spring up in their hearts. After all, the people who can study this technique are too powerful. It's just something they don't even dare to imagine. It's just that if the two of them listened carefully to the words of the Bao Long Sun and Moon, it would definitely be even more shocking, because this technique was developed by him in the morning with a little time, not already researched. Suppressing the chaotic thoughts in his heart, Rina stretched out his hand and said, "Cut these." As for Alice, she squatted in front of the box with a curious face, just like a child who wanted to find a toy, and kept taking it out and putting it in, and it was fun to play. Good. Bao Chong Ryu nodded, ignored the two sisters behind him, walked a few steps, and immediately held a kitchen knife and chopped it down a little harder. After all, he has not used a kitchen knife in 16 years in this life, and even in the previous life he has not cooked so the first time he cooked, he was really a little nervous and unconfident. Swoosh! With a breaking sound, Bao Chong Sun and Moon cut off the carrot on the board with a knife, and also cut off the board, and even the steel kitchen table under the board was cleanly cut off. Bao Long Sun and Moon. Irina. Sora Alice. Looking at this scene in front of them, the three of them were speechless for a while. Compared to the speechlessness of Bao Chong Ryu with a trace of helplessness, the two sisters were speechless and full of shock. To be honest, today's shock was completely as much as the year before. Wow! What kind of kitchen knife is this? It's so sharp, just like the magic weapon in the novel. This won't be the artifact in the game. After the shock, Alice couldn't help but trot to Bao Chong Ryu's side with a look of surprise, curiously looking at the undamaged, still shining kitchen knife in his hand. Hearing this, Rina couldn't help but look at the Long Sun and Moon. Helplessly tugging at the corners of his mouth, Bao Chong Ryu instantly returned to calm after an embarrassed moment. After all, his grinding over the years was not in vain. "I did this in the morning, just installed some small technology." Bao Chong Ryu's face couldn't help but show a hint of weakness, and even he didn't believe what he said. The fact is that when he was making it in the morning, he couldn't help but refer to some works, such as Little Chinese Boss, What Ice and Fire Magic Kitchen and so on. But how this kind of thing makes him say it is not more shameful. Then what are the attributes of this kitchen knife? Alice looked curious, and had completely regarded these kitchenware made by Bao Chong Sun and Moon as artifacts in the game, and even the attributes had emerged. Ahem! Looking at the sparkling eyes and adoring the curious Alice, Bao Chong Ryu's face couldn't help but flash a touch of embarrassment. "It's nothing, just sharp, automatic cleaning, keeping the ingredients delicious, restoring the deliciousness of the ingredients. It's just a kind of small technology." When Shueche Erinai heard this, she couldn't help but look at the Bao Long Sun and Moon speechlessly. According to the sharpness just now, she had already guessed the power of the so-called small technique behind. Then couldn't help but be more speechless. To be honest, she was really helpless at this moment. Such a thing is indeed worthy of the title of artifact, and it can even be said that even a person who can cook a little, after using this knife, it is estimated that he can have a trick with her. At the same time, she couldn't help but be shocked. She didn't know much about the level of Bao Chong Sun and Moon technology before, but only from this kitchen knife, she already understood a little, and at the same time, she also understood why the three otherworldly visitors in the morning looked like believers. Irina, who looked at Bao Chong Ryu with an embarrassed face in front of him, in shock, and secretly said, "This guy is really not an ordinary powerful. That's awesome." Alice didn't think as much as her cousin, and after hearing this, she was looking at Bao Chong Sun and Moon with a look of adoration and excitement at this time. In fact, it is not surprising that she is so. After all, the molecular cuisine she is good at is very dependent on high technology, and in just a moment, she has seen the level of scientific and technological strength of this guy who is only 1 year older than her, which can't help but make her think. If I can get him to help me make something, I can definitely beat Irina. The more she thought about it, the excitement in Alice's eyes became thicker, and immediately a pair of beautiful eyes began to drip and turn. Irina, who was here, did not know that her cousin was thinking of defeating her, took a deep breath, and finally reluctantly calmed down, let herself not look at the box full of artifact-level kitchenware, walked to another kitchen counter, picked up a kitchen knife in front of him and said to Bao Chong Ryu, "Your kitchenware will be used in the future after your cooking skills improve, now use the kitchenware here first." Good. With the lesson just now, Bao Chong Ryu quickly put down the kitchen knife in his hand, stepped forward, took the kitchen knife in Irina's hand, and began to practice knife work again. Chapter 021. Whether it was Irina, or Alice, Hiroshi, they couldn't help but look at the Bao Long Sun and Moon in front of them with shock, and their eyes flashed with disbelief. Alice couldn't help but exclaim, "How is this possible?" However, under the gaze of the two, Bao Chong Ryu has now mastered the knife skill extremely skillfully. It can be said that he has entered the beginner level, has reached the elementary level, and is still improving at a speed that can be seen with the naked eye, and even now he has entered the intermediate level. But when he reached this point, only 5 minutes had passed since he picked up the kitchen knife. Irina's eyes flashed with disbelief. This guy is definitely a monster. In fact, not only her, but also Alice's heart, it is really too terrifying to advance the Long Sun and Moon. If nothing else, both of them are well-known geniuses in cooking, but even if they have been cultivating since they were young, it took them 3 years to reach the intermediate knife skill. Although this is also related to their young age when they first learned, one is 3 years and the other is less than 5 minutes, and the gap between the period is really terrifying. More importantly, with the cooking skills and eyesight of the two, it can be seen that Bao Chong Ryu has not even used a kitchen knife before this, which makes their frustration even stronger. By the time the two of them came back to their senses, 10 minutes had passed, and by this time, the knife skills of the Bao Long Sun and Moon had advanced to an advanced level. At this moment, looking at the Long Sun and Moon in front of them, Alice and the two only felt that their hearts were numb, and at this time, even if someone told them that the person in front of them was actually an immortal, they would not suspect it. At the same time, it completely dismissed the comparison with the guy in front of him who is not a person, which is really too shocking. Bao Chong Ryu, who is working hard to train his knife skills, couldn't help but look at himself with a speed visible to the naked eye, and couldn't help but flash a look of thought in his eyes. If you divide a person's talent into a level, from the lowest level of ordinary, to talent, and then the third level of genius, then I will now belong to the fourth level of geeks. Thinking of this, Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but move, and continued to think, if I only rely on my memory, I am a genius in some places that rely on memory, just like Irina, who has the tongue of God, in cooking, but where I don't rely on memory, I am just a talent at the beginning. As for when I don't rely on memory at all, I am just an ordinary person, but 16 years of tempering have made my mentality, character, memory. At this time, I was a genius everywhere, even if I didn't need much memory. And there is nothing in this world that does not need memory at all. However, after I used the gene repair elixir, my previous shortcomings, that is, my body was compensated for and enhanced, and other aspects were completely reached the level of genius, so the combination of the two was able to reach the fourth level, the degree of geekiness. But it's far from it, compared to some people, just weirdness is not enough. Thinking of this, Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but converge his thoughts and devoted himself to the practice of knife work. The geek is very powerful to say, in fact, it is just like that, compared to some people, it is nothing at all. For example, Arena, who is behind him, the other party's culinary talent is genius level, even among the genius level, it is the top, but if it is the most able to use her divine tongue to taste food, it is definitely a level of eccentricity. And the turtle immortal who claims to be able to master the turtle school Qigong after decades of cultivation, Sun Wukong only learned it at a glance. There may be various reasons for this, but there is no doubt that in martial arts, his talent is at the lowest level of eccentricity, or even higher. And some of the talents of people like Boomer, Vegeta, Vic and others, that are absolutely above the geeks, there is no doubt about that. Therefore, the talent of the Bao Long Sun and Moon seems to be high, but in fact, it is just like that. Compared with ordinary people, it is indeed very powerful, but if it is really compared with some existences, it is too far behind, such as San King, Baron Emperor, Superman, Pangu, and others. Whenever he thought of this, Bao Chong Sun and Moon would work harder and harder, because since he had obtained such a great opportunity now, his eyes were never on the ground, but towards the existence of Pangu. In this way, the time of each day of the long sun and moon has been arranged in detail and regularly. Get up at 6 o'clock in the morning, wash and eat, take a break, read casual books, such as novels, movies, etc., until 7 o'clock, and then carry out the cultivation of Wudao physical practice. This is the fastest and longest cultivation. Because each time is very short, but because he will die once, he needs a long time to recover and cultivate, and the morning basically passes. After recovering almost the same, I washed and ate, then took a lunch break, went to Yunyu to learn cooking at 1:30 in the afternoon, until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After eating in Yunyu, I would go home to rest until 6 o'clock, and then conduct 2 hours of research, and after 8 o'clock it was time to really rest. Reading novels, playing games, and other things that interest him will not rest until the early hours of the morning, and with his current physique, 6 hours of deep sleep a day is more than enough. In fact, in the past, his sleep time was only 3 hours, and he could rest completely, but now in order to relieve the consumption of dying once a day, the sleep time has doubled. This is a busy but leisurely day for the Long Bao, as has been the previous 16 years. So in fact, he is not tired nor busy and even has much more time to play and rest than to study and study. The reason why this is so is because he knows very well that the reason why he studies so hard is not that he wants to be a hard worker, but that he wants more enjoyment, immortality, 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 great power, etc., all in order to enjoy better. If you are busy with this all day, it is completely putting the cart before the horse. This is his Bao Long Sun, a hedonistic man. Chapter 022. 1 month in the real world, 10 months have passed in the second world. Far Moon Academy. Bao Chong Ryu breathed a sigh of relief and sighed, "Wu, I died more than 300 times, and finally found out where the difference was." Heading towards the exclusive practice room that belonged to him and the 2 sisters of Arena, the whole person was relaxed, and the smile on his face could not be concealed. But in the morning, he finally cracked the first difficulty of Wudao physical training, and after 10 months, he finally did not die for the first time, but ended his cultivation with serious injuries. At this time, Bao Nagako Hijetsu came to the kitchen, where the two sisters were already waiting. "I'm coming." Looking at the Bao Long Sun and Moon with a smile on his face, the two of them couldn't help but frown, and then nodded one after another, "Good afternoon." For the happy Bao Long Sun and Moon, Rina Hirana just glanced at it strangely, and did not say anything, but Alice asked curiously, "You are quite happy today, have you encountered anything good?" Bao Chong Ryu nodded with a smile and said without elaboration, "Well, I have solved a difficult problem that has plagued me for almost a year." As he spoke, Bao Chong Ryu's thoughts couldn't help but return to the morning, and after 10 months of analysis and trying, he finally found out why he died as soon as he practiced the Wuodeo physical training technique, but it was because he missed a key thing. The cultivation of Wuodeo physical training requires not only movements, but also breathing methods, a breathing method hidden in Heaven and Earth Immortal Chong Chun Gong. This is the natural evolution of Soul World, which has exceeded his setting. If he hadn't given up his research on Lingbo Microstep, North Pluto Divine Gong, and Heaven and Earth Immortal Chong Chun Gong, he really couldn't explore this, and then the Wuodeo physical training technique, which laid the foundation for him, would really rot in his hands. After being happy, Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but ponder, but just the movement and breathing method are not enough, there is still a key thing missing, only the combination of the three is the real Wuodeo physical training technique. Although he found out the breathing method, although he did not die in the morning of cultivation, he was also seriously injured, and he lay in the treatment warehouse for a whole morning before recovering. Of course, this is also related to the fact that his body has not reached the foundation of the Wuodeo physical training technique, but even so, forcibly cultivating, in the case of movements and breathing methods, will not directly be seriously injured. Therefore, the analysis of the Long Sun and Moon showed that he was still missing a key factor. Thinking of this, Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but secretly sighed, there really is nothing in the world that can be rubbed at your fingertips. Think about this Wuodeo physical practice, he specially prepared it for himself, during which he paid a lot of price and worked hard, and the result was useless even if he got it. Just researching a prerequisite for cultivation died 300 times, and it took more than half a year. If he didn't have a second world, then even if he had the Wuodeo physical training, he would definitely train himself to death. But in fact, if you think about it, Bao Chong Sun Moon can also understand why this is so. In his setting, this Wuodeo physical training belongs to the bottom of the Xiao Ai box, naturally attaches great importance to it. Even for the disciples who inherit the mantle, they have to be tested repeatedly. In this case, it is really strange that he does not do some tricks and feat. After all, if it was he who taught it to his disciples, he would naturally not be harmed by these hands and feet that he made, and if he did not inform these key points and practiced, it would obviously be another situation, then these hands and feet he did would also be effective. Not bad. These tricks and feat made by Xiao Ai can be said to be prepared for those who are not disciples of the Xiao Ao sect like Bao Chong Sun and Moon. Thinking of this, Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but think, there is a problem with this Wuodeo physical training technique, then I am afraid that there is also a problem with the Northern Darkness divine skill left by Li Qiushui. Thinking of this, the more Gong Chong Ryu thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. After all, North Hades divine skill belongs to the absolute school of the Xiao Ao faction, although Lu Qiushui said that he wanted the cultivators to kill all the disciples of the Xiao Ao faction, but with her ruthless personality, it would definitely leave flaws in the Northern Hades divine skill or something. If you really cultivate to a certain realm, the best outcome will be the same as Yu Yang Feng, who cultivated the 9 yin true scripture that was added, but most of the people cannot have the same talent as Yu Yang Feng, and they are not to say anything, and they also made a reverse 9 yin true scarf. The corner of Bao Chong Ryu's mouth couldn't help twitching, and secretly thought with fear, it's good that I didn't cultivate, otherwise I would definitely be pitted, so to speak. Duan Yu only cultivated the previous few pictures, it is definitely the protagonist's aura at work. If he really cultivates all, then even the protagonist will probably end up miserable. Thinking of this, Bao Chongryu couldn't help but secretly sighed. Sure enough, no one can be underestimated, and there will definitely be no pie in the sky. Fortunately, I met him, and if I came with another person, I would definitely cry. Fortunately, I had the foresight to figure out my cultivation in this second world first, otherwise. That end is really unimaginable, but for the sake of safety, I will cut off the connection with the real body in the future, so that the cultivation of the second world body will not be fed back into reality. Fortunately and afraid at the same time, Gong Chongryu couldn't help but secretly make up his mind. He must be careful in his actions in the future, and he must keep an eye on everything, especially in cultivation. 1 day in the real world, 10 days in the second world. I have time, everything is for safety. I must thoroughly understand the Wudao physical practice before I can practice, almost not. The same is true of Northern Darkness Divine Gong and Heaven and Earth Immortal Chong Chun Gong, even Lingbo Microstep that should have no problems. Just like science, if you miss a little, there will be a catastrophe, and this applies to anything. Thinking of this, Bao Chong Sun and Moon did not have that moment. And he was more glad than now that he chose technology at the beginning, instead of directly looking for the turtle immortal cultivation. If that's the case, then whether his Goldfinger soul world can be opened or not, even if it can be opened, without enough scientific knowledge, the effect that can be exerted is definitely not much, and even like now, there is no second world, it is definitely a candy containing poison, one to eat and one to die. Chapter 023. Rina frowned at Bao Commander Ryu, whose face was changing, and asked, "What's wrong with you? Suddenly unhappy?" When Alice heard this, she also looked at him curiously and worriedly. Hearing this, Gong Chongryu came back to his senses, looked at the two with worry in his eyes, couldn't help but warm his heart, and said with a smile, "It's okay, I just suddenly thought of something, don't say it, let's start practicing." While speaking, Bao Chongryu walked to the kitchen counter that belonged to him and began to practice his cooking skills. After 10 months of getting along day and night, the three of them have gone from strange to familiar, and now they have become friends, without all the worries they had at the beginning. Seeing that Bao Chongryu didn't want to say, the two of them didn't ask. 10 months of getting along day and night, both of them knew very well, if it was really a big deal, then the other party would not continue to practice cooking here now, so the two were not very worried. Dang dang dang. Looking at the light knife work of the Bao Long Sun and Moon, whether it was Irina, or Alice, they couldn't help but feel a touch of admiration. By now, the two of them have no intention of contending, so for the terrifying talent of Bao Chong Sun and Moon, the two will not be hit, but more often they have a thought of admiration every time they look at it. Looking back now, this emotion, even not caring, was also struck. After all, the learning speed of the Bao Long Sun and Moon is definitely at the monster level. In one afternoon, the knife worker reached the expert level, and the next day began to practice the fire. The same time, the same reached the expert level, and the next few days were the same. It can be said that in just a few days, the cooking skills have reached the expert level. If nothing else, you must know that both of them have good talents in cooking, but they have worked hard to exercise since they were young and they are just experts after more than 10 years. And more importantly, starting with experts, each level is divided into 9 small levels, that is, 9 stars, and the more stars, the higher the level. Rina has the tongue of God, as one of the 10 masters of the Far Moon. Her cooking skills are only 4 stars of the expert level, and as for Alice of the Upper Moon, she has just reached the expert level, only 1 star. And the Bao Long Sun and Moon that? Now it has reached the expert 9 stars, it can be said that it has reached the peak, and it has been reached 3 months ago. If he hadn't been trapped at the expert level, he wouldn't have been caught up by the two of them. Not bad. The previous level was the level when he knew the Bao Long Sun and Moon, and in the past 10 months, with his help, both of them had reached the expert 9 stars, and they had also reached the peak, but the time they reached was different. Irina, who was only 3 months short of the Bao, and Alice, who was half a month ago, was trapped at the expert level like him. Speaking of which, in fact, I have to say that Irina, who deserves to have the ability of God's tongue that is suitable for cooking, coupled with more than 10 years of training, she completely broke out after meeting the Bao Long Sun and Moon. In the 5 months of competition, it was only a few days short of entering the 9-star expert, which made Bao Chong Sun and Moon have to sigh. You must know that his 16 years of study and exercise aside, he has an unforgettable memory, and the perfect body achieved after using the gene repair elixir. It can be said that Bao Long Sun Moon is the most perfect ordinary human being, and it is not comparable to Irina, even if she has the tongue of God. After all, the tongue of God is actually more of an auxiliary role for cooking, and the main function is still in tasting. Therefore, being able to follow the Bao Long Sun and Moon, only a few days away from reaching the 9-star expert level, is absolutely impressive. After all, 7 months to improve 5 stars, that is not ordinary difficulty. After all, according to the original trajectory, it will take her 3 years to reach the level when she graduates, which is still because she has the tongue of God. After all, in the past, not all the 10 masters were able to reach the 9-star expert when they graduated first, most of them were 7 or 8 stars, and even 5 or 6 stars, and those who could reach the 9-star could be said to be once in 10 years. Therefore, Irina's ability to reach the 9-star expert level at this time shocked many people, and even many people were optimistic that she could break through to the master level before graduation. This is an evaluation she has not received before. After all, most of the students who graduated in previous years have stayed at the 9-star expert level after more than 10 years, and only a small number of people can break through to the master level, so you can know the difficulty of breaking through to the master level. Everyone does not doubt whether Irina, who can break through to the master level, but it is also generally believed that she will not break through to the master level until she is about 30 years old. The smallest master level that has been recorded now is also 20 years old, and that is a real demon. The divine tongue also has the other party, and there are several ability talents that can be compared. No one has ever compared the two, but now there are quite a few people who think that Irina, who is able to surpass the demon chef. As for Alice, she was far from it. She was able to reach the 9-star expert level, and it could be said that she relied entirely on the high-tech that Bao Chong Sun and Moon made for her. In fact, this is also normal. After all, her culinary skills rely on various high technologies. Therefore, knowing the long sun and moon of the Bao, no one was surprised that she could closely follow Rina Hire to reach the 9-star expert level. However, no one dares to say when she can break through to the master level, and even many people think that she is likely to not break through, unless she abandons all kinds of high technology and works hard to hone her cooking skills, which is possible to break through to the master level after 20 years. After all, molecular cuisine is originally a new culinary art, which is currently developing, and the experts are already the highest, and the current 9-star expert of Alice is already the highest. And if the expert level can still rely on various auxiliary means to achieve, then the master is another field, and it is impossible for people who do not have talent, chance, perseverance, etc. to achieve. As for Bao Chong Ryu, everyone does not evaluate him. After all, what can be said about a person who has reached the 9-star expert level in only 5 months, and is still proficient in the culinary arts of all countries, which can be said to be the most comprehensive and solid foundation? Of course, this also has to do with the fact that not many people know that he is learning to cook. Chapter 024. Half an hour later. After exercising her cooking skills for a while, Alice ate the food made by herself and her cousin and Bao Chong Ryu, and muttered with a broken face, "Kitchen heart? What exactly is kitchen? Does such a thing really exist? It's unbelievable that there is such a magical and unscientific thing to cook a dish." Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but smile when he heard this, looking at Irina, who didn't speak, but also had doubts flashing in his eyes, and couldn't help but recall the unscientific cooking skills in the halberd. Just like the luminous cuisine in Little Chinese Boss, the same food world of halberd spirit also has completely unscientific cuisine, that is, the so-called heart cuisine. The chef's cooking contains the chef's intention, and after the diner eats it, it is like eating an aphrodisiac, all kinds of temptations, all kinds of picture sense, so the world also has the name of the aphrodisiac spirit, and even the male protagonist Kohei Sojin also has the title of Medicine King. In fact, the chefs of this world cook as unscientifically as drugged them. In the past, I didn't understand this Bao Long Sun and Moon. After all, adding intentions to the cuisine is even more unscientific and difficult to understand than the birth qi in the body. However, after 10 months of cooking learning, coupled with collecting information, Gongchang Ryu gradually understood what is the mind and what is the cooking heart. In fact, in this world, everyone has a power, that is, the mind, but it has to be tempered to a certain stage before it can be intentionally or unintentionally attached to the dish. However, it is related to the level set by the Bao Long Sun and Moon in the second world. The most junior chef is actually equivalent to the level that can already open a restaurant independently, and such a dish naturally does not have the so-called intention. The intermediate chef who follows is equivalent to the elite level. As long as it is not a first-tier city, it has enough status and fame in the second and third-tier cities. However, chefs of this level still do not involve the heart, only extremely lucky, super level of play will add a touch of heart to the dish. At the end of the day, you can already add your heart to the dishes you make with all your strength, but they are still very thin and completely out of control. However, chefs who have reached this level can already be said to have truly entered the door of cooking in this world, and can enter those boutique restaurants. For example, junior chefs are all small restaurants, and intermediate chefs are chefs of restaurants for ordinary people, and only those who reach advanced can enter boutique restaurants that specialize in serving high society. For example, the restaurant opened by Shinomiya Kojiro, a graduate of halberd, is a so-called boutique restaurant. However, a senior chef can only be responsible for 1 or 2 dishes when he enters here, and it will not be a signature dish, and it is even more impossible for the chef or anything. And it should be noted that unlike the 9 small levels that will have 9 stars starting from the expert, the first 3 levels are 3 levels, there is no star rating, and there is no division between the front, middle, and back, and the advanced is advanced, which is very simple. From here, you can actually know that in this world, only those who reach the expert level can be said to be culinary masters, such as the 10 masters of the Far Moon, Kohei Sojin, and Megami Tansho, who are all expert chefs. Only chefs of this level are eligible to open boutique restaurants, but those who join can become chef-level chefs as long as they have enough experience. Only chefs who have reached this level will include their own intentions in every dish they make, which is actually the time when the chef's heart is formed. For example, when Tasha Megami was with Shiro Shinomiya, it was the expression of her cooking heart. And the expert level is also the time to slowly cultivate the chef's heart, even if it is a 9-star expert level. Of course, at the expert level, chefs can add intentions to their dishes, but they don't know what a chef heart is, nor can they perceive their own cooking heart, let alone control their own heart. This is true of Megami Tasho, Kojiro Shinomiya, and others. And this is also the bottleneck to break through to the master level, that is, to feel the chef's heart, understand the chef's heart, can control your own mind, let the chef's heart blossom. This is the master level. It is also the chef rank of Saikurizi Yuman, Kohei Joichiro, and Dojima Jin. These people have already understood what a chef heart is, and have let their cooking heart blossom, and they can freely add their own thoughts to the dishes they sit in. This is also the peak of the cooking path of halberd spirit, and the so-called Grand Master level cooking skills do not actually exist in this world. A flash of essence flashed in Bao Chong Ryu's eyes, and he thought thoughtfully, maybe if you let the cooking shine while the heart of the cook is blooming, then you can reach the Grand Master level. In the past 10 months of studying cooking, Gongchang Ryu has a feeling that he is indeed a genius in cooking, and the inspiration in his head is simply one after another, surging and gushing. Even the luminous cuisine that he had never seen at all, he had guessed, and even inferred that the departure light cuisine was a level realm like the chef heart. Even if he could not make the chef heart blossom, as long as he thoroughly mastered the luminous cuisine, he could also reach the master level. It's just that because the luminous cuisine does not exist in the second world, and the cuisine of halberd spirit is also two completely different paths, even with the talent of bowing the sun and the moon, it is extremely difficult to deduce from nothing, since the 9-star experts began to try it 2 months ago, and now they have not made a glowing dish. You must know that he is a 9-star expert cooking, according to the cooking heart and luminous cuisine of the same level, then the high level can make luminous cuisine. He has studied for 2 months but still has not started. But a solemnity appeared on Gongchang Ryu's face. I always feel that my talent in cooking is a little too detached, and I always feel that there is something wrong with this. A moment later, Baochang Ryu shook his head and did not continue to think about it. Firstly, he couldn't figure it out, and secondly, he was not sure, thinking that he was thinking cranky. After all, he studied cooking for 10 months, but he was stuck at the 9-star expert level for 3 months, which was also a blow to him. Chapter 025. Suppressing the chaotic thoughts in his heart, Baochang Ryu suddenly asked, "What do you think is the basis of cooking? What's the most important thing?" "Hey!" The muttering Alice, the dazed Rina couldn't help but be stunned when she heard this, and then subconsciously thought about it. A moment later, Alice took the lead and said, "For me, the basis of a chef should be knife work, seasoning, heat, and high-tech knowledge, and the most important thing should be high-tech tools, right?" Looking at Alice, who was a little uncertain, Baochang Ryu, who originally just wanted to divert the topic, couldn't help but move in his heart when he heard this, revealing a thoughtful look. "I disagree." Irina, who shook her head, "I think the foundation of a chef is knife work, seasoning, and heat, and there is no need for any high-tech knowledge, and the most important thing is naturally the heart of cooking." Humph! Alice couldn't help but pout when she heard this, looking at her cousin dissatisfied, wanting to refute but unable to speak. After all, the so-called high technology is only suitable for her molecular cooking, not for other chefs. At this time, Baochang Ryu said with a sudden expression, "So it is, I understand." The interrupted Alice sisters looked at the happy Bao Long Sun and Moon, and their eyes flashed with doubt. Looking up at the two of Irina, who were in front of them, Baochang Ryu did not hide it, and explained, "In fact, everyone has everyone's path, and each stage also has the pursuit of each stage, so you don't need to compare with other people, you just need to understand your own pursuit." Alice couldn't help but wonder when she heard this. Of course, Baochang Ryu guessed that this girl didn't think about it at all. The reason why this expression was completely to let him explain, he was too lazy to think. This can be confirmed by the thoughtful Rina Tsukasai. Baochang Ryu ignored the lazy Alice and continued to explain, "Just like Alice, the most important thing for you at the moment is high-tech, because you can't do without these things, and once you leave your cooking skills, you will drop several stars." Speaking of this, Baochang Ryu looked at Irina, "But for Irina, you don't need any high technology, and you don't have the problem of declining cooking skills, so for you, the most important thing now is to understand what a chef heart is, let the chef heart blossom, and thus enter the master level. That's how everyone pursues differently at each stage." Speaking of this, Baochang Ryu summed up a sentence and continued, "Just like your grandfather, he is already a master, so for him, the ultimate thing is not the chef heart, because he has already let his kitchen heart blossom, and even has already borne fruit." "So it is." Rina had a look of enlightenment on her face. "I see." Alice also suddenly realized. Seeing this, Baochang Ryu nodded in satisfaction and continued, "As for the basics, the same is actually true, for beginners, the basics are naturally knife work, heat, seasoning, but for us now, in fact, the foundation has changed and become the mind. And for people of your grandfather's level, the foundation has changed again, becoming a kitchen heart. So with everyone's growth, everyone's foundation and pursuit are constantly changing. So it is. Alice nodded again and again with a look of understanding, making people wonder if she really understood. Instead, Irina, who looked at Bao Nagarayu with a puzzled expression, asked, "And then? What are you saying this for? And what's the use?" When Alice heard this, she also looked at Bao Chong Sun and Moon suspiciously, obviously not understanding what this had to do with their ability to break through the master level. Looking at the two who were puzzled, Bao Chong Ryu did not panic, but said meaningfully, "Don't you think that our foundation is a little inadequate?" "What do you mean?" Irina, both of them looked puzzled. Hearing this, Bao Chong Ryu did not continue to sell guanzi, and opened his mouth to explain, "Just like when we first learned cooking, the basics were knife work, heat, seasoning, etc. It can be said that a variety of foundations give us enough room to advance, but now it is at our level. These foundations of knife work have been lowered, and our foundation has become the heart, which can also be said to be the heart of the kitchen, but there is only this one. Don't you think it is a little too monotonous?" Hearing this, Irina, who was shocked, said in shock, "I understand. Only a colorful foundation can have enough room for progress, just like building a house. A single base cannot build a house, even if it is barely built, it will be unstable, there is a danger of collapse, not to mention, it is not high. And we are like this now, the foundation is only the kitchen heart, the reason why we are trapped is because our foundation is not enough, so it is so difficult to forcibly break through, even grandpa they are because the foundation is not enough. Plus they have already forcibly broken through once, so they are locked in the current realm and cannot continue to break through. So it is." At this time, Alice also understood. Children can be taught. Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but show satisfaction. In fact, it was also because he thought of luminous cuisine before, and then there was a little aura, but he didn't comprehend it, and then he completely comprehended it in the answer of the two of Irina. Because he thought of the glowing cuisine of Little Chinese Boss from the chef heart of Halberd Spirit, and then thought of another gastronomic world, the countless precious ingredients in the Prisoner of Food. Therefore, Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but have a new understanding. If you want to reduce the difficulty of breaking through to the master level, or even break through to a higher grandmaster level, or surpass the grandmaster and reach the super specification level of cooking, then you must increase the foundation other than the cooking heart. From the three different styles of food world, Bao Chong Sun and Moon has found two other new foundations, that is, the luminous cuisine in Little Chinese Boss and the ingredients in the Prisoner of Food. A flash of essence flashed in Bao Chong Ryu's eyes, and he secretly said, "If the heart of the chef represents the heart, then the prisoner of the food is the ingredients. No. It should be said that it is food, because everything in that world itself exists as ingredients, and it is not the same as ordinary ingredients." Chapter 026. At this moment, the inspiration of the Bao Long Sun and Moon was caught by him one after another, turned into various realizations, became his foundation, and let him solve a lot of doubts. The ones in the world of Prisoner of Food are the purest ingredients, because they exist as ingredients themselves, which is fundamentally different. In other worlds, whether it is Halberd Spirit, or Chinese Little Master, or even Dragon Ball and other worlds, the so-called ingredients are not born as ingredients, they are all lives, but they are killed and turned into ingredients. In this case, this ingredient is not pure enough, just like when a person is killed and used as an ingredient, there must be resentment, unwillingness, and other emotions, so such ingredients are unqualified. Therefore, in order to achieve a higher level, in addition to the heart of cooking, another necessary foundation is the ingredients, and we must find a way to make the ingredients pure. Thinking of this, Bao Chong Sun and Moon couldn't help but frown slightly while realizing it, because this is the same as the kitchen heart, it is too difficult to do. No. It should be said that this is more difficult than comprehending the chef's heart. That's not right. Bao Chongryu couldn't help but shake his head. There should be little difference between the two, but for me who doesn't know the method, the food intention is obviously more difficult to comprehend than the cooking heart. In fact, for the chef heart, Bao Chong Sun and Moon also did not comprehend, which made him comprehend the seemingly more difficult food, which was simply difficult for strong men. Phew! Bao Chongryu took a deep breath and secretly said, "At present, it seems that the only way to think of it is from the glowing cuisine, although this is not simple, but at least there is a clue, much better than any cooking heart and food." Thinking of this, Gong Chongryu began to recall Chinese little boss over and over again, wanting to understand the mystery of luminous cuisine. After all, the so-called luminous cuisine before this was just a comic, and it was not a simple thing to understand. However, what is better is that little Chinese boss is Chinese culture after all, which has an innate advantage for him. Over and over again. I don't know how long time has passed, Bao Chong Sun and Moon has been immersed in memories, recalling over and over again, not letting go of a single thing. After all, there is no explanation of glowing cuisine in the manga, and I don't even know if there is such a concept. Alice looked at the Bao Long Sun and Moon, who closed her eyes and did not say a word, and asked without worry, "What's wrong? You okay?" Rina stopped her cousin, who wanted to get close to Bao Nagaku Ryu, and said solemnly, "Don't disturb him, he should have thought of something." After speaking, Irina, who thought about it, still called his grandfather Sorayuri, and his close secretary. After 10 months of getting along with Bao Chong Sun and Moon, she knew very well what a heaven-defying existence the person in front of her was, and she was shocked and lost her mind to compare. Coupled with the previous conversation, she is 10% sure that the other party is thinking about the way forward in cooking, and when the other party wakes up, she is 80% sure that the other party will find a way forward. So she notified her grandfather and secretary, wanting to let the two of them get stained. After all, even if Bao Chongryu figured it out, it was also Bao Chongryu's own secret, and others had no right to share, and the reason why she found the two of them was just to hold the idea of what if she could know a star and a half, it would be enough for the two of them to last a lifetime. As for herself and her silly cousin around her, she was not worried. 10 months of getting along made her very clear that Bao Chongryu would not hide it from them if she had some understanding. But even if she knew the future of the kitchen road from the mouth of Bao Chongryu, she couldn't tell others that she couldn't do that kind of thing, and she would definitely not allow herself to do it, because it was too despicable. It's like a person's friend creating a secret technique and telling you because of a good relationship, but you know whether it counts or not, and tell others, which is too bad. Therefore, Irina, who was also able to think of this method, could only think of this method. When the time comes, Bao Chongryu wakes up, if she is willing, she will tell the two of them, and if she is not willing, forget it. Anyway, whether she knows it or not, she will not tell others. Not for a while. The two of them, Izukari Zuyuman and the secretary, came over one after another, and under the gesture of Irina, Izukari quietly waited for the sun and moon to wake up, and as for Alice Hiroshi, she didn't call anyone, and I don't know if she didn't understand, or if she understood but no one called. After all, the grandfather who was closest to her had already come. However, according to his not stupid brain, I am afraid that the latter is more likely. After half a ring, Bao Chongryu opened his eyes flashing with brilliant light, and said, "It turns out that the so-called luminous cuisine is technology, an extraordinary technology. Not bad." He recalled the little Chinese boss 48 times, and finally discovered the mystery of luminous cuisine. In fact, Gong Chongryu should have noticed a long time ago. He did not think about integrating China Little Master into the second world, but that world is not an ordinary world, because that world belongs to the martial arts world. There are internal skills, and there are cooking skills equivalent to martial arts. So at this point, it is already obvious that the so-called luminous cuisine is a cuisine made with extraordinary technology, which is no longer something that ordinary people's technology can achieve. No matter how high a person's cooking skills are, even if it is a grandmaster level, it is useless. As long as it does not reach the extraordinary level, it can process the ingredients at a deeper level, then it is impossible to cook at all. To be clear, the technique of an ordinary chef can pull out a piece of noodles with 21 buttons, which has extraordinary power, and if you want to make a departure light dish, you must pull out 42 button ramen. It can be said that this is a two-level technology. Moreover, the 42 buckle is the foundation, and only this level of technology can make departure hikari dishes. This is the chef of Little Chinese Master, a martial arts chef world, belonging to an extraordinary chef. A confident smile appeared on Bao Chongrayu's face, cooking heart, food intention. Plus the mysterious extraordinary technology of luminous cuisine, that is, cooking skills. This is the three foundations of the 9-star expert. As long as you comprehend one of them, you can become a master, and the second of them is a grand master, and the three have to be a chef with super specifications. Chapter 027. Cook. Appetite? And cooking skills? Several people from the Zuomen Gate listened to Bao Chongrayu's words, and couldn't help but look at him suspiciously, obviously only listening to these few short words he said. They couldn't understand what food intention was, nor did they understand what cooking skills were. Even the two sisters of Alice were the same. At most they knew that these two were the other two foundations mentioned in the mouth of Bao Commander Ryu. Bao Chongryu came back to his senses, looking at the four people in front of him, especially the newly emerged secretaries and sons. A flash of understanding flashed in his eyes, but he understood why the two appeared here. If you can tell them about your food intentions and cooking skills, or even publish them directly, so that more people can do research, and I don't have to bother. When Gong Chongryu thought of this, he couldn't help but sigh secretly, and a touch of disappointment surged in his heart. This second world is an ordinary world after all, although there is a chef's heart, Dragon Ball Chi, and even superpowers, but even if billions of people work together, it is impossible to study food and cooking skills. It's not that he underestimates Arena, but that's the case. After all, the second world has the rules of the second world, and these rules are not so easy to break. Not to mention the will of food. If you want to comprehend cooking skills, you must have extraordinary powers, such as internal force, true chi, chakra, etc., and the only thing that can be touched at present is the chi in the Dragon Ball. However, you must know that the chi of Dragon Ball is not easy to cultivate, and its level and starting point are much higher than chakra, internal force, true chi, and Neon ability. If nothing else, let's say that the Bull Demon King, as a disciple of the Turtle Immortal, still can't control the chi, and his combat power at that time definitely reached dozens of points. Don't think that the Bull Demon King is very weak. You must know that the combat power of the Monkey King who just appeared is only about 10 points, and at that time, he can already be damaged under the gun. At most it is a red dot, a pain point. It can be said that he is completely a little Superman. What is more important is that Sun Wukong is indeed the lowest warrior among the Scions, but he is still a Scion, and his qualifications are definitely the top among the Earthlings. But even if he has such qualifications, his cultivation in the past 10 years is only 10 points of combat effectiveness. Of course, there are also reasons such as laying a foundation, being young, and not having a famous teacher to teach. But it is undeniable that the level of chi, as well as the starting point, is very high. If you want to exert chi, you need at least 100 combat power. Of course, some people may say that Sun Wukong once cast Qigong waves that pushed a car when he first came out of the mountain. In fact, these are two different things. Not to mention the qualification of Sun Wukong, you must know that he is a Scion after all, although he has amnesia, but the physical instinct is still there, and after each Scion is born, he will accept the knowledge of the Scion, such as Qigong waves. It can be said that Qigong waves are not strange to the amnesiac Monkey King, and there are still some body memories which can be used to perform Qigong waves in the case of more than a dozen combat power. In the words of the Turtle Immortals, in order to master the Turtle School Qigong, it takes 60 years of practice, and this prerequisite is even likely to be based on the premise of good qualifications. Therefore, the Qi of Dragon Ball is not something that ordinary people can learn, nor can it be cultivated in a short time, let alone apply Qi to cooking skills and create cooking skills, which is even more difficult. Therefore, he did not have any hope for the cooking skills developed by Arena, and the same was true of food. If there is even a slight possibility of cooking skills, the appetite is simply impossible. Therefore, Bao Chong Ryu did not open his mouth to tell the four people what he had comprehended. After all, it was useless to say it, but it would make several people trouble. For Arena, who is still concentrating on the study of cooking, they have a better chance of entering the master level, and if they know what cooking skills are, it will only distract a few people and slow down their culinary progress. Of course, in fact, Bao Chong Sun and Moon is not without a way. After all, he still has Lingbo microstep in his hand, and it is not difficult to cultivate true Qi and internal strength. At that time, it may not be impossible to create cooking skills. But that's a bit too much trouble. Not bad. It's the trouble. For Gongchang Ryu, cooking is just a way to express his negative emotions, and his main energy is still the study of Wudao physical training, and it is impossible to put the cart before the horse. And he is confident that with his talent, he will definitely be able to comprehend the chef's heart, so instead of making some mess to distract his energy, he prefers to slowly hone his cooking skills and enter the master level by comprehending the chef's heart. Of course, in fact, it is more because even the current cooking level can already satisfy him to calm down and express his negative emotions. At the end of the day, cooking isn't very important to him, so he doesn't put too much thought into it. Even he himself felt very strange. He was actually not very interested in cooking. Obviously, compared with cooking, there are more suitable professions for him. At the very least, he is more interested in tennis than cooking, of course, not ordinary tennis, but the tennis balls known as murderous tennis, the Prince of Tennis. Yes, the second world contains the Prince of Tennis. After all, unlike cooking, the tennis ball in the Prince of Tennis involves Qi in the body, such as the 3 doors of selflessness, and he very much suspects that this is an entry change of Qi, and if it is refined, it is definitely good for martial arts cultivation. Even if you take 10,000 steps back, it is definitely more beneficial than cooking. But at the beginning, Bao Chong Ryu didn't know what to think, so he chose cooking and gave up tennis. Thinking of this, Bao Chong Ryu's heart moved slightly. Perhaps, I don't need to spend all my time on cooking, I can try tennis to see what the meaning of the so-called selfless 3 doors is, and whether it is related to the Qi in the human body as I think. Maybe you can practice cooking skills. Thinking of this, Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but have a decision in his heart. Next, the 5 of them talked for a while and then dispersed. And Bao Nagaku Ryu did not say his intentions. After all, this method only applied to him, not to Arena. You must know that the realm of selflessness is not easy to comprehend. Chapter 028. In the end, Bao Chong Ryu did not go to learn tennis, not because he didn't want to, but because Boomer found it, and her arrival also brought new options. The capital of the West, the Boomer House. Gene evolution potion succeeded. In the laboratory, Boomer looked at the shimmering starry potion in front of him, and couldn't help but smile. After being happy, Boomer took the potion in front of him and opened her mouth to take it without the slightest hesitation. As for failure or anything, it was impossible. After all, she had tried dozens of times in the second world. Boom! With the gene evolution elixir swallowed into the abdomen, in an instant, a gentle energy spread throughout the body, and then from the bone marrow to the fur, from brain neurons to genes, all evolved under this gentle energy. Strength, speed, resilience, memory, and so on all enhanced. After half a ring, Boomer opened his eyes and said with confidence on his face, "Now I have doubled my combat strength, my combat power has reached 10 points, and I am no longer able to enter the sword, just like Gaku." Combat effectiveness was put forward by Bao Chong Ryu 5 years ago, and various combat effectiveness testing instruments were successfully developed, so as to promote the world, and it can be said that the combat effectiveness system has now resounded all over the world. Speaking of this, Boomer's face couldn't help but show a hint of pride, and continued, "And this is just the beginning, now my talent has evolved, it can be said that it has surpassed humans, and I can quickly become stronger with a little training." Immediately couldn't wait to test, and found that it was the same as she speculated, and immediately didn't even care about freshening up, so she couldn't wait to rush out of the laboratory, drove the plane and left, obviously to show off. East China Sea, an island in the middle of an island. Boom! With the sound of breaking the air, a plane quickly flew in, landed on the island, and walked off. Boomer. "Wait a minute, I must surprise them, let them say that I am weak before, now let them see how powerful my Miss Boomer is." Talking to himself excitedly, Boomer immediately put away the plane and walked towards the cabin in front of him. "Gaku, Oolong, I'm coming, come and greet me." Boomer shouted and walked into the room, and saw Oolong and Pool lying on a small bed. Just at a glance, it was clear that the two were not sleeping, but entered the second world. As for the Monkey King, the others are not here. "Oolong, Pool." Boomer immediately pouted and pushed the two, but the excitement in her heart was slightly reduced. After all, a while had passed, and she had calmed down a little. The most important thing is that the excitement is not vented, there is a feeling of being hit. Feeling the disturbance from the outside world, Oolong and Pool woke up, saw Boomer in front of them, and couldn't help but fly over in surprise. "Boomer, you are here!" Snap! Looking at the Oolong who rushed towards him, with a look of color, Boomer slapped the colored pig to the ground without hesitation, and then ignored the Oolong on the ground, and asked Pool, "Gaku and Lepingna?" Pool gloated at Oolong while replying, "They followed the turtle immortals to cultivate." Hearing this, Boomer ignored the two little guys who were fighting, turned and walked out of the hut. Took out a pair of glasses and put them on his face, but it was something similar to combat effectiveness testing instrument. Found it. After the operation, Boomer rushed out with excitement, and Oolong and Pool quickly stopped playing when they saw this, and rushed out with them. It didn't take long for the three of them to find Sun Wukong, Leaping, and Klin, who were tied to a book, avoiding the attack of bees, and the turtle immortal who was supervising on the side. Gaku. Seeing this, Boomer shouted happily. "Boomer!" Immediately, there was a burst of chicken flying dogs, and then the turtle immortal stopped cultivating and returned to the turtle fairy house with the group. As soon as he sat down, Sun Wukong couldn't wait to ask, "Boomer, how do I feel that you seem to have become a lot stronger, making me feel like I want to fight you?" "Hoo-hoo." Hearing this, Boomer immediately showed a proud look, accompanied by the sound effect, distributed the combat effectiveness detection eyes prepared by himself to everyone, and said proudly, "Look at me." "What is it?" Sun Wukong and the turtle immortal both showed doubts. Hearing this, Klin skillfully manipulated the glasses while saying, "This is the combat effectiveness detection glasses, which is a high-tech that can detect the combat effectiveness of creatures." Detecting the combat effectiveness of creatures. The turtle immortal couldn't help but show surprise when he heard this. Seeing this, Leaping explained with a smile, "The so-called combat strength is a person's strength, the combat strength of ordinary people is 1 point, holding a gun is 5 points, when I come to Wushan teacher to practice here, my combat power is 9 points, and so on." When the turtle immortals heard this, they couldn't help but widen their eyes and exclaimed, "It's so powerful." As a person who has lived for hundreds of years, he is not an uninformed person, and naturally knows the power and convenience of this combat power detection eyes. Right at this time, Oolong exclaimed, "Hey! Boomer, your combat power actually reached 10 points, I remember that you were only 5 points a month ago, how did you grow so fast, you all felt the Gaku a month ago." 10 o'clock. Hearing this, Leaping and Turtle Immortal couldn't help but look at Boomer in shock. After all, 10 combat power is a lot, it can already be said that he is a little Superman. For martial artists, it takes 10 years of hard cultivation to achieve, and it is also a qualified martial artist. Ordinary people can't reach it even if they work hard to cultivate for a lifetime. And putting it on Boomer, a delicate little girl, is even more shocking. At this time, Leaping, who was not stupid, looked at Boomer in surprise and asked, "You won't succeed in research, right?" Ice fruit. Boomer snapped his fingers and looked proud. "Yes, I have researched the gene evolution elixir." "So fast? It's only been a month." Leaping, Oolong, and Pool couldn't help but grow their eyes when they heard this. Ahem. Boomer coughed a few times in embarrassment and explained, "In fact, it took half a year, and I used the second world." "That's awesome too." The look of amazement on Leaping's faces did not diminish in the slightest. And the shocked look on the faces of several people made Boomer very useful, but it was a pity that the 3 turtle immortals looked dazed. Chapter 029. The turtle immortal looked at the 3 people of Leaping and Oolong who looked amazed, and then at the smug Boomer, and couldn't help but ask, "What is the gene evolution elixir? Could it be that you increased your combat effectiveness by 5 points in a month because of it?" Hearing this, Bomana could be said to be proud, and immediately said proudly, "That's right, but the gene evolution elixir I studied is not only to double my combat effectiveness, it is just the most inconspicuous place, the most important thing is to let my genes complete the evolution." Genetic evolution. This time, not only the turtle immortal and Klin, but even Leaping 3 are all question marks, obviously do not understand. In this regard, if it was changed to usual, Boomer would have been lazy to pay attention to it, but now is the time for her to be proud, and immediately introduced triumphantly, "Let me tell you so, the so-called genes are the root of biology, and after my genes are optimized, whether it is talent, memory, etc. have been sublimated. Now I can quickly improve my strength with a little training. I am sure that I will increase my combat effectiveness by 10 times in a short period of time, and according to my research, this is definitely not the apex. If you work hard to cultivate, it is not impossible for the combat power to reach 1,000 points." Really fake? Several people of the Turtle Immortals couldn't help but show doubts, especially the Turtle Immortals. You must know that after listening to the division of combat power before, he knew that his combat power was only more than 100, but this delicate little girl in front of him actually said that it could reach 1,000 points, which made him believe it. Seeing this, Boomer did not explain. After all, these in her opinion were originally the side effects of gene evolution elixir, which belonged to the incidental, and the real highlight she did not say that. Dang dang dang. Boomer looked proud, first made a piece of music himself, and then said proudly to Leaping Lu, "The most important thing is that after using the gene evolution potion, my lifespan will reach 1,000 years, and there are still more than 900 years of adolescence, it can be said that I am now a god." Humph! Hiss! Looking at the proud Boomer, at this time, the Turtle Immortals and others couldn't help but gasp. They didn't understand before, but this is impossible not to understand. Really fake? However, the Turtle Immortals are still a little suspicious. Without using Boomer to explain, Leaping on the side opened his mouth to explain at this time. It should be true, Boomer's gene evolution elixir is an evolutionary version developed based on Gongchangjiu's gene optimization elixir, and gene optimization elixir can reach a lifespan of 300 years. Talent will also be elevated to the top and most perfect level of human beings, and what Boomer said should be true. After speaking, Leaping, as well as Oolong and Pool, and even Klin couldn't help but look at Boomer with envy and longing when he heard this, and his thoughts were obvious. In this regard, Boomer, who did not care, said proudly, I can refine it for you, but I have to wait until I cultivate and defeat you. Let you say that I am weak before, but now you know how powerful Miss Ben is. Hearing this, although Leaping and the others were disappointed, they also knew that it was impossible not to let Boomer succeed, and they were actually not sure, and they were naturally very happy to have the opportunity to see is to believe now. If what this little girl said is true, it will be amazing. Even the teacher, or even the Great Demon King, will not be her opponent. Thinking of this, under the old and disrespectful appearance of the turtle immortal was a burst of Ling Ran, and his thoughts immediately turned quickly, and then he spoke, do you want to follow me to train and see if what you said is true? Boomer couldn't help but ponder for a moment when she heard this, and then agreed. After all, she didn't know how to cultivate. 3 days later. How is that possible? The shocked glasses of the turtle immortal were shattered by their own chi, and they only felt that the 3 views were shattered, which was really Boomer's performance in the past 3 days was too shocking. Everything is learned as soon as it is learned, and it will be refined in a while, and it only took 3 days of cultivation, and it was still resting while cultivating, and without any effort at all, the combat effectiveness actually doubled again, reaching 20 points, completely catching up with these disciples of Sun Wukong. Looking at this delicate little girl in front of him who didn't know what to cultivate hard at all, the turtle immortal only felt that his self-esteem and self-confidence were all shattered. And witnessing Boomer's performance in the past 3 days, the turtle immortals and others also confirmed what Boomer said before. But the turtle immortal was still a little hesitant. As a martial artist, is it really good to take the gene evolution elixir to improve your strength? Although he had some concerns, the turtle immortal did not know whether to stop it or not. After all, this kind of thing was the first time he had encountered it, and he had no experience at all. So in the midst of the entanglement, the turtle immortal looked worried all day. It was at this time that Boomer came to the door and said to the turtle immortal, I said, is your cultivation method too backward? Obviously there is a better cultivation method, why don't you use it? Instead, with such backward methods? The turtle immortal couldn't help but be stunned, and asked suspiciously, what? Hey! Boomer couldn't help sighing. In fact, she was smart and had long seen the entanglement of the turtle immortals, so she came over, just to solve this old man who was colorful, but very good. Of course, on the surface, he still looked contemptuous and said, I said that your cultivation method is outdated. When the turtle immortal heard this, he couldn't help but be furious. Smelly girl, what do you say? Of course, this is also related to his current entanglement, otherwise he would not be calculating with Boomer, a little girl. Obviously the mentality of being hit is a little unbalanced. Follow me. Boomer couldn't help but roll his eyes, beckoned, and immediately took the turtle immortal to the cultivation place he had just built, and said while demonstrating, you're dodging bees to train reaction nerves, and these lasers are faster, more irregular, and the effect is no better than yours. Also, carrying the turtle shell is to bear weight, but the turtle shell obviously cannot be used all over the body, and this is the gravity watch I studied, which can adjust gravity. And even the internal organs can be exercised, which is much better than your broken turtle shell. Looking at Boomer who explained while gesturing, the turtle immortal's whole person was about to be slumped. Chapter 030. After half a ring. The turtle immortal recovered from the blow, and couldn't help but look at Boomer in front of him in amazement and thought, this little girl is really smart and scary. Of course, he also thought about it in his heart, let him say it is impossible, not only shame not to say, this little girl in front of him will definitely her tail to the sky. As a martial arts grandmaster who has lived for hundreds of years, the turtle immortal is not a person who is unwilling to admit that he has lost, so he said with a sigh, little girl, I admit that my training method is indeed outdated, and it is not comparable to you, which is a combat effectiveness detection instrument that can see growth. It is also a healing instrument that can strengthen the gravity inside and outside the body, and can restore the damage caused by cultivation. Wait, I am willing to bow down in this regard." Hearing this, Boomer couldn't help but be happy, and immediately showed a proud look, although her main goal was to solve the turtle immortal, but she would also be very happy to defeat this lecherous old man. This girl. Sensing Boomer's thoughts, the turtle immortal couldn't help but turn dark. After all, whoever saw in the other party's mind, he would kneel in front of the other party, but then he still showed a smile. In fact, how could the turtle immortal who has the ability to read minds not know Boomer's thoughts? He also knows that this little girl is not a bad person, and his entanglement in the past few days is not here. The reason why he was entangled in not knowing whether to stop a few disciples from taking this gene evolution elixir was completely out of his martial arts grandmaster's premonition and intuition. He always felt that if his disciple took this gene evolution elixir, it would be very detrimental to his disciple's future, but he couldn't find the problem, which was the reason why he was entangled. Right at this time. Swish! Clin and the others, who were hiding on the side, couldn't help but rush out from the stealth place with a look of joy, and asked happily, "Then can we use the gene evolution elixir?" The turtle immortal couldn't help but hesitate. Looking at the hesitant turtle immortals, Le Ping people couldn't help but show disappointment. Looking at the other disciples except for Sun Wukong, who was still simple, the other disciples were disappointed, and the turtle immortal couldn't help but show a touch of helplessness, and tangled up to say the reason for his hesitation. "I always feel that if you take this gene evolution potion, it will be detrimental to your future. As for the reason, I haven't figured it out myself, so decide for yourself whether to take it or not." After speaking, the turtle immortal walked to the side and stopped talking. After all, the master leads the master into the door. After all, the practice is in the individual. Too much interference is not good, and he doesn't know if his hunch is right. Leaping and Clin couldn't help but hesitate when they heard this, and after more than a month of getting along, they knew that the turtle immortals could not harm them, so they were also entangled. At this time, Boomer did not get angry, but pondered. 3 days of getting along let her know that the turtle immortals are indeed extraordinary, especially in the training of disciples. Don't look at the worthlessness of her cultivation method just now, but she actually knows very well that this is not that the other party is not good, but that it is not clear about the most cutting-edge technology. Not to mention the rest, such as the recuperation cabin that can treat various diseases and dark injuries, and the most cutting-edge technology such as the gravity room has not yet been popularized, and the general upper class does not know, let alone the reclusive turtle immortals. And only from her can be in 3 days, no. Judging from the fact that the real cultivation time has not even doubled in a day, the turtle immortal is definitely a grandmaster in this regard, and it will not be worse than her in terms of technology. After thinking for a moment, Boomer looked up and said, "In this way, I will go to find Bao Chong Ryu. He is smarter and more powerful than me, and the gene repair elixir was developed by him. I will take the gene evolution elixir to him to see and ask his opinion." Speaking of this, Boomer said to the turtle fairy, "You'd better go with me to meet him and talk about your hunches, so that he can have a clear judgment." Good. The turtle immortal agreed. After all, he had been curious about the Bao Long Sun and Moon for a long time. This is not only because of the deeds and legends of the other party heard before, but the few people in Oolong have not said less during this time, especially now after seeing how smart Boomer is. After hearing that Bao Chong Ryu is smarter than her, then he is even more curious. Oolong hurriedly said, "I'm going too." Hearing this, Clin and the others couldn't help but shine with their eyes in a look of expectation. Seeing this, the turtle immortal immediately nodded and said, "Then let's go together. Anyway, if you don't understand, you won't be able to cultivate at ease." Hooray! Dragon Tower. With the relationship from the last time, plus Leaping and several people are also shareholders of Longmen, they were invited to enter the office of the 10 gods and emperors this time. The blue-haired Lankai glanced at the turtle immortal in surprise, but found the extraordinary strength under his old body, but only glanced at it, didn't care, and opened his mouth to a few people, the young master has been in the second world for the past month. I have already informed Nan Wu. As for whether the young master wants to see you, then I don't know. Trouble you." Hearing this, Boomer and others thanked one after another. After all, this time it was a request. After a while, Bao Commander Ryu, who was notified, gave up studying tennis, withdrew from the second world, and went to the office accompanied by Nan Wu. Turtle Immortals. Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but glance at this martial arts grandmaster, and then exchanged pleasantries with Li Ping. "Another master who surpassed me." The turtle immortal couldn't help but look at Nan Wu solemnly. He had felt a strong sense of oppression from Lan Qi body before, knowing that he was definitely not an opponent in a real fight. And now there is another Nan Wu, which makes him feel that he is really behind. "I thought that I was still a martial arts god, but when I woke up, I found that there were too many people who had surpassed him, which made him really feel very complicated." After the loss, looking at the protected Bao Long Sun and Moon, the turtle immortal couldn't help but flash a trace of essence. With his eye power at a glance, he could see that the other party's martial arts talent was very good, almost comparable to Sun Wukong. Even Klin and Li Ping, and even himself were inferior. It's a pity. Chapter 031. The turtle immortal couldn't help but show a look of regret. After all, Bao Chong Ryu's talent in martial arts was too outstanding. If he didn't know what kind of person he was, he really wanted to accept such a disciple. Unfortunately, he knew it was impossible. After all, the other party is not an ordinary person, and his achievements in science and technology are too high. It is impossible to run with him to learn martial arts. And the turtle immortal couldn't help but glance at Nanwu Lan Qi, who gave him a strong sense of oppression. Even if Bao Chong Ryu really wanted to become a martial artist, with those two strong people who far surpassed him, there was no need to worship him as a teacher. The turtle immortal muttered to himself, "I really don't know how he found such two strong people to escort him." At this time, Boomer after the pleasantries also told Bao Chong Sun and Moon about the intention of this time. Hearing this, Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but show a look of surprise, not because of the turtle immortal. After all, he knew very well that although a martial arts grandmaster like the other party could not do the prophecy, but something like a whim was standard equipment, and the accuracy was very high. What surprised him was that Boomer had developed the gene evolution potion so quickly. You must know that when he first researched the gene repair elixir, he stopped, and did not further study the gene evolution elixir, but pulled Boomer into the pit, because the research was too laborious and time-consuming, and he simply did not have so much time. Even if there is a second world time increase, it is definitely not something that can be studied in a short period of time. It's really worthy of Boomer. This scientific research ability is simply terrifying. After Bao Chong Ryu was surprised, he couldn't help but sigh secretly. After all, even if he had a foundation to study, it was absolutely impossible to study it without 3 or 5 years, but Boomer only took less than a year to complete the research from scratch. This talent is really a bit against the sky, and it is worthy of the terrifying existence of the time machine. Bao Chong Ryu looked at Boomer and couldn't help but secretly said, "Boomer, this girl is definitely the top scientist even in the heavens and realms, and she can be compared with her absolutely second to none, and more importantly, her future is simply limitless." With Boomer's talent, the gene evolution potion she researched should be impossible to make mistakes. Thinking of this, Bao Chong Ryu immediately nodded to several people, then walked to his special amount super brain and sat down, studying the information of the gene evolution elixir transmitted by Boomer. Seeing this, Boomer and the others were not talking immediately, for fear of disturbing the Bao Long Sun and Moon. Time passed little by little, and half a day passed in an instant. With the help of intelligent programs, coupled with not research and development, but verification, it does not take long to bow the Sun and Moon. Phew! Bao Chong Sun Moon breathed a sigh of relief, got up and shook his head at the waiting leaping people. There is no problem with this gene evolution elixir, at least I can't find a defect. This When Klin and the others heard this, they couldn't help but look at the turtle immortal hesitantly. And Boomer was relieved, after all. She had already taken the gene evolution potion, and if she really had a defect, she would be in big trouble. When the turtle immortals heard even Bao Chong Sun and Moon say this, they couldn't help but doubt themselves. Seeing this, Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but shake his head. In fact, after determining that there was no problem with the gene evolution elixir, and then combined with the words of Leaping and several people before, he already understood what was going on the whim of the turtle immortals. In fact, the turtle immortal was right to stop it. Among his 3 disciples, in fact, only Sun Wukong took this gene evolution potion without problems. Neither Leaping nor Klin were suitable for taking it. There are benefits for them, but there are also disadvantages, so to speak, mixed results. In fact, if according to the plot of the original book, there is actually no difference between Klin and whether they take it or not, after all, the 2 are considered wasted in the end, and even the original Nanwu is not comparable. After all, 2 people who gave up cultivation and couldn't even surpass themselves could no longer be said to be martial artists. This point is better than them, whether it is Tianjin Rice or the ascetic Nanwu. Not bad. In fact, the whim of the turtle immortals is because of the heart problems of Klin and Leaping. After thinking about it, Bao Chong Ryu finally decided to remind him, if he could. He didn't want the Klin and the 2 to scrap it like the original plot, but all he could do was remind that it was completely impossible to consider everything like being a nanny. He is not the virgin, and he is not so much love. After making a decision, Gong Chong Ryu spoke. Gene evolution elixir actually belongs to Boomer's evolutionary path, because he can continue to study Gene evolution elixir 2, Gene evolution elixir 3, and even number 100, but can you? Speaking of this, Bao Chong Ryu looked solemnly at the several people with different expressions in front of him and continued, Boomer can help you refine it once or twice, but do you want to keep taking the genetic potion that Boomer studied and become her copy? So it is. Hearing this, the turtle immortal couldn't help but show a touch of abruptness, but he understood the reason for his own whim, but he knew the reason for his disciple's state of mind. As a martial artist, strength is not important, in fact, mentality is the most important, and surpassing yourself again and again is the real martial artist. For example, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Tianjin Fan, Vic and others. And then Klin and Leaping, who completely gave up cultivation, were obviously not martial artists at all, and their hearts were really poor. Of course, this is also related to the experience of the 2 Klings later. However, the turtle immortal who did not know these also understood. After all, he knew very well that his disciple Sun Wukong was actually the most suitable for taking gene potions. After all, for him, gene potions were no different from super divine water, and they were only good for him, not harmful. But for Klin and Leaping, who are not yet mentally bearable, the genetic evolution potion will only consume the martial arts heart of the 2, which is harmful to the 2 of them. Of course, the premise is that the 2 of them are aiming for martial artists, and if they are only for temporary strength, there is nothing. Chapter 032. What a keen insight, to understand everything in such a short time. This little guy is really not simple. The turtle immortal looked at the calm Bao Long Sun and Moon with great admiration, and his evaluation of it was raised by a level again, and he had to admit that in the past hundreds of years, the other party was the only one who gave him the unfathomable feeling of the cat immortal. Even his master Wu Taidu and his sister did not give him this feeling. After admiration, the turtle immortal's thoughts returned, and he couldn't help frowning and thinking again. Although he knew the problem, it was still difficult to deal with. After all, the problem of mentality is not easy to temper, and since there is no problem with the gene evolution elixir, then he cannot stop the disciple from taking it. And in this situation, in fact, whether or not to take it is already a trivial matter, although if it is really taken, it will have some impact on the mental growth of Klin and Leaping. After thinking for a moment, the turtle immortal still didn't think of any good way. After all, even for him, a martial arts grandmaster, his mind was not easy to polish. If his mind was really polished, he wouldn't be like this now. In fact, his own heart is not good, which has stagnated since his strength has stopped for hundreds of years, and he has completely failed to achieve the belief that martial artists keep surpassing themselves. The reason for this, the turtle immortal, is also very clear. His heart has long been broken when facing the Vic Great Devil. Unless he faces the Vic Great Demon King one day, he will have a chance to make up for it, otherwise his heart is not to say. And if he had a way of mind, his disciple Bull Demon King would not go astray. Hey! Thinking of this, the turtle immortal couldn't help sighing, and then saw the calm Bao sun and moon in front of him, and couldn't help but brighten his eyes, and secretly said, "This one can't even see through me, maybe there will be a solution." Thinking of this, the turtle immortal couldn't help but open his mouth to Bao Chong sun and moon and said tentatively, "Bao Chong brother, I don't know what you think about this matter." Hearing this, the people of Leaping, who were hesitating and rejoicing, couldn't help but look at the Bao Long sun and moon. With a surprised glance at the turtle immortal, Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help nodding secretly, thinking, "It is worthy of being a martial arts god." Turtle immortal, strength aside, this shameless heart is not simple. You must know that the turtle immortal is not only a martial arts grandmaster, a martial arts god, but also an old man who has lived for hundreds of years. Such a person wants to sincerely ask an ordinary teenager in his 20s, which is not something that anyone can do. This is like the sincere inquiry of a teenager who has not yet studied science and technology hundreds of years later. It can be said that even Bao Chong Sun Moon did not grasp that at that time, he could do this to the turtle immortals. As for whether it is sincere or not, this point can still be seen in the Bao Long Sun and Moon asking himself. If the turtle immortal just asked casually, then he would not say anything, but since the other party was like this, he would not be stingy, and immediately spoke. But everything that involves genes is not such a simple thing, and once it is not done well, there will be big problems. Seeing that Bao Chong Sun and Moon spoke, the turtle immortal's eyes couldn't help but light up, and secretly said, "It's right, he really has a way." Immediately, the turtle immortal listened carefully. Not only him, but also Klin and the others. After all, the achievements of the Bao Long Sun and Moon are there, and few people can face him without being serious. Seeing this, Gong Chong Ryu couldn't help nodding secretly. To tell the truth, people who listen to it are not serious, then he really doesn't want to waste his lips and tongue, and now when he meets such a person who is willing to listen and can listen, he doesn't want to say it in detail. Thinking of this, Bao Chong Ryu said to Boomer, "Everyone's genes are different, so each copy of the gene elixir must use the genes of the person taking it, otherwise there will be big problems. And this alone is not something that even Boomer can study in a short time. What's more, the genes of Klin and Gaku, the genes of the two of you are probably very different from humans, so it will take longer." Hearing this, the turtle immortal and the others did not show a sudden look again, and Boomer also showed a trace of fear. After all, she hadn't thought so much before. And seeing Boomer's expression, Klin and the others couldn't help but be afraid. Thinking about the Bao Long Sun and Moon, they couldn't help but retreat one after another, wanting to stay away from the unreliable Boomer, and they were almost silenced. Seeing this, the turtle immortal couldn't help but say with joy in his eyes, "It's done." At this moment, Bao Chong Ryu continued, "Therefore, if you want to take it, you must wait until Boomer has studied your genes, and you must also take the gene repair elixir first, and then you can take the gene evolution elixir after a few years." Speaking of this, Bao Chong Ryu solemnly said, "In short, you must carefully remember that whether it is genes or martial arts, it is not a casual thing, you must be careful and careful, cautious and cautious." We see. Boomer and the others couldn't help nodding quickly, indicating that they listened. Next, the group chatted idly, and Leaping and the others were not in a hurry, and they could already calm down and cultivate. Seeing this, when no one paid attention, the turtle immortal specially found the Bao Long Sun and Moon, thanked him very sincerely, and even specifically asked Lan Qi about his needs for this, and took out his hundreds of years of treasure as a thank you. Wu Tai Lu Wushu Mystery, Turtle Immortal Flow Martial Arts Mystery. Looking at the two books in his hand that were not thick and full of historical sense, Bao Chongrayu's eyes couldn't help but brighten, and he put it away without the slightest hesitation. After all, this is indeed what he needs. Sure enough. Seeing this, the Turtle Immortal couldn't help nodding secretly. In fact, the reason why he sent these two notes that were important to him was not entirely out of gratitude, but because he knew from Lan Qi that the ultimate goal of the person in front of him was not actually science, but in martial arts. After knowing this again, the Turtle Immortal understood that since the other party did not propose to him, it was impossible to worship him as a teacher, and he wanted to help him, so he took out the martial arts notes of the martial arts teacher of Wu Taidu, as well as his own martial arts notes, hoping to help him. Of course, there are three more reasons, that is, all martial artists have actually signed a favor for the Long Sun and Moon, and he is naturally no exception, which also has the factor of repaying the favor. Chapter 033. Otherwise, the Turtle Immortals would not have sent this note. You must know that it records all the martial arts mysteries of the two schools, such as Qi, Turtle School Qigong, Shocking Palm of all nations, and so on can be recorded on it. Without so many reasons combined, he will not give people. In fact, among the three reasons, the last one that made the Turtle Immortal make this decision, after all, it was the Bao Long Sun and Moon that changed the social status of martial artists, which made martial artists have signs of revival in recent years. In fact, it is still the combat effectiveness system, and the emergence of the combat effectiveness detection instrument has greatly reduced the number of liars, and at the same time it has also demonstrated the strength of martial artists, coupled with the influence of the Bao Long Sun and Moon, which has greatly improved the social status of martial artists. So don't look at it as just a thanks. In fact, there are many reasons behind it. There has never been love for no reason in this world, and there is love because of what happened before. As much cause as there is a great result, and this is cause and effect. Bao Chongryu couldn't hide his joy and solemnly thanked him. Thank you Teacher Wushan, this is very useful to me. It's okay, it's good to be useful to you. The Turtle Immortal smiled and waved his hand. Next, the two talked for a while, then separated, and Bao Chongryu also told each other a lot about the use of the second world in order to express his gratitude. Half a day later, after seeing off Boomer and the rest of the group, Bao Chongryu couldn't wait to enter the second world, took out two martial arts notes and began to read them carefully. It turns out that the gas is like this: martial arts, human body. After reading it over and over again, the more the Bao Long Sun and Moon read, the slower and slower the reading speed, but the essence in his eyes became more and more prosperous. Before I knew it, 3 days and 3 nights had passed. This is that Gong Chongryu has taken the gene repair elixir, otherwise it is absolutely impossible to pass 3 days and 3 nights without obvious fatigue. However, Bao Chong Sun and Moon is not an immortal god after all, and he studied the two notes without closing his eyes for 3 days and nights, and his face still showed a trace of exhaustion. It's just that compared to exhaustion, Bao Chongryu is more joyful, because by reading these two notes, he has gained too much. For the martial arts knowledge of the Dragon Ball world, he has also collected it before, but most of them are at the level of second and third rate, even if Lan Qi and Nanwu's strength surpasses the Turtle Immortals, but it is far inferior in terms of inheritance. In the final analysis, the combat effectiveness of the two is based on the help of the Bao Chief Sun and the Moon. Even an ordinary person can still surpass the Turtle Immortal with his help. This is the result of resources and vision. But when it comes to the realm and inheritance, it is obviously impossible to compare with the Turtle Immortal, a martial arts grandmaster. Before, I thought badly, if you want to make a glowing dish, you don't necessarily need energy, as long as you have extraordinary skills. In the end, the so-called luminous cuisine is to thoroughly use the role of ingredients. Or even exceed the effect of ingredients, this is called luminous cuisine, which is a perfect dish. So I don't need to have internal strength, qi, and the like. As long as I exert my own strength, with my culinary foundation, I can make glowing dishes. Let me break through to the master level, and when the time comes, the combination of the two will make it easier to catch up with those people in the Cho Che Zium, and at the same time, I can also make the chef's heart blossom faster. Bao Chong Ryu's eyes flashed with essence to himself, and then he couldn't wait to come to the kitchen and make an egg fried rice according to his understanding. Golden egg fried rice. Looking at the glowing cuisine in front of him, Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but show a smile. Now he can be said to be a master, even if his cooking heart has not yet blossomed, but the dish made by combining the glowing cuisine with the kitchen heart, it is definitely 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Now he has the confidence to beat the 3-star master chef. And this is one of the results obtained through the 2 martial arts notebooks, and it is also the most minimal of them. His biggest achievement is actually his understanding of Dragon Ball martial arts. Before this, because of his experience in the previous life, he always involuntarily associated the martial arts of Dragon Ball with the martial arts of Huaxia, thinking that Qi is a kind of true Qi. However, after reading these 2 martial arts notes, he realized that this was simply a big mistake. The martial arts of Huaxia pay attention to refining Qi, refining gas, and transforming gods. Wait, there is a saying of meridian acupoints, but the Dragon Ball martial arts is completely different. It does not involve any meridian acupoints, and it has little to do with refining Qi and the like. The concept of Dragon Ball martial arts is actually very interesting and excellent. In the Dragon Ball system, the most important thing is undoubtedly Qi, and under this system, Qi is not only possessed in every living organism, but also in all things in heaven and earth, and even everything is composed of Qi. The Northern Realm King's Genki Bomb is the culmination of this concept. For living things, everyone has Qi, but they can't detect it, because humans are too weak, unlike Scions, who can use Qi at birth. Because Scions are so strong that Qi is already very obvious, and using Qi to send Qigong waves is like instinct. According to the martial arts inheritance of the earth, Qi actually represents a person's spirit and spirit, which is a combination. Blood is Qi, flesh and bone is Qi, hair is Qi, spirit, soul, or Qi. Therefore, the cultivation of this world is very rough. As long as you keep cultivating the body, the Qi will increase sharply, because cultivating the body is cultivating Qi, that is, cultivating the soul. Therefore, the Qi in the organism is stored all over the body, and even the spirit and soul are stored in the Qi. More importantly, humans in the Dragon Ball world do not have meridians and acupuncture paths, which is the biggest difference. If Bao Chong Sun Moon had practiced Lingbo microstep before, then he would have found that he couldn't cultivate at all, but it was a pity that he hadn't practiced before, so he hadn't found it until now. However, this is not a problem at all for Bao Chong Sun and Moon. After all, Wu Dao body training does not involve meridian acupoints. What made him even happier was that through these 2 martial arts notes, he found what he lacked, and it was precisely because of this lack that he could not successfully cultivate the Wu Dao physical training technique. Now he is sure that he will succeed in cultivating in a short time. This is the difference between someone teaching and groping himself. If he had these 2 notes earlier, he would not have wasted 10 months. Chapter 034. Phew! Bao Chong Ryu did not go to rest, facing 10 months of cultivation, died 300 times. The pain he endured made him unable to rest at this time of seeing hope, but he couldn't wait to try it and confirm whether his deduction was correct. Therefore, after taking a few deep breaths in a row, Bao Chong Ryu immediately took out the puppet that recorded the Wu Dao physical practice, carefully looked at the puppet in his hand, and then placed it on the table in front of him. At the beginning of cultivating this Wu Dao body training technique, he only knew the cultivation moves, so he would die every time. After all, this was equivalent to forced cultivation. Later, he found the breathing method, so that he didn't have to die when he was cultivating, but he was seriously injured. but he still couldn't cultivate, because there was still one thing missing, one of the most important things. That's spirit. Not bad. It is the spirit of the witch clan. After having movements and breathing methods, you also need to visualize the puppet image in front of you, and only the combination of the three is the real Wudao physical training technique. This point was found by Baochang Ryu in those two martial arts notes. According to the records of the Turtle Immortals, martial arts cultivation is the cultivation of the spirit, and only the combination of the three is the superior martial arts. And although the systems are different, the truth is the same. As the Wudao physical training technique created by Qi Yu, it is also a physical training technique that lays the foundation for cultivating the 9 turns Xian Gong, which is undoubtedly a superior cultivation method, which naturally requires the most core spirit. Now let's see if my guess is correct. Phew. Taking a deep breath again, Baochang Ryu immediately began to practice the Wudao physical training technique. After 10 months of cultivation, the movements and breathing methods have been introduced, so the main energy of the long sun and moon is focused on visualizing, and for him who is visualizing for the first time, this difficulty is definitely above the movement and breathing method, and even not the same. After all, a person's thoughts are too messy, and without special cultivation, it is not easy to get started. Even with the current qualification of the Bao Long Sun and Moon, it took 3 hours, and it was barely enough to get started, and it was still a coincidence, and under the traction of movement and breathing method, this luckily succeeded once. And in order to succeed this time, Baochang Ryu had been seriously injured 16 times, and in order to cultivate as soon as possible, he directly committed suicide 16 times, so that he almost didn't collapse. If this doesn't work, he's going to give up. The next moment, poof! Baochang Ryu opened his mouth to spew out a mouthful of blood, but a bright smile appeared on his pale face, wiped the blood on his mouth, and said happily, "My guess is indeed correct, and it really lacks the idea of viewing." Don't see that he vomited blood again, but in fact, compared to the end of the previous serious injury, just spitting blood is too light, which also proves that his guess is right. Even the reason why he vomited blood and suffered minor injuries was not that he was missing, but that his physical strength was not large. You must know that every one of the Wu clan just spoke out is an immortal level, and 9 turns Xian Gong is a practice practiced by the Wu clan, so it can only be cultivated if it reaches the immortal level. Human, which is a mixture of the Wu clan and the human race, there is no way to easily reach the immortal level, and it can even be said that it is 108,000 li worse than the immortal level, and this Wudao physical training is prepared to reach the fairyland. As a hybrid of the witch race and the human race, it was still in that era, so the strength of the human witch did not do it, at least 10 times that of ordinary people, that is, the level of 10 combat strength. Put it in martial arts, that is definitely something that can only be achieved by innate realms. And the current Bao Long Sun and Moon is only 5 points of combat power, naturally not enough to cultivate the standard of Wudao physical training, so although the method is right, but because the physical strength is not enough, it has been eaten back. This Wudao physical training technique is really strong enough, but the cultivation foundation is 10 combat power, which if you change to ordinary people, you really can't cultivate. Baochang Ryu smiled and didn't care. After all, although he was still a little short of cultivation, he had Boomer's gene evolution elixir information, and it only took a few days to study it, and he could make his own special gene evolution elixir. At that time, as long as he took it, he could reach 10 combat power and reach the cultivation standard of Wudao physical training. Phew! No, I can't hold on, I have to take a good rest. Gongchang Ryu dispelled the idea of immediately studying the gene evolution elixir, hurriedly freshened up, and climbed into bed. It can be said that he slept in bed, and directly entered a deep sleep. 2 days later, Gongchang Ryu woke up and sighed while freshening up. After sleeping for 2 days and 2 nights, it seems that this time I am really too tired. Thinking of this, Gongchang Ryu dispelled the idea of cultivation and studying the gene evolution elixir. Even if he slept for 2 days and 2 nights, he actually did not fully recover, especially before he committed suicide more than 10 times in a short period of time, and accumulated a lot of negative emotions. Now he is a little out of spirit. Obviously even deep sleep cannot fully recover, so this time is not research, let alone cultivation. After thinking about it, Baochang Ryu drove towards the far moon. He had not gone for some days. He needed to talk to the 2 sisters of Arena, so as not to worry the 2, and at the same time, he needed to use cooking to vent his negative emotions. I have to say that Baochang Ryu's original decision was really correct, and Chef Xin is indeed a very suitable method for venting negative emotions, which is much better than simply cultivating emotions. It's a pity that he still hasn't let the chef's heart blossom and can't fully master it, resulting in a greatly reduced efficiency for him to vent negative emotions. But it's also fast. After all, you have mastered the luminous cuisine, and after the foundation is solid, it is much easier to let the chef's heart blossom. After a while, Bao Long Ryu came to Yunyu and walked into the exclusive kitchen, but the 2 of them were not there. In this regard, Gongchang Ryu did not care. Immediately changed his clothes, began to practice cooking, and at the same time developed his own cooking skills to make glowing dishes. With the practice, all the negative emotions in my heart are turned into thoughts and vented into the cooking. Because the quality of the dishes has improved, there is also more accommodation and thought. Chapter 035. 10 minutes later. Here you are. Arena, who was obviously aware of the arrival of the sun and moon, was able to rush over so quickly, and as soon as he walked into the kitchen to say hello, he was shocked by the scene in front of him, and the words in his mouth became smaller and smaller, until they disappeared completely. Just when Arena, who was shocked to the point of losing her voice, Alice and her secretary also walked in, looking at everything in front of them in the same shock, stunned. Baochang Ryu finished what he was doing, and only then turned around and greeted, "Here it is." It was also at this very moment. The secretary, who was awakened, exclaimed, "The cooking is glowing." It's true. Arena, who took a step forward and carefully examined the glowing dishes, the look of shock on her face became thicker. Compared with the 2 who were still immersed in shock, at this time, Alice's eyes lit up, hugged the arm of the Bao Long Sun and Moon, and said with a longing face, "It's so powerful, how is this done? Teach me, be sure to teach me." Looking at the reaction of the 3, Baochang Ryu couldn't help but show a smile, which was really interesting, especially Alice. Looking down at the arm caught in the 2 big steamed buns, Baochang Ryu wanted to pull out his arm, but was held by the perceiving Alice Kikai, and couldn't pull it out at all. What made him even more speechless was that Alice followed, "You took advantage of me so much, no matter what, you must teach me the way to make cooking shine." Bao Long Sun and Moon. To be honest, he really wanted to say, "You are taking advantage of me, when did it become me taking advantage of you?" However, he didn't suffer a loss, so he didn't say it, just looked at Alice with an excited and eager face, and couldn't help but secretly shake his head. After all, he is a little girl who loves beauty. Looking at Arena, who had gradually regained her calm, and the secretary, Baochang Ryu had to admit that the cool thing of glowing cooking was obviously not an ordinary attraction to Alice. After all, from the gorgeous molecular dishes she made, she obviously cared more about appearance than the taste of the cooking. "Okay, I'll teach you." Baochang Ryu retracted his thoughts and looked at poor Alice. He had no intention of hiding. "Really?" Hearing this, Alice couldn't help but show a look of joy and doubt, and the same was true of the 2 of them. After all, it was not like this before. And he didn't come for a few days, and several people even thought that it was because of what the 4 of them had done that angered him. Baochang Ryu smiled and nodded, "Really?" Hearing this, the secretary came back to his senses and hurriedly said, "Lord Arena, Miss Alice, Baochang Jun, I will go out first." Looking at the secretary who turned around and was about to leave, Bao Chongryu spoke, "No need, stay and listen together." For the secretary, he still has a lot of good impressions. After all, during this time, the other party has always been respectful to him. It can be said that he is responsive, and he has not bothered the other party less. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the other party is a beautiful girl. If you change a man, you see if he will keep it. I have to say that sometimes gender plus appearance is really cheap. Hearing this, the secretary couldn't help but show a look of joy. And the look of joy on the face of Irina, who was on the side, was even more than his own secretary, which showed how deep the relationship between the two was. Bao Chongryu glanced at the three women with a serious face in front of him, and opened his mouth to explain, "I told you before, at the expert level, the foundation has changed, from hot and seasoning to cooking, and these glowing dishes are another foundation I found, which I named cooking skills." Cooking skills. The three of them couldn't help but show doubts. Gong Chongryu continued to explain, "The so-called cooking skills, in fact, are the sublimation of heat, seasoning, and other technologies, which belong to the extraordinary level of technology. You can understand it as superpower level technology. I refer to it as cooking skills." Extraordinary? Superpowers? The three secretaries couldn't help but look at each other. Their faces were dazed, not that they couldn't understand what Bao Chongryu said, but they couldn't believe it. After all, superpowers were too hard to believe. Seeing this, Bao Chongryu didn't say much. After all, it was better to say more than to see it once, and immediately turned around under the gaze of the three women, and began the performance like magic. In order to make the three of Irina, Bao Commander Ryu specially chose Dragon Whisker Ramen. Looking at the very mysterious kneading technique and the 42 buttons that surpassed common sense, he couldn't help but open his mouth. After seeing the glowing dragon beard ramen in front of them, the three of them closed their mouths, their faces flashed thoughtfully, and the three of them, who were not weak in cooking and stupid, saw something. It turns out that this is luminous cooking, this is cooking skills. Secretary Sun. Skills beyond common sense are simply unbelievable, something that even high-tech may not be able to do. Cut Alice. It's not just extraordinary skill. Irina, who shook her head, maybe cooking skills are not the same as luminous cooking. Hearing this, Bao Chongryu couldn't help but look at Shueche Irina with admiration, and nodded, "Cooking skills are cooking skills, luminous cuisine is luminous cuisine. You can't do light cooking with cooking skills alone, only by using cooking skills to achieve a perfect realm. This is luminous cuisine." That's awesome. Is this guy really human? It is not an exaggeration to say that one person has created cooking skills and invented luminous cooking. After the three of them understood, they couldn't help but look at the Bao Long Sun and Moon in front of them in shock, and the shock in their hearts was indescribable. Looking at the three people in front of him who looked incredulous, adored, and had broken three views, Bao Chongryu did not react. After all, he had seen too much of this expression over the years. Bao Chongryu smiled and said, "Okay, I'll teach you cooking skills now. With your cooking level, as long as you master cooking skills, it is not difficult to make glowing dishes." Yes. The three secretaries couldn't help but show excitement and expectation. Chapter 036. It's so hard. In other words, is this cooking skill really something that people can cultivate? Under the professorship of the Bao Long Sun and Moon, the three of Alice couldn't help but exclaim, especially after trying to cultivate. The shock on their faces became thicker, and the voice of disbelief was even more one after another. In this regard, Gong Chongryu just smiled and did not care. After all, as he said, cooking skills are an extraordinary technique, and ordinary people are not easy to master. In particular, the several cooking techniques that Bao Chongryu has now mastered have been transformed according to the Dragon Ball martial Dao, which is not perfect, which has led to shortcomings and cultivation requirements that have increased by more than one level. If it weren't for the fact that he was now 5 times as good as an ordinary person in all aspects, he would have shown his cooking skills at all, so the three of them would have tempered if they wanted to cultivate. This is also the reason why he said before that as long as the three of them practice cooking skills, they can make glowing cooking. The focus is not on the back, but on learning cooking skills in the front. After teaching for a while, Bao Chongryu ignored the three women who shouted, and began to ponder the cooking skills. After all, turning martial arts techniques into cooking skills is actually a kind of practice. If you can master cooking skills, then naturally you can master the corresponding martial arts techniques. Therefore, Gong Chongryu has become more and more interested in cooking. Next, the timing of the long sun and moon became regular again, with the morning cultivation and study of Wuodeo physical training, the afternoon cooking cultivation, and the evening was to study the gene evolution elixir materials. 10 days later. The real world, the Dragon Tower. Bao Chongryu looked at the potion like a river of stars in front of him, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, it's finally done. Boomer guy is really a pervert. I have the foundation of gene repair elixir, plus the ready-made information. It took so long to complete. And this is completely according to the book, but that girl only took a short time to complete this gene evolution elixir from scratch. Should it be said that it is worthy of researching the perversion of time machine? Boom. After sighing, Gong Chongryu immediately swallowed the gene evolution elixir in his hand, closing his eyes and feeling the evolution of his body. Sometimes he really wanted to take the path of science and technology. After all, just like now, as long as there is talent, it can be said that it is much better than hard cultivation. It's just that the Bao is clear that not everyone is boomers. And he is also very clear that in fact, his talent in the way of science and technology is not high, and his current achievements are completely dependent on his unforgettable memory and forced learning. This is that the level of technology on Dragon Ball Earth is high enough, coupled with various black technologies, as well as Goldfinger, he has achieved his current achievements. It can be said that his achievements in science and technology have come to an end so far, and if he continues, his achievements are really limited, and he will die to the extent of Artificial Man number 18, but he is not willing to stop like this. As a traverser, Bao Naga's eyes have always been on the god of destruction, the celestial god, the great priest, the all-king, and even the world view beyond the Dragon Ball. So from the beginning, the way of science and technology was abandoned by him, just as a foundation. Of course, sometimes scientific and technological means are also very useful, no worse than immortal cultivation, fantasy means, such as gene repair elixir and so on. And that's why he led Boomer in the study of genes. Now is the time for him to harvest. After half a ring, Bao Chongryu reopened his eyes, and his eyes could not hide the essence, but it was caused by the great advance in strength, and it would be fine after a while. To be on the safe side, Bao Chongryu carefully checked inside and out, although before taking it, he had verified dozens of times in the second world that it was okay, so he dared to take it in the real world. And it turns out that there really is no problem, but Bao Chongryu has always advocated being careful, especially when it comes to himself. Enter the second world. Without the slightest hesitation, Bao Chongryu couldn't wait to enter the second world, and then began to practice the Wuodeo physical practice cultivation again. With the previous 3 months of cultivation, Bao Chongryu quickly entered the door, and this time he was not injured, but really began to practice the Wuodeo physical cultivation for the first time. Boom! At this moment, a figure appeared in Bao Chongryu's mind. It was the puppet who recorded the Wuodeo physical training. It's just that in addition, Bao Chong Sun and Moon faintly heard the sound of water, and felt a sense of vigilance in the underworld, so that he who had always been cautious directly withdrew from the cultivation of Wuodeo physical training. Woohoo! Gasping for breath, Bao Chongryu's face was not good looking. After all, it took so much, it can even be said that the mechanism was exhausted, but the result was that such a thing appeared again when it was successful. How could he calm down? What the hell is going on? Bao Chongryu's face was really bad, and at this time, he only felt a burst of evil fire rushing straight to his brain. making him have an urge to destroy everything. It was really this time that the matter hit him too hard. In order to get 9 turns Xian Gong, he painstakingly came up with Wuodao physical training, but the result was step by step, which really made him feel exhausted. At this time, he even had the intention to give up and honestly cultivate the Dragon Ball system. After all, if he cultivates the Dragon Ball system, then with his insight and means, he can completely change himself to a Scion bloodline, and when the time comes, step-by-step cultivation, the Super Scion God does not dare to say, but the Super Scion 4 is absolutely no problem, and then it will definitely be a great God in the universe, and even after that, there may not be no possibility of further progress. But the Bao is unwilling. After all, the Scions are indeed very powerful, and the Dragon Ball system is not weak, but there are just as many shortcomings. The physical strength is not enough, the lifespan is short, even the disease cannot resist, the means are single, it can be said that the shortcomings are too many, he can't count them. This is also when Bao Chongryu knows the role of his golden finger. He will focus on 9 turns Xian Gong. After all, this Xian Gong can be said to be completely complementary to the Dragon Ball system, which is really appropriate. Chapter 037. Half a day later. Phew. Bao Chongryu took dozens of deep breaths in a row, only then slowly calmed down and regained his sanity again. The previous 10 years of tempering had made him say goodbye to the previous life completely, and it was not so easy to give up. But at this time, he also had to admit that he was indeed a little whimsical and arrogant before, and if his goal was smaller, such as Northern Darkness Divine Gong, or Taiji Xianqing Dao and the like, then there would be no problem now. However, 9 turns Xian Gong is different, it involves the Wu clan, the 12 ancestors of Wu, Sanking, and even Pangu, which can be said to be very involved and extraordinary. Bao Chong Sun and Moon are just ordinary people now, but they want to get involved in 9 turns Xian Gong, even if it is only the Wuodao physical practice that lays the foundation, it will still cause backlash. It can be said that a carelessness is the end of death. If there were no second world, it can be said that he would have died long ago. And the second world is sometimes not omnipotent. Just like now. At this time, after Bao Chongryu calmed down, he had already guessed and understood that the next step was his biggest difficulty, a calculation from the great witch Qianyu. In fact, this Wuodao body practice is the product of the calculation of the Bao Long Sun and Moon, but it was realized by the soul world and really made out, but since it has become real, it is absolutely real. Anyway, the mystery hidden in it is not something that the current Bao Chief Sun and Moon can guess and understand. In short, he only needs to know that his setting is still not perfect enough, and he has considered too little, which is why he has today's disaster. Who is Chu? That is the demon god, the soldier master, the great witch, the hero. How ordinary is such a person? Since Wuodao physical training technique was created by Qianyu in the setting, it obviously represents danger, and it is also necessary to consider that the time when it created this physical training technique is the time of the battle between the human emperor. At this time, he was transformed into a human witch and no longer a great witch, and as a member of the Julai clan, he was not only a human witch, but also a human being, and in order to compete with the Xianyu and Yellow Emperor for the human emperor, he could not rely only on the human witch and not on the human race. So obviously, this Wuodao physical practice is not only for human witches, but also for the Terrans. However, you must know that even if it is reincarnated, in the setting of the Long Sun and Moon, Qiyu actually identifies with the Wu race more than the Terrans, and still thinks that he is a witch race, and the competition for the position of the human emperor is certainly for himself, but he does not have the idea of reviving and rising for the Wu race. And 9 turns Xian Gong is the town clan exercise of the Wu clan. How can it be easily taught to others? Even if it is the Wuodao physical training technique that he created through this, it still can't work. Therefore, Qiyu added material in Wuodao physical training, that is, to view ideas. In fact, Hearing the sound of water, Bao Chong Sun and Moon calmed down and figured it out. He was actually visualizing the ancestor of water and which Xio working, and the visualization behind was probably other ancestors. In fact, for the Wu clan, there is no problem with this idea, but it will be a big opportunity. But for the Terrans, as well as the Terrans, this idea is a poison, similar to the poison of Buddhism. As long as you visualize the ancestral witch, then unconsciously, the cultivator's mind will be distorted, and the deeper the cultivation, the more distorted the thought, until one day it will be completely changed, not thinking of himself as a human race, but thinking that he is a witch race. That's what Chu thinks, and the means. Since he is already a Wu clan, whether it is cultivating Wu Dao physical training or 9 turns Xian Gong, there is naturally no problem. Gong Chong Ryu thought of this, and couldn't help but sigh secretly, it's careless. Actually, I shouldn't make any Wu Dao physical practice, but should set Cheng Yuan Shi Tianzun, Guangchenzi and other Taoist masters to create talents, so that there is absolutely no hidden danger. It's a pity. Thinking of this, Gong Chong Ryu couldn't help but sigh secretly again, it's late now. The formation of Wu Dao physical training has consumed too much faith and spiritual power, and the martial arts world that is similar to it is already being created, and it is impossible to change the setting now. A moment later. Phew! Bao Chong Ryu once again breathed a long sigh of relief, his eyes flashed with Lingran, resoluteness, and solemnly said, the path of cultivation is one step at a time, as long as the current difficulties are overcome, it will become the foundation for me to climb the peak in the future, and the traps hidden in this Wu Dao physical training technique are not necessarily bad. If Chi Yu wants to distort my thoughts, then I must not be as good as you wish, I must maintain my spirit and mind under the degree of Xiao Wu, which is a kind of cultivation for me. As long as I pass it, then my Dao heart and will can be said to reach a very high realm, which will be of great benefit to my future cultivation. Thinking of this, Bao Chong Ryu closed his eyes and began to calculate. The matter was very important, and he could not be allowed to continue to be careless. After all, he has already pitted himself once, made this huge pit of Wu Dao physical training, eat a line of long and wise, he doesn't want to continue to repeat the same mistakes. The lesson this time is too profound, and I am afraid that it will be difficult for him to forget it in the future. In fact, the current Bao Long Sun and Moon is already difficult to ride a tiger. Giving up Wu Dao physical training is very easy, but it is a dead end. If he gives up today, then he will leave a flaw in his heart, and in the future, either the heart demon will enter the body and die, or he will be killed by the enemy against this flaw. This is something he absolutely cannot agree with, so he cannot admit defeat, he can only go forward bravely and go all the way to the dark. Time passes little by little. 3 months passed in an instant, and it was a month in reality, a few years in the second world. During this time, Bao Chong Sun and Moon dropped everything and kept looking for a way to break the game. After all, it is Zuwu, even if it is just visualization, it is not from Zuwu, but Qunyu, but it is still not to be underestimated. He has already suffered a loss once, and he does not want to eat a second time. So in the past few years, he has kept calculating and deducing, in order to ensure that nothing is lost. On this day, the Bao Long Sun and Moon stopped with a shining essence, and said in a deep voice, "It's you, national art, strong country and strong seed, cultivation can temper my will, and this is only the first step." Chapter 038. In the end, Bao Chong Ryu chose the national art from thousands of choices, not that there is no better than the national art, but considering the faith and spiritual power he now has, the national art can be said to be the best choice. Of course, what he chose was not the kind of performance nature, or the kind of national art that pays attention to art and art, but the national art that only kills the enemy, does not perform, and strengthens the country and the strong species in the novel Romance of the Dragon and Snake. Of course, he didn't want to cultivate national arts. To be honest, national arts were indeed excellent, but in a world like Dragon Ball, it was too weak. Although in his previous life, he had seen a national art that could run rampant in the flood-barren world, he didn't want to say anything about it, he didn't know if there was one, and what he needed was not that kind of national art. But I still need to make some preparations, this time when cultivating the national art, the more important thing is to use this to hone my will, for this I need to close some of my memories, deprive me of my current talent qualifications, even the memory that I never forget must be deprived, only an ordinary person's identity to reach the top, this can better temper my will. Thinking of this, Bao Chang Sun and Moon began to arrange, first of all, to create a world dominated by national arts, but because of the lack of faith and spiritual power, he only created a Hong Kong in the world at the beginning, and even only a part of Hong Kong. After all, even if there are hundreds of millions of creatures in the second world to provide spiritual power and faith, after all, there is still a martial arts world plundering, and there are really not many faith powers that can be used by him. So he had to be calculated. Complete the world, or rather the creation of replicas. Yes, the Bao Long Sun and Moon is to create a copy based on the second world. Completing the creation of the world, Bao Chang Ryu began to create an ordinary human body for it, and at the same time began to play with his own memories. Of course, in order to complete his goals, he still left some leeway, such as understanding the plot, and did not do too much. After all, if he were to become an ordinary person, he really didn't think he could accomplish his goals. In fact, this is also a phenomenon of insufficient will, which is what he needs to change. However, Bao Chang Ryu is not in a hurry, after all, he has time now, he does not need to be impatient, compared to the long years ahead, he still has a lot of things to learn, just need to take one step at a time, walk slowly, and walk steadily. Just in the busy, more than half a month passed in reality, and Bao Chang Ryu was busy and began his own plan. Hong Kong. Where am I? Bao Chang Ryu looked blankly at the familiar and strange city in front of him, familiar because he had seen it in the movie, strange as such an old city only exists in the movie. Listening to the Cantonese around him, as well as the foreigners who walked by one by one, it took a long time for Gong Chang Sun and Moon to come back to his senses, and the first thought that came to him was, I crossed into old Hong Kong. Could it be the 70s and 80s, let me come here to dance the entertainment industry? But it doesn't seem like it. With still a somewhat chaotic thought, Bao Chang Ryu carefully began to collect intelligence, and at the same time, as in the novel, sold some of the real items he carried with him, and settled down in old Hong Kong. And it took a week for Gong Chang Ryu to completely calm down and know that he was probably in the world of the movie Ip Man 2, because he saw Ip Man, who was very similar to Donnie Yen. After not finding his golden finger, Bao Long Ryu made the decision to worship Ip Man and learn Wing Chun without the slightest accident. And Ip Man, who has just begun to accept apprentices, as long as he teaches tuition, there is naturally no problem of unsuccess. However, Gong Chang Ryu knew very well that at this time, he said that he was a disciple of Ip Man, but he was actually a student. To say what is the difference between the two, the former is similar to the relationship between father and son, but the latter is really a teacher and student, the former he can learn more profound things, the latter is not, learn some basic things. In order to learn the real Wing Chun, although Gong Chang Ryu does not have too rich experience and does not know much about people, he only needs to know how to be serious and cultivate hard, and then visit his master and mother with things from time to time, and then tutor the little junior disciple. He believed that as long as he continued like this, one day Ip Man would actually take him as an apprentice and teach him the true secret tradition. Time passed like this, and 3 years passed in an instant. In the past 3 years, a lot of things have happened, such as what should have happened in the movie, and the Bao Long Sun and Moon without Goldfinger did not interfere too much, but just mentioned from the side and did something behind the scenes. After all, in 3 years, he has actually just laid a good foundation, and it is simply delusional to want to fight in the ring. Of course, in these 3 years, he did not do nothing, after all, he also carried decades of knowledge and experience, so in the 3 years, he made a lot of money with his junior brothers and improved the lives of his junior brother and his master's family, and it can be said that he has become an upper-class person, and even the people of Ying dare not underestimate him. Of course, he spent more time practicing Wing Chun, but the reason why he found that this world was very likely to be the world of romance of the dragon and serpent. Because he heard from IP Man's mouth the familiar noun realm of light energy, dark energy, transformation energy, holding Dan, Gang Chi, breaking the void, and seeing that God is not bad. He also knew that Ip Man when he worshipped the master was a master of chemical energy, and after 3 years, Ip Man had successfully held the Dan and became a Grand Master. It is precisely because of this knowledge that Gongchang Ryu can be said to have practiced hard for 3 years and has not been corrupted by a luxurious life. After all, as a traverser, if it is just an ordinary world, then he is naturally moving towards the goal of being rich, the richest man and the like, but after knowing that this world is the world of romance of the dragon and snake, his goal is only one, to live until the world changes, and then live immortality. For this reason, he must reach the realm of national art. Therefore, he not only cultivated hard, but also spent a lot of money to buy medicinal materials regardless of the cost, and took medicinal baths with the help of Master Yeman. After all, he was an ordinary person, and it was too difficult to reach the realm of national arts. However, it is precisely because of this hard work and his love for national arts that he finally changed from a student to a disciple, and he was also a disciple in the house, learning the real national art, and getting the medicinal bath formula to assist cultivation. But even so, it still took him 3 years to complete the practice of foundation building. Snap! Bao Chong Ryu punched out, and the air was fired, which made him can't help but show a smile. Mingjin, I finally reached it. Chapter 039. It is difficult to buy a sound. This is Mingjin, the first realm of national art. After the joy, Bao Chong Sun and Moon couldn't help but frown. His face was complex, solemn, and lingeringly entangled. There's not enough time. It took 3 years to enter Mingjin, and it was impossible for him to enter the realm of national art in his lifetime, and only when he reached the realm of breaking the void and seeing that God was not bad, he had hoped to wait for this world to change, so as to enter the galaxy and live forever. As for opening up the way forward or something, he just thought about it. After all, he didn't even finish the national art. Just thinking about opening up the way forward, he was really not so arrogant. Although he didn't know why, although his body was still the same body after crossing, he recovered from the year of nearly 30 years to the 28th good years and returned to youth. Let's not say what his real age is and how many years he can live. According to his current age, he is also about to be 20 years old now, but he has just entered Mingjin, so how long will it take to cultivate Mingjin? How long will it take to be dark after that? Energize, hold Dan, anger, break the void, see God is not bad? After all, national art is only a technique, not a law, not a deo, and it cannot change one's life against the sky. Even if the cultivation reaches the peak, the lifespan is only 100 years. But before that, the older you are, the less likely it is to break through. After all, national arts are built on the body, and when you get older, your body will inevitably decline. So the sooner he breaks through, the better. He doesn't have much time to waste. The step-by-step cultivation is indeed safe, and with a Grand Master Baodin to teach and take care of him, he will not have a dark injury or anything. It can be said that as long as he does not die, he has no problem living to 70 or 80, and even 100 years old is not impossible. But know that he doesn't want to live longer, he wants to live forever. Even if he really waited, at that time he was already old and decaying, and then the realm of strength was not high. Without the slightest background, how could he live forever? Death awaits him. Therefore, he needs to improve himself as quickly as possible and condense an incomparably profound foundation for himself. Only in this way can he break through the cocoon into a butterfly and soar into the sky, so as to be immortal. Are there any shortcuts? Yes. Just like now, he can practice sky-stealing machine like the original protagonist Wang Chao, which is an extremely dangerous cultivation method. It is very simple to say, it is to stand on the old mansion and cliff to cultivate, so that you will concentrate, because if you don't pay attention, you will fall, and the dead cannot die again. It can be said that you have stepped on the netherworld. Such a dangerous cultivation method can naturally speed up one's own cultivation. In addition to the sky-stealing machine, there are also life and death punches and the like, which can quickly improve their own strength. But it's still that sentence, one who doesn't pay attention will die. Bao Chongraya once heard from Master Yaman that 1,000 Kuasha practitioners took shortcuts and cultivated with this method, only 1/10 survived the heaven-stealing machine. Only 1/10 walked down alive from the life and death fist ring, and only 1/10 were able to walk down intact without leaving any injuries. It can be said that just by getting here, there is already only 1 in 1,000. In Yaman's words, only 1 in 1,000 national art cultivators could become a master of Huajin, such as the famous Huo Yuanjia, who took this path. But what was the result? His relatives died tragically, and he suffered countless injuries, although he was finally able to break the cauldron and sink the boat, so as to go to a higher level and reach the realm of Holding Dan, but he still died. The danger of taking this shortcut is not only from the opponent in the open, but also from the secret. It can be said that 9 deaths are more than a lifetime. Bao Chongraya really has no confidence, he can go to the end. After all, even Huo Yuanjia fell on this road. Why does he think he can do it? What's more, in the previous life he was just a third-rate author, but now he is not only returned to youth, but also entered the upper class from scratch. Beauty, rights, money, and everything can be said. This is what he dreamed of in his last life. He now has a bright future. Can he really break the cauldron to pursue that 1 in 10,000 possibility? So now the Bao Long Sun and Moon are in a tangle, and he can't break the cauldron and sink the boat. There are hundreds of millions of people in this world, but not everyone is the Western Chu Overlord, and even the Western Chu Overlord cannot break the cauldron again and again. Bao Long Sun Moon is indeed a traverser, but he is also just an ordinary traverser. He does not have any gold fingers that can be used in national arts. In this case he is an ordinary person. How does this make him burn one's ship? In this entanglement, time passed little by little, and 6 years passed in an instant, and his cultivation reached the peak of Mingjin, and he still did not make up his mind. Later, he learned that in fact, in the beginning of the period, Master Ip Man had actually been hiding in the secret, and if he really chose to steal the sky, then he would not die even if he failed, because Ip Man would save him, but that would also indicate the failure of taking a shortcut. But it could protect his life. However, in this kind of thing, even as a master, Ip Man is not qualified to interfere. He can only let the Bao leader Sun Moon choose by himself like he used to do. After all, Ip Man can't really guarantee that the Bao is really safe and sound, so he can't say it, and if he really says it, the effect of the sky-stealing machine will be greatly reduced. Just like Yaman back then, Bao Chong Sun Moon also lost the best opportunity to cultivate in the entanglement. He gave up before, and naturally it was even more impossible to break the cauldron after that. In this way, at the age of 25, he cultivated to the peak of Mingjin, and at the age of 32, he broke through to dark energy, and then spent another 8 years to complete the cultivation of dark Jin and reached the peak of dark energy, when he was 40 years old. In this year, having enjoyed enough, he learned from Master Yaman about the things he chose that year, and at that moment he could be said to have mixed tastes in his heart. But just as the saying goes, the older people are, the more afraid of death. Not only did he not spend money and sink the boat, but he made the last attempt, but he was still the same, and it took nearly 10 years to break through to the strength. It can be said that at this time, even if he wants to break the cauldron, it is too late, because his body has aged and he is no longer qualified to take the shortcut that makes him hesitate. Chapter 040. 15 years later. Hong Kong. 65-year-old Gong Chong Ryu has completed the cultivation of Huajin, and in these years, he has become the richest man in the world, and his children and grandchildren are full of grandchildren, wives, and concubines, and he is revered as a generation of martial arts grandmasters. Of course, this title actually has a lot of water. He is through the national art, and Wing Chun boxing to the world, he obtained the title of Grandmaster. Really speaking, only Huajin is actually just a master, only holding Dan can become a Grandmaster. Gang Chi is the real Grandmaster. As for the final breaking the void, seeing the gods is not bad, that is already a land true immortal level figure. But really speaking, his title of Great Master is not exaggerated. After all, it is indeed he who carried forward the national art and changed the country, the people, and the world. By this time, all the people in Huaxia practiced national art, which became a real national art, became an equally important study in literature with language, mathematics, chemistry, and other subjects, and was an important course of the school, thus making Huaxia the most powerful country in the world. Bao Chong Sun and Moon is even more because of this kind of achievement, so that Huaxia made an exception and granted him a group of wives and concubines. Huaxia in this world also pays attention to monogamy, but as a traverser, he cares about these. Even if he is more than 100 years old, he still provokes little girls, which can be said to be typical of old disrespect, lecherous. It can be said that this is the only stain on his body. It is precisely because of this stain that under the petition of the people of the whole country, he became the only person with a group of legal wives and concubines. Master, do you really want to do this? Tang Zikan looked at Bao Chong Sun and Moon worriedly, wanting to dissuade but unable to speak. After all, she was also a martial artist. Bao Chong Ryu looked at the 16-year-old girl in front of him, couldn't help but smile, didn't say anything, but looked at Tang Zikan in front of him and was stunned. Yes, the little girl in front of him is the heroine Tang Zikan in Romance of the Dragon and Snake, who he specially found, accepted as a disciple, and cultivated from an early age. And he did not disappoint him. He is worthy of being the most talented person in the book Romance of the Dragon and Snake, and the only person who has comprehended the purest way. Under the cultivation of Bao Chong Sun and Moon at any cost, and the joint teaching of grandmasters from various sects such as Ip Man who relied on his connections, Tang Zikan, who is now only 16 years old, has already reached the realm of Qi, and has even comprehended the supreme way of purity, ignoring it, avoiding danger, and knowing beforehand. It can be said that this is not worse than breaking the void, and seeing God is not bad, but one is outside, the other is inside, the two are not superior, and it can even be said that the purest way is more difficult to comprehend, as well as mysterious. And looking at Tang Zikan's expression, considering the realm of sincerity she had comprehended, Bao Chong Ryu could know that she would fail to hold Dan this time. However, it is precisely because of this that I want to succeed even more. Even for you. A touch of Ling Ran appeared in the eyes of Bao Chong Ryu, and this time he finally chose to break the cauldron and sink the boat. For the sake of eternal life, he did not choose to break the cauldron and sink the boat, but for the sake of his disciple, or daughter, he chose the broken cauldron and sink the boat. For the little girl in front of him, who was raised since childhood, Bao Chong Ryu really regarded her as his daughter, so he wanted to let him get one step closer, so as not to fall into death, or rely on his husband's end. When he was reading the novel, Gong Chong Ryu felt sorry for Tang Zikan. You must know that as a woman, she achieved the realm of Qi when she was young, and she also comprehended the way of sincerity, although it is inferior to Wang Chao and other people who break the void and see God in terms of force, but it is only force, and it is more than one step stronger in terms of occult and so on. For example, even if breaking the void and seeing God is not bad, he will still die in the face of a nuclear bomb, but Tang Zikan, who has comprehended the way of purity, can avoid it in advance, and he can't die at all. Therefore, in the book Romance of the Dragon and Snake, Tang Zikan is really talented, whether it is B.A. Liming or Wang Chao, they can't compare with her. However, in the starry river behind, she did not appear, suspected of falling, but Wang Chao, who was her disciple and husband, and Ba Liming, who also broke the void and saw that God was not bad, appeared. As the three powerhouses of the immortal realm of that era, Wang Chao was detached, Ba Liming was known as the martial ancestor, and when the human race was besieged by the 5 major races, he manifested with the Dao body, only 6 punches, defeated the 6 Dao level saints, and his true body was suppressed in the immortal tower. The original cultivation was the realm of reincarnation, and later, in order to trap the prison, he fused the origin of the prison to achieve half-step detachment, and finally fought with Zhang Li to eliminate the prison with Zhang Li's hand, and Zhang Li was unthinkably detached together. Not bad. Ba Liming and Wang Chao are detached. But as the same not bad realm, it is even more difficult to comprehend Tang Zikan, who is more difficult to comprehend the way of sincerity. Disappeared, life and death are unknown, anyway, there is no detachment that is certain. The 3 powerhouses of the realm of not bad, it can be said that Tang Zikan, who has comprehended the way of sincerity, is really strong, but it is useless, because she died. She who should have been the most detached did not detach her, but Wang Chao and Ba Liming, who were not as talented as hers, were detached. What's wrong? Bao Chong Ryu, who has been thinking for decades, is very clear that in fact, this disciple of himself, like him, has lost in his heart, and does not have the heart of Wang Chao and the 2 of them, or the hearts of the 2 are not firm enough. If Tang Zikan's strong heart was firm enough, then with her talent and the help of the sincerity way, there would be absolutely no problem in detachment. It is clear that his qualifications and understanding surpass Ba Liming and Wang Chao. It can be said that she is an existence comparable to the ruthless female emperor among women, but unfortunately it is a problem of heart, which makes her fall directly into the quagmire and become mundane. When I read the novel before, Gong Chong Ryu just felt sorry for her new arrival, but in this life, the other party became her disciple, and it was his daughter-like existence. Bao Chong Sun Moon is definitely not willing to be like the original, so he wants to give it the last moment. What is the broken cauldron and what is the heart of the strong? Although he knew very well that even if he didn't teach, with Tang Zikan's talent, it was already like this now, and in a few years, he would definitely break through the void and see that God was not bad. But without a firm strong heart, everything is just an empty battle, and it will still repeat the past. Bao Chong Ryu really didn't want this disciple of himself to waste his talent, knowing that if he had such qualifications, he wouldn't have been so entangled in whether to take a shortcut in the first place. After all, people like Tang Zikan take a shortcut, and ordinary people like him are seeking their own death. Chapter 041. Sometimes some things are really predestined and there is no way around it. Bao Chong Ryu's eyes couldn't help but flash a touch of emotion. For example, he and the disciple in front of him, the degree of effort, the resources consumed, the cultivation time, etc., he far surpassed Tang Zikan, but the result is that he is still at the peak of his strength, while the other party has almost reached the peak of national art, which is the difference in qualifications and understanding. In this regard, in fact, Gong Chong Ryu is not without qualifications, otherwise he would not be able to become today's Huajin master. After all, even if he has resources, sometimes without qualifications and understanding, it is impossible to reach such a point. It's just that compared with ordinary people, Bao Chong Sun Moon is a little talented, but Tang Zikan is not just a little talented, not even just a genius. Maybe Tianjiao is to describe people like her. Of course, Bao Chong Sun Moon is not qualified to say anything about heavenly injustice. After all, he can cross and has some qualifications, what else can he complain about? He has experienced too much at this age, and during this time he has finally understood that some things cannot be forced, and sometimes he cannot back down in the face of some things. For not choosing to take a shortcut back then, Bao Chong Ryu regretted it many times before, and he was very unwilling, thinking that if he had been determined at that time, his current realm would definitely not stop here. But now, it is correct to say that after witnessing Tang Zikin's demon performance, he woke up. In fact, he did not choose to take a shortcut at the beginning, otherwise he would have died a long time ago, and 90% of them would not have been as high as his current cultivation before death. The so-called shortcut is not prepared for ordinary people like him. Honestly, step-by-step cultivation is what he should do. This was only recently understood, so he was relieved. In fact, to reach his current status, if he is willing, it is not impossible to last until the time when the heavens and the earth have changed, and at that time, he may not have a glimmer of life and be immortal. It's just that looking at his proud disciple in front of him, or his daughter who regarded him as his own, he gave up that glimmer of life, chose to break the cauldron at this time, and forcibly broke through to the realm of holding Dan. This time, there was a 99% chance of failure to live and die. After all, even Tang Zikin's sincerity Dao had already been warned. It's just that Gongchang Ryu wants to use this to tell Tang Zikin some truth, so that she can go further and not repeat the mistake of the past. He wanted to use his life to strengthen Tang Zikin's strong heart, just like the brother of the ruthless emperor. It's just that the latter is unintentional, and he is intentional. In terms of talent and understanding, he didn't think that Tang Zikin was not as good as a ruthless person, the difference was just his heart, and he now wanted to make up for this last heart. Of course, Bao Chang Sun and Moon is not an all-knowing and all-powerful god, and he does not know what his death can bring to his disciple, whether it is good or bad, he does not know, but the general rule is not bad. The master leads the door and practices in the individual. As his master, there is not much that Bao Chang Sun Moon can do, and this is the last thing he can do. Thinking of this, Gongchang Ryu looked at the disciple in front of him who could not hide his worry, and immediately said with a smile, "Purple dust." Tang Zikin suppressed the anxiety and worry in his heart, and quickly said, "I'm here." Bao Chang Ryu's face showed a look of nostalgia. "I have been pursuing the realm of national art all my life, and even surpassing the shackles of national art to reach a higher realm, but my qualifications and understanding are not too good, I know this very well, so I hesitated and retreated when I chose Sky Stealing Machine." Speaking of this, Bao Chang Ryu couldn't help but smile and sighed, "For the original withdrawal, I have regret and relief, now these are not important, this breakthrough is my last chance, whether it is successful or not, after all, my future has been broken, even if I can break through this time." Master. Tang Zikin looked sadly at this master like a father in front of him, who had pulled her to a big age since she was a child, and it can be said that the old man who responded to his needs was sad in his heart. She really didn't understand, whether it was through the way of sincerity or her own master, she understood that this breakthrough would fail, but why should she try? She really didn't understand. Looking at Tang Zikin, who was a little shaky, Bao Chang Sun and Yu's eyes flashed, but the words that came to his mouth were swallowed. Originally he wanted to say something. It's just that at the last moment, he suddenly came to his senses, he didn't do it right, maybe from his point of view, he was for the good of his disciples. But he didn't ask Tang Zikin about all this. The pursuit of immortality is his pursuit, but it is not necessarily Tang Zikin's pursuit. Everything in the book may be what she wants, just like a ruthless person, what she wants is never something invincible to the world, but simply wants her brother, just so simple. What is the difference between all this he is doing now and the Feather Dynasty? The so-called help of the disciple is actually just wishful thinking. Thinking of this, Bao Chang Ryu's eyes showed a touch of relief, and secretly said, "That's it. That's it. The future belongs to young people, and I, the old guy, don't add to it. Anyway, the future of this disciple of himself is not bad, even if he dies, he can be saved back after Wang Chao is detached, and, with his own existence, the current Tang Zikin is stronger than in the book, and the hope of future detachment has increased significantly, which is worth looking forward to." Thinking of this, Bao Chang Ryu said with a smile, "This is my pursuit, even if it is death, I will die on the road of seeking the Dao, just as the so-called Cheoan Dao, you can die at night." I'm not afraid of death. When the words fell, Bao Chong Ryu began to hold Dan under Tang Zikan's gaze. At the last moment, he figured everything out. Even if it wasn't for Tang Zikan, he still chose to break through instead of stopping and waiting for that glimmer of life. Master! Tang Zikan knelt down in front of Bao Chong Ryu, who had lost his voice, and obviously failed to break through. Dragon Ball Earth! Energize! Bao Chong Ryu opened his eyes showed a touch of vicissitudes, although he was disappointed that he stopped at his strength. But he was not surprised, which he expected from the beginning. Without Goldfinger, just an ordinary person, he was actually very good at being able to get to this point. Chapter 042 Life. Bao Chong Ryu walked out of the nutrition cabin, cleaned it, walked to the window and looked at the east capital below, but the whole person fell into memories. For this long experience, Gong Chong Ryu is not dissatisfied. After all, he has obtained the cultivation method of national art, and has experienced a lot in decades of life, understood a lot. What else do you want? As for reaching the peak of national art, in fact, it has always been his goal, and he did not have much hope. After all, his restrictions on himself are too great, and if he can still reach the peak of national art in this situation, then he is really alive. And this time, his biggest purpose is actually to hone his will, and now the result is beyond imagination, especially at the moment when the breakthrough fails and dies. Completely let him understand that what enlightenment and relief is hell. If you want to reach the peak, you must break the cauldron and sink the boat. As for danger, there is nothing in this world that is not dangerous. To want to reach the peak without danger is in a dream. It can be said that the biggest gain this time is the fear at the moment of death, and the incomparably thick regret. As long as these two things are there, he believes that he will definitely go further in the future. Half a day later. Phew! Bao Chong Ryu breathed a sigh of relief, and then began to get busy. Some things needed him to take care of, such as the world of national arts. More than 40 years have passed in that world, but in reality it is less than a year. Looking at the comparison of time, Bao Chong Sun and Moon couldn't help but show a look of surprise. Originally he was ready to wake up in the idea that he was more than 10 years old, but it turned out that more than half a year had passed. What's going on? Bao Chong Ryu began to investigate with a heart full of doubts, but in the end there was no conclusion, and he could only guess that it was caused by the incomplete world of national art at the beginning. Rest assured that these things are not something he can figure out now, and immediately began to adjust the ratio of time between the world of romance of the dragon and snake and the reality. After all, dragon and snake world is linked to the galaxy, the world is too powerful, and it is simply not something he can perfect at this stage, so he directly changes the time ratio to 10:1. 10 years have passed in the real world, and the dragon-snake world has only been 1 year, which is exactly the opposite of the second world. Bao Chong Ryu sighed and said, "Let's do it for now." So far, there are 3 worlds in the soul world, namely Dragon and Snake world, Comprehensive Martial world and Second world. In fact, these 3 worlds are different, and they are not perfect. Among them, everything in Comprehensive Martial world is done by the soul world, and he can interfere very little, while the second world is different, almost all under his control, completely mastered by him. Even plot characters such as Halberd Spirit are no exception. As for Dragon and Snake world, it is different, it is somewhere in between. Some things he can control, and some places cannot, at least not yet. For example, in the second world, he can change the rules at will, and resurrection is commonplace, but not in the other 2 worlds. Not to mention the comprehensive martial arts world. He can't enter the dragon-snake world now, because he is already dead, and he can only adjust some time. World, soul world. All kinds of thoughts flashed in Bao Chong Ryu's heart, and finally all of them came to naught. These are not something he can figure out at present, and it is useless to think about it. Thinking of this, Lan Chi, who had been guarding the Bao Commander Sun Moon dynasty, asked, has anything happened recently? Hearing this, Lan Chi made a note and said while flipping through it, in reality, Miss Boomer has looked for you before, and Miss Rena of the Second World has also looked for you. The world's first martial arts conference that you asked me to pay attention to before is about to begin. The world's first martial arts conference. Bao Chongryu nodded, indicating that he understood, and then focused on the world's first martial arts conference. After all, he had planned to participate before, and now he was naturally no exception. Then he did not enter the Second World, and did not contact Boomer. After all, he did not interrupt this time. He got up and walked into the cultivation room and began the cultivation of national arts. Snap! With one punch to reach Ming Jin, he immediately began to stand on the pile. With those decades of cultivation experience, coupled with the qualifications, understanding, and memory that were even more terrifying than Tang Zikan now, it was not surprising to have this kind of cultivation speed. 1 minute later, under his powerful foundation, Ming Jin's cultivation reached the end, directly breaking through to Dark Jin, and then 3 minutes, breaking through Dark Jin into Huajin, and 10 minutes later, Huajin's cultivation was complete, reaching the realm of strength that he had only possessed decades before. Although there are decades of cultivation experience, it is decades of hard cultivation, and the other is not consuming any resources. Just 10 minutes, the gap between the two is too big. This is the qualification gap. Without any pause, Bao Chong Sun and Moon directly chose to hold Dan, and half an hour later, there was no unexpected breakthrough, and people had to sigh once again that people were born unfair. After another hour of cultivation, Dan Jin's cultivation reached completion. This time did not choose to break through, but entered the Second World, broke through 10 times in a row, until foolproof. This broke through in reality, and succeeded in 1 time. Then without the slightest pause, he continued to cultivate. His chi was complete, and then he broke the void and saw that God was not bad. Reaching the peak of national art, less than a day. This gap is really shocking. Faced with this comparison, even Bao Chongryu himself felt terrified. Not knowing what to say was good, but the gap was too big. But there's no way around it. First of all, Bao Chong Sun Moon has the experience and realm of transformation and perfection, and even after decades of cultivation, if it were not for his body being too old, it would not be impossible to break through to Dan Jin. After having this background, coupled with the strength of the Bao Long Sun and Moon itself, it reached 20 points, far exceeding the strength of breaking the void and seeing the gods. It used to be 10 o'clock, but after lying down for half a year, it naturally multiplied with the growth of the body. Coupled with the qualifications and root bones that far surpass humans, plus the unforgettable heritage, and this world surpasses the dragon snake earth, it can be said that the speed is not surprising. Chapter 043 105 Combat Power. After arriving to break the void and see that the gods are not bad, Bao Chongryu tested his combat strength, and couldn't help but show a look of surprise. Before cultivation, his combat power was 20 points, and now it has increased by 5 times more, and the time consumed is only 1 day. This speed is obviously a little amazing. Even after using the gene repair elixir and gene evolution potion successively, the magnitude and speed of such an increase are still extremely terrifying. A moment later, Bao Chongryu came back to his senses, gradually figured it out, and secretly said, "In the world of dragons and snakes, I am afraid that the 10 combat power of the national art to the realm may not be comparable. Even if it is exceeded, it will not be too much, but here is not the dragon snake, but the dragon ball, which itself is extraordinary, plus the extraordinary practice of the national art. It can be said that I am afraid that I have completely exerted the practice of national arts to the peak now. As for the way of sincerity, don't think about it, then even with my current qualifications, understanding, and accumulation, I need chance to comprehend it, and I can't force it." Thinking of this, Bao Chongryu couldn't help but show a look of exclamation, and then looked inwardly at himself, but he couldn't help frowning, because he didn't see God. As the saying goes, breaking the void can see God, so that King Kong is not bad. The gods in the Dan Sutra and the gods in the boxing technique are not those ethereal gods such as the Jade Emperor and Taishang Lejun in the sky, but many sensitive and subtle acupuncture points in the body. These acupuncture points dominate the movement of the human body, like gods who control all things in heaven and earth. Breaking the void, you can see God, that is, the sensitivity of people's cultivation, and when you reach the highest realm, you can clearly feel the sensitivity of every subtle acupuncture point in your body, and clearly know what function these acupuncture points have and what role they play in the body. Just as in Buddhism, cultivation to the highest realm, to the Western blissful world, 10 trillion Buddha countries, see the Ganges River sand counting Buddha. In Buddhism, Elysium, billions of Buddhas, like gods, are deities who dominate their own bodies, so Elysium is not in the West, but in their own bodies. When you practice boxing to achieve strength, you can see inside and see your internal organs, large intestine and small intestine. But those are huge organs, inner vision is easy, and it is still early to break the realm of the void and see God. And later, when you enter the crotch of holding Dan, you can look inside to the blood on the lower abdomen, hide the blood gate shank cave inside the muscles, and see this God of the Big Dipper true martial arts. At the same time, you will also truly understand the true role of the blood gate shank point in the body, which is the most important midpoint station of qi and blood circulation, and a general hub connected to the liver and kidneys to filter toxins and impurities in the blood. The blood gate is strong, and the ability of human and earth blood to eliminate toxins and impurities is great. The blood gate is stimulated, and with the heart, the blood in the whole body immediately boils, the energy is vigorous, and it bursts out with unprecedented potential. As for the so-called King Kong is not bad, it is not that the body is as hard as steel, and the knife and axe are cut without damage, but once the body has any slight damage, people will keenly feel it, so as to come up with countermeasures to repair and recuperate. Although these minor injuries are nothing in the face of powerful fist techniques, if they accumulate more, they will cause internal injuries. When people get old, internal injuries accumulate, resulting in a decrease in physical strength and a weakening of combat effectiveness. Even if a martial arts master is a master of martial arts, after the age of 50 or 60, his physical strength will decline and his combat effectiveness will weaken. Some people are due to the reason for the aging of the body. In fact, this is only a part. The bigger reason is that when you are young, practice, hit people, explosive power is more, the subtle damage inside the body accumulates, and they can't feel it. Over the years, it accumulates into internal injuries. Although it is still much stronger than ordinary people, it is worse than the young and strong master of the family. If you can cultivate to the point where you can break the void and see God, once you have any minor damage, you will immediately repair and recover, so as not to let internal injuries accumulate. Then it is safe to say that it is not impossible to maintain combat effectiveness until 80 or 90 years old, or even hundreds of years old. Although the martial arts master is physically strong and has not caused any major damage in many life and death fights, when examined from a subtle angle, he can find many places, muscles, cortex, and small blood vessels, all with subtle wounds. If the boxer's body is 1,000-mile long, majestic levee, then these small injuries are ant nests that are too small to be small. Although the ant nest is nothing compared to the 1,000-mile levee, the 1,000-mile embankment collapses in the anthill, and for a long time, under the impact of the river, no matter how strong the levee is, it will be washed away. Time is like a great river, and every moment is ruthlessly washing away life. Breaking the void, you can see God, so that Vajra is not bad, that is, the requirement of the national art for the highest state of the body. As for the great master who has truly achieved martial arts, entering the highest mysterious realm that is not seen or heard, and avoids danger, then the divine form is round, and no one can commit it, that is another kind of realm. Although the current Bao Chang Sun and Moon had indeed reached the realm of breaking the void and seeing that the gods were not bad, he did not see the gods in his body, that is, the Danshan and other tricks. However, he still reached the realm of national art, because although he did not see the gods, he saw the cells around his body, which also belonged to the realm of seeing gods is not bad, but the gods he saw were different. In the long sun and moon, the god he saw was Qi, the Qi that flowed and was hidden under the surrounding body, which was the god that belonged to him. Bao Chongrayu's frowning brows loosened, and he said clearly, "Sure enough, the human beings in this world do not have cave meridians." After all, he remembered very well that the people in the Dragon Ball world belong to the theory of evolution, which has evolved over countless thousands of years, and there are no gods to create, and it has nothing to do with the Eastern gods such as Nuwa, so naturally there can be no meridian points. In fact, this is also the main reason why he created Wuodeo physical training technique at the beginning, and he is unwilling to give up until now, all because in his setting, Wuodeo physical training technique does not need meridian acupoints to cultivate, but once the cultivation is completed, it will reshape the innate Deo body. And once the innate Deo body is shaped, the meridian points and what is naturally there. As long as he doesn't want to be trapped by the Dragon Ball system, then he must shape the innate Deo body and have the meridian acupuncture path. After all, the Xianxian immortal system is the most suitable for him, and it is also the most familiar to him, and these are inseparable from the meridian acupuncture path. Chapter 044. Is this the most important Qi in the Dragon Ball system? Sure enough, Suankai. Bao Chongryu closed his eyes and watched the mysteries and essence of Qi wandering in his blood, bone marrow, and cells, gathering and dispersing and merging, constantly showing him the mystery and essence of Qi. At this moment, Bao Chong Sun Moon truly understood the difference between Qi and true Qi, internal force, etc. Although it is also a kind of human strength, the Qi in Dragon Ball is not actually the Qi in the three treasures of the spirit and spirit, but the biggest mystery in this universe, which belongs to the miracle of living beings. Because Qi does not need to be cultivated, all living beings in this universe have it, even everything in heaven and earth has Qi, it just depends on whether it can be used and discovered. Qi is not bound to the meridians and acupoints, it exists everywhere in the human body, it is in flow, and it is scattered and aggregated, and it is not the refinement of the human body, nor is it a collection of essence and energy, but a kind of origin Qi, which itself connects everything in the human body, including the soul. Even Bao Chong Sun and Moon have a feeling that the most important thing in this world is not the body and soul, but Qi. However, it is only a feeling, whether it is right or not is unknown, and there is no way to confirm it. After realizing it, Bao Chongryu couldn't help but think a little lost. Although the system of Dragon Ball is somewhat simple, as long as it can be passed, it is also an avenue, but unfortunately there is no way to detach it. In fact, if the Dragon Ball system has a transcendent method, then he doesn't have to bother. As a traverser who confirmed that the Dragon Ball world is real, Bao Chang's ambition will never stop at destroying gods and kings, he wants to transcend this world, he wants to go to the heavens and realms. And these Dragon Ball systems cannot help him, although even the fairy fantasy system may not be able to help him, but after all, unlike the single and imperfect Dragon Ball system, the fairy fantasy system is undoubtedly much more perfect, and it is complex. If he can be combined, it may not be able to detach it. Of course, more importantly, he has the soul realm. If he does not have this golden finger, then he can only honestly cultivate the Dragon Ball system. Combat effectiveness. Lan Qi and Nan, who had been accompanying and protecting the long sun and moon, couldn't help but widen their eyes and unabashedly reveal their shock, because they watched with their own eyes become a martial arts grandmaster in one day. Although they have seen the magic of the Bao Long Sun and Moon, what they have seen and heard this day still makes the two a little unimaginable. You must know that on the earth, the combat effectiveness is about 10 points, it belongs to the martial artist, with a strong body that is invulnerable to swords and guns, flying cornices and walking walls, comparable to tigers and leopards. It can be said that reaching this step already belongs to the superhuman level, and it is not difficult to do things such as breaking 1,000 armies alone. And when it comes to 100 combat strength, he can be called a martial arts grandmaster. The Turtle Immortal, the Crane Immortal, the Dobai, and the Monkey King when he participated in the world's first martial arts conference all belong to this level. And if you think about the performance of a few people, you can know that this level is definitely not as simple as increasing the strength tenfold. At the level of martial artists, it still belongs to the category of human beings, and missiles can still be dealt with, but to the point of martial arts grandmasters, after mastering Qi, it can be said that the sky collapses and the earth is cracked with a wave of the hand, and the broken mountains and seas are all idle. As long as you want, you can completely destroy a city with one blow. Just like the great demon king of Vic did, a move of Qigong waves directly destroys the metropolis. And don't think that the great demon king of Vic can do it, or that it takes close to 300 combat power to be able to do it. In fact, as long as it hits 100 points, a martial arts grandmaster who has mastered Qi can do it, but as long as it is not a great demon king, he will not do it at all. Even the world's #1 killer like Dobai would not be so frustrated. It can be said that the martial arts grandmaster who has mastered Qi already belongs to the level of immortal gods. Just like regional heavenly gods, they are only hundreds of combat powers. If the combat effectiveness of living beings is roughly divided into the levels of 10 enemies, 100 enemies, 1 horse is 1,000, army breaking, city destruction, country destruction, and star destruction, then the martial artist belongs to 1,000 horses and 1,000 and broken army, while the martial arts grandmaster belongs to the first level of city destruction. If you compare horizontally with the heavens and realms, then the martial arts grandmaster is equivalent to the god killer, the pirate general, the 4 emperors, and the fire shadow super shadow level. This is also the reason why Lan Qi and the two of them feel unbelievable. It is really that the speed of the improvement of the Bao Long Sun and Moon is too terrifying. You must know that even the two of them now have more than 300 combat power, and they have only possessed it after nearly 10 years of hard cultivation with the help of Bao Chong Sun and Moon. And the two of them still belong to the Martial Dao Grandmaster, the first level of the city annihilation. In this comparison, it is difficult not to be shocked. It should be the reason for that cultivation method. As a martial arts grandmaster, Lan Qi and Nanwu thought at the same time, although they belonged to different systems, but with the help of Qi Suankai, the two could see that the cultivation method of Bao Chong Sun and Moon directly cultivated the body inside and out, which was much more advanced than their kind of forced cultivation. At this time, Bao Chong Ryu also found the shock of Lan Qi and the two, and immediately said with a smile, "When I sort it out, I will pass it on to you." For these two people who have protected him for nearly 10 years and can be said to be the closest to him, he certainly will not be stingy. Great! Lanch. Looking forward to it. South none. Neither of them was polite with Bao Chong Ryu. After all, the three were too familiar, and the relationship could not be better. Maybe there was a relationship between the three in front of outsiders, but that was just to make others not underestimate him. After all, the age was there. Just like when Boomer and others visited for the first time, if Nanwu did not do so, I am afraid that Boomer and others might not be so honest. This was the method that the three of them discussed after several lessons. No. It should be said that Lan Qi discussed it with Nanwu, and Bao Chong Ryu himself did not care much about this aspect. In fact, the achievements that Bao Chong Sun and Moon can have now are all the credit of him alone, but in fact, the fact is that the three of them work together. Among them, Bao Chong Ryu is responsible for research, Nanwu provides force, and Lan Qi is responsible for execution. It can be said that the three are real iron triangles, and the relationship is not ordinary closeness. In the beginning, it was Nanwu's force that protected Bao Chong Ryu and his achievements, even in recent years, while the blue-haired Lan Kai was responsible for promoting his products. In fact, really speaking, the hardest of the three belongs to Lan Qi. Chapter 045. Looking at the happy Lan Qi and the two, Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but show a heartfelt smile. The two lives combined, in fact, the best relationship with him is the two in front of him. Even for Zihong, he is more guilty, but emotionally worse than one. In fact, this is also the same as 10 years, Longbo Sun Moon and Zihong have not spent much time together, especially after he found Nanwu and had the power of self-preservation. He did not rely on Zihong, and Zihong was also busy looking for objects, and the relationship between the two was not close, but faded with time. Especially after Gongchang Ryu researched the gene repair potion to Zihong, the relationship between the two was basically constant for the sake of friends, and could not be compared with Lan Qi, who went from weak to strong with him and supported each other to get to the present. Especially Lan Kai. Now Baochang Ryu can still recall that 2 years after finding Nanwu, he went out and met Lan Qi, who was bullied by a group of people at that time. At that time, he actually didn't recognize it, but just let Nanwu come to the rescue out of kindness, and then recognized the other party. And after recognizing Lan Qi, Baochang Sun Moon naturally will not let the other party go, and for Lan Qi who was rescued, he is also a special existence. So the following things are very ordinary, and the subsequent development is also going on like a third-rate plot. After knowing the special nature of Baochang Sun and Moon, and seeing that he and Nanwu were very troubled and impatient with business matters, Lan Qi stood up and began to deal with business matters as a secretary, from being at a loss at the beginning and not understanding anything to being at ease now. It can be said that Lan Qi has paid the most, and even the blonde Lan Qi has changed a lot for this, not to mention the gentle blue Lan Qi. A gentle girl who can only cook has now become a business strongman, and a girl who can only rob homes and robs houses and has a hot temper has become the current business queen. All this was seen by Baochang Ryu. How could he be stingy with Lan Qi? As for Nanwu, not to mention, he only purposefully helped the other party solve the problem of water shortage in his hometown, and the other party became his bodyguard with a dead heart, and for this reason, he almost died 3 times and was seriously injured 16 times. Therefore, for Lan Qi and Nanwu, Baochang Ryu has never been stingy. If he is even stingy and defensive about the two of him like this, then he will even look down on himself. Then Baochang Ryu personally took action, and made a table of delicacies with full strength, and it was full of Han seats. It was also this time after decades of all-out shots that Baochang Ryu finally comprehended the heart of cooking, and because of the great increase in strength and the practice of national arts, his cooking skills increased dozens of times, causing him to directly upgrade from the 3-star master level to the Grand Master level, and even among the Grand Masters, he was not weak. The progress is not small, but this has not actually digested all his heritage, and when he digests it, his strength will increase by several stars. Delicious, so delicious, even better than Arena's cooking. Lunch. It's really the ultimate enjoyment. And it's unbelievable that these dishes are all good for my strength improvement. South Nun. Looking at the two people in front of him, Baochang Ryu joined in with a smile, and fought with the two at the dinner table, and in the end, he even showed all his strength. Let Nanwu and the two once again see the magic of national art. Obviously, in terms of combat effectiveness, both of them are more than 300 points higher than him, but in the face of the Bao Long Sun and Moon who has cast the national art, they can only crush him. You must know that the difference in combat effectiveness is 300, but it is not 3 times worse in strength, but 10 times or even more times. This is also the magic of the Dragon Ball combat power system, especially the difference of dozens of combat power, that is, completely 2 realms, such as Sun Wukong, who participated in the martial arts conference for the first time, and him in the second time. The difference in combat power is less than 100, but the strength is completely 2 realms. Of course, this is also because at the table, the 3 of them have some restraint, and many of the Dragon Ball martial arts are simple and rude, which is not as small and exquisite as the national art. A hearty breakfast passed in the hustle and bustle. Phew! After a day of rest, Baochang Ryu freshened up in the morning, and then began to deal with things, of course, not dealing with business, those he had not interfered with for a long time. everything was handed over to Lankai, but dealt with the affairs of close people, such as Boomer, Zihong, Dr. Brive. Wait. This time, he has been in the Soul Realm for most of the year, and he needs to have a good contact and communication with the people around him. Since then, Gongchang Ryu has fallen into a half-month of busyness and vacation. After all, they are close friends, and getting along is naturally no different from vacation tourism. 20 days had passed since he finished dealing with the real thing, and he had only the Kung Fu to enter the second world. Speaking of which, a year has passed since the opening of the second world, and 10 years in the second world, so Alice and they are all 25 years old. Thinking of this, Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but sigh, but then his thoughts turned and he began to think. He didn't care about anyone else, but he couldn't let friends like the Arena sisters he knew, and he couldn't let them die 10 years from the outside world and 100 years from the second world. He had considered this kind of thing before, but in the end he decided to go with the flow, but it was because he didn't know anyone, and now that he had, naturally he couldn't come like this. You'll have to think about it. This time, I haven't seen it for nearly 7 or 8 years, and the feeling of Bao Chong Sun and Moon suddenly arises, which also attracts his attention. Immediately, Bao Chong Ryu began to understand the development of the second world with thoughts, and the more he understood, the more surprised he was. It was really that after nearly 10 years of development, the second world had changed too much. Not to mention anything else, the current Alice is already the chief marshal of Yuanyu, and is already the world's #1 chef, and has the title of Chef Saint. The cooking level has reached the Grand Master level, and it is still a 2-star. And even Alice has reached the 1-star Grand Master level. In addition to the two of them, many people such as the Secretary Zi have also reached the Grand Master level, but most of them are related to Yuanyu, and because of this, Yuanyu has become a chef's holy place. Chapter 046. Chef God. Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but smile, but he now has another name, that is, the Chef God, because he created cooking skills, so that the second world appeared Grand Master level chefs, and promoted the development of culinary skills. Cook, tennis, basketball, interesting, really interesting. Watching the development of the second world in the past 10 years, Bao Chong Sun and Moon couldn't help but sigh one after another. Although it has only been 10 years, too much has changed in this world, just like a chef has become the most dazzling profession in this world because of the long bow of the sun and the moon, and his social status has been greatly improved, and he is more star than a star. As a result, the number of chefs has increased by more than 100-fold. Not only chefs, but also superpower-related professions such as tennis and basketball, although not as good as chefs, but also close behind. And compared to the comics, both chefs, tennis, and basketball have now achieved great development, although there is no Bao Long Sun and Moon intervention. However, the creatures of the Dragon Ball Earth world have entered this world, and after the chaos, the contact and collision of two different civilizations instantly gave birth to a brilliant light. For example, basketball and tennis, because of the technology of Dragon Ball Earth, and even martial arts, superpowers, etc., the level is directly like a chef to increase by a level. In fact, Bao Chong Sun Moon did not find that Dragon Ball Earth has actually undergone great changes in the past year, and the status of cooks, basketball, tennis, and other professions has been greatly improved. Among them are martial artists. Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but laugh, and then sighed. Leaping turned out to be a basketball player and the best player, and Klin and Boomer entered the tennis world and dominated the world men's tennis and women's tennis respectively, which is really interesting. With the martial arts strength of Boomer and several people, becoming a tennis player is simply bullying, and it is difficult not to dominate. Not only these people, but also many martial artists on the Dragon Ball Earth have entered all walks of life in the second world, shining with their superhuman strength, which naturally greatly improves the status of martial artists again. In fact, if it weren't for the chef because the 10 God Emperor created cooking skills, there was an extraordinary level of power, plus that ultimate enjoyment, this would have retained the first position, otherwise he would definitely be picked by martial artists. In short, whether it is Dragon Ball Earth or the Earth of the Second World now, it is really lively, and all walks of life have grown explosively. After Bao Chong Sun and Moon sighed, he couldn't help but ponder, maybe I can combine the hierarchy of various professions and then increase my lifespan. Just like a chef, once you become a junior chef, you can live for 100 years, intermediate 150 years, advanced 200 years, expert 300 years, and master 500 years, and there are other rewards, such as people from the second world appear in the Dragon Ball world, so as to practice fake into true. And the people of the Dragon Ball world are to increase the lifespan of the real world, etc. But thinking of this, Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help frowning and pondering, there are really too many considerations here, such as bringing people from the second world to the real world, and realizing the practice of becoming true, although it is not impossible to do it, but the consumption is not small. As for increasing the lifespan of real-world creatures, not to mention anything else, the cost of gene repair elixir is extraordinary, which requires a lot of precious materials. Even the 10 God Emperor and Boomer are impossible to refine casually, let alone popularize. Therefore, he still needs to carefully consider these things, especially if the standard cannot be set too low, otherwise he will definitely die. However, it should not be too high will turn away most of the people, which will not be conducive to his harvesting spiritual power and faith power. You must know that the second world is okay, 99% belongs to the virtual world, controlled by him, does not consume spiritual power and faith power, but whether it is comprehensive martial world or dragon and snake world, it belongs to a large consumer, even if dragon and snake world is adjusted by him as much as possible, one reduction, but the supply of the two worlds is still close to the limit. Especially with the emergence of dragon and snake world, the growth of comprehensive martial world is very slow, and a year has passed, and the completion is very worrying. Even dragon and snake world is not as good. The spiritual power and faith power of each living being are numbered for a period of time, and if you want to increase, in addition to increasing the quantity, it is to improve the quality of individual living beings. Bao Chong Sun and Moon thought quickly turned. For example, the spiritual power and belief power provided by an ordinary person at the same time cannot be compared with martial arts grandmasters such as Sun Wukong and Li Ping. It's just that these two methods are obviously not easy to achieve, and increasing the number will inevitably include cosmic people in the soul world, and when the time comes, it will definitely attract cosmic level masters, which he doesn't want to see now, and he definitely doesn't want to encounter. As for improving individuals, it is also not easy, if not more difficult. If you think about the decline of martial artists, it is really not easy to improve your strength. Don't compare ordinary people with Boomer, Klin, Bao Chong Sun and Moon and others, after all, they are really not ordinary people. If nothing else, if there are really ordinary people who dare to practice like Klin did in the Turtle Immortals, even if they are not dead or crippled, perhaps 10 years of hard work is not comparable to 1 month of Klin and Sun Wukong. This is the difference between talent and root bone. It's not that you can't change, it's really hard. Phew. Bao Chong Sun Moon breathed a sigh of relief, did not continue to think about it. It was really 1,000 troubles, it was difficult to straighten out for a while, he needed time to think about it. Anyway, the time he had, there was no need to worry. He never expected to be fat in one go. If you want to swallow an elephant, the biggest possibility is that your stomach is broken, and he knows this very well. Immediately did not go to the far moon, dialed Alice's video phone, but was connected in just 3 seconds. Sun and Moon. Alice, who had already become a big beauty, was pleasantly surprised, and looked at the Bao Long Sun and Moon on the other side of the screen in disbelief. Looking at Alice, who had changed from a girl to a big beauty on the screen, Bao Chong Ryu smiled and said, "I'm back. You guys still knows to come back, you don't know me." Are we worried about you? It's been years since you left, and there is no news. Where are you now? Wait, I'll go find you. Looking at the pair blossom with rain, the incoherent Alice, the Bao leader's sun and moon eyes flashed a touch of warmth, and reported the address of his home. Chapter 047. After calling Irina, Bao Commander Hijetsu waited in the villa, and his thoughts involuntarily returned to what he had been thinking about before. If you want to improve your personal dimension, national arts and martial arts are good choices. At least the threshold is much better than Dragon Ball martial arts. Even if you don't have qualifications, you can achieve something in time, especially after not being afraid of death. Bao Chongrayu's thoughts turned, and he fell into deep thought. Martial arts internal strength needs meridian acupoints, not suitable for the Dragon Ball world, at least not suitable for the current situation, but the national art is very good, but at present, only I can do it. It is impossible for me to teach, so it is a trouble to promote it. If only I could find the Dragon and Snake world, my master, and these masters of national arts. At this moment, Bao Chongryu couldn't help but move in his heart, his eyes flashed with a terrifying essence, and he said to himself, maybe I can dismember the Dragon Snake world. Good. Just do this, for me. Dragon and Snake world can't enter now, it's completely chicken ribs. Even if it grows into Galaxy world in the future, it will still be the same, and I don't know how many years have passed. Even if I grow to that step, I'm afraid I have a better choice. So whether it is now or in the future, Dragon and Snake world is just a chicken rib. It is a drag. It is a pity to abandon it. It is useless to put it there. Instead of this, it is better to dismember it, turn it into copies, and slowly integrate into the second world. That is, it can be used to promote national arts, and there can be more creatures that allow me to scowl wool. After all, for me, spiritual power and faith power are too scarce, and it has completely dragged down my growth. Instead of this, it is better to use waste, and other worlds can also deal with it in the future. One thought after another flowed in the heart of the long sun and moon, and the fleeting spiritual light in his heart was grasped by him, and became clearer and clearer, and finally turned into a complete plan. Just when he thought clearly and couldn't wait to perform, the arrival of the two sisters Irina, who could be said to be on the front and back feet, interrupted his impatience. Good risk. After Bao Chongryu calmed down, layers of cold sweat could not help but appear on his forehead, but he was scared. After all, dismembering a world is not simple, which needs to take into account all aspects. There are many places and details that need to be encouraged. If it is not done well, it will not only destroy the Dragon and Snake world, but even Soul world will be affected. It's still not stable and pure enough. Bao Chongryu sighed, and then pressed this kind of thought to the bottom of his heart. Looking at the two excited sisters in front of him, he couldn't help but show a heartfelt smile. Long time no see. You guy. Cut Alice. I know to come back. Irina. After the excitement, the three of them walked into the kitchen as before, and began to make their own dishes with all their strength, but they spoke with their own dishes and put everything in the dishes. Just like before, after all, except for Alice Tsukase, whether it is Bao Long Sun and Moon, or Irina, they are not the kind of people who talk a lot. So cooking becomes a platform for three people to communicate. In the cooking of the two of Irina, Bao Nagaryu tasted the worries, longings and wisps of girlish hearts of the two, and in his cooking, the two women saw the truth of the world and understood everything, but under the magical effect of the cooking, it was very miraculously calm. Although even knowing that you were created is false. Obviously, at this time, I should have collapsed and couldn't believe it, but under the cooking of the Bao Long Sun and Moon, it was extremely miraculously calmed down. But surprise and shock are inevitable. It's so powerful, so to speak, this world, these billions of sentient beings, and I were all created by you. No wonder people from your world worship you so much and regard you as a god, so it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a god, but I created it by you. Doesn't that mean I should call you daddy? Alice looked at Bao Chong Sun and Moon with a simple and curious face, and said words that could be called earth-shattering. Looking at Alice, who has obviously grown up and fallen generously, but is still the same as back then, Bao Chong Sun and Moon can't help but be speechless by Daddy. Rena couldn't help but blush, and shouted angrily, "Alice, you shut up for me." Shhhh. Alice grimaced at her cousin, and then looked at Bao Chong Sun and Moon with sly eyes, which made him feel more and more emotionally, this little girl really did not change. After calming down, Irina, who looked at Bao Chong Ryu with a look of emotion, said, "You are really powerful. Originally I thought that after all these years of hard work, plus you only regard cooking as a pastime, my cooking skills should surpass you, but I still lost to you." Looking at the sighing Irina, Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but be speechless again. The two women in front of them are really different enough, compared to knowing that they are false. They actually care more about the level of cooking, how much they love cooking. Seeing the speechlessness on Bao Chong Ryu's face, Rena couldn't help but laugh, and after a moment, Fang opened his mouth to explain, "In fact, after so many years, although the people in your side of the world can't say it because of the rules, all kinds of expressions and performances are actually very telling. Under the research of countless people, in fact, ordinary people may not know, but most people in high society have already guessed this truth, but they can't confirm it." Hearing this, Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but be stunned, and then looked at Alice, who nodded, and couldn't help but smile, but he knew that he underestimated the world. Human beings are already a very complex creature, and without his restrictions, this world will find it not strange at all in 10 years. He had intended to do this before. After all, he had never wanted to make these creatures created by himself a false item, and he had long planned to bring talented people to the Dragon Ball world in the future. It's just that he didn't expect it to be so soon. Chapter 048. So the two of you, I wonder if you are interested in visiting my real home. Suppressing the surprise in his heart, Bao Chong Ryu said with a sincere invitation. Although it was a little early, the two in front of him were his closest people in the second world, best friends, and there was no problem at all in advance. Just pay two people's practice fake to come true, he now takes it out. In fact, to be honest, just to fake the two of them into true is not as expensive as expected. After all, Bao Chong Ryu does not mean that the two of them are directly trained to be true, and there is no need to do that. After all, the two of them are not completely fake. Perhaps at the beginning, the creatures of the second world were artificial intelligence programs researched by Bao Chong Sun and Moon, but under the great power of Soul World, they have evolved from programs to creatures, although they are false creatures. In particular, the plot character of Alice, who is a plot character, has gone further under another unknown mighty force, and has already advanced from a false creature again. A soul was born, so bringing it to the world of Dragon Ball, like crossing over, is not so incredible and not as difficult as imagined. More importantly, Bao Chong Ryu also created a body for the two in reality. In this case, he only needed to consume very little soul realm power to complete the practice of the two of them. Hearing this, both of them were complicated, excited, expectant, and apprehensive, and it could be said that their moods were extremely complicated, but in the end, they both turned into silence. Seeing this, Bao Chong Ryu did not say anything, but quietly waited for an answer. After all, when encountering such a thing, anyone must think about it. A moment later, Alice smiled and said, "I'm going, to be honest, I'm curious about the real world." Immediately after that, Irina, who was also solemn, said with a solemn face, "I am also going. I heard that there are dinosaurs and other creatures in the real world, and I want to see what the taste of the cuisine made with dinosaurs is, and to what extent I can achieve it." For Alice's words, Bao Chong Ryu just smiled and nodded, but after listening to Irina's words, he couldn't help but be speechless for a while, and he was too lazy to make an evaluation. He really didn't know what to say about this woman who was obsessed with cooking. Anything can be done to cooking. Next, the three continued to talk, but with Irina, the topic always involuntarily returned to cooking and cooking, which made Bao Longryu very helpless, and also made Alice, who was very curious about the real world, very angry. However, in the face of a serious book of arena, the two of them had no choice, they could only adjust the topic with a helpless face. Time passed in such a somewhat bizarre conversation. In an instant, 3 days passed in reality, and a month passed in the second world, and it was also the time when the first practice of the Bao Long Sun and Moon became true. But it is the first time, in fact, in this month, Bao Chong Sun and Moon has experimented many times. After all, he can't experiment with Alice and the two, if one doesn't get it right, if there is any accident, then he will regret it. So during this period of time, he took it step by step, from plants, objects to various animals, and finally to death row prisoners. Until there was no problem, and finally decided to start the practice of the two. As for the reason why it is the first time, because the previous death row prisoners have been disposed of after the experiment. Moreover, the practice of fake to be true began with the two sisters, so Bao Chongryu set this time as the first time. The second world, in the laboratory of the Bao Long Sun and Moon. Bao Chongryu comforted the two people who were lying in the healing equipment, "Take it easy, it will be fine soon, don't worry." Wu. Alice and the two kept adjusting their breathing, trying to calm down, but the effect was obviously not very good. Seeing this, Gong Chongryu comforted while quietly communicating with the soul world, and directly started the practice of fake to come true. Meanwhile, Dragon Ball Earth, Bao Long Sun and Moon Laboratory. Bao Nagaryu withdrew from the second world and looked at the two healing instruments in front of him, which were exactly the same as the two bodies of Irina in the second world. The next moment, under the gaze of Bao Chong Sun and Moon, Alice and the two opened their eyes, their faces still had apprehension, and they were constantly adjusting their breathing, wanting to calm down. Rina finally calmed down a little and asked, "When will it start?" But because the laboratory of the second world was originally a copy here, the two of them did not find that they had completed the practice and became true. Bao Chongryu smiled and said, "It's done, welcome to my house." Hey! Hearing this, the two of them couldn't help but be stunned, and looking at the smiling Bao Sun and Moon in front of them, they couldn't help but laugh. Next, Bao Chongryu carefully took the two of them to check inside and out, and after making sure that there was no problem, he began to lead the two to tour the real world. This kind of play lasted for half a month. During this time, the three of them traveled all over the Dragon Ball Earth, tasted the food from all over the world, and tried to make it, and it can be said that the three of them had a lot of fun. During this time, everything between the two was also properly arranged by Bao Chong Sun and Moon, and his identity, place of residence, etc. were trivial matters for him. If it weren't for the fact that the world's first martial arts conference was about to begin, the play of the three might continue. During this time, the two sisters Irina, who were also completely adapted to the Dragon Ball Earth, after all, although there was a gap between the two, it was not to the extent that they could not adapt. During this time, the two of them did not ask for a place to practice fake real like Bao Chong Sun and Moon. After all, the two women are not the kind of people who have to step in, as long as the Bao leader Sun and Moon do not speak, neither of them will ask. This is not for fear that he will be angry, or because it will affect the relationship between the three, but the two of them have never considered this, because they are purely not that kind of people. In fact, it is precisely because the character and quality of the two daughters of Irina, who are very good, that Bao Nagaryu will become friends with the two, not only because of the plot, or teaching cooking and beauty. Chapter 049. Papaya Island. The place where the 21st Tianxia Love First Martial Arts Conference was contested. There are so few people. Looking at the sparse surroundings of pedestrians, Alice couldn't help but look at the Long Sun and Moon in doubt, and Irina and Lankai on the side also showed doubts. Even Bao Chongryu was puzzled. You must know that in the original work, the martial arts conference paid less attention, but now because of him, martial artists have signs of revival. How can they still be so lonely? Nan Wujian on the side was puzzled, and even after Bao Chongryu didn't know, he opened his mouth and explained, the world's first martial arts conference is actually a private competition for martial artists to hold exchanges, and those who know are not bad. So it is. Bao Chongryu showed a sudden look. At this time he also remembered, although the world's first martial arts conference is a martial arts competition, it is held by rich people. The purpose is also to judge who is the world's #1 master, and the champion can get rich bonuses, but in fact, the nature is really private. The participants in the competition are all people from all over the world who think they are masters, but they are all insiders and people nearby. After all, the world's first martial arts conference was held on Papaya Island in the early days. Of course, there are also some disciples of the martial arts school who are not good at practicing and think they are good, such as several senior brothers of Klin's previous time in Doran Monastery. Although there will be staff beating drums before the competition, beating the copper drum as a signal for the start of the competition, it seems to be formal. In fact, in the original work, this time the participants are only 137 people, even if it is the next session, it is only 182 people, it can be said that the number is really not much. Because he was not taken seriously, Bao Chongryu did not participate. In fact, he originally thought that now that the martial arts have been revived, the world's first martial arts conference will be very prosperous even without his intervention, so he did not intervene. Bao Chongryu secretly said, "But this is good, I didn't want to be famous, but to communicate martial arts with the turtle immortals and them to see what level I am at now." Thinking of this, he did not intervene again, plus there was no excitement around, and the group quickly walked towards the competition venue. Without the intervention of Bao Chong Sun and Moon, this time the competition was still held in the martial arts hall as in the original book. However, this time instead of selecting the quarter-finalists in 8 districts according to the lottery, the elimination matches are held in the open square, nor is it the next time when the top few places pass the qualification round with a boxing machine to measure strength. This time, the qualifying round was divided into 2 times, both using the combat effectiveness detector invented by Bao Commander Ryu. The first time only those with combat effectiveness of 5 points or more could pass, and then the combat effectiveness variant detector similar to a boxing machine, selected the 8 with the highest combat effectiveness to pass the qualifying round. What's so much trouble? Alice looked puzzled. Why not in place all at once? Hearing this, Lan Kegaze withdrew from the biological brain, and he explained, "I heard that the organizer consulted the martial arts god and got the advice." So it is. Bao Chongryu showed a clear look when he heard this, looked at a few people who were puzzled, and explained, "The turtle immortals do this. The first is to screen those contestants who are not martial artists. After all, the combat effectiveness cannot even reach 5 points, and they can only be regarded as boxers and the like, and they cannot be called martial artists." Speaking of this, Bao Chongryu secretly thought to himself, although even if he reaches 5 combat strength, he is only a trainee martial artist, or a martial arts apprentice, but he can already fight and dodge firearms, which is enough to call himself a martial artist. Suppressing his inner thoughts, Gong Chongryu continued to explain, "The second time is to let those martial artists know that there are people outside the people, there is a sky outside the sky, and at the same time, they can complete the screening as soon as possible. This way." A few people said that they understood, and then they didn't care. After all, they didn't care much about these. During the conversation, the group came to the front of the martial arts hall, and none of the 4 people participated in the competition, and only 1 person participated in the Bao Long Sun and Moon, so the 5 people were separated here. The 2 of them are not qualified to participate, they are not martial artists at all, and they are not interested, and although Lan Qi is strong, she has no interest in fighting. Nan Wu was very interested, but now his strength is too strong, and it is too bullying to participate in it, so he did not participate. Ding! Pass! Listening to the electronic sound, Bao Chongryu first glanced at the automatic instrument suspiciously, a little puzzled why there was no staff watching, but then he figured it out, not to mention whether anyone can cheat, even if it is useless, there will be an exam next, and it will only be more humiliating at that time. Hey! There were more than 100 people. Walking into the martial arts hall, Bao Chongryu couldn't help but show surprise, and found that he still raised a little butterfly wings. After all, although the original book said that there were 137 people participating, a little more than now, but most of them were actually lively, and they were not martial artists at all. The quality simply cannot be compared to what it is now. The more than 100 people here can be said to be martial artists and belong to the level of a small superhuman. Klin, Gaku, sure enough, they all came. Bao Chongryu's gaze swept through the crowd, and soon saw acquaintances, but he did not see Boomer, as well as Dumplings, Tianjin Rice, and others. Bao Chongryu secretly thought to himself, it seems that the Dumplings did not participate in this martial arts meeting, but it is normal, after all, in the original work, they were attracted by the turtle fairy flow. In fact, as long as you have read the original work, you will know that the world's first martial arts conference cannot attract the existence of martial arts grandmasters such as Turtle Immortal Flow and Crane Immortal Flow, including their disciples. If the Turtle Immortals didn't plan to participate themselves, they wouldn't let Klin participate, after all. They were really a bit too bullying. According to his investigation, the previous world's first martial arts conference, in fact, very few martial arts grandmaster level existences participated, and the number of times can be said to be insignificant. After all, you must know that even the Bull Demon King has not reached the level of a martial arts grandmaster. You can know that the martial arts grandmaster is absolutely extraordinary, and you can also understand that the talent of the Klin people is really extraordinary, and it is not anyone who worships the Turtle Immortal as a master to become a martial arts grandmaster. If you think about the size of the Bull Demon King, you can know that his qualifications are definitely not weak, but even he has not become a martial arts grandmaster, which shows that the martial arts practice in the Dragon Ball world is very difficult. Chapter 050. Brother Bao. Klin's doubtful voice sounded, interrupting Bao Chang's thoughts. Turning his head to look, he saw that Klin, Leaping, and Sun Wukong all looked at him with a surprised and puzzled expression, obviously not understanding why he came here. After all, in the impression of the three, he was not a martial artist, but a scientist. But at this time, the doubts on Sun Wukong's face disappeared, replaced by a look of warlike looking at Bao Chongryu and said, "Not much, Brother Bao is very strong, I want to fight you." Hey! When Leaping and Klin heard this, they couldn't help but look at the Bao Long Sun and Moon in shock. Klin and the two thought at the same time, is the effect of the gene repair potion. Not only the two of them, but in the crowd not far away, the Turtle Immortal who turned into Jackie Chan also looked solemnly at the Bao Long Sun and Moon, his expression extremely solemn. However, the Turtle Immortals are not like their two enemies, and simply believe that the Bao Long Sun and Moon rely on genetic potions to possess this kind of power now. As a martial arts grandmaster, he could see that the strength of the Bao Long Sun and Moon was definitely tempered by thousands of hammers. As for Sun Wukong's inability to have the eye power of the Turtle Immortals, he is purely a scion intuition. Looking at the few people in front of him, Bao Chongryu couldn't help but secretly sigh, it's all changed a lot. The gaze only stayed on the bodies of Klin and Leaping for a while, not that the two were not strong, on the contrary, both of them were very strong, definitely surpassing them in the same time period in the original work. The strength definitely exceeds 100 combat strength, reaching the level of a martial arts grandmaster, and it doesn't even have to be worse than 3 years later. Even if it is worse, it is not much worse. It's just that the strength of the two is enough, but they don't have the heart of a strong man, they are not authentic martial artists, and for the two, practice is just practice. Therefore, even if the strength of the two is very strong, and even if it is only said that the combat power is much stronger than that of Bao Chong Sun and Moon, he will not care too much about the two, because he knows very well that the two will definitely not be his opponents. But not only the gene evolution elixir, but even the gene repair elixir is not used. Why? A trace of doubt appeared in Bao Chong Ryu's eyes. After all, for the sake of the gene potion, the group went to find him specifically, but now they didn't use it, and I have to say that this was unexpected. However, it also made him understand why the two were so weak. After all, not to mention gene evolution elixir, even if only gene repair elixir is used, the current strength of the two will definitely not only be to such a degree, at least they will reach, or even more than 6 years later, they who created Kikai Bomb and Chi Yuan Chopper. Not only Klin and the two, Sun Wukong and the Turtle Immortal also did not use genetic potions. It seems that the reason why the two have improved a lot compared to the original book is because of the second world. A touch of enlightenment appeared in the heart of the Bao Long Sun and Moon. Then his gaze was on Sun Wukong's body, and his eyes couldn't help but flash a hint of battle intent, which did not disperse for a long time. After half a ring, a smile appeared on Bao Chong Ryu's face, and secretly said, "Should I say that I really deserve to be Sun Wukong?" Unlike Klin and Leaping, according to his understanding, the strength of these two people has indeed improved compared to the original book, but it is not much, but it is because although they have 10 times the time in the second world, in addition to their cultivation in the real world, they also spend most of their time learning basketball and tennis in the second world, as well as tedious chores such as going to school. But Sun Wukong is different, according to the understanding of Bao Chong Sun and Moon. Even in the second world, this guy is still a martial artist. Even if he is sent to school by the Turtle Immortals, he still does not relax his cultivation in the slightest. Even if he participates in club activities, he still thinks of various ways to exercise. It can be said that Sun Wukong is a true martial artist, and he is a pure martial artist than anyone else. Just like in the past year, half a year of cultivation in reality, in the second world, they only stayed for a total of 5 years. In these 5 years, it took 2 years for Klin to study with Leaping, 1 year for trivial matters and club activities, competitions, etc., and only 1 year to practice. After all, there was still a year spent sleeping. Therefore, the real cultivation of the two is only 1 year more than the original, plus the tennis and basketball they have learned are also unusual, and there are some exercise effects. So the two are equivalent to training for 2 more years than the original, or less. But Sun Wukong is different. In addition to going out and spending a year sleeping and eating, he can be said to have cultivated for nearly 5 years, definitely not less than 4 years. So if you want to make a comparison, although Klin and Leaping exceed the current time period in the original work, they are only at the level of martial arts grandmasters, and they do not have the combat effectiveness of the original 3 years later. If you divide it by combat strength, it is only 100 combat strength, and you have just entered the level of a martial arts grandmaster. After all, take Klin, when he faced Raditz 10 years later, his combat power was only just over 200, and Leaping was also at a similar level. Doesn't it feel unbelievable? Think 10 years of improvement is too little? In fact, this is the combat effectiveness system of Dragon Ball. Don't look at the gap is just double, but the difference in strength is not only doubled, or even several times, or even more. For example, Sun Wukong, he has reached the level of a martial arts grandmaster in the original work, but after 3 years, after so much tempering, his combat effectiveness has only increased by dozens of points, only 180 points. And the current Monkey King definitely surpasses him 3 years after the original book. 200 points of combat effectiveness. A trace of thought appeared in Bao Chong Ryu's eyes. In the end, Bao Chong Sun and Moon only set his eyes on the Turtle Immortal, but his heart couldn't help but feel a strong disappointment. Although his strength has improved, it is really limited, and it has even been surpassed by Sun Wukong. Just like Klin and Leaping, although the Turtle Immortal is a generation of martial arts grandmasters. And he is also known as the god of martial arts. His martial arts heart is only half a pound and 8 taels, and he can't grab it there. He has forgotten that the purest belief of a martial artist is to surpass himself. Chapter 051. Thinking of this, Bao Chongryu couldn't help but secretly shake his head, a little disappointed with the Turtle Immortals, originally in the Dragon Ball Super. Seeing that he could still participate in the power conference, he thought that under his intervention, he would get an outbreak, but unfortunately now it seems to be a white expectation. But disappointed, but he will not underestimate the other party. After all, hundreds of years of rich experience is not in vain. Really fight who loses and who wins is really not certain. Even Klin and Leaping were the same. Even if the three of them have not improved much now, after having Gene Repair Elixir and Gene Evolution Elixir, the future achievements of the three will definitely surpass the original work, and it is fiercely surpassed. What's more, there is a more heaven-defying boomer, and it is certain that it will develop more advanced genetic agents in the future. After all, its talent in this area is too demon. So for a long time, the three of them were enough to compete with Bao Chong Sun Moon and become his opponents. However, what made him pay more attention to Sun Wukong was the Monkey King, because even if he didn't mention the gene potion, he already had the heart of a complete martial artist, and he would inevitably become his old enemy in the future. Even if he can defeat it dozens of times, or even throw it down for a certain period of time, but with his mature martial artist heart and scion bloodline, he will eventually catch up. Thinking of this, Bao Chongryu couldn't help but secretly think, sure enough, the Dragon Ball system is good, but it is still too thin and immature. More and more sure of how right their decision was. Everything in the Dragon Ball system is built on Qi, although it can burst into forces that will destroy the universe, but lifespan, spirit, and other shortcomings, but also obvious. And the Dragon Ball system also has limitations. First of all, bloodline, which is not a problem for Bao Long Sun and Moon, but the other limitation is a little difficult for him. That is the teacher's inheritance, or it can also be said that knowledge. In fact, in the Dragon Ball system, knowledge is more important than bloodline. Think of the hundreds of thousands of scions, who have not been able to rise in combat power for countless years, but after gaining the knowledge of the Earth's martial arts, there have been super scions of the Universe Overlord level one after another. So knowledge is actually more important than bloodline. But to get to the end, both are indispensable. For the knowledge of this world, the Bao Long Sun and Moon are actually very clear, that is, first worship the Turtle Immortal, then the Cat Immortal, Bobo and the Heavenly God, then the King of the Northern Realm, and finally Weiss, and even the Great Priest, which can be said to be a relationship that ascends in turn. But he knows better that not everyone in this world is called Sun Wukong. Think of Vegeta. In order to surpass the Monkey King, he wanted to worship Weiss, and even his pride was abandoned. Regardless of whether it was right for Vegeta to do so, but after the Bao Long Sun and Moon crossed the heavy weight, and step by step to this step, his inner pride and self-esteem can be said to be definitely no worse than Vegeta, and even surpass the Scion Prince. If there is no choice, then Bao Chong Sun Moon may abandon these and pursue great power, but he has a choice. He has the Soul Realm, which allows him not to ask for people. Moreover, sometimes it is not you who lowers your head and puts down your dignity, and the other party must take you as an apprentice and impart your knowledge. Again, not everyone is Sun Wukong's. Think about the name X chapter. In the Northern Realm King, only Sun Wukong alone obtained the Northern Realm King's martial arts mysteries Realm King Fist and Yuan Chi Bomb, while Tianjin Fan and others just got some guidance. If it weren't for Big going to Namixing, I'm afraid his end might not have been better than that of Tianjin Fanjian. And Klin and others can go to that step, who can say that their qualifications and understanding are poor. Chi Yuan / Air Bomb, 4-Body Fist, the creation of these stunts all prove their qualifications and understanding, but is it useful? Useless. Because you can't get more advanced martial arts knowledge, as well as the mysteries of martial arts, you can only explore by yourself, so that in the face of the Monkey King who has been taught by masters one after another, it is difficult not to be pulled down. So sometimes life is such helplessness. Bao Chongryu didn't want to experience such a scene by himself, so he set his sights on the soul realm that accompanied him to this world early. Maybe there may be hidden dangers in soul world, it is the calculation of some great master, but still that sentence, so what? Sometimes it is not a kind of luck to be calculated, compared to the Klin people who can't even be calculated, he is much stronger. Perhaps, after the next chapter, Klin and Leaping gave up martial arts, but they did not taste or because they realized all this, plus they really couldn't catch up with Sun Wukong, who was a companion and opponent, and couldn't help but give up martial arts in the face of that more terrifying enemy. With this thought in mind, Bao Chongryu couldn't help but confirm his sudden thought more and more. After all, even in the original work, maybe Klin and Leaping showed no martial arts heart and were not qualified martial artists, but is this really the case? Klin didn't say anything, even if Leaping was completely abandoned. Originally, he came together with Boomer and enjoyed everything in the western capital, but he didn't, but went to the deep mountains and old forests alone for hard practice, so he is not a martial artist? However, the result was defeated at the world's first martial arts conference, and he was exhausted in front of his girlfriend. For this reason, he may have thought about giving up, but in the end he didn't, but chose to worship as a turtle immortal, wanting to become stronger, but the result was another failure and his leg was broken. Even so, he still didn't give up. Facing the great demon King Vic he still showed the demeanor of a martial artist, and the next 3 years were also hard practice, but what was the result? It still stopped at the top 8, and at the hands of the heavenly gods possessed by mortals. Maybe there is also a problem with Leaping here, but in the face of such a succession of blows, even if it is a martial artist, is it really so easy to cheer up? Leaping is like this, why not Klin? Relying on mountains and mountains, relying on the sea and the sea. The only thing that can be relied on in this world is yourself. A touch of determination appeared in Bao Chongryu's eyes, but his strong heart became more and more firm. Chapter 052. Bao Chongryu is not a few people who pity Leaping, although it is not nothing, but it is very little, because he always thinks that in one word, the strong will always be strong. The tempering is really terrifying, but those who can't hold the tempering are not really strong at all. Klin and Leaping are like this, maybe their managers have suffered a lot, but in the end it is they who choose to give up, which is not resentful of others. And there has never been a rule in this world that says that others must be kind to you, and there is no such thing. Therefore, although Gong Chongryu will feel pitiful and regretful about Leaping's experience, he will never take the initiative to intervene. Firstly, he is not a virgin, and secondly, everyone has everyone's life. As long as he does not open his mouth to plead, no one is qualified to interfere in the life of others. Just like Klin, as Sun Wukong's friend, as long as he speaks, whether it is Realm King Fist, or Yuan Chi Bomb, or teleportation, anyway, as long as he has it, he will definitely not be stingy if he can do it. But if Klin didn't speak, then he wouldn't do much, because it wasn't help, it was a hurt to his friend, a more powerful injury to his self-esteem, self-confidence, and so on. Of course, with Sun Wukong's personality, he may not have thought of this at all. In fact, not only Klin, even if Leaping opened his mouth, Sun Wukong would never refuse, but he also did not speak. And everyone's pursuit, everyone's life is different, who said that the never-ending path of martial artists is suitable for them? Just like Klin, with the wife of the 18th and a daughter, isn't such a life bad? Do you have to be a master to be considered a happy life? No. It never made sense. Therefore, even if Gong Chongryu feels pitiful and regretful, but he will definitely not interfere in feelings, just looking at the few people in front of him, especially Leaping, makes him more and more sober. If he doesn't want to fall into the same fate as him, then he must work hard and must find another way. The Dragon Ball system is not unexcellent, and it is definitely first class among the heavens and realms. After all, just becoming a god of destruction can destroy the universe, and such a power can definitely not be said to be not excellent. It's just that the ladder up is all controlled by the strong and living beings, plus various restrictions. It is not generally difficult to achieve the goal. Moreover, the goal of Bao Chong Sun and Moon has never been just that, so just being excellent is not enough. He needs a better cultivation system and better prospects. And Pangu, which can open up the world, is obviously one of the top options. Just as he was thinking about it, Clin asked curiously, "What do you think about that?" So engrossed? Coming back from his thoughts, Bao Chong Sun and Moon suppressed his flying thoughts, smiled and shook his head. "It's nothing, I just feel that you have all become a lot stronger." That is, receiving praise, especially the praise of the Bao Long Sun and Moon. Both Clin and Leaping couldn't help but show a proud look. After all, for the two, the status of the Bao Long Sun and Moon is not ordinary. Only Sun Wukong did not have any change in expression, still looking at the Bao with a warlike look. The turtle immortal on the other side looked at Bao Chong Sun and Moon with regret. Because he knew that he had taken the gene perfection elixir and was now able to cultivate alone to this point in such a short period of time, with an 80% chance of taking the gene evolution elixir. It's a pity. Therefore, for the turtle immortals, the future of Bao Chong Sun and Moon is actually inferior to his three disciples. It's a pity that even if it's a pity, the turtle immortal can't help it, because it's late. Even if it's not late, he doesn't have any identity to be nosy. In the end, Bao Chong Ryu was not his disciple, he couldn't interfere, and even he needed to prepare a wording when he spoke. On the other side, Bao Chong Ryu did not know the regret of the turtle immortals, and began to communicate with the three of Clin, and also learned some things from the mouths of the three that made him curious. First of all, although Boomer came, he did not participate in the Budokai because he did not have the slightest interest in fighting. Moreover, he has developed a special gene evolution elixir based on the genes of Clin, Leaping, turtle immortals, and even turtles, oolongs, and others. Only Sun Wukong's genes are still being studied, not to mention the gene evolution elixir. Even the gene repair elixir has not been studied. However, neither Sun Wukong nor Boomer cares about this. The former really does not care, and the latter is aroused and is studying hard. As for why the three of Clin did not take the gene elixir, it was the suggestion of the turtle immortal, and after he left Bao Chong Ryu, he had a good conversation with the three disciples, especially Clin and Leaping. Of course, it is not mandatory not to be able to take it, but the turtle immortals think that the two of them still have room for improvement now, and there is no difference whether there is a genetic agent or not. What's more, the Clin people are still young, and they can first carry out hard cultivation by themselves, and when they encounter a bottleneck that they really cannot overcome, they can take the gene elixir again, so that they can maximize their benefits. Leaping and Clin felt that it made sense, so they didn't take it, and the turtle immortals didn't take it in order to lead by example, wanting to wait with the two disciples of Clin and Leaping. As for the Monkey King, he never thought about it. As for playing tennis and basketball, it is actually the arrangement of the turtle immortals. Not only Sun Wukong and Clin, but even Leaping, are too young, and the knowledge reserve is not enough, so after understanding the second world, especially 10 times the time, the turtle immortals sent all three to school to study in order to better cultivate their three disciples. As for tennis and basketball, it is a type of training. With the eyes of the turtle immortals, they naturally see the unusual aspects of tennis and basketball, even cooking, so learning some basketball is also a kind of training. Under the shackled equipment of Boomer's research, the study and training of tennis, and the competition with the world, this is the method that the turtle immortals thought of to temper the character and heart of the three disciples. As for what profession to choose, he didn't care, and let the three choose by themselves. Sun Wukong was not interested in these at all, even learning, and over time the turtle immortals gave up. Of course, more importantly, he did not think that these were useful to his monster-level disciple, so he let it go. If it were clean and leaping, there would be no such benefit. Chapter 053. There is never a perfect person, and there is no perfect law. Perhaps for martial arts, clean and leaping, and even the turtle immortals have their own defects, but they may not have defects in other places, but they bloom with brilliant light. For example, the turtle immortals are in preaching and teaching. Similarly, Sun Wukong, who is exceptionally talented in martial arts, can be called an idiot in life. So there will be no perfect person, and Bao Long Sun and Moon is no exception, but he is trying to make himself perfect, or closer to perfection. Bell. Just as Bao Chong Ryu was talking to the three of leaping, a gong sound interrupted the communication between the four and attracted the attention of everyone present. Here we go. Bao Chong Ryu and others moved in their hearts, followed the voice, and saw a group of monks appear on the stage, and at the same time, a young man dressed in a suit, holding a microphone, and the appearance of a host was opening his mouth. Ahem, welcome to the 21st Tianxia Love First Martial Arts Conference. I am the host of the conference, and now the final qualification will begin, and only 8 can participate in the next championship competition. When the words fell, the host stretched out his hand, and everyone looked at it, but 4 fist detectors appeared not far away, and said, "This is the latest combat power detector on the market, and even the force of the martial arts god Wuxian teacher can be detected, so you can go all out for a while, and you don't have to be afraid of breaking it." The words fell, and the scene was instantly in an uproar. Teacher Wuxian, is it that martial arts god? I heard that the combat power of that turtle immortal is more than 3 digits, and there is a rumor among martial artists that only if the combat power reaches 3 digits can he be regarded as a martial arts grandmaster, and I don't know what the combat power of the turtle immortal is. I heard that he has lived for hundreds of years, he is a true immortal, and he has not appeared in front of the world for many years. I didn't expect that this time the world's first martial arts conference would attract the attention of that immortal. It's really the right thing. It's a great reputation. Listening to the discussions around him, Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but secretly sigh that he didn't come to this world, but he couldn't feel it at all by reading comics, how famous the turtle immortals were in the circle of martial artists. Even the Bao Long Sun and Moon cannot be compared now. In the hearts of these people, the turtle immortal is the living immortal god, which is also the origin of the 2 names of the turtle immortal and the god of martial arts, although most of the reason is because of the legacy of his teacher Wu Taidu. After all, more than 300 years ago, it was Wu Taidu who sacrificed himself to save the world, so the surviving turtle immortals and crane immortals had the name of immortals. Of course, this immortal is because the strength of the 2 is indeed very good, but what is more important is for Wu Taidu's sake. After all, after the battle of the great demon king of Baik, the martial arts grandmaster can indeed be said to be wonderful, but it is not nothing, and in the next 300 years, there have been many martial arts grandmasters. But the only ones who can obtain the title of immortal are the 2 brothers of the turtle immortal. For example, the world's #1 killer is Peach in vain. Even the title of the god of martial arts has a lot to do with it. Because of personality, the turtle immortals were respected and appreciated by the vast majority of martial artists, so in the next 300 years, especially in the first 100 years, along with the practice, the turtle immortals traveled around the world, saved a lot of people, coupled with the improvement of strength, which was further awarded the title of martial arts god in the case of multi-party synthesis. It can be said that whether it is a turtle immortal or a crane immortal, the 2 people actually inherited the legacy of Wu Taidu, but because of their personality, the turtle immortal inherited more. Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but show a look of regret and thought, it's a pity that Wu Taidu. In fact, in his opinion, Wu Taidu is the real martial artist, just like Sun Wukong, pursuing the limits of martial arts, constantly breaking his own limits again and again. Not the turtle immortals and crane immortals can be compared. If he can survive, the current Wu Taidu may have inherited the position of heavenly god, and his combat power will reach a minimum of 1000 cosmic combat power. Achievements are definitely not comparable to two disciples. But sometimes life is like this. It is not enough to have great perseverance and strength, understanding and qualifications, but also a trace of luck. 300 years ago, the celestial god was still young and not as old as he is now, but even so, if he really destroyed the great demon king of Baek, even if it was sealed, and survived, he could step into the temple like Sun Wukong. Even if you can't inherit the position of heavenly god, you can get guidance and improve your martial arts. And even if he dies, if his disciples can be a little better, like Sun Wukong, they can also be resurrected with Dragon Balls, so he really has a trace of luck. However, this is not necessarily a bad thing for Wu Taidu. After all, after death, he enters the heaven and can continue to practice, and there are strong people from various planets in the universe in the heaven, and the speed of strength improvement is much stronger than when he is alive. Just when Bao Chong Sun and Moon's thoughts were fluctuating, the host waited until the contestants calmed down a little before continuing. As we all know, the combat power obtained by the combat power detector is sometimes not accurate for martial artists, and there will be errors, because advanced martial artists can hide their combat power. So the qualifier is all about you unleashing your most powerful attack on this combat detector to select the top 8 for the next title fight. So it is. After listening to the introduction, many contestants couldn't help but show a sudden look. Obviously they have not looked up on the internet. After all, these are already available on the official website, and those who are as calm as the Bao Long Sun and the Moon have obviously understood in advance. Right at this time, I'll come first. A 4-meter tall, muscular man like a little giant pushed away the crowd and stepped forward. It's a pity. Bao Chong Ryu glanced at it, and couldn't help but secretly shake his head. With his current national art attainments, it can be seen at a glance that the opponent's combat effectiveness is above 10 points, but it will definitely not exceed 30 points, because it relies more on its own qualifications, although he has learned some martial arts, but it is not profound. It can be said that with his physical fitness, if he can worship a martial arts grandmaster, he can definitely become the next martial arts grandmaster, and if the era is wonderful enough, just like the next era, it is not impossible to become an existence like Leaping and Klin. Chapter 054. Don't look at it all called Earth, just really think that the Dragon Ball Earth is very weak, maybe compared to the brother planet of this world, the Dragon Ball Earth is indeed not very strong, but that is also compared with whom? At the very least, compared to the Earth with the same name in the previous life of Bao Long Sun and Moon, the Earth of the Dragon Ball world is too strong. And it's not just the problem of the strong and the technology, in fact, the size is very different. More importantly, even if it does not enter the universe, the current Earth is not small, and it will definitely not be worse than planets such as One Piece and Dragon Ball. Not to mention, on the Dragon Ball Earth, there are dinosaurs, and there are also dinosaurs with spiritual intelligence, which belong to intelligent life, plus other kinds of intelligent life. It can be said that the level of Dragon Ball Earth is not low. Really divided, definitely surpassed the demon-free Earth, as well as the low martial arts, and even the middle martial arts world, reaching the level of high martial arts. Just like the person in front of him, his body is definitely not only a human bloodline, just like Tianjin rice, and there is a part of the bloodline of cosmic people, and the potential is extraordinary. Only if you really understand it, you can know the Earth heritage of the Dragon Ball world. If nothing else, just the invasion of the Earth by cosmic people, not the invasion of the demon race, has occurred many times. These are recorded in the history books, so you can know the level and heritage of the Earth. Under the gaze of Bao Chong Ryu and the others, the little giant-like strong man slammed a punch on the combat effectiveness detector. Touch. The Bao Long Sun and Moon essence flashed, and secretly said, there is already some qi in the body, but it cannot be controlled, nor can it leave the body, reach the outside of the body, and perform stunts such as Qigong waves, but it can increase attack power and defense power. The host shouted loudly, at 28 o'clock, this contestant's combat effectiveness reached an astonishing 28 points, which is really shocking. Wow! It's so strong. The combat effectiveness of ordinary people is only a little, even if he is holding a firearm, it is only 5 points, and he has reached 28 points, which means that it can completely resist firearms. 28 combat power is already considered a martial artist. Cut. A reckless man, a waste of good qualifications. The scene was noisy, with all kinds of sounds. In this regard, the little giant looked proud and enjoyed going to the side to complete the record under the guidance of the staff, and under the words of the host, other people also stepped forward to test. 15. 8 o'clock. 42 o'clock. One by one, the contestants stepped forward to take the test, causing an uproar among the contestants. Time passed little by little. After having the combat effectiveness detector, the speed of the test was not slow, and most of it was quickly completed, and in the back, the data of combat effectiveness was getting higher and higher. Even in the end, there is no lack of masters with 80 combat power. This degree can already be said to be an elite-level martial artist. It is not too much to say a martial arts master, or a quasi-martial arts grandmaster. However, Bao Chong Ryu and Klin and the others did not make a move, after all. It was not difficult to pass the qualifying tournament with their combat effectiveness, and if they appeared too early, it would be a blow to others. And appearing too early will also make many contestants lose the opportunity to temper. Sometimes being proud to survive after being defeated is a kind of growth. Therefore, the Turtle Immortal and the Bao Long Sun and Moon deliberately stayed behind, and even Klin and several people who wanted to step forward were stopped by him. But as time went by, it was finally time for them to appear. The Turtle Immortal pretending to be Jackie Chan, I and Leaping are 4, a total of 5, and 3 more. Bao Chong Ryu looked at the 3 people who remained until the end, and couldn't help but shake his head, raised his feet and stepped forward, because the combat effectiveness of these 3 people was not even 10 points, and they had obviously given up on stepping forward. So there were only 5 of them left on the scene. No one has exceeded 100 points, and the highest one is only 86 points, not even 90 points. Thinking of this, Bao Chong Sun and Moon couldn't help but secretly shake his head. After all, the Dragon Ball Martial Dao has just improved, and there are still too few masters of the Martial Dao Grandmaster level. Touch. The Bao leader Sun and Moon snapped on the combat effectiveness detector and emitted a roar. The host was stunned at first, and then shouted loudly, 100, oh my god, this young man's combat power turned out to be 100 points, that is, the martial arts grandmaster. What? Martial Dao Grandmaster? Impossible. Many contestants were in an instant uproar, and they all looked at the Bao in disbelief. In this regard, Bao Chong Ryu did not say anything, and he did not register when he went to the side. After all, with his combat power is enough to pass the qualification match, it can be recorded or not. What a mastery! The Turtle Immortal looked at the Bao Chong Ryu who had hit 100 combat powers, and couldn't help but take a deep look at him, confirming that he did not just rely on genetic potions to achieve his current strength. Meanwhile, Leaping and the 3 also stepped forward to test. Touch. 101. Looking at the combat effectiveness, Leaping frowned and said, it's a little difficult. Look at me. When Klin heard this, he stepped forward and controlled the power to bombard the combat effectiveness detector. Boom. 99. Seeing this, Klin couldn't help but sigh and said, it's really difficult. The 2 were fighting with Bao Chong Ryu, and after seeing his thoughts, they also wanted to show their control, but they lost. Right at this moment. Boom. 2 consecutive roars sounded, but it was the Turtle Immortal and Sun Wukong who shot at the same time. 100-100. 2 consecutive 100 points appeared on the combat effectiveness detector, which made Klin and Leaping couldn't help but look solemn. After all, the despise between the 4 people lost the 2 of them, and there was one more person who was hidden deeply. This made both of them can't help but raise their attention. It was at this time that everyone who was shocked exclaimed one after another. "That's amazing, who are these people? There are so many martial arts grandmasters. I'm afraid these people didn't show their full strength. Those two children are also martial arts grandmasters, how is this possible?" The qualifying round ended amid the noise, and the final 8 were the 5 people of Bao Commander Sun and Moon, and the other 3 martial artists who reached 80 points of combat effectiveness, all of whom did not appear in the original work. As for the barbarian who had participated in this competition, Lan Fang, several people also came, but they did not pass the qualifying round, but they received the butterfly wings of the Bao Long Sun and Moon. Leaping versus Bao Long Sun and Moon. To be honest, looking at his opponent, Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but fall silent. Chapter 055. I remember in the original work, whenever this guy Leaping participated in the world's #1 martial arts conference, his best result was the 8th finalist, and every time he lost when he was 8-4, this luck was really. Thinking of this, Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but secretly shake his head, he really didn't know what to say. To be honest, even he now has some doubts about whether Leaping is really not lucky enough, otherwise he would not be so unlucky, not to mention the experience in the original work. This time 8-4 miles, Clin, Sun Wukong and Jackie Chan pretending to be turtle immortals did not meet, but Leaping met him. It's really weak, Leaping this guy. Bao Chong Ryu thought to himself. Although it seems a little arrogant to say, he doesn't think that he will lose, and even if he is likely to lose, it is a turtle immortal, and even the current Monkey King is impossible, let alone Leaping. This is really. Leaping looked at the battle list, and couldn't help but look at Bao Chong Sun and Moon with some helplessness, and then revealed his fighting intent, let's have a good fight next. Good. Bao Chong Ryu nodded with a smile, and a flash of battle intent could not help but flash in his eyes, although he was confident that it would be himself who won, but now Leaping would indeed be his fierce enemy, and the gap between the two had not reached the point of irreparable. So this battle does not allow him to be careless. However, while the fighting spirit is surging, his thoughts can't help but fluctuate, but because of Leaping's strong fate, a lot of things come to mind. Leaping is one of the main characters in Dragon Ball, a member of the Z Warriors. It turned out to be a robber in the desert, and by chance he met Sun Wukong, Bulma, and others, so he changed his evil and threw himself into the door of the Turtle Immortals. However, later, the strength in Goku became bigger and bigger, gradually retreated to the second line, and because of the flower heart, and Bulma finally broke up. But his partner Pool always followed him. This seems to be normal, at first because of shyness and fear of contact with girls, after overcoming the personality became cheerful, but in love is not dedicated enough, it is easy to be careless and underestimate the enemy when fighting. Once because of this point by a cultivator weaker than himself self-detonation and died together, caring for companions, open-minded, and struggling within their own ability. It can be said that Leaping is very good in both personality and strength, although there are shortcomings, but everyone has shortcomings, which is normal, but luck is not very good. In the original 21st Tianxia First Martial Arts Association, he successfully entered the quarterfinals, but he met Jackie Chan dressed as a turtle immortal and lost in battle. To this end, shortly after the end of the martial arts meeting, he assisted Goku in the palace of the divination mother-in-law to worship the turtle immortals as a teacher and practice under his door. The 22nd Tianxia First Martial Arts Association also entered the quarterfinals, but met Tianjin Fan in a fierce battle with Tianjin Fan and used Turtle Qigong for the first time, but was defeated, and his legs were broken and hospitalized, and he followed the situation of the Martial Arts Association on the radio. The 23rd Tianxia First Martial Arts Association once again entered the quarterfinals, but once again unlucky to meet Mr. Shen, who was possessed by God, used his cultivation trick gas bomb for the first time, hit Mr. Shen and was hit by his elbow and left the field, although he was finally affirmed by God. It can be said that it is really tragic, more tragic than the tragedy tower. It's just that if this is the case, it's actually good. After all, he is also one of the strongest people on the earth, a famous martial arts grandmaster, and he also holds the beauty back, which can be said to be a proper winner in life. It's just that at the beginning of the Scion chapter, he became more and more unlucky, first replacing Clin to face the cultivator, winning the victory, but he was killed by the self-detonation attack of the cultivator, and then he has been watching the drama and waiting for the resurrection. In the later Android chapter, Trunks' message is that artificial humans will appear in 3 years, and they will start 3-year special training with other fighters. But after the artificial people appeared in the city on the 19th and 20th, Yamacha was sucked dry by the 20th and pierced through the abdomen, and Gaku and others arrived in time, and let Clin feed the fairy beans before picking up a life. Yamacha then sends Gaku, who has a heart attack, home, after which he participates in the Shailu game with the warriors as a spectator, and is ravaged by little Shailu, his arm is broken, and he is cured, and then continues to watch the play. Majin Buu chapter, the opening of the 25th Tenchi Daiichi Budokai, attended as an audience. After the Majin Vegeta incident, in order to resurrect the dead people of the Budokai, he went out with Boomer and others to find the Dragon Ball, and then took refuge in the temple. Then it didn't take long for him to be turned into chocolate and eaten by Majin Buu. He was later resurrected along with all the Earthlings. In Dragon Ball Super League, before the opening of the Power Tournament, when it was known that 10 contestants from Universe 7 would be selected as representatives to participate, they also wanted to join, but in the end, they were not selected, but they chose the Turtle Immortal to participate. It can be said that he belongs to the winner of life in the first part, and in the later part it is a proper tragedy, with few appearances, insufficient strength and a bad personality, and he broke up with Boomer, directly becoming a supporting role in the teens from the second and third supporting roles. Every time I think about it, Bao Chong Sun and Moon can't help but feel a little pity for each other. After all, no matter how you look at it, he belongs to the one sacrificed by the author, and for the appearance of new characters such as Vegeta and Trunks, he was forcibly instilled with the title of Flower Heart. But in the first part, Leaping actually didn't have the slightest care, just like forcibly giving way to Vegeta's superiority. Why is this? Who let him be a couple with the heroine Boomer, and who will he not give way for Vegeta to appear with Trunks? After all, by that time, even Clin and Tianjin Rice were gradually reduced to spectators, not to mention Leaping, who was slightly weaker. In the end, Dragon Ball is all battle comics, and his combat power is hard injury. Continuing to let him appear is as weird as letting the Turtle Immortals appear in Dragon Ball Super and forcibly improving their combat effectiveness, and I have to say that the author was still online at that time, unlike in Dragon Ball Super. Of course, it's good to look at the manga, and Dragon Ball Super is not bad, at least some of them are read. Speaking of returning to Leaping, as a comic herd, Leaping serialized to the back that must be sacrificed, for the sake of the later plot. And the reason for arranging a flower heart for him is actually just to force the comic to appear less rigid. After all, the author did not intend to continue drawing in the first place. Chapter 056. Bao Chong Ryu finally concluded, unlucky guy. Thoughts flew here. Bao Chong Ryu did not continue to think about it. After all, it is okay to get here, and it is too destructive to continue thinking about it. For example, think realistically, Boomer is by Fume, and Leaping at the beginning is also a rich and handsome, but the 3 martial arts conferences have stopped at the quarterfinals, and every time he is out of the ocean, it is strange not to be kicked. Compare the 2 reasons with each other. Does it feel that it is still the previous one, and it is better to be forcibly flowered because of the needs of the comic plot? Anyway, Bao Chong Ryu is unwilling to continue to think about it, and the thoughts behind him make him collapse one by one. He is still willing to leave a good impression on himself, just as it is completely for the needs of the plot, so Leaping is unlucky. And the world has long changed because of the long sun and moon, and the 2 have not come together. Thinking about these is completely useless. I'm really bored enough. Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but laugh, and then dispelled the thoughts flying in his heart, and followed Clin and the others to the open-air ring. Wow! There were already excited crowds gathered in front of the ring, but not many, even if you add those who did not pass, it was only hundreds, less than 1,000. I have to say that the world's first martial arts conference is really niche enough, and there is no TV broadcast or the like, when 2 or 3 anchors who appear because of the Bao Long Sun and Moon are filming. The host said loudly, I announce that the 21st Tianxia First Martial Arts Conference has confirmed the beginning, and let us invite 8 participants and look forward to their wonderful competitions for us. Bao Chong Ryu ignored the passionate host, his eyes swept through the crowd, and soon he saw Alice, Boomer, and Oolong gathered together. He smiled and nodded, only then withdrew his gaze and rushed to look at the ring. Next, let's have the Monkey King player with. The enthusiasm of the host is undiminished. Here we go. Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but darken upright, looking forward to the match in front of him, although in the previous test, Sun Wukong's opponent's combat effectiveness was not high, but just like them, it may also be hidden strength. Even if there is no hidden strength, with Sun Wukong's character, he will definitely force out the opponent's strength little by little, which will win, so he will inevitably show his own strength and means, so that the Bao can also understand the strength of Sun Wukong. Even in the face of Sun Wukong, who has not yet grown up, he does not dare to underestimate it in the slightest, because no one can deny that there is a terrifying power in that small body. Maybe a breakthrough was made in the battle. Even if there is no breakthrough, growth is inevitable. Only a moment later, a flash of disappointment flashed in Bao Chong Ryu's eyes, and then he closed his eyes and did not watch the game, because there was really no watchability. It's not that Monkey King is not strong enough, but the opponent is too bad. Although his combat effectiveness is close to 90, his inheritance is not high, the means are not enough, the strength of one body is not condensed enough, and it is even very likely that he has not been honed little by little, but has obtained an adventure, so that he simply cannot force out the strength and means of Sun Wukong. That is, Sun Wukong's character will let him exert his strength little by little, in other words, Bao Chong Sun and Moon or Clin and others, and he can defeat the other party with one move. And the next game also made Bao Chong Sun Moon interested in little interest. The Turtle Immortal did not say, although the opponent is not weak, but in the face of this martial arts grandmaster who has lived for more than 300 years, he simply cannot force out his depth, and casually defeats the opponent. Clin's opponent is not even as good as Sun Wukong's opponent, and his strength is even worse, and he can't show his strength, and Bao Chong Ryu naturally can't see something. However, the audience and the host watched it with passion. After all, the strength is not a certain realm, you can't see the depth at all, you will only feel that the fight is very intense, but you don't know that all 3 games are guidance matches. Next, there are leaping players and Bao Long Sun and Moon players, among which leaping players are the same as the previous Sun Wukong and Clin players. They are all disciples of Wushan, the god of martial arts, and their strength must be extraordinary. And the Bao Commander Sun Moon player is not only a martial arts grandmaster, but also a famous Bao Commander doctor. Yes, it is the one who developed the Second World. Without waiting for the host to continue, the scene, as well as the crowd watching through the anchor, were instantly in an uproar. Is it really Dr. Bao Chief? I thought it was the one with the same name? That adult turned out to be a martial arts grandmaster, and he came to participate in the world's first martial arts conference. Is it really unbelievable? In this case, does that martial artist really have superhuman strength? Isn't that a lie? No, you have to find someone. If you let them know that Dr. Bao Chong is actually a martial artist, they will definitely be surprised. Although even if you add the number of people watching the live broadcast, it is only less than 100,000 people, but with the appearance of the Bao Long Sun and Moon, it has risen sharply in a short moment, and the scope of the impact has instantly spread all over the world, and even the Second World has been affected. For this reason, countless people have begun to use means to broadcast the scene of the world's first martial arts conference. It can be said that just a moment after the host announced, and then Bao Chong Ryu and Liping took the stage, tens of billions of living beings had already watched the world's first martial arts conference through various means. Faced with this amazing scene, all the insiders couldn't help but gasp. It's really worthy of Dr. Bao Chief, and the influence is really terrifying. With the participation of this adult, I am afraid that the world's first martial arts conference will resound in the sky, and even if there is no participation of this adult when the next session is held, it will definitely receive great attention. Martial arts will also rise to become another top profession comparable to a chef. Looking at the fanatical crowd around them, the two Alice sisters couldn't help but show shock, although they knew that the Bao was very powerful, but they didn't expect it to be so terrifying. The gods of the world are nothing more than that. At this moment, countless people looked at the Bao Long Sun and Moon and sighed in their hearts. Chapter 057. Bao Chong Ryu did not pay attention to the noisy arena, and did not know that the outside world had already surged because of his appearance, but said to Liping with a warlike face, "Come on, let's compete here today. Stay with you to the end." Liping also looked at the Bao with a warlike look, and at the same time secretly shocked at the strength of the other party, and the slight indiscretion in his heart disappeared instantly. In fact, before that, he was a little contemptuous of Bao Chong Sun and Moon, because in his opinion, the other party took the gene elixir. Even if he is strong now, he will be surpassed in the future. What's more, the power obtained by taking the gene elixir could not be compared to the power obtained by his thousands of temperings and hard cultivation bit by bit. But after standing in the ring and facing the Long Sun and Moon on the Bao, he found that he thought badly, because the extremely condensed momentum on the other party was not only not weaker than him, but better. This is not something that can be obtained by taking gene elixir. He had already seen this in Boomer and Oolong and others, and it was too vain to rely only on the power of gene elixir to improve. Not to mention the same combat power, even if it is twice the difference, he is sure to defeat Boomer and the others. And this is the disadvantage of relying only on the gene elixir, and not cultivating well and polishing the strength of the body. When the words fell, Liping continued, "Thank you, but I won't show mercy to my subordinates." Therefore, Liping is very grateful to Bao Chong Ryu, because if the other party does not take the initiative to expose, then he will not be able to find out, and he will definitely lose badly under carelessness at that time. No need. The Bao leader Sun and Moon were calm, only you who defeat your full strength are worthwhile. For Liping's thanks, Bao Chong Sun and Moon really don't care, after all, whether it is Liping or the Turtle Immortals. After all, it is not an enemy, but there is a not shallow relationship, so naturally it is impossible to divide both high and low, but also life and death, and besides, the world's first martial arts conference itself prohibits the death hand. Therefore, Bao Chong came to participate. In addition to a feeling, it was more to confirm his martial arts with Sun Wukong and several people, so it naturally made sense to let Liping go all out. At this moment, the eyes of the two people were only each other, and everything in the outside world disappeared, even the referee. Even if the game had begun, neither of them moved. Affected by the momentum of Bao Chong Sun Moon and Liping, whether it was the audience at the scene or the people watching through other channels, they all involuntarily quieted down, and their eyes looked at the two opposing each other without blinking. Clin looked at the two people on the field with a solemn expression, and sighed in a low voice, "It's not just Liping, I didn't expect Dr. Bao Chong to be so strong. It's so strong, I really want to fight them." Sun Wukong's face was mixed with excitement, anticipation, and regret, and he stared at the two without blinking. Listening to the words of the two disciples, the Turtle Immortal couldn't help nodding secretly, looking at the junior martial artists who had lost and didn't understand the face around him, and couldn't help but explain. "You all pay attention, don't use to look, these two are martial arts grandmasters, their control over themselves has reached the point of subtlety, and they have also reached the realm of winning without tricks and moves with moves. So they were engaged in an imposing competition from the beginning, and they all understood that to reach their realm, the flaws in the moves were gone, so they needed to use the momentum competition to artificially create flaws to take the lead. Thank you, Senior. So it is. Martial Deo Grandmaster. The three martial artists who had already lost couldn't help but show a sudden look, and then after thanking the Turtle Immortals, they looked at Leaping and the two who were still competing with momentum with different expressions. Leaping, this kid is really bad, but I underestimate him and Klin and others. Bao Chong Ryu secretly sighed while condensing his own momentum to attack Leaping. Perhaps influenced by the original work, especially the later universe chapter, made him subconsciously think that Leaping, Klin and others were weak and not strong. But that's not the case. The reason why they appear weak is because they are compared with the terrifying powerhouses such as the God of Destruction and Frisia. Whether it is Klin or Leaping, as the last to enter the universe, the combat power belongs to the strong in the universe, and the two who created Air Bomb and Chi Yuan Chop respectively, it can be said that both the realm and the strength are extraordinary. It's hard to say in the future, but on Earth, the two of them are definitely no worse than the Turtle Immortals, and they are real martial arts grandmasters, and even martial arts grandmasters. Even later, they had already surpassed the Turtle Immortals and stepped into the realm of immortal Buddhas. Such two people are completely incompatible with weak, not strong, or anything. Especially under the intervention of Bao Chong Sun and Moon, the combat effectiveness of the two people now is not to mention, but the realm and heart are comparable to them 6 years later, even if it is not worse. Definitely a true martial arts grandmaster. Therefore, in the face of such Leaping, there is absolutely no room for a trace of distraction, let alone a trace of carelessness. Right at this time. Opportunity. Leaping's eyes lit up, but he noticed that Bao Chong Sun and Moon were distracted, and immediately controlled his momentum and bombarded the other party with all his strength. It's broken. The Turtle Immortal watching the battle couldn't help but change his face, and Klin next to him had a joyful look on his face, but a flash of thought flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. Hit the mark. Bao Chong Ryu did not have the slightest panic in the face of Leaping's movements, but the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, revealing a smile that had succeeded in his scheme. Looking at the expression of Bao Chong Sun and Moon, Leaping couldn't help but think with a big change in his face, it's not good, it's a plan, this flaw was deliberately designed by him. It's just that there is no regret, but the reaction at this time is useless. Boom. In fact, under the active design of Bao Chong Sun and Moon, Leaping was a bad move, and the middle plan first showed a flaw, and he took the lead and the upper hand. Although Leaping is indeed very strong, he is not weak, and he is a true martial arts grandmaster. But how could he be weak in his Bao? If nothing else, the decades of the dragon and snake world are not in vain, and the 3 lives add up to nearly 100 people, can be called an old fox. It is really not too easy to calculate Leaping. If Leaping is a genius, then he is a genius among geniuses. Chapter 058. Boom. Bao Chong Ryu and Leaping launched a fierce duel, although both of them were in the realm of no move, but because they lost the first hand, Leaping inevitably fell into the downside. Of course, this is in the eyes of Klin and others. For other people, they only feel that the two are playing chess and playing excitingly, and the rest cannot see anything. Even the 3 top 8 contestants who were eliminated were no exception. Klin said with a solemn face, "It's not good, just now it was Dr. Bao Chief pretending to be distracted, so as to lead Li Ping into the game, now it's troublesome, the two have little difference in strength, and now they fall into the downside, and if they want to win, they will be troublesome." What made Klin's heart extremely dignified was that he didn't see the situation just now in Bao Chong Ryu, so even if he was replaced by Leaping, the end would still be like this. Just like Leaping, in fact, he didn't pay much attention to the long sun and moon before, for the same reason as Leaping, but now he felt that his face was about to be swollen. Sun Wukong did not react to Klin's words, but looked at Leaping and the 2 people in the battle with a look of trembling intent and excitement, Both of them are so powerful. However, if you look closely, you can find that most of his eyes are focused on the body of the Bao Long Sun and Moon. Obviously for him, he pays more attention to the Bao Long Sun and Moon, and also wants to fight with him more. This kid is really not simple, that's artistic conception. The turtle immortal also looked at the Bao with great solemnity, even with a trace of horror, although he had repeatedly overestimated the other party before, but at this moment, he still found himself underestimating the other party. After living 300 years, it can be said that his footprints have spread all over the earth, during which he has met various geniuses, but in addition to Sun Wukong, it can be said that Klin and Leaping are the top martial arts geniuses. After all, not everyone can become a martial arts grandmaster in a year. He was mentally prepared for Bao Chong Sun and Moon's combat effectiveness, even reaching the realm of no move in moves, and even for the subtle control of momentum. After all, not to mention that he gave the martial arts notes of his life and that of his mentor to the other party, as well as the Gene Elixir, plus the guidance of the two martial arts grandmasters beside him, it was not a problem to reach such a point. But he only didn't expect that the other party actually comprehended the artistic conception. You must know that it is a martial arts artistic conception that he has not comprehended and has only seen in his master. As far as he knows, the martial arts realm can be divided into moves, momentum, and intention, and the first move has a move and no move, such as the turtle immortal training disciples never teach moves, which is the superior realm of no moves. Momentum is momentum, that is, it is now leaping unleashed, every move is accompanied by the momentum of a wolf, this is the momentum. It is also the realm of the turtle immortals now. And only if you reach no moves, you can be regarded as a martial arts grandmaster, otherwise even if the strength is enough, for example, Klin, who participated in the world's first martial arts conference for the first time in the original work, is still not a martial arts grandmaster. And only if he comprehends the trend, he can be regarded as a martial arts grandmaster who has reached the profound level, and the turtle immortals and crane immortals belong to this level. As for the higher level of meaning, that is, the artistic conception involves the spirit, and even the level of the Dao, even if the turtle immortal has not comprehended it for 300 years, he has only seen it in his own master. It can be said that those who have comprehended the artistic conception have surpassed the realm of martial arts grandmasters, but martial arts grandmasters. Therefore, feeling the artistic conception contained in each move of the Bao Long Sun and Moon, the turtle immortal was really shocked, making him feel chaotic for a while, and his brain was blank. After half a ring, the turtle immortal came back to his senses, and then he couldn't help but smile bitterly, knowing that his mentality was unbalanced. After all, for 300 years, he has been respected by countless people as turtle immortal and martial arts god. It is impossible to say that he is not proud, but under the baptism of years, he is hidden. But when he saw the young Bao Long Sun and Moon, he comprehended the artistic conception and surpassed him. How could this make him calm? It can be said that it is already rare to be able to recover so quickly. Sure enough, I have a problem with my heart. The turtle immortal couldn't help but smile bitterly, only feeling the bitterness of satisfaction. Hit by the Bao Long Sun and Moon, the turtle immortal couldn't help but recall his life, only to feel that the bitterness in his mouth became thicker. In fact, he himself is very clear that he has never surpassed his mentor, even if he has lived for more than 300 years, but his mentor has only lived for less than 100 years. The master is a martial arts grandmaster, he is a martial arts grandmaster. Disciple, the mentor does not attach much importance to qualifications, but he is trapped in qualifications, and the disciples he has accepted in his life are all highly qualified, and the reason why this is so is because he can't teach those with bad qualifications at all. After all, even the Bull Demon King, who had very good qualifications, had not reached the realm of a martial arts grandmaster in his hands. It's just that before that, he had never dared to look at these directly, because he was the world's praised turtle immortal and the god of martial arts, and he thought that he had surpassed his mentor. so he created the turtle immortal stream instead of inheriting the Wu Tai Do stream. But in the face of the long sun and moon, the pride and self-deception in his heart were all shattered under that artistic conception. At this moment, the turtle immortal can be said to be really complicated, completely without the heart to watch the game, and even more unable to look directly at the Bao long sun and moon. There is a tingling sensation in the eyes when seeing the sun up close. No. It's not eye tingling. It's inner pride, self-esteem that is tingling. Time passed, no one noticed the change in the mood of the turtle immortals, and the battle continued. Wu Leaping gasped and sweated profusely, while resisting the attack of Bao Chong sun and moon. He thought, I can't continue, I will lose sooner or later. And I must interrupt his continuous offensive. Buzz. Thinking of this, Leaping did not hesitate at all. Qigong waves flashed in his hand, but he did not go all out. After all, he did not have much qi now, not to the point of waste. Boom! The two Qigong waves slammed into each other in Leaping's hands, emitting a roar, and at the same time, it also blocked the attack of the Bao long sun and moon for a moment. But Leaping knew that it was useless, and he didn't put his hope on this Qigong wave, because it just stopped the Bao from growing for a moment, and if he didn't want to do it, then the next result was no different from just now. In the end, he fell into the downwind in the situation, not in the move. Wolf-tooth wind fist. So Leaping did not hesitate and performed his stunt, and he also put all his hopes on this proudest stunt. Chapter 059. Wolf-tooth wind fist. At this moment, Leaping's eyes flashed like a wolf, and the whole person turned into a wolf, and the momentum around him transformed into a batch of wolves, and under his leadership, he launched an attack towards the Bao long sun and moon. Not bad. Bao Chong sun and moon's eyes lit up, and just from this move wolf-tooth wind fist, it can be seen that Leaping has reached the level of pure fire in the use of the situation. Although he secretly praised, but Bao Chong Ryu did not care too much. After all, he had already comprehended his own artistic conception, or martial arts, innately surpassed the other party's realm, and it was not difficult to crack this trick. It's just that Bao Chong Ryu didn't do this, and in the face of Leaping's move wolf-tooth wind fist, he instead converged his artistic conception and only faced the enemy with his own momentum. In the end, this is just a contest after all, to confirm each other, not to win or lose. Ascending Dragon. The Bao leader Sun and Moon were full of momentum, as if they had turned into a rising divine dragon, attacking towards the wolves with an unstoppable momentum. Boom! A series of bombardment sounds resounded in the long sky. This is a duel of fists and feet, and it is also a clash of moves, but the core is the battle between momentum. At this moment, the Bao in everyone's eyes changed in the long Sun and Moon and Leaping. What's going on? I saw a dragon fighting the wolves again. I also saw it. What a fierce fight! Is this a martial artist? All the crowd watching was in an uproar, but the scene in front of them was too subversive. After all, live viewing is not to mention, it can affect people watching through the screen. This situation is simply unheard of, let alone seen. All of them had an eye-opening feeling. However, everyone was soon immersed in the battle between the dragon and the wolves. One after another ferocious wolves, one after another, sparing their lives to fight the divine dragon, endlessly, and the divine dragon has always been moving forward with an unstoppable momentum. Everything in front of it will be swept away, and the momentum and spirit of the ascending dragon are all clever. This is the clash of momentum. Leaping lost. The Klin people watching the battle couldn't help but flash a gloom in their eyes, but they had already seen the end. And the truth was not unexpected. A few minutes later, the battle was over, and what appeared in front of everyone's eyes was the Bao Long Sun and Moon, two people whose fists stopped in front of Leaping's nose. After a moment of silence, Leaping said with a sense of loss, "I lost." Hearing this, Bao Chong Ryu withdrew his fist, nodded calmly and did not say anything. At this time, as a victor, he was not qualified to talk to the other party, and the other party did not need it. At this time, the host said loudly, the winner bows the sun and the moon. Wow! What was that just now? Myth? I saw dragons fighting with wolves? Is it true? Are these two really human? Is this a martial artist? I also want to learn. Looking at the long sun and moon on the ring, there was an uproar around the world. As for leaping, who was lost and walked off the ring, few people paid attention, and this is the reality, only the winner deserves glory, and the loser has nothing. Looking at leaping, who was lost in his back. Bao Chongrayu's eyes were calm, even indifferent, he had no thoughts, no mercy, or anything. One is that the other party does not need his mercy, the second is that he wants to remember the other party's current back, firmly remember it in his heart, and not let himself end up like this. But seriously, Bao Chongryu is still curious about leaping's luck, and in this simplest session, he stopped at the top 8, not to mention the world's first martial arts conference with more and more strong people in the future. Bao Chongryu secretly thought to himself, leaping's fate is indeed the top 8. It's not that he looks down on leaping, but the other party's performance makes him guess so. In reality, 1 year, 5 years in the second world, the other party's growth can be said to be very amazing, has surpassed him 3 years after the original book, only worse than him 6 years later. It can even be said that the move and momentum are comparable to him 6 years later in the original book, but it is still a step behind, because he did not create air bomb. As leaping's proud stunt, it can be said that Kikai bomb is the summary of leaping's martial arts, and only by creating Kikai bomb can he be regarded as having reached perfection among martial arts grandmasters. Now leaping is still a line behind. Coupled with the time of the second world, it can be said that leaping has no less than 6 years, but he has not reached the level of the original work. No matter what the reason, the Bao Long Sun and Moon have already seen a corner of its future. If there is no huge adventure, the next martial arts conference in the world 3 years later, the other party will at most create the air bomb, and the combat effectiveness will be improved, but it is very likely that it will not break through the realm of the martial arts grandmaster. Of course, this is the case that the Bao Long Sun and the Moon do not interfere. But no matter what, if leaping doesn't respond, he will still stop at the quarterfinals 3 years later. Gathering his thoughts, Bao Chongryu walked down from the ring, glanced at leaping, who was sitting in the corner, exuding the breath of not entering, did not pass, nodded and said hello to Klin, and left to eat. The final 4 began in the afternoon. Everyone has finished a battle and needs time to rest and eat to regain their energy for the final 4. At this time, people from all over the world came to Papaya Island with their own magical powers, wanting to watch the game in the middle of the scene. In an instant, the rest time passed, and Bao Chongryu and his group returned to the scene and began to draw lots for the final 4. Klin to Sun Wukong, Jackie Chan to Bao Long Sun and Moon. Listening to the host's voice, Bao Chongrayu's gaze couldn't help but look at the turtle immortal with a somewhat strange expression, and his eyes showed surprise. Originally he thought that the battle with the other party would be in the championship battle. However, Bao Chongrayu's eyes flashed with fighting intent, and he secretly thought to himself, this is fine, I will continue to wait. It can be said that the reason why he came to participate in the world's first martial arts conference this time is to fight with the turtle immortals. As for leaping and Sun Wukong themselves are dispensable, these people have not yet grown up, it is not his goal yet. And there will not be much gain in fighting. Just like the battle with leaping just now, it is said that there are gains and gains, but it is not great. Chapter 060. In the decades of the dragon and snake world, although there is very little experience in life and death fighting in the long bao, there is no shortage of such competitions, but it can be said to be extremely rich. After all, at that time, he could be said to be respected by all national magicians, not to mention that it was a competition. Even the secret traditions of national arts of various schools did not hesitate to treat him. Therefore, what Bao Chong Sun and Moon lacks is not the confirmation of the nature of the competition, but the cruel fight, which is a battle between life and death, and only that kind of battle can make him have greater gains. However, After all, Leaping and the others are not practicing national arts, but the Dragon Ball system, so there will still be a lot of gains from confirming each other, which is why the Bao Commander Sun and Moon will come to participate in the world's first martial arts conference. And the Turtle Immortal is undoubtedly the person he wants to fight the most at this stage. Artistic conception. What exactly is artistic conception? Let me see it today. The Turtle Immortal looked at the battle list, and couldn't help but look at the Bao Long Sun and Moon with a solemn face. To be honest, he was really curious about the artistic conception, but unfortunately he traveled all over the earth, except for the Master's accident. Even the Cat Immortal did not comprehend, he naturally did not know. If Wu Taitu hadn't died back then under his teaching, he would definitely be able to comprehend it, and the Turtle Immortals never doubted this. This is his self-confidence as a martial arts grandmaster who has lived for more than 300 years. With this expectation, the final four began, and the first to start was the match between Qin and Sun Wukong. Bao Chongryu glanced at the two people who were fighting, and couldn't help but think, the winner must be Sun Wukong, and the gap between the two is a little big. Although Sun Wukong did not comprehend the artistic conception, and Qin's strength did not have to be equal, even the same realm was divided into high and low. For example, in the same realm of no moves, you can't let Ling Huchong compare with Feng Qingyang, and it is clear who is stronger and weaker between the two, just like Feng Qingyang and Dugu seek defeat. The same situation without tricks, but because of the difference in people, there is a gap. So even if it is a move or a momentum, Sun Wukong is stronger than Qin, but just because he is Sun Wukong, the gap between the two is really a bit big. And this is still the reason why the gap in combat effectiveness is not calculated. If it were not for Sun Wukong's martial idiot character, I am afraid that Qin could be defeated in just a few moves. In fact, this result is not at all surprising, or it should be. After all, let's not talk about qualifications, potentials, and the like. In the past year, Sun Wukong can be said to have never let go of practice, and even integrated his practice into walking, sitting and lying. It can be said that he has no distractions and focuses on cultivation. But Qin? Not to mention that he divided his mind into the learning ball. Even if he practiced, he was sneaky and slippery. It can be said that if he can be comparable to Sun Wukong, then it is really alive. Therefore, there is no justice or injustice. Just with Sun Wukong's love and persistence for martial arts, it really deserves to be strong. If there is Sun Wukong's persistence and love, even if the qualifications and potential are not enough, then Qin and Leaping can definitely become stronger in the original work. Therefore, Bao Chongryu never thought that even if the two possessed the Ajin elixir, they could be comparable to Sun Wukong. This is the same as Sun Wuhan and Sun Wushan. The potential and qualifications are not bad, but what the result is, it is still just another stronger Qin and Leaping. So sometimes it's really potential that matters, but heart is even more important. In fact, if it weren't for Sun Wukong's lack of a higher inheritance, not to mention anything else, whether it was receiving the guidance of the Cat Immortal, or the heavenly god Bobo, or obtaining the method of cultivation of national arts, then his current strength could definitely be upgraded to another level, and the artistic conception would have already been comprehended. But this is not necessarily a bad thing. The current improvement is slow, but it is all turned into a foundation, so that the future can go further. However, because of this, Bao Chong Sun Moon does not have much interest in the Monkey King at this stage, at least not in the Turtle Immortal. So just with a glance, Bao Chongryu closed his eyes and concentrated on adjusting himself so that he could reach the peak so that he could cope with the next battle with the Turtle Immortals. As for the battle in front of you without looking, with Sun Wukong's character, he will definitely end the battle only after forcing all of Qin's strength out, and then seeing if he can break through. Such a battle really has nothing to see for the current Bao Long Sun and Moon. So instead of wasting time, it is better to adjust his state. In fact, not only he thinks so, but also the Turtle Immortal, who is sitting cross-legged on the side adjusting his state. Obviously, he regarded the Bao Long Sun and Moon as an opponent who could go all out. However, for other people, they felt that the two played very excitingly, and the cheers were stronger than a wave. Time passed in this situation, and in an instant, more than half an hour passed, and the battle between Sun Wukong and Qin finally ended, and it was Sun Wukong who won unsurprisingly. And just by looking at his still smiling and not the slightest tired look, you can tell that he is far from exerting his full strength. Next, let's have Dr. Sun Moon and Mr. Jackie Chan. The host who has hosted many games is still passionate, without any fatigue at all. Snap! There was a burst of enthusiastic palms all over the world, and it is unknown how many of them were given to the Bao Long Sun and Moon. Buzz! Bao Chong Sun Moon opened his eyes, 2 sharp rays of light flashed from his eyes, piercing the air in front of him, but he had already adjusted his state to the best point, and the whole person was like a sharp sword, sharp and unstoppable. Phew! The turtle immortal withdrew a breath, the whole person stood up ordinarily, and also adjusted his state, like a bottomless sea. Now there is no wind, so there is no wave, but a little wind will turn into a tsunami and sweep the world. Although the styles of the two are somewhat different, this is only because of personality and other reasons, but they have undoubtedly adjusted their state to the best extent. Treadmill. In the midst of all the attention, the Bao Long Sun and the Moon and the Turtle Immortal dressed as Jackie Chan stepped into the ring, standing opposite each other, and in an instant, an extremely oppressive atmosphere swept through, even across the screen. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download the Philo Novel app. Chapter 061. Qin, who was watching the battle, felt the amazing oppression of the two of Bao Chong Sun and the Moon, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Both of them are so strong, I'm afraid that each one will not be an opponent." Sun Wukong and Liping were also solemn, looking at the two opposing with different expressions, each thinking about his own thoughts, and his thoughts were full of thoughts for a while. Liping's face looked at Bao Chong Ryu with an ugly look and thought, he didn't exert his full strength when he fought me before. I really want to fight them. Sun Wukong's face couldn't help but show a hot fighting intent, as well as a full of anticipation. Break the cauldron and sink the boat, and live to death. Bao Chong Ryu did not hesitate and directly displayed the artistic conception he comprehended. In fact, his own comprehension of artistic conception was not only this one, but when the Dragon Snake world finally chose to break through, he comprehended this new artistic conception. What is artistic conception? Artistic conception can actually be said to be the Tao, or it can be said that all things in heaven and earth, such as drifting snow is artistic conception, spring breeze is artistic conception, and killing is also artistic conception. Everyone is different, so the artistic conception of comprehension will naturally not be exactly the same, even if they are the same artistic conception of comprehension, such as the artistic conception of drifting snow. Some people prefer cold, and some people may be biased towards aesthetics. There are 1,000 kinds of people, and there are 1,000 kinds of artistic conception. And the artistic conception that everyone can comprehend can also be plural, not limited to only one. Just like the Bao Long Sun and Moon, he comprehends 3 kinds of artistic conception. It's just that after comprehending the artistic conception of breaking the cauldron and living to death, the 2 artistic conceptions he had comprehended before have been abandoned by him, and it is not that this artistic conception is the most suitable for him, and it is also the most profound and mysterious. It is necessary to know that although the artistic conception is also high, the profound artistic conception will obviously exceed the ordinary artistic conception a lot, whether in potential or power. But the other 2 artistic conceptions he comprehended in the Dragon and Snake world are definitely not ordinary, and can even be said to be very profound, such as the solitary high artistic conception that he comprehended because of the pride of the Traverser, and the creation of CHENG, who single-handedly changed the country and the world and implemented the national art. It can be said that these 2 artistic conceptions are not worse than the broken cauldron and sinking the boat to death and life, and even in terms of continuing to deepen the understanding, the first 2 are more compatible with him, but for Bao Chong Sun and Moon, he does not care whether it fits or not, he does not care about power and potential. The reason why he chose to break the cauldron and sink the boat and die and do business is just to not forget the last moment of understanding. Although the artistic conception is a very high and profound realm for the current Bao Long Sun and Moon, the turtle immortal, but for him who understands the vastness of the world, it is just such a process. In the heavens and realms, the artistic conception is not even the middle level, at most it is the foundation. Therefore, for the artistic conception, the Bao Long Sun and Moon are not very sincere and important. And the world of artistic conception is not very practical. After all, no matter how good your artistic conception comprehension is, no matter how brilliant you use it, a Qigong wave will be completely gone. It is precisely because of this that for the choice of artistic conception, the Bao Long Sun and Moon is completely based on temperament. As for several artistic conceptions all deeply comprehended or something, it is also not necessary. After all, it is just a transitional thing. Is this the artistic conception? The turtle immortal felt the spiritual will of breaking the cauldron and sinking the boat, born to death exuding from the body of the Bao Long Sun and Moon in front of him, and only felt that his strength was directly suppressed by several %, and his will, spirit, and state of mind were all affected, and his strength declined again. It's really not easy, but after the shock, feeling the artistic conception on the body of the Bao Long Sun and Moon, the turtle immortal gave birth to a trace of understanding in his heart. In fact, with his background and realm strength, it is not difficult to comprehend the artistic conception, and he couldn't comprehend it before, but he didn't understand the artistic conception. After all, on the earth, in addition to the dead Wu Taitu, it is only the heavenly gods and Bobo in the temple who have mastered the extremely mature and detailed artistic conception, that is, silent as the sky, as fast as lightning, which is one of the artistic conceptions. It is also one of the few artistic conceptions on the Dragon Ball Earth, and belongs to the martial arts at the top of the Dragon Ball Earth. However, it is very tall to say, but for the profound foundation that the turtle immortal has accumulated in the long time of more than 300 years to reach the peak of the martial arts grandmaster realm, as long as you understand what is the artistic conception, it is actually not difficult to comprehend. It turns out that this is the artistic conception. A touch of enlightenment appeared in the eyes of the turtle immortal. At this moment, the fog shrouded in the artistic conception was dispelled. He was able to see clearly, figure out what the artistic conception is. For him, comprehending the artistic conception is only a matter of time. Along with figuring out the principle of artistic conception, the turtle immortal finally understood what he lacked, and it was the artistic conception that puzzled him. If the martial artist is divided into a level, then the person who cannot master Qi and exerts Qigong waves belongs to the lowest level of martial artist, and the one who masters Qi and reaches the realm of no move is the Grand Master, and on this basis, each move carries its own potential, and it belongs to the profound level of Grand Master. That is, the current realm of the turtle immortals, although the inheritance possessed by martial artists at this level is superior compared to others. However, really speaking, only those who master the artistic conception can be regarded as the real superior martial arts. Because unlike the moves, artistic conception involves all aspects such as spirit, soul, and heart. And only mastering artistic conception can be regarded as a true martial artist. The martial artist here is not a noun, but a martial artist who has no shortcomings and constantly pursues to surpass himself and climb to the peak of martial arts. It is precisely because the turtle immortals do not comprehend the artistic conception and do not know what the artistic conception is, so they have no way to solve the mental problems of themselves and their disciples, and can only use various crude methods to indirectly temper the mental nature of their disciples. For example, let Clin play tennis and polish his heart in the tennis profession, and leaping is the same. But as long as you comprehend the artistic conception, in fact, you have initially strengthened your own heart, and have the so-called Tao heart. As long as it is not a broken Dao heart, there will be no problems. For example, in the original work, Leaping and Clin, who have experienced the cultivation of the temple, have actually comprehended the artistic conception, forged a Dao heart, and entered the superior martial arts, but at that time, they were successively subjected to Vegeta, Frieza, artificial humans and other cosmic god-level terrifying powerhouses, resulting in the Dao heart being damaged, thus cutting off the future. Philo reminds you, read 3 things favorites, recommendations, and points. Chapter 062. So don't think that after comprehending the artistic conception, you will feel that everything is fine when you have forged the Tao heart. After all, in the end, the move is the foundation, the momentum is the foundation, and the artistic conception is also the foundation. Perhaps for ordinary martial artists, no move is already a superior martial art, but for the previous turtle immortals, only mastering the momentum is the superior martial art, and for the earth, or for the gods and Bobo, only mastering the artistic conception is considered the superior martial art. But for the Bao Long Sun and Moon, these are just the basics. Just like the original Dragon Ball, in the first part, it can be said that Vic and Sun Wukong, who have mastered the artistic conception, have reached their peak and are martial arts grandmasters. But in Dragon Ball Z, the two of them are just cannon fodder for the entire universe, and the so-called martial arts grandmaster is simply a vulnerable ant. That's the difference in perspective. In fact, really speaking, Klin and Leaping are also unlucky enough, just comprehended the artistic conception and forged the Dao heart, but they encountered the universe overlord level powerhouse one after another, which led to the destruction of the Dao heart and the cutting off of the way ahead. But really speaking, it is actually a problem of the hearts of the two, or the comprehension is a little late. After all, Tianjin rice is not broken in the heart of the Dao. But really, it is still the imperfection of the Dragon Ball world system. After all, in the entire universe, the Earth martial arts are already among the top first class. Even the Realm King is only refined at this level, but it has not exceeded the level of artistic conception. After all, above the artistic conception is already the realm of laws, but in this world, only the gods of the destruction god level have mastered this realm. So, that's the difference in perspective. For the turtle immortals, artistic conception belongs to the superior martial arts, but for the Bao Long Sun and Moon, artistic conception is just the foundation. However, it is precisely because it is the foundation, so it also shows the importance of artistic conception from the side, and it is worthy of its superior martial arts on the earth. After all, this is the only way to temper the mind, spirit, will, and Dao heart. The game begins. The host did not know that the turtle immortal had a lot of thoughts, and still presided over his work as usual. Boom! When the words fell, Bao Chong Ryu attacked towards the turtle immortals with a tragic and decisive momentum and artistic conception, and the artistic conception of breaking the cauldron and sinking the boat, living to death has been fully unleashed. Drink! The turtle immortal's thoughts converged to the extreme. Facing the bow of the territory, he did not have the slightest underestimation, and directly exerted his full strength without hesitation. The muscles of the whole body began to swell, and the little old man became a muscle giant. This is the max rate of the turtle immortals, a state of giganticization achieved by strengthening the muscles of the whole body by gathering qi. Once cast, the combat effectiveness will be greatly increased, but it will accelerate the consumption of energy, which belongs to one of the stunts of the turtle immortals, and is no worse than Turtle School Qigong. It belongs to the same kind of stunt as Realm King Fist, but there is no way to compare it with Realm King Fist. Boom! With the turtle immortal casting the trick of pressing the bottom of the box, although he did not break free from the artistic conception suppression of the Bao Long Sun and Moon, he could already compete with it, and even slightly better. Boom! Under the gaze of countless people, the Bao Long Sun and Moon and the turtle immortal turned into lightning, completely disappeared from everyone's sight, except for a few people. The rest of the people can only hear the sound, but not the figure. It can be said that the two of them at this moment have reached the level of the speed of sound. The turtle immortals deserve to live for more than 300 years, plus various inheritances. It is really not simple. With the battle with the turtle immortal, Bao Chongrayu's eyes couldn't help but light up, because in the battle, he began to absorb the other party's experience and was growing rapidly. After all, although Bao Chong Sun and Moon has comprehended the artistic conception, his strength is not weak, but his experience is actually not much, the same no-move realm, but he is not comparable to thousands of tempered turtle immortals. After all, when the Bao is long and the Sun and the Moon are fighting, it is really too little, at least compared to the other party, although the realm is the same, but there is less of a trace of tempering. However, with the battle, with the qualification of the Bao Long Sun and the Moon, he absorbed everything of the turtle immortal at an incomparably terrifying speed, turned it into his own, and provided for his own growth. The turtle immortal looked shocked and encouraged to resist the attack of the Bao Long Sun and Moon, and secretly thought in amazement, this little guy is really not an ordinary terror, is this the effect of gene elixir? 3 minutes. From the beginning, it was only 3 minutes, and his hundreds of years of experience, research, and comprehension of the move and follow-up momentum were all seen and absorbed by the Bao Long Sun and Moon, and turned into his own. So in just 3 minutes, he went from relying on experience to compete with the other side at the beginning, to falling into the downside now, and if he didn't make changes, it would be him who failed. The turtle immortal really has the goods, this time it really came to the right place. Sensing his own growth, Bao Chongryu couldn't help but feel a touch of joy, and then turned into a fierce, this guy belongs to a guy who can't fight or leave, can hide absolutely without revealing, he definitely has more things, he must force it out. The Bao Chongryu, who has already absorbed all of the experience and comprehension of the turtle immortals in terms of moves and potentials, has turned them into use, and even the stunt of max power has begun to gradually perform national arts. Previously, he only relied on his artistic conception and his own comprehension of moves and situations to fight with the other party, but the various magic uses in the national art were not used. Really speaking, in fact, the national art is a cultivation system that is no worse than the Dragon Ball Earth martial arts, and the two can be said to have their own merits. Unlike the martial artists' use of qi, the cultivation of the body by the national art has reached a limit and a degree of perfection, especially a strong person like Bao Chong Sun and Moon who has cultivated to the apex, and if he really exerts his full strength, he can definitely exert several times his combat power. This is a similar technique to explosion, and if you want to divide the winner and loser, it is really better to know. However, for now, the Bao Long Sun Moon or national art has improved its own combat effectiveness more than explosive qi, or even far beyond. As for how it really is, after all, he has not seen explosion, although max rate has the same effect as explosive, but there is still a difference. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download the Philo Novel app. Chapter 063. Boom! How is that possible? The turtle immortal's face changed drastically, as he felt the sudden surge in the strength of the Bao Elder Sun and Moon, and cast a technique that he had never seen before, that is, a meticulous control of the body. No, if I continue, I will lose. Thinking of this, the turtle immortal's eyes couldn't help but show a touch of Ling Ran, gritted his teeth, and performed another stunt of his without the slightest hesitation. Take me a move golden binding technique. Hey! Bao Chongryu only felt tight, his movements couldn't help but slow down, and his control over his body began to become rougher, giving the turtle immortal a respite. It turned out to be this trick. The Bao Long Sun and Moon showed a clear color, the trick of golden binding technique was once performed by the turtle immortal, but it was different from the current way of display. This guy is really good at hiding. Bao Chongryu's eyes couldn't help but show a smile. You must know that in the original work, when the turtle immortal performs this move, his finger lightly touches the opponent's forehead, and then the other party will stand motionless like a sculpture. It is a one-move binding stunt. But now in the face of the Bao Long Sun and Moon, the turtle immortal wanted to point his finger on his forehead. It was simply delusional, but he just cast it, and without touching him. Now in the original work, he did not fully perform this stunt, but only used it slightly. Let me see what the mystery of this trick is. With anticipation, Bao Chongryu began to try to break free from the golden binding technique, and it took a few clicks to figure it out. It turned out that this golden binding technique is a combination of qi and spiritual power, similar to spells, magic and other things. This is not difficult for him who has already comprehended the artistic conception and come into contact with the spiritual will, and with his qualifications and understanding. After understanding the principle, he quickly mastered it, and it is no different from the turtle immortals teaching him hand in hand. So it is. A flash of realization flashed in the eyes of Bao Chongryu, and he immediately turned his sword into a will, instantly cutting off the shackles of the golden binding technique, and his attack power increased again, wanting to force him to continue to perform other stunts. The turtle immortal couldn't help but widen his eyes, and looked at Bao Chongryu, whose strength had increased again, in shock. How is it so fast? After the shock, the turtle immortal couldn't help but smile bitterly. In fact, at his age, although he was hit by the comprehension of the artistic conception of the Bao chief sun and moon before, resulting in a sense of contention, but after seeing the strength of the other party, he had actually given up defeating the other party. After all, at his current age, he has already seen through the victory and defeat, so he has not admitted defeat so far, and he just wants to study the artistic conception more. Although with his understanding of the Bao long life, if he opened his mouth to ask, then the other party would definitely tell him everything related to the realm. However, he is also a god of martial arts, and although his face is a little thicker, he can't do something that makes him ask a young man for advice. Therefore, he could only delay time as much as possible. Originally he had high hopes for golden binding technique, but he did not expect that it would be cracked in just a few seconds. With a long sigh of relief, the turtle immortal regained his composure, and when he couldn't hold it anymore, he immediately said, "Wu, pick me up hypnosis. This guy really can't fight and leave." Bao Chongryu looked at the turtle immortal with some tears and laughter, and then immersed himself in the perception of hypnosis. Like golden binding, this hypnosis is also different from the performance in the original book. In the original work, Gaku was stunned and originally received the slogan of the turtle immortal before waking up, but was woken up by Boomer, and later let the male wolf mistakenly see Xiaolin's bald head as the moon returning to adult form and so on. At that time, the turtle immortal cast it was like ordinary hypnosis, and there were actions and words, but now the turtle immortal casts, there is no such thing at all. It can be said that it is hidden to the extreme. If it weren't for the turtle immortal himself saying it, even Bao Chongryu wouldn't have known that the other party had actually performed hypnosis. So it is, just like golden binding technique, this hypnosis is also a joint use of qi and spiritual power, but unlike the former, the main body is qi. This hypnosis is more about the application of spiritual power. Qi is only an auxiliary, similar to illusion, can be cast in the attack, unconsciously will be hit. After figuring it out, Bao Chongryu couldn't help but sigh again. The turtle immortal is worthy of being an old fox who has lived for hundreds of years, but he is really able to hide. If he wasn't forced out today, he really didn't know that he had so many stunts. You must know that if it is the performance in the original work, then this golden binding technique and hypnosis can be said to be a kind of small skill. At most it can be compared with after-image fist, but now it is not the same thing at all. This is definitely the same level of stunt as turtle school qigong. And after figuring out the principle, the Bao Long Sun and Moon that have already comprehended the artistic conception are much simpler to crack. This kid is really a monster. He was cracked again. The turtle immortal is bitter in his heart. If it is just cracked, it is enough, but whether it is golden binding technique or hypnotism, once it is cracked by the other party, it is useless in casting. It's not that these two stunts can only be performed once, or just an ability that is useful by surprise, but that the other party is too perverted. If he is not mistaken, his golden binding technique and hypnosis have already been learned by the other party, so it is strange that they can still be useful. The turtle immortal secretly decided, if you can't continue to say it this time, you will lose face. Immediately, he performed another stunt. He opened his mouth to remind him before that it was for the identity of his predecessor, but now he found that if he continued to worry about this, his stunts would not be enough at all. A moment later. Hey! Bao Chongryu couldn't help but be stunned, and then showed a puzzled look, because he found that his attack seemed to have been foreseen by the other party, just like the other party would see and hear the domineering. Thinking of this, Gong Chongryu's heart moved, and thought, by the way, this is mind reading, another stunt of the turtle immortals, compared to golden binding technique and hypnosis is much more powerful, at least in the original work. I don't know what the real appearance is. Philo reminds you, read 3 things: favorites, recommendations, and points. Chapter 064. In the original work, the turtle immortal used to observe Nanwu's memory, see the scene of water shortage in his hometown, and later scolded the crane immortal with his heart, which can be said to be different from martial arts. There is a spell, or a superpower to rush feet. Immediately, Bao Chongryu immediately paid careful attention, and after a while, he stole this mind-reading technique, and also understood the principle of this stunt. Or like golden binding technique and hypnosis, this mind-reading is also in use of spiritual power, but it is more profound, and in addition to spiritual power and chi, it also adds elements such as spiritual power and sixth sense, which can be said to be more profound and mysterious than the previous two, and the function is very comprehensive. It can even be said that the previous golden binding technique and hypnosis are based on this mind reading, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is an alternative application technique of mind reading. If you compare with the 9 Yin True Sutra, then mind reading is the general outline and internal strength, while golden binding technique and hypnotism are martial arts such as 9 Yin White Bone Claw. Therefore, even with the understanding of the long sun and moon, it took a lot of time to understand. It's over. While fighting, the turtle immortal who felt the artistic conception couldn't help but show bitterness again, because his mind reading was useless, and he could no longer read the idea of bowing the sun and the moon, and even the body movements could not be read. Needless to say, his own stunt and meat buns beat dogs, there is no return. Yes, this mind reading can not only read other people's thoughts and mental conversations, but also read the other party's body to learn the enemy's attack. It can be said that this is a real stunt, and it is difficult to defend unless it is also mastered, of course, such as strength crushing and the like. The turtle immortal gritted his teeth and thought, this stinky boy really doesn't respect the old and the young at all, and I don't know how to let me be an old man. And then quietly performed one of his stunts again. Bao Chongryu didn't know what the turtle immortals thought, but even if they knew, they wouldn't pay attention to it. After all, if it wasn't for the rare opportunity, it would not be easy to steal these skills from this very clumsy guy, and the opportunity could not be missed. The Bao Long Sun and Moon on this side and the turtle immortal are fighting hotly, but all the viewers are speechless, because they can't see the figure at all. Even the few martial arts grandmasters who could see it, such as Sun Wukong and Klin, were a little speechless at this time, because they couldn't understand it. After all, golden bondage and the like are spiritual stunts, and it is strange that they have not learned to be able to understand it. So the whole world can be said to be speechless, even the host is at a loss, and the Bao Long Sun and Moon and the turtle immortal are in this situation. It can be said that the passion of the fight. Time passed little by little. In order to delay time, the turtle immortals could put on display everything at the bottom of the box, not to mention after image fist, monkey fist and the like. At this point in the battle, only the destructive stunts such as turtle qigong and shocking palm of all nations have not been performed. After all, in the original work, just the turtle school qigong, the proud skill of the turtle immortals, has destroyed the flame mountain and the moon, and the power is too great, and a poor control will cause destruction and killing. And even with the current strength of the turtle immortal, this kind of stunt is impossible to use. Once used, no matter how he wins or loses, he will lose his combat effectiveness, which is contrary to his thoughts. After all, he wanted to use this to feel the artistic conception, instead of competing with the Bao Long Sun and Moon for victory. So being able to drag on a little longer is a while. Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but look at the turtle immortal with some amazement and secretly said, I now somewhat believe his performance in Dragon Ball Super. After the battle, the turtle immortal mastered too many skills, and he also felt that he had underestimated the other party before, or was misled by the other party's lecherous appearance. In the past, Bao Chong Ryu really thought that the turtle immortal was not the kind of person who would work hard to cultivate, even if Dragon Ball Super gave the setting of secretly cultivating, but he still thought that it was the result of the author's forcing. But now he doesn't think so. Because he saw that the turtle immortals had not given up their practice in the past 300 years. Seriously, as long as you have read the original work, you will feel that the strength of the turtle immortals is not strong, and the turtle immortals who have reached that level in 300 years will not be strong there, and even have problems with their hearts, and they are not really like Sun Wukong who keeps breaking through their own limits. But now Bao Chong Sun and Moon can be said to think so, really underestimating the turtle immortals. Because in the past 300 years, the turtle immortal has never given up his practice, and after discovering that he could not make higher progress in martial arts, he turned to studying spiritual power, and stunts such as golden binding technique, mind reading, and hypnotism were one of his achievements. Of course, some of them were created by him, and some were learned by him. In any case, in short, the turtle immortals have never given up their practice in the past 300 years. It's just that at this point, the other party who is desperate for the Bao is able to replay sleeping in the Dragon Ball Super to participate in the Power Conference, which is really not the author's nostalgia, but the result of his real hard work. Just when Bao Chong Sun and Moon admired the turtle immortal in his heart, the turtle immortal had an explosive mentality. The turtle immortal roared up to the sky, looking desperate, wanting to perform a stunt. Even the Bao leader Sun and Moon were frightened. In order to learn new stunts, he immediately slightly reduced his attack strength. Just, the next moment, I throw in the towel. The turtle immortal landed lightly outside the ring, and if nothing happened, he chose to surrender, and then left without looking back, obviously completely collapsed. After all, whoever has worked hard for more than 300 years has become someone else's in a short period of time, and his mentality will collapse. Bao Chong Ryu looked at the departing turtle immortal with some speechlessness, and couldn't help scratching his face with a little embarrassment, and also felt that he was a little excessive. In other words, he is in the position of the turtle immortal, and now he will probably have the heart to kill. Just abandoning the game and admitting defeat is already considered a good mentality. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download the Philo Novel app. Chapter 065. Bao Chong Ryu won. Let us congratulate him on becoming the champion of the 21st Tianxia First Martial Arts Conference, and let us also thank Sun Wukong and other players for their wonderful dedication. Snap! With the passionate enthusiasm of the host and the enthusiastic applause of the audience, the world's first martial arts conference came to an end. Bao Chong Ryu ignored the endless praise around him, looked at the Monkey King next to him who was a little depressed because he lost the game, and couldn't help but secretly analyze, although the current Wukong has a second world reason, his strength exceeds the same time as the original. But it is not stronger than the original 3 years later. In the end, there are still a lot of reasons for a lot of honing: Peach White and White, Red Ribbon, Kellen Tower, 3 years of global travel, and the guidance of the Cat Immortal. Without these, even if he has cultivated for no less than 3 years, it is still weaker than him 3 years later. Thinking of this, Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but sigh. The most important thing in this is the guidance of the Cat Immortals. Some things are not guided, and the time it takes is too much, too much. Just like in the original work, whether it is Sun Wukong or Klin and others, every time they get the guidance of a higher level powerhouse, their strength will skyrocket, while without guidance, their strength will improve slowly. For example, the Monkey King, after the end of the first part, 5 or 6 years have passed, but the improvement in strength is very small, and as soon as he received the guidance of the King of the Northern Realm, in less than a year, it increased by more than 10 times. The same is true of Klin and leaping. And this is also the reason why Bao Long Sun Moon did not hang on the Dragon Ball system. After all, it is really not easy to ask for someone, and many times even if it is to ask for someone, it is impossible to achieve the wish. As for understanding the plot, such as Namek, or skillfully using gravity, coupled with a scion body with infinite potential, you can be infinitely powerful. Bao Long Sun Moon never thought that much because it was unrealistic. The civilization of the scions is definitely not weak, among which the existence of Bardock is not rare, but the combat effectiveness is limited to a certain range, which is the limit of the scions, and it is not so easy to break through. Without Sun Wukong's experience, or even his heart, it is not easy to break through the limitations of scions and break through to super scions. The super scion 2 in the back is even more so. Don't look at the scions in the original work are stronger than one, but whether it is Sun Wukong, or Vegeta, or others, the achievement that can be achieved is created by various causes and conditions, and it is not simple to copy. As for having a gravity chamber and scion can super god, it is simply a dream. If the gravity chamber is really that useful, then cultivation is really too good. There will not be so few strong people in this world. Secretly shaking his head to suppress his inner thoughts, Bao Chong Ryu looked at the greeting Klin and the Turtle Immortal and others, and couldn't help but sigh once again that the cultivation of the Dragon Ball system was definitely not so easy. In fact, if you look at the Turtle Immortals, you can know that as a teacher and qualifications, he can almost be said to have little improvement in 300 years. Even with the factor of the second world created by the Bao Long Sun and Moon, in fact, the strength of the Turtle Immortals has actually improved really limited in the past year. In fact, the Turtle Immortals have also noticed this. Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but secretly sighed, more than 300 years of life has long made him an old fox. Previously, in the competition, Bao Chong Ryu did not notice it because he was in the game, but now after the competition, he quickly realized that in fact, this time the world's first martial arts conference was in the calculation of the other party from beginning to end. It can be said that for the sake of 3 disciples, this guy is really a broken heart. For example, the battle between Leaping and Bao Chong Ryu seems to be that Leaping is not lucky enough, but the fact is that the Turtle Immortals cheated and specially arranged this battle. In order to polish Leaping's heart and wake him up from his pride, and to do this, it does not mean that it is necessary to bow the sun and the moon, but it is undeniable that his effect is the best. Because the time for Bao Chong Sun and Moon cultivation is shorter than that of Leaping, and there is no famous master to guide him, and in this case, they all lose, and the awakening effect on Leaping is the greatest. This can be seen from Leaping's brighter, more determined eyes now. And for the battle between Klin and Sun Wukong, the battle between Bao Chong Sun and Moon and the Turtle Immortals, and even the final decisive battle, they are actually in the calculations of the Turtle Immortals. For example, the battle between Klin and Sun Wukong, the reason why the two were arranged to fight is because for the young Klin, the awakening effect of Sun Wukong at the same age is greater than anyone else. As for the battle between the Bao Long Sun and the Moon and the Turtle Immortal, in fact, this battle is probably the most variable, and it is also the most uncertain for the other party. The reason why he fought with Bao Chong Ryu in the final 4 was firstly because the Turtle Immortals wanted to know his strength, and secondly, and most importantly, he had faintly felt that he himself had been surpassed by Sun Wukong. Therefore, in order to tell Sun Wukong that there is a sky outside the sky, and there are people outside the people, it is necessary to let him lose. However, the Turtle Immortal himself did not grasp this, so his eyes were involuntarily attracted by the somewhat mysterious and unpredictable Bao Long Sun and Moon. Therefore, after knowing the strength of the Bao Long Sun and Moon, the Turtle Immortal never wanted to win, let alone cast a peerless school such as the heaven-shattering palm of all nations, and fought with him to the end, for fear of weakening his strength, resulting in Sun Wukong's victory. And the battle between the last Bao Long Sun and Moon and Sun Wukong also shows the victory of the Turtle Immortal strategy, although Sun Wukong is indeed stronger than the Turtle Immortal, but compared with the full burst of Bao Long Sun and Moon, it still did not take much time to lose cleanly. While lamenting the strategy of the Turtle Immortals, Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but sigh once again that the practice of the Dragon Ball system was not easy. After practicing for more than 300 years, the period of improvement of the strength of the Turtle Immortal is actually only a fraction of 10 years, or even only a few years, and the next 300 years can be said to have little improvement, otherwise he would not have put his hope on the Bao Long Sun and Moon. After all, from the fact that he personally pretended to be a dragon to compete, he was not a person who would put his hopes on others. Philo reminds you, read 3 things: favorites, recommendations, and points. Chapter 066. It can be said that in the past year, the only one who has improved his strength the least is the Turtle Immortal, and it can even be said that the appearance of the second world has had little effect on him, and it can be said that it is close to nothing. After all, for the Turtle Immortals who have lived for more than 300 years, 10 years is too short. So for now, not only Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness has surpassed him, even Klin and Leaping have actually surpassed him, but he can rely on his own experience and various stunts to confidently defeat Klin and Leaping, but Sun Wukong can't. For his disciple, a disciple who frightened him in both his heart and other aspects, he really didn't think he could be defeated. That's why I had this plan. And the results have already appeared. Sun Wukong looked at Bao Chong Sun and Moon with a warlike expression, and said without the slightest discouragement, "Sure enough, I still don't practice enough. Next time, I will definitely defeat Brother Bao." After Leaping and Klin experienced defeat, they also looked at the few people around them with determination, but they were baptized after the defeat, and they became more and more shining. Seeing this, the Turtle Immortal couldn't help but nod with satisfaction, but it was not in vain that his hard work was wasted. Bao Chong Ryu looked at the changes and expressions of several people, and couldn't help but show a touch of exclamation, and secretly said, "It is really not easy to preach and teach confusion and solve karma." At this moment, Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but think of Tang Zikan, a disciple of the Dragon and Snake world. Why wasn't he like a ghost immortal for this disciple? It was precisely because of his original experience that he was not angry about the Turtle Immortal's calculation. Of course, there is also a reason why he has gained a lot. Just when the group sighed, the Turtle Immortal pretending to be Jackie Chan took the lead and left with several people, and during this period, Sun Wukong did not accidentally make an agreement with him to fight the next world's first martial arts conference. Obviously he was not a little unwilling to fight with him. After Jackie Chan's departure, Klin and the others also recovered from the defeat and began to talk and laugh and make trouble. "Let's say Leaping, you stop at the quarterfinals, I'm in the quarterfinals, this is not considered my win." Klin looked at Leaping with a sly look. When Leaping heard this, he hurriedly said, "No, this is not counted. When we bet on who is strong and who is weak, I lost to the Bao commander, but I didn't lose to you." "Cut." Klin pouted unwillingly. "Ah, I really want to fight you, Leaping, or we'll fight later." Sun Wukong looked at Leaping expectantly. "I don't want that, I'm already covered now, I'm really going to be wasted when I fight you." Looking at the 3 people who were fighting, Bao couldn't help but sigh secretly, it's still a group of children. In fact, really speaking, the eldest Leaping of the 3 is only 17 years old, younger than Bao Chong Sun and Moon, not to mention the smaller Klin and Sun Wukong. In fact, at the current age of the 3 people, it is really already very powerful to be able to have their current achievements, and there is no need to be more harsh. Thinking of this, Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but secretly sigh again. In terms of teaching apprentices, I really lost to the Turtle Immortals. Unlike the Turtle Immortals, they advocate nature for their disciples, follow the steps, and will not be too harsh, and Gong Chong Ryu was too strict with Tang Zikan at the beginning, which even led to him not enjoying much of the happiness of childhood, so as far as the disciple's life was concerned, he really lost. Of course, it can't be said that Gongchang Ryu is wrong to do this. After all, his thinking still recognizes that Master Yan is a high apprentice, so he may have lost to the turtle immortal in terms of the integrity of his life, but for the future achievements of his disciples, he felt that he had won. Think about a few disciples of the turtle immortals, from Sun Wuhan, the bull demon king to Klin. It can be said that only Sun Wukong has great achievements, and everyone else is much worse, and Sun Wukong actually relies on himself, and the turtle immortals may not have much effect on his guidance. But Tang Zikan is different. Gongchang Ryu has self-confidence, and after his own teaching, he will definitely not be worse than Sun Wukong. However, although he did not regret treating his only disciple harshly, Baochang Ryu still owed him something for not giving him a memorable childhood. Thinking of this, Baochang Ryu couldn't help but secretly make up his mind, thinking, after the dragon and snake world is divided, it's time to meet with her once, and then compensate her well. Anyway, there is a soul realm, and some time can still be wasted. At this moment, Boomer's voice came. Here, here. When Baochang Ryu heard this, he saw Boomer, Turtle Immortal, Lan Chi and others who came while waving. A great game. Rena nodded. Klin, the three of you are too weak, you actually lost, and you really don't practice enough. Boomer looked at Leaping and the three with disdain. Well done. The Turtle Immortal looked at his three disciples approvingly. After the meeting, a laughter was naturally inevitable, but after this world's first martial arts conference, the relationship between everyone was undoubtedly one step closer. It's not that the previous relationship was not good, but because of Baochang Ryu's character and achievements, as well as too little time to get along with, and not knowing each other well enough, although they are friends, they are inevitably not close enough. But after this world's first martial arts conference, the group can be said to have completely broken the slightest strangeness and become friends. After the laughter, Baochang Ryu said with a smile, the world's first martial arts conference is over, let's go to my house with me first, treat the injury, avoid leaving dark injuries, and we will celebrate well. Okay, okay. Hearing this, Boomer nodded impatiently and agreed, his eyes shining as he looked at Alice and the two. I have long wanted to eat a meal made by a Grand Master level chef. When the Turtle Immortals and others heard this, their eyes couldn't help but shine. Because of the reasons of the Second World, the reputation of Grand Master level chefs such as Arena, can be said to be no worse than that of big stars, but because they each had their own things before, even with the status of Boomer, they have not eaten Grand Master level dishes. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download the Philo Novel app. Chapter 067. Boomer has never eaten it, let alone a few turtle immortals. After all, in the Second World, it is normal for the status of the Klin to eat master-level cuisine, but Grand Master-level cuisine is impossible. This is not to say that people who have reached the Grand Master level will not cook. After all, as a chef, no matter what realm you reach, you will practice, so the dishes made are definitely not few, and it can even be said that they eat very little, and most of them are thrown away. As for the wasteful behavior of throwing it away and not giving it to others, in fact, Grand Master level chefs such as Arena, who are also very helpless and regretful. It's just that there is no way. Grand Master level cuisine is really not something that ordinary people can eat. Such as this level of cuisine, there is no certain heart, and you will get anorexia after eating a bite. It can be said that it is extremely dangerous. And not only that, but the nutrition of Grand Master level cuisine is also extraordinary. Ordinary people can't eat a bite at all, and eating too much is also extremely dangerous. As for controlling the craft, it is also impossible. After all, once it is really controlled, it is not a Grand Master level cuisine. Therefore, Grand Master level cuisine is actually not uncommon, but there are very few things that can be eaten. And with the strength of Boomer, they can naturally eat Grandmaster level cuisine, but they didn't know Grandmaster level chefs before, and they didn't understand the secrets. As for Irina, they also didn't know that Clin and the others could eat Grandmaster level dishes, otherwise they would come to the door and ask them to eat the dishes they had made without them coming to her. After all, cooking is wasted if it is made, and not enough diners to taste it will slow down their culinary progress. So many chefs are rare, but good diners are equally rare. And the two of them, who watched the world's first martial arts conference, naturally knew very well that these were very rare diners around them, so not only Boomer and the others' eyes were shining, but the two were not like this. Follow me. Seeing the same expressions of the two gangs, Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but chuckle and led the way towards his home. Don't you have to fly? Looking at the Bao leader Sun Moon who walked in front to lead the way, Clin asked curiously. When Lan Chi heard this, she explained with a smile, there are places to buy and live all over the world, and Pumpkin Island is naturally no exception. Li Ping couldn't help but be speechless for a while when he heard this. Even Boomer was no exception. After all, although her family was rich, it was not so proud that it was not impossible, but it would not do it, or she had not thought about it at all. As for Irina, the more they realized the richness of Bao Long Sun and Moon, although they had known some of Bao Long Sun and Moon richness in the previous time, they still looked a little underestimated their friend. In this way, the group came to the villa on the island of Bao Chong Sun and Moon with complexity. Next, not only the two of Irina, but even Bao Chong Ryu personally cooked and made a hearty dish, which made Boomer and the others eat a big meal. And the appetite of Clin and others, especially Sun Wukong's bottomless appetite, made the eyes of the two of them shine. And they couldn't help but make an agreement with a few people to become an exclusive diner for the two. I have to say that sometimes being able to eat is also a skill. If it weren't for the relationship between the sun and the moon, which led to each other becoming friends, just the stomachs of Clin and the others, Alice and the two would not care about spending money to invite everyone to taste their dishes. And after leaping people ate that it was simply not a thing in the world, and it contained extremely rich nutrition, it was even more a hit it off, and the promise was extremely fast, for fear that the two of Irina would regret it. The turtle immortal couldn't help but sigh secretly, it's really lucky to be born in such an era. Speaking of which, even he couldn't help but envy his disciples. Seriously, the progress of martial artists is sometimes really important in times, even more important than talent and inheritance. For example, he himself, obviously his qualifications and inheritance are no worse than Clin and Leaping, but it took him more than 300 years to have his current strength. But what about these two disciples? In just 1 year, it surpassed him, and if it weren't for his rich experience and schooling, he wouldn't be sure to beat the two. If he was born in this era, the speed of improvement would definitely not be worse than the two. It's just that this may be fate. Although he was also in this era, it was a pity that he was old and had also taken the elixir of life, resulting in the speed of improvement not being able to keep up with the two younger disciples. As it goes, it is only a matter of time before it is overtaken. He had already sighed in his heart when he was in the previous competition, but now after eating Grandmaster level cuisine, his inner sigh has become stronger. After all, Grandmaster level cuisine is not only as simple as a full stomach, but also warms and improves the body and soul, and it can be said that the auxiliary role for martial artists is really not too small. With Grandmaster level cuisine, 1 day's cultivation can catch up with the previous 2 days. After sighing, the turtle immortal couldn't help but look at Bao Chong Sun and Moon with shock, and secretly said, "This little guy is really getting more and more terrifying, and this world will definitely become more and more exciting because of him. I didn't know he could get that far." In the shock of the turtle immortals, after eating and drinking, the group separated, the treatment of treatment, the rest of rest, the cultivation of cultivation, and the play of play. In this way, a group of people stayed on Pumpkin Island for a few days, got together for a while, and then separated. Looking at the 3 disciples in front of him, the turtle immortal sighed, "Your practice has reached a certain point, it is useless to continue to follow me, let's practice alone. How to practice, it depends on your own. Wyushin sensei. Leaping, and the three nodded heavily, then looked at each other, and then went in three directions and began to practice separately. Seeing this, Bao Chongryu shouted with a smile, "Don't forget the world's first martial arts conference 3 years later, when we will compete. The next victory must be me. I won't lose again. Looking forward to the next battle." With the words, the three of Sun Wukong disappeared from everyone's sight. Then the turtle immortal also left with the old turtle and began his own practice. He didn't want to be left behind, and in such a wonderful era, he thought that he could fight for decades if he didn't accept old age. Philo reminds you, read 3 things: favorites, recommendations, and points. Chapter 068. After seeing everyone away, Bao Chongryu smiled and said to the 4 people next to him, "Let's go, we should also go, and then we will be busy again. The one who should rest is also rested, and what should be confirmed has been completed, and then it is time to continue his plan, or practice. Although his current strength is already good, it is only for the current earth, put in the universe, not even a cannon fodder." For the decision of Bao Chong Sun and Moon, Nan Wuzi naturally did not object, and immediately the group of 5 left Pumpkin Island and returned to the eastern capital. After returning, Bao Chongryu did not practice, first arranged the 2 sisters of Alice, and then began to think in the company of Nan Wu. The soul world, the void, the Bao Long Sun and the moon fell into deep thought, combing his memories little by little, over and over again. This nothingless void is where he thinks, and the existence of nothing will not disturb him, so he will come here every time he thinks. I don't know how long it took for Bao Chong Sun and Moon to wake up, and his eyes flashed with enlightenment. My purpose has never changed, too far away, let's not say, for now. The most important thing is the integration and sorting of soul world, followed by Wudao physical training, followed by the improvement of strength. As for the rest are just side matters, don't care too much, waste energy. Thinking of this, Bao Chongryu's attention first stayed on Wudao physical training. As the cultivation method he prepared for himself, or the method of foundation building, although he has been honed a lot, he has not gained the slightest at present, but he still has no intention of giving up. However, at present, it is too early for me to figure it out, or to cultivate the Wudao physical training technique, but I am not in a hurry, but I can use this to conduct an experiment. Bao Chongryu's heart moved, and he immediately had an idea. Immediately, the figure of the Bao Long Sun and Moon disappeared into the void, and when it appeared again, it had already come to the sky of the rainforest of the second world, looking at the 2 figures below, one big and one small. Bao Chongryu whispered to himself, "Upa, Bra, this opportunity is given to you." When the words fell, Bao Chong Sun and Moon immediately created an earthquake, and then let the Upa father and son fall into the underground space, thus obtaining the Wudao physical practice. It can be said that this is an opportunity given to the 2 by the Long Sun and Moon. Although there is some calculation, but seriously, this is why the 2 of them appeared in the original work, and their temperaments are very good, so he is willing to give this Wudao physical training to the 2, and he really doesn't give it. Moreover, although this Wudao body training technique has the will of true cultivators, there is actually nothing else, and it is the most top-notch body training technique. Even the most important distortion of will is just to make the cultivator think that he is a witch race. This may be a disadvantage for Bao Chong Sun and Moon, but it is not a disadvantage for 99% of the people in the world, such as Xiao Aizai and the Upa father and son in front of him. Bra's physical features are similar to Indians. Of course, the Dragon Ball worldview is different from reality, naturally not called Indian. Is a tall warrior who protects the sacred place of Karantat, and is also the father of Upa. This clan is warrior and very powerful. Bra, for example, is very strong, and when Colonel Yera of the Red Ribbon Legion comes to him with an army to ask him for Dragon Balls, Bra warns the invaders that he will kill them in order to protect the Holy Land, and that his body can withstand gunfire in this battle. And when Bra was young, he also tried to climb the Karantat, but in the end he failed, but he did not die, so you can know that his strength is not weak, at least no worse than the Monkey King when he first came out of the mountain. This family is not only in character, but also in terms of system, which is also the reason why Bao Chong Ryu is willing to let these people cultivate Wuodao physical training. However, he gave the opportunity, and wrote down the shortcomings and cultivation methods. As for whether these people cultivated or not, then he didn't care. However, Bao Chong Ryu does not believe that they will not cultivate. After all, even if the Wupa father and son do not practice, but the number of people in this clan is actually not very large, he does not believe that they will not cultivate. And as long as there is a cultivator, the purpose of the Bao Long Sun and Moon has been achieved, and he is actually not going to do any experiments, just like taking a look at the situation after the cultivator. The opportunity is given to you, whether you can seize it, it depends on yourself. Bao Chong Ryu took one last look at the two below, and then ignored it, but returned to the void and thought again. This time I was thinking about Soul Realm. He really attaches great importance to this thing that can be regarded as his golden finger that takes him through, and therefore, his research has actually been around the soul world over the years. After a year of using this reality, he has also obtained some useful data, so this time he needs to integrate it after thinking about it. According to the data, the growth of the soul world is inseparable from the energy of spiritual power and the power of faith, but these energies contain a large number of impurities, so when the soul world is used, it will be transformed to form a unique energy, which can be called soul power. And the stronger the person, the more soul power he provides. If ordinary people provide a little soul power every day, then a martial artist with 10 points of combat power improves 10 points, and a martial arts grandmaster is 100 points. At present, the number of people cannot continue to increase, so it can only improve the quality. It just so happens that this time to divide the dragon snake world, you can also take this opportunity to spread the national art, so that you can not only reduce consumption, but also achieve the improvement of the strength of the human beings in the Dragon Ball Earth world, thereby accelerating the growth of the soul world. Thinking of this, Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but sigh. It's also my luck to say, the first thing that comes to mind is national art. Compared to other cultivation systems, national art is especially suitable for the Dragon Ball world, even if it is those cat people and other races, even if it is not a human, but an intelligent life such as dinosaurs, national art can also be cultivated. And like internal strength, even if you get it to this world. Although the national art will have the phenomenon of water and soil, it is still within the acceptable range. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download the Philo Novel app. Chapter 069. Thinking of this, Bao Chong Sun and Moon couldn't help but secretly shake his head. The earth of the Dragon Ball world is already full of various intelligent life, and it is even more expanded into the universe. Seriously, Xiu Zhen, Xian Xia, Suangxia and the like are really not suitable for the Dragon Ball world. After all, even the most suitable creatures of Earth humans do not have meridian acupoints in their bodies, let alone other creatures. Therefore, national art is already a rare and valuable suitable for Earth creatures. At least humans, orcs, and other creatures can be cultivated, but it is better than nothing. Thinking of this, Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but regret himself and said, if it weren't for the fact that the creatures in the soul world were not real creatures, and the soul power provided was only 1% of the real creatures, there wouldn't be such trouble. After regretting, Bao Chong Ryu also had to continue to think about the cultivation system suitable for the Dragon Ball world. After all, although the soul world is very strong, its foundation is still based on the Dragon Ball world. Without the foundation of the Dragon Ball world, whether it is the second world, or the Dragon and Snake world, etc., not to say that there is no way to grow, it will become a burden and drag on the soul world. After half a ring. Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help sighing. Sure enough, I thought things too well. The too esoteric cultivation system is actually not suitable for the Dragon Ball world, such as chi, mental power, technology, chakra, domineering, small universe, magic. These simple forces are suitable for this world. In fact, this point has long been figured out by Bao Chong Sun and Moon, but you must know that whether it is a small universe or a scientific and technological system, although it cannot be said to be not powerful, it is really not as good as the Dragon Ball's Qi system, and he himself chose the Oriental cultivation system because the Qi system is not perfect enough. Therefore, he naturally will not cultivate. And because his future cultivation system has been determined to be an Oriental cultivation system, he naturally needs to spend countless soul power to build the world, and if the cultivation system of the Dragon Ball world can be the same as him, then he can naturally save a huge amount of soul power. The results can actually be seen now. Of course, there are countless Oriental cultivation systems, not to say that there is really no suitable for the Dragon Ball world, but it is too troublesome, and the soul power consumed is not as good as the world he created, such as One Piece. At this point, a decision has to be made. A look of determination flashed in the eyes of Bao Chong Ryu. He had given up letting the Dragon Ball world cultivate those cultivation methods with a huge world view and better prospects in the future. In addition to national arts, he no longer planned to let the people of the Dragon Ball world cultivate. Perhaps for the Dragon Ball world, a simple system was more suitable. Of course, in fact, it is also the Bao Long Sun and Moon that does not want to be too troublesome. And really speaking, in fact, although the system of the comic book world is simple, as long as it is used well, it may not be able to become powerful and terrifying. Even in a world like Dragon Ball. For example, the Devil Fruit, which originally reached the law, may not be able to comprehend the law in the One Piece world, but it is different in the Dragon Ball world, not to mention the Super, even if it is based on the combat power of Klin and other tens of thousands. It may not be able to comprehend the law by this. And you must know that in the Dragon Ball world, Palms are all gods, and they are not ordinary gods, all of them are high-level gods, such as the creation law of the Realm King God, the destruction law of the destruction god of the destruction god, the time law of angels, etc. And even if they can't comprehend the law through this, the Devil Fruit can make Klin and the others stronger. Not to mention the most precious treasures like the Infinity Stones and the Divine Speed. Thinking of this, Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but shake his head and secretly said, "Now is not the time to think about this, we still need to come step by step, and if you praise too much, you will get involved." After self-deprecation, Bao Chong Ryu gathered his thoughts and began to get busy, first of all, to divide the Dragon and Snake world and merge it with the second world. At the same time, it also created a number of copies, all involving national arts, and then issued a notice, which did not take much time to complete. In fact, for Bao Chong Ryu, who controls the soul world, it is not difficult to do this. It is rare to consider all aspects and avoid conflicts or something. For example, the contact between the two worlds, countless interests and forces are intertwined, and if one is not handled well, it will trigger a war, thus hindering the plan of the Long Sun and Moon. So as long as you think about this, the rest is just half a day's work for him. Wu. After completing the division and integration of the world, Gong Chong Ryu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Obviously it was not easy to get there, mainly psychological pressure. After all, a single negligence may lead to the death of countless living beings, and that feeling is absolutely uncomfortable, and he does not want to try. Although the creatures in Soul World are not real creatures, in fact, they are relatively speaking, although they lack something important, but in the Soul World, they are actually similar to real creatures. After sorting out his state of mind, Bao Chong Sun and Moon disappeared into the void and appeared in the new second world. High in the sky, looking at the new second world below, Bao Chong Sun and Moon couldn't help but think. In the past, the second world was an Earth, but although the current second world is still an Earth, it looks like a double shadow from the outside, as if the two earths are fused together. And the whole earth is connected by dense lines, that is, the passage between the two worlds, and some space will be formed between the two worlds, that is, the copy. This is the new second world. In fact, these are nothing. The most important thing for Bao Chong Sun and Moon is that after the Dragon Snake world is integrated into the second world, then this world will only be the Dragon Snake world, and will not evolve further. It can be said that it saved him a huge amount of soul power and relieved an extremely heavy burden. He already knew all this. After all, it was his arm. What made Bao Chong Ryu silently think now was whether he wanted to meet Tang Zikan and other acquaintances. This is not a pointless entanglement, but a very important thing. The first thing to know is that he was not the same when he entered the Dragon Snake world, and he was dead in that world. What's the matter of suddenly appearing now? Philo reminds you, read 3 things: favorites, recommendations, and points. Chapter 070. It's so tangled. Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but hold his head and roll in the air. To be honest, he really wanted to die now, and he hadn't considered the current situation at all before. After half a ring, Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but sigh helplessly. It's still too young. He didn't think so much before, so in the Dragon and Snake world, he can be called nonsense, not to mention anything else. The women with him are not ordinary, that is definitely a saint-level figure. Because he closed his memory, he just thought that he had crossed over, and went to Hong Kong, facing those former dream lovers in the 80s, such as Hong Gu, the one who played the 13th aunt, Jo Huimin, Zixia Fairy. Everything is his woman. Even because he is still not old when he reaches the age of 50 or 60, coupled with the practice of national arts, his body is also in the same state, so such as Fairy Sister, Big Power, etc. have not let go. This is only domestic, not counting foreign, then more. It can be said that he is really a group of wives and concubines, and he is no worse than the emperors of ancient times. With so many women, his body is normal, naturally he has many children and grandchildren, and it can be said that he has created a big family with his own strength. At the time of his death, there was a 3-year-old daughter. It was nothing then, but now it's all his pot. And he can't shirk whether he wants to shirk or not. After all, although it was arranged to cross over, but the original body is also his, whether in terms of genes or other aspects, there is no doubt that it is his children. What now? Bao Chong Sun Moon really had a headache, and now he really regretted sealing his memories in the first place. After all, he really laid down a big harem. Many of them are still young, and he is dead, so naturally he can't leave it alone. He is not really dead. If he is dead, it is naturally 100, now that he is alive, it is naturally impossible to ignore his own women, and he does not have the heart to let these women of his be hooked up by other guys. To put it mildly, the older ones have already experienced it, but although the young ones are not without feelings with him, but people are still young after all, it is impossible to live by living with his memories for most of their lives. Therefore, if the Bao Long Sun and Moon do not appear, the results after that day can already be seen. That's it. It's not that I can't afford it, my body is not bad, I'm worried about something, I think it's such a thing, other people can't ask for it, but I'm entangled here, it's completely idle egg pain. Thinking of this, Bao Chong Ryu immediately made a decision, and then entered the world of dragons and snakes, not going to meet those friends or anything, but just meeting with his own family. In the face of the Bao Long Sun and Moon of coming back from the dead, the excitement naturally staged one exciting thing after another, and by the time he got out of bed, it had been 3 months. It can be said that at that time, Bao Chong Sun and Moon was really pale, and he was in the realm of a saint who had no desire or desire. As you can imagine, he was in bed for 3 months, eating and drinking, and he had never rested except for sleeping, and in order to maintain the dignity of a man, he quietly committed suicide several times, just to ensure the energy of his body. And in the face of such yan. Really, Bao Chongryu has secretly sworn that I will never easily mess with flowers and grass in the future, which is really terrifying. He comforted 3 or 4 wives this time, every day, 5 rounds in 3 months, and it was already like this, and if it went on, he really didn't have to get out of bed. Just thinking about that scene, he already saw through the red dust a little. After all, you will vomit when you don't stop doing what you love. So after getting out of bed, Bao Chongryu hurriedly explained some things, and he couldn't wait to leave the second world. He really needed to slow down. But that's for later. 3 months ago, Bao Chong Sun Moon had just completed the integration of the 2 worlds, and with the announcement, countless people were in an uproar. Dragon Snake World, Southeast Asia. Tang Zikan said to himself with shock and doubt, world fusion? Is there another world? Is this the way forward that the master said? You have to go and see it. Then with a touch of determination, he walked towards the passage that linked to another world. For other people, it may not be easy to find the passage between the 2 realms, but for her who has comprehended the way of sincerity, it is really not too easy. Like Tang Zikan, countless powerhouses in the Dragon Snake world all took action with different expressions because of this announcement, as did all forces. Second world. Another world again. Unlike the Dragon and Snake world, the people in the second world have already had an experience, so they just returned to calm after being surprised, including the creatures of the Dragon Ball world. After all, for them, no matter how many worlds there are, they are just games. So these people are very calm, but in the face of the new world, there are still countless people acting for it. After all, the new world is a very suitable place for adventure. For example, Klin, the Turtle Immortal, Boomer and others all took action. Dragon Ball Earth, the capital of the East. Phew! Bao Chong Sun Moon left the Soul Realm, and couldn't help but take a breath, and sighed with a wry smile. I didn't expect that one day I would actually see through the red dust. After sighing, Bao Chongryu immediately made up his mind not to go to the Dragon Snake world in a short time. Although he had been fighting on the ship for 3 months, in reality it was actually less than 10 days. And he also knew very well that the reason why he was so crazy this time was because he came back from the dead, otherwise his women all had their own jobs, hobbies and careers, which would not have been possible. It's just that there is a saying called once bitten by a snake, afraid of the well rope for 10 years, and he is in this mood now. However, Bao Chongryu is not an ordinary person after all. It took a little time to recover, and even turn this experience into a grinding stone, so as to polish his state of mind and will. After he absorbs this harvest, his will and state of mind will definitely have a lot of improvement, but there is also a disadvantage, that is, he is one step closer to the realm of seeing through the red dust and red-pink skeleton. And in the future, it is inevitable that the vision will be greatly improved, and it may be difficult to get moved. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download the Philo Novel app. Chapter 071. Gong Chongryu sorted out his mood, logged into the internet, and began to check the changes in reality and the second world these days. After all, there is one more world, just thinking about it can know what a big change it will make. Kokujutsu. The cultivation method of another world. What is the mysterious connection between the two in a world with similar history? National art practitioner, another star profession has risen. Looking at the information one after another, Bao Chong Sun and Moon couldn't help but flash with essence in his eyes, just like he imagined, with the link between the second world and the dragon and snake world. The conflict could be said to have not been broken in the past 3 months, if not for the fact that he had just opened the channel. Instead of direct integration, then there is definitely a large-scale war by now, and it is impossible to just conduct a skirmish, as it is now. However, after 3 months, the conflict began to slowly subside. After all, the history of the two worlds is the same, although countries are a little dirty because of interests, but the public is born with a touch of closeness, so by now, there are even a large number of people in the two worlds. And what made Bao Chong Ryu pay the most attention was that the national art had indeed completely spread, the second world and the Dragon Ball Earth had been close and popular, and a large number of creatures were cultivating. In just a short period of time, the soul power obtained by Bao Long Sun and Moon has doubled, and it is obvious that his plan has been successful and has already achieved initial results. In fact, this is still his handiwork, who let him directly popularize the national art in the first place, causing the various forces in the dragon and snake world to hide it can't do it. I have to say that this is really unintentional, but it saves him a lot of effort. After browsing all kinds of information, Gong Chong Ryu immediately began to think about whether it was his arrangement for a large family. After all, these were his relatives, and they must be well placed. The children and the red ants don't need to be brought to reality. After all, although I have a huge power in reality, it is impossible to completely protect them, which is not comparable to the second world, which is completely controlled by me. Even if they die, I can resurrect them. So they can stay in the second world, and I will stay in the second world most of the time anyway. Thinking of this, Bao Chong Ryu immediately made a decision, but then thought of his disciple, that is, Tang Zikan, for himself, a disciple who was very extraordinary and his future achievements were definitely not weak. He did not want to leave him in the second world. After all, in the second world now, the cultivation of national arts to the top is estimated to be 10 points of combat effectiveness, and there is no way forward, which cannot be changed in a short time. Therefore, the second world is not a protection for Tang Zikan, but a cage, and for her, coming to reality is the best choice. As for the danger, as a cultivator, it is very correct to experience danger, and with Dragon Ball as the last insurance, he is also relieved. What's more, with Tang Zikan, it really wasn't too difficult to die. Moreover, with Tang Zikan's current realm that is not bad in both the realm and the body, once he comes to reality, he can increase his strength tenfold in a short period of time and achieve a martial arts grandmaster with 100 points of combat effectiveness, and he is even a grandmaster in the realm. At that time, on the earth, even if the heavenly god attacked him, he would not be able to kill her at all. After all, the way of sincerity is not a decoration. That's it. After thinking about it clearly, Bao Chong Sun and Moon immediately entered the second world and appeared directly behind Tang Zikan at the top of Mount Everest. I haven't seen it for a while, and I don't know if it was the reason for his death in the first place, but now Tang Zikan has reached the realm of not bad physically, which is equivalent to the most sincere way of the spiritual realm, and it can be said that he has completely ascended to the extinction. Master. Because the Bao Long Sun and Moon did not hide, Tang Zikan found it when he appeared, turned his head to look at the Bao Long Sun and Moon with a different appearance, but there was no doubt on his face, and he directly recognized him. Seeing this, Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but praise, the way of sincerity is really powerful. Tang Zikan's face showed a look of joy, walked over and hugged Bao Chong Sun and Moon's handwriting, and asked with a touch of affection, "Master, what's going on?" Bao Chong Sun Moon did not hide it, and explained everything in just a few words. Heavens and realms, when I created your side of the world in one way, and then reincarnated into it to cultivate, death is a return. Tang Zikan nodded clearly, so it is. Immediately, without asking more, he began to explain the afterlife of the Bao Long Sun and Moon. Although he already knew a lot about this, he still listened to it with relish. After the death of Bao Chong Ryu that year, it can be said that it was very chaotic for a while. After all, the same rice raised 100 people, the benefits he left behind were too great, and some people could not hold their hearts very normally. These were actually arranged before he died. It's just that these hind hands are not used at all. In the face of Tang Zikan, who had comprehended the way of sincerity, those who betrayed could be said to have been killed one by her as soon as they started, and they had achieved a physical not bad state. It was also Tang Zikan who single-handedly supported everything left by the Bao Long Sun and Moon, so that any force did not dare to make a move. It is really that the body has reached a state of not being bad, and Tang Zikan, who is coupled with the way of sincerity, is too terrifying. You must know that the forces of those betrayed guys are not weak, and among them, there are national forces such as the United States of America involved, and the result is still unable to escape Tang Zikin's attack. Even if nuclear weapons are used, it is useless. After all, the way of sincerity is such a pervert, it can be said that in the face of Tang Zikin, the entire dragon snake world was killed by her alone. Nuclear weapons are useless, even if it is the same not bad situation, it is still useless. After all, in the face of Tang Zikin, who has comprehended the way of sincerity, it is not up to her to decide whether she wants to meet or not. Especially after her body reached a not bad state, the entire dragon snake world was trampled under her feet alone, and it was completely useless except for shivering. It can be said that Tang Zikin at that time was an immortal Buddha in the world, and no one could compete with her. Perhaps it was impossible to unify the world, but it was no problem at all to protect the huge interests left by the Bao Long Sun and Moon. What's more, as a traverser, the Bao Long Sun and Moon also left a lot of backhand, and there is no lack of deterrents such as nuclear weapons, which many top forces know, so they also dare not do too much. Philo reminds you, read 3 things: favorites, recommendations, and points. Chapter 072. After listening, Bao Chongryu couldn't help but smile and nodded. Not bad, Xiao Zikin, you can now become a master. Master. Tang Zikin couldn't help but be happy when she heard this, and looked sadly at the man in front of her who had changed, but looking at the man whose eyes had never changed, she couldn't help but think about it, recalling her more than 10 years of learning and art, like a master, like a father. Seeing this, Gong Chongryu couldn't help but touch Tang Zikin's head, and explained with a smile, actually, everything I left behind after my death is a test for your master, and you did a good job. That's right, in fact, with the power and status of Bao Chong Sun and Moon at that time, if you want, it is impossible to leave such a big stall, and there is also him behind the scenes, in order to let this disciple get a good tempering, that is, a test of becoming a master. Bao Chong Sun Moon has always been very clear that the strong in this world have never been smooth sailing, and they cannot become strong people in that way, and controllable tempering is not an opportunity. And Bao Chong Sun Moon artificially created an opportunity, and the result was that Tang Zikin completely pushed his body to a not bad state with the help of this tempering, and became the pinnacle of the first life. That's true. Tang Zikin did not speak, but his face showed a resolute expression. Obviously he had already guessed. After all, in her impression, the master who single-handedly promoted the national art and created the era of the national art, can be said to be considered without omission, and it is impossible to leave such a mess after death. At that time, she guessed that this was the calculation left by the master, but she didn't know who the calculation was, and now she knew that it was actually for her disciple. Tang Zikin pouted, and said coquettishly like a child, "Master, you are really bad, even your dear disciple calculated, I am angry." If the people of the dragon and snake world knew that Tang Zikin, who was known as the immortal Buddha in the world, still had such a look, it would definitely shock the eyeballs. Haha! Looking at the coquettish Tang Zikin, Bao Chongryu couldn't help but smile from the heart. I have to say that sometimes talented and well-behaved juniors are indeed endearing. I think that there are many descendants of his group of children, and even the next generation, but his favorite is this disciple who is not related to him. Of course, there is the influence left by reading the novel, but it is more Tang Zikin's talent and well-behaved character. Because Bao Chong Sun and Moon later became more and more high, and was even known as a saint in the world, as long as his descendants were a little older, they faced him as if they had seen him, so that he could not get close at all. But Tang Zikin is different. For him, the master has always been coquettish, angry when he should be angry, and also beautiful, cute, well-behaved, talented wizard, who likes that? After laughing heartily, Bao Chongryu hurriedly said, "It's the master's fault, go, I have prepared a gift for you. Looking forward to it." Humph! Tang Zikin snorted, the gift of becoming a teacher is not a gift of apology. Bao Chong Ryu hurriedly said, good, good, not only the gift of the master, but also the gift of apology. When the words fell, Gong Chong Ryu immediately took Tang Zikin back to her home in Tokyo, and then found Alice to accompany her, and then returned to reality, making a real body while using its genes to make gene repair elixir and gene evolution elixir. For his own disciple, Bao Chong Sun and Moon naturally gives whatever good things he has, and his precious disciple is not like Klin and Leaping, there are shortcomings in his heart, even if there are good things, he does not dare to use them. For Klin and Leaping, who are uncertain in heart, such as gene repair elixir can improve potential, physique, and understanding of the baby, sometimes even the shortcomings outweigh the advantages, but for Tang Zikin, who has no mental shortcomings, it is just a kind of elixir, which belongs to a kind of resources. For the sake of his precious disciple, this time the Bao is long Sun and Moon is careful and careful, obviously it only takes 10 minutes, he has been getting it for 3 days to finish it. The two Alice sisters who knew gave him a few unhappy white eyes. However, the facts also proved that the Bao Long Sun and Moon were worried in vain, and the extra time was useless, and there was a soul realm, even if the body had shortcomings, as long as it consumed more soul power, it could be repaired. It's just that these Baos have forgotten about the sun and the moon, and they are completely fans of the authorities and have lost their wisdom in the past. Reality, the East Capital, the Dragon Tower, the laboratory of the Bao Long Sun and Moon. Bao Chong Ryu nervously looked at Tang Zikin who walked out of the medical warehouse, and asked again and again, how is it? Are there any problems? If you have a problem, you must tell me, don't be afraid of trouble, do you know? Looking at the nervous master, Tang Zikin did not feel funny, but only warm. After so many years of learning from the master, she was really rare to see such a nervous master. I'm fine, master, don't worry, you don't know the effect of the way of sincerity. Listening to the disciple say this, Bao Chong Ryu was completely relieved, and then he came back to his senses, and after calming down, he felt the one after another oolong he had made trouble before, and he couldn't help but laugh a little. Shaking his head, Bao Chong Ryu couldn't bear to look directly at his previous absurd behavior, and immediately spoke, go, as an apology, the master personally cooks and makes you a table full of han. Tang Zikin smiled and said, well, there are very few opportunities for the master to cook in person. For Gong Chong Ryu personally cooking, Tang Zikin was not too surprised. After all, he sealed his memory at the beginning, although because of the cultivation of national arts, his cooking skills were very good, but after all, everything was entangled, so cooking skills were just the level of chefs. As a disciple of Bao Chong Sun and Moon, Tang Zikin has not eaten any kind of cuisine, naturally he will not be as surprised as the four of Nanwu on the side, but he is also very happy. After all, it is an apology, but in fact, it is just a fight between master and apprentice, and she enjoys the process, not the result. But the four people who gathered here to welcome Tang Zikin and Lan Chi were different, and their eyes were shining. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download the Philo Novel app. Chapter 073. Feeling amazing, and Tang Zikin, who had been paying attention to Lan Qi four people, instantly noticed the changes in the four people, and couldn't help but ask curiously, what's wrong with you? As a disciple of Bao Chong Sun and Moon, it can be said that he has been with him since he was a child, and Tang Zikin naturally knows very well that being able to be called by his own master to greet her is naturally the closest person. So as soon as she woke up, she had been paying close attention to the four of them. These two people are so strong, completely beyond the strength of the national art, I am not surprised to say that they are gods and Buddhas. Tang Zikin's powerful mind sensed Lan Qi and Nanwu, especially the unfathomable strength in the latter's body, and couldn't help but be secretly frightened at the same time. A touch of battle intent surged in his heart. Tang Zikin, who had reached the pinnacle of national art, actually had no opponents in that world, but now seeing Lan Qi and Nan Wuhao, she finally understood why her master brought her to this world. There is my opponent here, and there is my future. Thinking of this, Tang Zikin's heart surged with incomparable excitement, but he quickly regained his calm. As a disciple who went all out to cultivate, even did not hesitate to give up the opportunity of immortality, and wanted to die to become perfect, Tang Zikin could be said to be a proper cultivator, and his desire to become stronger was simply not comparable to the original. However, her state of mind and heart also surpassed the original, so even in the face of such a shocking opportunity, she still only instantly recovered her calm. I have to say that under the cultivation of the long sun and moon, Tang Zikin is really more and more terrifying, and his future achievements will definitely not be worse than the woman who is known as the most amazing and beautiful woman in history. Not bad. Bao Chongryu had actually been cultivating his disciples according to ruthless people. And now it seems that the result is absolutely satisfactory to Bao Long Sun and Moon. Looking at Tang Zikin with a puzzled face, for this female disciple of Bao Chongryu, whether it was Nanwu and Lan Qi or Rina and Alice Bao Che, they were very clear about their position in Bao Chong Sun and Moon's heart, which could be seen from the fact that he specially found the four people to welcome her new life. Therefore, in the face of Tang Zikin's inquiry, Xueche Erinai smiled and explained, "The cooking skills of that guy in the Bao Chief are extraordinary, you will know it after eating it in a while." Alice also looked salivating and nodded her little head and echoed, "Ryu Jun usually doesn't do his best in cooking, and now in order to wash the dust for his disciples, he will definitely go all out. I have already asked about deliciousness, no. It should be said that it is the taste of Xianzhen." Lan Qi and Nan Wuven nodded repeatedly. Seeing this, Tang Zikin couldn't help but show a look of surprise, and then came back to his senses, although the men in front of her were all her masters, but the master she knew was only a part of Fu, obviously cooking was the part she didn't know. Thinking of this, Tang Zikin couldn't help but look forward to it, looked at Lan Qi and Xueche Erina's three daughters, and secretly thought helplessly. The master is also true, everything is good, but only in the female point, it is really speechless. I already have so many masters and mothers, and I recruit everywhere. Needless to say, these are three masters again. Ignoring Tang Zikin's secret complaint, the other Bao leader Ryu had already entered the kitchen, and then closed his eyes and took a deep breath, and began to go all out. Just like Alice said, since he didn't practice Wuodao physical training, Bao Chong Sun and Moon naturally did not need to use cooking skills to vent his negative emotions, so not only did he rarely cook, even if he rarely cooked, he would not use his full strength, even if it was a dinner after the last martial arts conference, he only tasted it and stopped. Now even he wondered what kind of state his cooking had reached. Cooking heart, cooking skills, food intentions. Bao Commander Ryu ignored the two sisters Erina, whose eyes were shining behind them, and the baby disciples who were curious to follow, and devoted themselves to the cooking. First of all, my basic cooking skills, but with my current strength realm, cooking skills have become my instinct. In his thoughts, Bao Chongryu only used cooking skills, or he didn't use them, but after the national art reached the state of not being bad, his every move was a cooking skill. The peak of the Grandmaster's realm. Looking at the dishes he made, Bao Naga Ryu had already come to the results without tasting them, and then began to make the next dish. Add the chef heart next. Looking at Bao Chongryu, who was making cooking with all his strength, the two sisters of Erina, who were all in their hands, couldn't help but widen their eyes, and their faces were surprised, but they also saw his thoughts in the realm of cooking. It's just that the two of them couldn't care about being surprised, and soon they were immersed in the cooking skills of Bao Chong Sun and Moon, and it can be said that just looking at the two of them has benefited a lot. As for Tang Zikin, she was also surprised, although she didn't know anything about cooking, she didn't look at cooking, but national art, so she saw that her master had reached the realm of national art. What surprised her even more was the physical strength of her own master, which was simply like a god, like a demon, like a Buddha, just not like a person, surpassing her too much. The peak of the great grandmaster's realm. Looking at his second dish, Bao Chongryu couldn't help but show surprise. He didn't expect that just the combination of cooking skills and cooking heart, he had already reached the peak of theory, the peak of the great master. You must know that in his division, the great master actually belongs to the outside of the specifications, just like the scientific and technological Bao Long Sun and Moon and Bulma, which belong to this level. But Bao Chongryu is very clear that he is not exerting his full strength now, far from it. After all, in his current realm, it is no longer difficult to eat. The so-called food intention is a kind of negative emotions in the ingredients, turning the ingredients into the pure world of prisoner of food, which existed as ingredients from the beginning. And if you want to eliminate the negative emotions in the ingredients, it is no longer possible to do it with skill, strength, or even mental power, and you need will. And for the Bao Long Sun and Moon who has already comprehended the artistic conception, the appetite will naturally be mastered. So what is above the Grand Master? Thinking of this, a flash of essence flashed in Bao Chongryu's eyes. Maybe the title chef is the realm above the Great Master, such as the chef god, the chef saint, and the shura. This type of chef with a title. Philo reminds you, read 3 things favorites, recommendations, and points. Chapter 074. Let me see if my cooking skills really surpass the Grand Master? Reached the realm of the so-called titled chef. Thinking of the Bao leader here, Ryu couldn't help but get excited, to know that the technology he has worked hard for more than 10 years is just a Grand Master level, although there are also titles like the God of Technology, but he knows that the two are not the same. The realm of the Master represents that one has reached a peak in one and can teach apprentices to the Master. The realm of the Grand Master is that he has his own perception and understanding, and has completed the integration, which is enough to open a sect. The Grand Master has thoroughly mastered one and innovated, which is beyond the specifications. Therefore, the realm of the Great Master has theoretically surpassed the world, so it is a realm that should not exist outside the specifications, just like in science and technology, and the era without gene medicine has developed the gene repair elixir, which is beyond the current era in the world. And if you want to surpass the realm of the Great Grand Master and reach the next realm, that is, the realm of the title of this realm is not a title given by the world, but the achievements in this path are enough to be famous through the ages, resounding throughout the world, and its great achievements are amazing, and no one can be surpassed in this one. It can be said that the realm of the title transcends not the era and the world, but time, and the same way, which is the only one that needs his own understanding in the ages, and only he is above time, and no one can surpass it. Wrong. Thinking of this, Bao Chong Sun and Yu's eyes flashed with essence. Maybe my division was wrong from the beginning, and those who developed the gene elixir and Dr. Gro, who had just begun to make artificial humans, were indeed the realm of Grand Masters outside the specifications. However, the future research of Artificial Man number 17, and even Shalo's Dr. Gro has definitely reached the state of title, because throughout time, no one can compare with him in the study of artificial humans. Similarly, I who researched Soul World, and Briff who researched Universal Capsule, and Boomer who researched Time Machine in the future belong to the title level. Even the Boomer who has now researched the Gene Evolution Elixir has faintly surpassed the Great Master, but the current Gene Evolution Elixir is not enough, because if I want to, I can still spend time researching it, so the current Boomer personality, or the research on gene potions, is not enough. But as long as it continues, within 10 years at most, Boomer can definitely reach the realm of sealing with a genetic potion. Thinking of this, Gong Chongryu couldn't wait to integrate cooking skills, cooking heart, and food, and began to make his own dishes. He wanted to see if his division was correct. Obedient, my master is a little terrifying. He actually uses artistic conception to cook, and the control of artistic conception is easy to manipulate, and he has surpassed me in this regard. The two sisters had not yet responded, but Tang Zikan's eyes widened, revealing a look of surprise. but he saw the appetite of the long sun and moon. Under the gaze of the 3 people, it didn't take a moment for a dish to appear in front of the 4 people, and at the same time, an overwhelming aroma that was enough to make people lose swept away. Bao Chongryu looked at the dish in front of him and thought with a reluctant expression, sure enough, this dish has surpassed the great master and reached the realm of the title. Immediately, Bao Chongryu couldn't help but think with anticipation, what is my title? Chef God? Chef Saint? No, this title is actually more in the same realm, the title of cooking at the top, and my best is actually opening up and perfecting the cooking road, making the cooking heart, cooking skills, and food intention. Let the kitchen Dao have enough foundation, so if there is really a title, compared to the chef god or something, in fact, the Dao ancestor is more suitable for me. After all, there is nothing more suitable for me than the ancestor of a family. At this moment, a sound of breaking the air sounded, but it was Nanwu and Lan Qi who directly performed the air dance technique and flew over, but they were attracted by the aroma of the cooking. Lan Qi exclaimed, "It's so fragrant, it's really unbearable." Listening to Lan Qi words, Tang Zikan and the 4 of them couldn't help but nod in agreement. Bao Chongryu was awakened by the sound of words behind him, and then he laughed speechlessly, but he was amused by his previous middle school second thoughts, and immediately shook his head, regained his calm, and continued to cook. After all, for him, cooking really didn't occupy much of his position, but later he learned how much cooking helped him, and he would also know what a group of easy-to-deceive guys foodies are. It's just that these current Bao leaders don't know about the sun and moon. The strength was fully opened, and it didn't take long for the Bao to complete the production of the full Han seat. Subsequently, the group of 5, including Bao Chongryu, almost didn't bite off their tongues, it was so delicious. Meal. Gong Chongryu handed the 2 gene potions to Tang Zikan, and after introducing them, said solemnly, "You take the gene repair elixir first, and then wait 1 to 3 years before taking the gene evolution elixir, so as to maximize the effect." "Yes, Master." Tang Zikan nodded and put away the 2 gene potions. Seeing this, Bao Chongryu did not say anything more. After all, Tang Zikan had already become a master, he naturally would not care about anything, and the other party did not need him to care more, he could do it at most, that is, to mention it. Tang Zikan, who put away the gene potion, couldn't help licking his lips, and said coquettishly to Bao Chongryu with a hungry face, "Master, when will you cook again?" Looking at the apprentice who wanted to eat, Bao Chongryu couldn't help but roll his eyes, but he didn't object. To be honest, he was also a little addicted to eating. What made him even more addicted was that the dishes he had gone all out to make were no worse than the so-called elixirs, and more importantly, there were no erysipelas and the like, which was simply the best aid to cultivation. It was at this time that Gong Chongryu couldn't help but think, so far, whether it is cooking skills, or food intentions are the maximum use of the original ingredients, only the kitchen heart is to attach things to the dish, so how to improve the next cooking skills, or the next realm? Internal seeking has reached a certain foundation, should we enter external seeking next? It's like the path of cultivation. That qi, that true qi. Wait for the next stage? Philo reminds you, read 3 things: favorites, recommendations, and points. Chapter 075. Outside demand. Ask for what? Maybe I shouldn't think so complicated, just like the essence of cultivation is to become stronger, although the way of cultivation is different, but the purpose is unchanged. Thinking of this, the color of Bao Chongryu's eyes became more and more intense, and he continued to think, and just like cultivation, the cuisine is delicious, no. These were added later, and the essence of cooking appeared because of need, because the body needed it. So there are thousands of paths to cooking, and everyone is different. Bao Chongryu shook his head, he felt that his thoughts were too scattered, and his thoughts were too profound and complicated. Thinking about this is not useful for the next step he thinks about, it doesn't help much anyway. Gongchang Ryu reorganized his thoughts and continued to think, so far, cooking skills and food righteousness have exerted the effect of ingredients to the limit. It can be said that even if it is a fantasy ingredient such as dragon meat, as long as it can be cooked, then its effect can be used to the limit. Thinking of this, Baochang Ryu's face showed a look of love, and he continued to think, therefore, the real cooking step should actually be to practice cooking before the Grandmaster level, to the Grandmaster level, to practice cooking skills, and the Grandmaster to practice food righteousness. As for the title level, it is the cultivation of the chef's heart, different from the previous excavation of ingredients, and at this realm, it has begun to tap the power of the chef itself, and integrate the power of the chef into the dish, so as to make the cuisine go further and get rid of the restrictions of the ingredients. The essence in the eyes of Baochang Ryu became more and more victorious, and a strange temperament appeared on his body, which instantly attracted the attention of several people in Rina Kikai. This is Lan Qi, and several people looked at the Bao Long Sun and Moon, who were caught in their thoughts suspiciously. Don't talk. Tang Zikan waved his hand and used a technique like sound transmission. Master is in thought, don't disturb him. Hearing this, Nanwu few people immediately remained silent when they heard this, and looked at the Bao Long Sun and Moon thoughtfully. Because of the different cultures, but similar situations are also somewhat understood, I just didn't think of it before. At this time, the Bao Long Sun and Moon were immersed in a flash of light. Since the Great Master, it has already changed from internal seeking to external seeking, and the title level food righteousness is the initial external demand. For cooking, in addition to the ingredients, the closest thing is even the chef himself, who has experienced attaching his own heart to the dish, that is, the chef's heart, and then expanding the scope, that is, heaven and earth. Thinking of this, Baochang Ryu's brows frowned slightly. No, from the chef itself, directly to the outside world, the span is a little too big. There is another step in the middle, that is, the internal strength, whether it is true qi or magic, is easier to attach than the disordered energy of the outside world. Thinking about this, the short period of Bao Long Sun and Moon is also over. Wu. Seeing that Baochang Sun and Moon finished thinking, several people couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Tang Zikan asked curiously, Master, what were you thinking just now? When Lan Qi heard this, he couldn't help but look at Baochang Sun and Moon curiously. In this regard, Baochang Ryu did not hide it, and told his own understanding. Not to mention that there were people close to him, he had nothing to hide, and to be honest, he really didn't pay much attention to cooking. After listening, there was no doubt that the two sisters were the two sisters of Arena. However, Nan Wuzhen also had their eyes shining. After all, according to the division of the Bao Long Sun and Moon, it can now be called a fairy treasure level delicacy, which is going up 2 levels. How delicious it should be! Now Lan Qi and the others didn't dare to imagine it at all, but a few people knew that it must be extremely delicious, and they couldn't help but swallow their saliva just by thinking about it. Rina looked at Bao Naga Ryu with the gaze of a monster, and exclaimed, "You guy is really a monster, surpassing me so much, not to mention, he is already thinking about the next way. Compared to you, I really have no face and claim to be a genius." To be honest, although she has been used to being hit, she is still a little discouraged at this moment. Obviously, she has been learning cooking since she was a child, and she has more time to learn, and she doesn't want to be distracted like Baochang Sun and Moon, and she is even more suitable for chefs. As a result, he has now reached the Grandmaster level with the help of the other party, and there is still a long way to go before he can complete the Grandmaster level. But what about the other side? Now it has exceeded her 2 whole realms, and the gap is really not too big, which makes the proud Rina really a little discouraged, and she is really hit. Alice didn't think so much, but her eyes lit up and asked, "There are at least 2 realms after the title, so what should these realms be called?" Baochang Ryu couldn't help but look at Alice, the little girl, a little speechless, obviously not small, but also a mature look, but the point is still so strange. Although speechless, Bao Chong Ryu still explained, when it comes to the ceiling realm, each of them already has their own dao, so although there is a difference between high and low, there is no need to specifically divide it. How so? Ali couldn't help but pout. In this regard, Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but be speechless again, but looking at Alice, who looked unhappy, he still spoke, you can further divide the title realm into 3 realms, from the lowest to the highest, they are king, emperor, and emperor. That is, the king-level chef, the royal-level chef and the emperor-level chef. After speaking, Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but secretly wipe his sweat. After all, this so-called name was simply that he casually made it based on fantasy novels and didn't think much about it at all. However, looking at Alice who didn't say much, Bao Chong Ryu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then looked at the somewhat depressed Irina, his eyes flickered, and he didn't say anything after all. Because he knew that the other party would not fall here, and he did not need his comfort. And with the pride of Irina, she doesn't want to be comforted, and she's not that fragile. What's more, for cooking, how much Bao Chong Sun and Moon don't care, then how much the other party cares. With Irina's love for cooking, she will never give up. Philo reminds you, read 3 things: favorites, recommendations, and points.